Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, belts, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, flipping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to be the hard, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
pill size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind.
Hi, my name is Davai and I play for PPGL, and my name game role is Flex, and we are from SGMY region. I would say our expectation for the APAC challenges this time is to qualify for Masters 2, and I hope we'll be able to qualify again this time. I would say our competitors for this time would be Xerxia and Lee. From the chosen rival team, I would choose Carry from Xerxia, and I think he's a very good player, like very consistent. And from lead, I would say Lenny. If we're able to play our game just like in practice, I think most likely we're gonna beat anyone in this competition. So I hope that we'll be able to play just like how we play in practice. I would like to thank all the fans that have been supporting us from day one, and don't forget to watch our games in the upcoming matches.
Hi, my name is Enable and I'm from Alter Ego Esports, and we are from Indonesian region. To qualify for the Masters, PPGL, Jing and Forsaken because they have a very good aim. We will do our best to beat the rival team. For the fans out there, please pray for us and wish us the best of luck, and we will do our best.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would even place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she...
The rising tides of Asia Pacific have one final challenge to rise through. So brace yourselves as this voyage begins. 8 of them have stepped up to the plate, yet only 2 will wave through in the end. Who will it be? Well, get ready as we find out here on VCT Stage 2 Asia Pacific.
The APAC region saw its greatest go head-to-head in Stage 1 as they aimed and took their shot at qualifying for Masters. And now, it's time to run it back and do it again. It's time again for the Pacific's rising tide to create fearless waves. As the passionate APAC fans gather together to watch it reach greater heights. Together, we will witness the relentless and heart-pounding action as APAC's best rack up kills and beef up the stats. With every aggressive swing, strategic plant, and patient retake comes flawless gun skill and agent mastery. Be swift and make them fear you on land and air. Gather info and provide your team with a vantage point. And take down your opponents with precision and finesse. It all comes down to the final 8 teams from the 8 different regions and one shot at the APAC crown. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Make your enemies fear you. Welcome everyone to the first day of the knockouts. My name is Likeable and I will be your host. Here on the panel though, we've got Fluffy02 and Trix with a 1. What's up you guys? Fluffy, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
I know, I took a small leave, but I'm back and I'm really excited, especially now that we have these solid teams ready. And I guess for the last stage of this tournament, it's really going to be the best of the best at this point. That you cannot afford to make any mistakes, and as explained in the video, you know, we'll really find out who is the best today, at least for this week. So really hyped.
We really will, Fluffy, but it took a lot getting to this point. After all, this is the knockout. This is the last part of this stage of the challengers in APAC, and so a lot is on the line and a lot has happened these past couple of days. I'm just wondering if you were able to keep up with all of the madness over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, for sure. I was watch partying a bunch of it, especially the Team Secret game at the end of it. I think it was last week or recently. Yeah, against who was it against?
Don't worry, it's been a while, Fluffy. I get you. But hey, again, it was a lot going to this point. Yeah. A lot has happened, and you know, we kind of need a refresher in terms of our memory, but I'm sure that our audience needs that as well. So why don't we take a look at the recap of the highlights from the group stages. Fluffy, it's all good if you forgot. This is what the highlights reel are for. A lot has been happening. We had 4 groups throughout the group stage, and let's just kind of dissect them one by one as to who qualified, where, and what. Why don't you start, Trix?
I mean, I'd like to start off with Xerxia because I just absolutely loved watching them play. Consistently, I felt that they were just one of those teams where it was every time I watched him, I felt like I was just watching such fun Valorant, and that's the kind of Valorant I want to be playing. So I love seeing their matches, especially that match against Alter Ego, who is also here in the knockout stages. And I'm hoping that Alter Ego fixed some of the mistakes that they had against them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, last week I could barely keep up with all of the madness over here, but Fluffy, you had your time. I'm sure you were able to see some teams that really struck your eyes.
I think I mentioned that a bit earlier with the Team Secret against Fancy United. I think that game, more than anything, was the one that really convinced me that Team Secret, although they had a little rough start, is really on that upward trend right now. And hopefully now that we're at this stage of the tournament, they can really show the strength that we know from the local scene in the international stage.
Yeah, one team that I want to mention is obviously the team that everybody has been looking out for throughout this stage, which is Paper X. You know, you see all of the interviews, every single player says that this is the team that they're looking out for, and they're either looking out for Jing or Forsaken. And I mean, my God, their run through their group against Boom Esports and Order, it was a flawless victory overall. But you know, Trix, who I wanna talk about too, are my kids, which is
Bleed Esports. Yes, your children. You know, they accepted your support. I think Bleed Esports, honestly, coming in a little rocky, a little dicey. I know they came in from the play-ins, right? But they've just been proving that they deserve their spot here. They improved dramatically. The amount of discipline we're seeing on the team as a whole, they're changing up the way that they play mid-game. And I think that's exactly what they needed. And that's what they're going to need throughout this knockout stage.
Yeah, I think to add on to Leica's point as well about the undefeated Paper X, it's not just them actually for this part of the tournament. A bunch of other teams also are on that trend, ONIC included, as well as Xerxia. So there's a lot of things that we haven't seen yet, that we have yet to test, especially with the matchups. Not everyone can stay undefeated at this stage, but it's going to be starting out strong because, again, this is the best of the best at this point. So I'm really, really hyped.
I really am hyped too. Boom Esports also qualifying over here at the knockouts, and it feels like a Cinderella story for them. After all, they started at the play-ins, they're still here, and they don't plan on backing down. So a lot of good teams over here. And Griffin Esports, my God, Trix, we saw the improvement from this team from their debut performance all the way to qualifying over here at the knockouts.
I feel I'm a little conflicted. I'm not sure who I would claim for myself to be the team that during this entire stage is the team that improved the most, but I feel Griffin definitely surprised me more than anybody else. Just the way they were able to acknowledge the fact that the playstyle they came into APAC with was not the playstyle they wanted to end it on is, for me, what got them to the knockout stage.
Like we keep saying here on the show, it feels like it's an entirely different team. Whoever we met during the play-ins, during the first day of the group stage, they're no longer the same team. They are brand new, they're improved, and they just keep on growing, which, you know, for the other teams who are participating over here, you know, you gotta stay on your toes. You gotta watch out for every single team out here. Forget what you know of them, because they're improving every single game. They're improving every single series. So you better watch out, because you might be the victim of their fierceness. So getting to this point, once again, was no easy feat. These challengers had to go through mountains to get here. And if you don't believe me, well, allow Mika Fabs to do some extra convincing. Here she is with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
See? I told you guys it wasn't easy. Pushing through their local challengers, getting into the play-ins, get to the group stage, get to where we are now. It's been a long, arduous journey, but it still does not end here. Today is the start for a new task for these players, and to get an idea of what kind of mountain they'll have to climb through, let's kind of take a look at the brackets that we have over here, because it's just phenomenal. I'm a little bit nervous as we go into this phase because you'll be seeing the best of the best teams here. There are no teams here that are underqualified because they're just here. They went through a lot, Tricks, and I'm excited to see more, but I'm sure that your eyes are set over here at Xerxia too.
Wow, you just know me so well, like
I do.
You do. I was so excited watching this matchup, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I really want to watch Xerxia play, but I feel like I look at every single match and I want to watch all of them. Paper X, especially in Alter Ego, I find there's a strong teams. We have Bleed and Griffin teams that have really improved since coming in from the play-ins, or rather since Bleed coming in from the play-ins and Griffin just changing their playstyle throughout APAC Stage. ONIC, a formidable team against Boom Esports, also coming in from the play-ins like Bleed. So it's hard to look at the brackets and say I want this team to win because all of them have been performing so well, and I just can't wait to see how they do.
You know, Trix, the good thing about today is that we get a treat of a little bit of all of the matches. Look at today's matches. It's so jam-packed. We'll get to see a little piece of every single team that we have here.
Yeah.
And my goodness, Fluffy, I gotta ask you, which one are you looking forward to seeing today?
I think for me, it's like a tie between the first game, Paper X against AE, and the last game, Xerxia against Team Secret. I feel like it's really interesting because of all the matches today. You know, half the teams here, one in each match, is actually undefeated, meaning that you kind of have an underdog for the other half of it for every match. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But personally, the Team Secret one, you know, local talents, always invested in that. But Paper X also, you know, a lot of people really claim that they are the best of the best. A lot of people have a lot of respect for them as a team, and it really shows now that they're not just good, but they're really consistent. So now that they're up against a lot of these top teams that I've seen a lot of info from them, I wonder how they're going to adapt to take down this Titan for the rest of these knockouts.
God, all of these teams just have this huge mountain to climb on. And I am honestly dumbfounded right now to see like who is gonna go to the lower bracket. I can't even imagine because it's just so tough over here at the playoffs or the knockouts rather, and it's just gonna be so intense. So to the people who are watching right now, I highly advise that as we do our panel right now, prepare your popcorn, prepare your snacks, because we're in for a long ride today. And as I say this, we're going to be welcoming in just a bit the first series of the day. You guys saw it in the match schedule, a little bit of a teaser, but why don't we talk a little bit of how these two have fared throughout this, throughout the group stages, or perhaps the play-ins where they came from. Let's start off with, I'm looking at this and it's a little bit tricky because the first team that we do have here is a team that is undefeated. We've established this in the past. And it's just so scary going up against a formidable opponent as this one. So Fluffy, when you come across a team that is just so good as the first team, I don't want to name drop just yet, but I know that you know which team I'm talking about.
Right.
What do you have to keep in mind as you face them?
I guess part of it is learning to really master your own game plan, because I think with a team like that team, one of their strengths is just how as you mentioned, I think previously in the backstage, how innovative they can be and how unexpected they can, the unexpected factor that they can really bring to the game, as well as you have to be mentally prepared that they're very practiced and that when you make a move that they have an answer already prepared. So you really have to, I guess, just bunker down on what you know and really just play your game over anything. Like, not be phased. You just have to treat it like I'm playing another game.
I absolutely agree, and that is exactly what this team has been doing. They make it seem like every single game it's just another game for us. You know, the way they play, the style that they show, and just the entertainment factor that they have to every single game makes us believe that. So the first team we're going to be seeing is a team that stormed through the group stages. Unsurprising though, since their track record is phenomenal. Their innovative but most of all unpredictable nature just landed them here a spot on the knockouts. So here they are, Paper X. Fluffy, here they are. It's Paper X, the #1 team to beat according to the players out here.
Yeah, Paper X, it's really hard to make an introduction now for these guys. I feel like they're very established and well known. To get here, though, they had to go through the Australian Titans order, and they got them in a clean 2-0, which I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by, granted of how consistent they are. Order, of course, also is a great team. But back to Paper X, we really saw them bunker down on a lot of their strategies. You know, they have that Jing and Forsaken combo. They used it in that series really effectively with that Jet as well as Reyna combination, which is something that a lot of teams kind of have tried to avoid. But for Paper X, you know, a lot of team synergy, a lot of practice, and a lot of good trades really make it work for them in that regard. And of course, in their second game, they also had not only the Jing and Forsaken connection, but Mindfreak and Devi also stepping up to the play. This team overall just really balanced, and they have a good combination and read of how well they can space together, how careful and precise they are when they take sites and take space, but also how explosive they can be and aggressive when they make it. And the thing about this team, which I feel like a lot of people know already, is that when one of them does pop off, it really makes the burden of the team really lift up their teammates' shoulders and really carry them throughout each and every round, which is why I feel like they're so consistent. You know, every player in this team really has that ability, that X factor in their own right to really push. Yeah. And if anyone can make it, the team just supports whoever is popping off at the time, and then they just bulldozer through every team. And so far, so good for this team.
It really is so far so good, but that is the problem for the opponent that they're going to be facing, because when you come up against a giant such as this one, it can get a little bit intimidating, but I'm sure that this team won't let that get to them because they are one of the powerhouses of the SEA as well. I say that with confidence, as we have 3 teams that have come from that same region. Their explosiveness has gotten them this far, but the question is, will this be enough against a fellow explosive team? Let's find out with Alter Ego.
And now we have Alter Ego to save all of us the trauma and trouble of Laika probably coming up with puns from their name. Here is the lineup. We've got Adrian King, Axelovia, Delby, Kush, and Noxy. Honestly, every single player in Alter Ego has been stepping up. We've seen all of them shine individually. I find that when you watch them play, you know, every time that there's an opponent there, they've got a crossfire going. I think that would really help against a team like Paper X. Paper X having that more explosive, unpredictable lineup, but Alter Ego holding down the fort, having those crossfires set up, being ready for the refrags and the trades. I find that AE's explosiveness also is something that it's fantastic to watch because they always come from different angles. But I also do worry sometimes when they get shut down that it might take them a little longer, especially against a team like Paper Rex, because they're constantly coming in there. They're constantly changing the pace, changing the position, sometimes stacking aside, sometimes not. So I'm wondering if you guys think AE's got what it takes.
Can I just say that I thought you loved my pun tricks?
I do.
Then okay.
The audience.
Oh, they love it too. Please, viewers in chat, say that you love my puns. But yeah, going back to AE, I have the same worry for them, but I don't know. I've seen their Crossfire's really good setups every single time. I think that Paper X is also up for a challenge as they face up against these guys who are really well coordinated. And as I say that, coordination is important, and it is a main factor to becoming an entry or a duelist for your team, because you need your team backing you up. It's not a single team play. It's always a team play, basically. Why did I say single team play? But you know what I mean. Like, you need your teammates to back you up with whatever execution you're trying to pull off. And as we go on over to our head-to-head, let's actually talk about the players who kind of not initiate, but are the front man of the team. So Fluffy, we've got Forsaken and Delby on our screens right now.
Yeah, so these two, again, the tip of the spears for a lot of the battles that they're going to undertake in the foreseeing matches. Forsaken, of course, very well known as one of the highest percentage players, headshot percentage, ACS, KDA, all of the above. He is a type of player that really, if he gets going, can really cause a landslide effect and can really turn into that unstoppable ball for his team, and with the support of his fellow duelist Jing to cover where he can't. It's one of the main strengths of Paper Rex's initial entry and one of the biggest factors of why they're so explosive. On the other hand, Delby, with much of the same qualities, is also I think that he's a bit more calculated than Forsaken, and I think that does work well for his team. It helps them in those adaptive situations, and as you mentioned, on the opposite side when they're defending, they really have that crossfire setup that they can really pull off, and landing the first shot with the support of your team is always going to be a breather for the rest of the round.
Watching Paper X play their series last time, I do feel that there were moments that we could see Forsaken kind of overheat, overextend, get a little anxious, jump the gun kind of thing. And I'm wondering if that's something that they did because they were so confident, they were so, they were confident the way that they played, they were comfortable with everything they were doing, so they felt that they could make up for those mistakes. And I'm wondering today, if they're going against Alter Ego, if we're going to see moments like that again, where we'll find that there might be a little bit of an aggressive push that was unnecessary, or there might be like those moments where they kind of go in or overcommit and Alter Ego will punish them for it. And essentially, like, I'm just wondering how the game is going to go, honestly, guys.
Well, since we're already on the topic of aggressive pushes, why don't we aggressively push to our map vetoes right now? I'm so smart. I
you are. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
Yeah, transition. See, we dashed. Well, we technically dashed backwards.
True.
But hey, Fluffy, off the bat, I think that Paper X has a lot of fun with the maps, with the varying compositions that we like to see from them. I do think that Alter Ego has really been looking good on Ascent, especially after that Xerxia match.
Yeah, and I also think that another map that they're pretty good in is Bind. I feel like that's one of the maps that AE are probably looking to go for. But as I say that, the first two maps that we'll be not seeing this series will be Breeze and Ascent, already taken out of the map pool, with AE going to be the first one to lock in the map. And as I kind of predicted, they're going for a favorite map, Bind. A good way to start it. They haven't lost Bind their entire Indonesian Stage 2 challengers, but moving on to the APAC, they also continue that streak where they really have that overwhelming hold over how to play and understand Bind. And on the other hand, we see Paper Rex choosing to go for Fracture. It's not necessarily one of AE's strongest maps, but they have won when they have played it, although it looked a bit shaky. And as we convert into the second phase bans, we start off with Haven, leaving only Split. Never mind, not Split.
Nope, not today.
Icebox for today. That will lock in all our map picks: Bind, Fracture, and Icebox.
I do want to point out, though, one of the nice things about Paper X, especially watching Paper X, studying them, you'll realize they have a widespread repertoire on all the maps. Like, they're comfortable on all of the maps, and I feel like that's very telling on the fact that they're comfortable with each other as teammates, they're comfortable with the strategies that they have. they seem to always have a good idea of what they want to execute, how they're going to execute it. Alter Ego, on the other hand, really picking to their strengths and trying to cut out all those weaknesses. I find it's good that Paper Rex actually banned out the Ascent on Alter Ego. They haven't exactly had the cleanest run, although they have been improving their run here in APAC Stage. So yeah, I think these are really good maps to play on. We've got Bind really close quarters, Fracture Large, and Icebox as well, having those vertical duels.
Oh my god, Trix. I'm actually looking at this right now. You know, as we said, it's really good for Alter Ego and both Paper X over at Bind. But I know that you're going to be super excited for Bind because Alter Ego likes to pick out the Fade and the Sky combination. So maybe we'll get... I don't know if Fluffy is a fan of that, but if you were tuning into the panel in the past couple of days, we've established that basically that is like the bread and butter of Trix watching the series come to life. Whenever she sees a Fade and a Sky combo, she's like... That's perfect. That's magnificent.
If only they did more with it sometimes. You know?
I feel like Fluffy has his own favorite compositions, but I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that Sky and Fade in general is like one of the best pairings you can have. I'd have to agree with Trix there.
Thank you.
It really gives you a lot of angle control because you still keep that flash, but it also provides you 3 kind of drone effects or dog effects, which way you want to see it. So it's a lot less risk for your team to take space, especially when you're attacking. On the other hand, though, you don't lose out information as well, since you always have that recharging Sky Flash and that guiding light, and you also have the Haunt for a full scan. And a map like Bind, where Sova, although is good, the darts are kind of predictable at this point. So having the Haunt be a bit more unpredictable, I think helps a lot. So I think it's a good combination. I also want to mention that they're pairing it up with that Brimstone for most times, and Brimstone I think really helps. Because when you take Sky and Fade, you're kind of losing out on like a really big indirect damage ultimate. So in case the opponents play KJ or something like that, or just to clear certain angles, having that Molly and as well as the Brimstone ult, I think is super valuable.
Well, that is true. Now that you put it that way, I realize that. But we're going to be having Fracture as the second map. I'm looking at the recent Paper X compositions over here. They usually run the same lineup. But what's funny to me is that I know on paper it looks like a double duelist lineup, but sometimes, you know, depending on how these players really pull out that chamber, this could feel like a triple duelist setup. You got a Neon, a Raze, and then a chamber. With the way these guys play, I can't really imagine how that plays out. Can you, Trix?
I love seeing that aggressive chamber play. I just like the amount of mobility he has, especially on a map like Fracture, which I believe one of the casters point out, it's kind of like a track, you know, it goes in circles.
Oh, that was Dax.
There are different entry points, and it just keeps going around. I love the map. I feel like it really shows you the teamwork, angle awareness, you know, being able to kind of close out those corners, fight the duels, deciding which fights to even take. We see some teams decide, you know, to go the other half of the way they used to go before. So I am excited to see it. I think Chamber has a lot of value in a map like Fracture because of how mobile he is and how it keeps the opponents guessing because of how tight the sites are as well.
Yeah, and I think although you can say they kind of have 3 duelists, if you look at Chamber that way, I think they also kind of, on the opposite end of things, have like half a smoker, because generally with this pairing, they almost always, or so far, have run that solo controller in Viper, which I think is always a great agent. It's one of my favorites. But on a map like Fracture, if you kind of commit to your utility too early, it really limits your options for the rest of the round. So they have to be able to play fast and play well in order to play around their Viper pick. Or on the other hand, Alter Ego, you know, they normally have a more flexible controller, so they have a bit more options with that. And they also normally do play that KO, meaning that a lot of the utility plays that are going to come out from Paper Rex when they do explode have a big chance of getting shut down. So I feel like that's a good way to look at both teams on that map for Fracture.
So we touched up a little bit on Bind and on Fracture. We'll save Icebox for later. We won't know if we'll actually make it to that point. But with the current map selection that we have, I want to ask you guys, what do you think your predictions are going to be for the way this series go? Let's start with you, Fluffy, since you just got back.
Since I just got back, I think I'd have to go with the Titans themselves. Paper Rex for me has proven not only playing, like they can play at the top level, but just how consistent they are really matters a lot. So I think for me, it's pretty convincing the Paper Rex. But I think Alter Ego has adapted a lot. That I'm not sure if it's enough though.
I definitely agree with Fluffy here. I find Paper X to be such a formidable opponent and so confident and comfortable with one another that a team like Alter Ego, although in their own ways they have everything that it takes to be a top team and a team to take down Paper X, I feel that it's putting all of those pieces together, and I'm not sure they've kind of found that combination yet. So Paper X for me.
Okay, so are we all on the same page? My answer is yes. I'm also going to be going for Paper X. I mean, track record show, these guys are phenomenal. They're undefeated, especially here at the group stage. And I'm excited to see more as they progress throughout the knockouts. But I don't know, their level of unpredictability, everything about them is just so interesting to see. And I feel like, you know, we talk about their unpredictability, we talk about their innovations, and when you're on the outside or when you're in the opponent team, I feel like that's a ground for like difficulty in reading your opponent, right? You never really know what Paper X is gonna bring to the table, and I think that Alter Ego is also gonna have a bit of trouble with that one. Like they don't know what to expect from this team, and they'll only find out as we progress into the team. But hey, Bind, Fracture, I really don't know how it's gonna go. I don't know if it's gonna be a 2-1, if we're even gonna reach map 3. But yes, it's been quite a map selection. Bind and Fracture, we don't actually, one interesting thing here is that most of these teams have been avoiding Fracture. For us to see this so early on in the group stage is something that we should talk about. Like, Fluffy, I know that Oasis, I mean, you have your experience with Oasis Gaming, right? And they don't bring out Fracture as much, but when they do, it's pretty good. So what does this mean that they're pulling this out really early on in the group stage? I mean, in the knockouts, right?
I think it's just a preparation thing overall. I feel like, especially if it's a team that doesn't really bring it out in the previous part of the tournament, either they're saving the strat or they're really just, I guess, fine-tuning what they have. Because the thing about Fracture is, I feel like out of all the maps, it's probably one of the maps that require teamwork to be like the heaviest to be worked on. Because if you leave a gap on Fracture, literally the entire enemy team can just run through 1 out of like 4 chokes and pinch the site. So it has a lot more room for mistakes, and it requires a lot of teams to practice a lot harder than they normally would on other maps. So because of the layout and the way you fundamentally play it is a bit different. So teams that do master it have a good advantage, because it means that they have something that either forces a ban and gets them a free map, or it's just a map that they can destroy the other team on. But at this stage of the game, I'm pretty sure that every team has already have a practice Fracture, and it really shows now that it's coming out so early.
I hope that is the case. I do believe that there are still teams out there who don't have their comfort maps, you know, ready. Or like they don't have certain comfortability with some of the maps that we have at the pool, right?
Yeah.
Fracture though, it's fairly new tricks. I mean, of course they've had their fair share of competitions over here, but Bind, on the other hand, is a map that's already so established that I don't know if this was the best for like AE going into it.
I mean, as Fluffy points out, AE has an impeccable record on Bind itself. I feel they've really shown their understanding of that map. But also, earlier we were talking about the unpredictability Paper Rex has. So what does a team do against another team that's just constantly unpredictable? And as Fluffy pointed out, it's about you being, like, going to your roots and being decisive. It's about, okay, you don't know what the opponent is doing, but you should know what you want to be doing. You need to have that clear decision. Understand the angles that might be open, plays that you might have not seen or had faced up against, but expect it, because that's probably exactly what a team that's unpredictable will do against you.
Well, speaking of the unpredictable team, Fluffy, what do you think is going on in their heads? Like, how the way they play, again, is so unpredictable. They're able to pull out these multiple compositions. How do you even pull that off, especially at a tournament that's this level of caliber?
I feel like it's just comfort, honestly. You know, they've done it so much, so often that they have a lot of trust in each other and in their practice that they can really fall back and rely on that when push comes to shove. Another thing about them too is I feel like this team has played so much that it's just another day at the office for them, win or lose. It just so happens that most of the time it is a win for them. But other than that, it's just, you know, it's your job at this point. So you really practice. There's nothing that really can phase you. And knowing that you are currently, quote unquote, the best, I feel like is a good confidence booster as well, that you can just take the rest.
And I hope PaperX does not forget to enjoy the damn game.
I feel like that's all they do, though.
That's true.
I love the way that they just change everything up. Like, I think it was Tash, right, that got so excited seeing Benkai back on the Cypher. And I could understand it after seeing him on the Cypher. Like, I could see why it was so exciting. The way that they change what they're playing. The way that they're even able to do that because they understand each other so well. I find that it's that kind of team that you can tell they've spent a lot of time together and they're still learning and still innovating and still creating with one another.
Really goes to show, right? But we're gonna be moving over here to Bind. It's time for the agent selection. We're looking to see if we are gonna find Trix's favorite Fade and Sky combination over here. We're hoping, fingers crossed for the sake of Trix, that it actually pops out. 1 out of 2 over here, Trix. Last one. Last one.
Oh,
Give it to us.
dear.
There you go.
Thank you, Alter Ego, for still running your Fade and Sky. It is absolutely a treat to watch. I think, you know, when you watch Alter Ego with that lineup on Bind, they have that retake potential, as Fluffy pointed out. On the side of PaperX, we do see that Fade pair a lot with the utility of the Raze on Jing, so we can see that they throw it out on the teleporter, and we can see that there's that double controller setup, more information and more space for them to take, while Alter Ego, on the other hand, seems to be more retake heavy, more not really controlling, but in that aggressive play, but hopefully they don't overextend.
Right. I think on the other hand, though, for Paper Rex, with Benkai really stepping up on the Viper for this map, bringing them to that double controller setup alongside the Brimstone. Normally, I would say that it provides you, as the namesake goes, more control of the map because you have a lot more smokes and things to work with. But looking at this matchup as a whole, with Alter Ego running that Raze, Sky, and Fade, there's just so many things that can check a lot of these cheeky angles that you can have normally with a Viper setup. Normally, it's very scary to push through Viper utility, either the wall or the smoke itself. You know, you don't want to take that decay, and obviously the vision itself is very scary to push through. You might lose a member, but with the Boombot, the Trailblazer, as well as any of the Prowlers, there's just so much utility that they can freely use to check. And if they stall out long enough, the Viper utility only lasts X amount of time before she has to go for that recharge. So I feel like in this matchup, actually, it might not give as much control as PaperX might think it can.
And if Alter Ego was able to watch the game that PaperX had versus Order, I'm pretty sure that they have some level of preparation over here. We talked about, you know, the level of unpredictability that PaperX has to offer, but today, you know, Alter Ego has had some research done, obviously, and I just think that they might have a slighter advantage over here since they had this before. They've seen this composition before, and they might have had something prepared to counter it. Now, this is going to be the first game of the knockouts, and it is about to commence. Get ready, get set, folks, because as Neon would say it, here we go!
magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Pagbabalik na naman natin dito sa isang panibagong linggo here in VCT Asia Pacific. I'm Honey Glaze with the double kasama ko ngayon si Vil. And good morning sa iyo, Vil.
What's up mga kalbo? What is up mga kalbo? And I am back with a brand new track. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're watching PPGL VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts already. This is actually the playoffs. Ito na ang top 8 teams ng buong Asia Pacific region mga kaibigan. And makikita natin dito kung sino na ba. Ngayong linggo, on Sunday, makikita na natin kung sino bang makakasama ng Team Secret sa paglipad papuntang Copenhagen. Ayan ganito lang yan, men. If ever nanood kayo ng stream ko, kahapon, nakita na nga natin yung live prediction na ginawa ko. Walang kabayas-bayas mga kaibigan. Pero dito sa PaperX at AE, men, sabihin ko sa'yo, malaki ang posibilidad na 2-0 to in favor of PaperX.
Actually, no? Since ito yung isa sa mga powerhouses talaga na maglalaban ngayon. Really expecting so much in this game. Katulad nga ng sinabi ng mga panelists natin, they are leaning towards PaperX within their predictions. And PaperX, speaking of, they are starting off strong dito sa attacking phase natin. Since they are holding into Fountain na 4 or 5 sila mga kumpleto dito to get an info pero walang bardagulat kaagad dito, walang nagpapatumpik pa kaagad. We have here Forsaken, even though that he is the chamber, pumasok siya agad dito to try and get an info. Forsaken goes in for 2. Nandito naman yung white coming for 8 and but unfortunately hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat pa dahil isa na lang din ang natitirang Forsaken with a wild 3K. Dabay naman dito for another 3 things out and the first pistol lang dito ay mapapabura na ng PaperX.
Good morning ulit! I am back. Sorry, may ginawa lang ako. Pero kitang-kita naman natin, kakasabi ko pa lang na PaperX talaga may chance sa manalo dito and grabe naman talaga round number 1 pa lang sa ang gandang ginawa nila Forsaken popping off already. Actually, itong si Forsaken mga kaibigan, meron siyang ginawang interview. Secret na lang kung sinong kasama niya. Secret na lang kung sinong kasama ni PaperX ha. Pero meron tayong sneak peek dyan. Ang pangalan niya Step. Pero mamaya, hindi mo alam kung pero alam Noxy. Low on HP right now sa mga headhunter doon. Dahil talaga bawat kayo sobrang solid mga pinapakita na dito. For second book nilang nakapag-run the full out siya. Zheng going in with a spray onto that Spectre will catch one. Ito naman si King! Yan, King! Adrian King onto that corner right now. But where is the rotation? Ginagawa dito ng PaperX. It is gonna happen right now as well. And for Adrian King, together with Xerxia, they're just actually waiting for exit frags right here. And syempre AE, itong mga AE, itong mga alter ego. Go! Ano? Sila yung naglaglag, di ba? Sa RRQ, tama di ba?
RRQ.
Ito sila King, talagang pabayaan lang natin sila. Pero si Forsaken, nagbabantay lang din sila dito. If ever mag-push yung Forsaken dito, okay lang naman. Kasi naka-ano lang naman siya. At the end of the day, naka-frenzy lang siya, Max. Ayun lang ang gamit niya. And look at the discipline of PaperX right now. Hindi sila nag-commit. Hindi na sila lalaban. All they're gonna do is just secure the site. Hindi naman sila magmamakasin na, tara, pasok tayo dito, tara, gusto ko kasi tumakasin KBA ko, pare. I'm gonna do that, man. They're actually really disciplined that way na hindi sila gumagawa ng mga bagay-bagay na talagang baka ikatalo pa nila. Pero itong game na to, Honey Glaze, this is gonna be a 2-0.
Yeah, really expecting so much for PaperX dito. Especially sa start off pa lang nila dito in our lead. Na 2-0 ka agad. Isipin pa natin dito yung comfortability na Forsaken kanina with his movement. Muntikan pa siyang mapatay ni Kush kanina after getting in 1. And nakita natin na he was able to immediately disengage, immediately escape through a casualty na naibigay niya dito sa AE. But right now, it's a 4-man stack or make it 5 dahil ngayon mag-push si Adrian King. Taken by timing dito sa Benkai. Wise off a wide swing naman ang ginawa dito ni Forsaken para ma-eliminate ka agad dito yung mga members here from the side of AE. But
Spike down B.
Player remaining. Members na lang at mukhang maiisahan pa sila kaagad dito ni Ching who was able to go in for the
Spike
2K.
planted.
Axel Love is the only man remaining right now. 2v1. Jing waiting on that corner, low on HP. Hindi naman siya 1 HP dito, huwag kang magdala. So probably a 2 hits sa katawan and he's gonna be down. Pero ang problema si Magnific na babala yun sa may gilid. So if ever lumabas si Axel Love dyan, this is gonna be a big mistake for him to do. All they're gonna do is probably gonna get that save na lang din talaga. Pero wala eh. Maasim si Axel Love. Yeah, and now Mind Freak. Gonna take it down with a wall bang. 3-0. Doon sa round na may baril na ang alter ego. Go, go, go. Pero ito ito men. I mean, nakikita ko na yung mga comments. What's up mga kalbo? Ay, man. Ay, no. Alam mo ba? Alam mo, sabihin ko lang sa'yo, Honey Glaze. Kagabi. Wala akong ginawa. Kundi kumanta ng Sun and Moon. Hindi ko alam.
Ibang kanta naman ngayon. Ibang soundtrack naman ngayon.
Legit, hindi ko alam kung bakit, men. Ewan ko. Pero big shoutout nga pala yung Ian. Honey Glaze Ian, nanonood. Pero Noxy, catching one right now. He's super low. Literally 1 HP left dito kay kaibigan Noxy. 4 Jing. With all these utilities on hand, not giving Outer Eagle a chance. Range was not gonna connect all these players. Satchel out. Pag lang syempre maalis sila ng mga position nila. Pero dito sa may elbow. Pero yung meron Jing, mamasin pa siya. Yan ang tanong. Jing, huwag ka masyadong maasim kapatid. Shoutout sa headset mo kasi kulay pink. Ang ganda niyan. Alam mo natin meron pa dito sa may gilid. Dito lang sa katabi. Mind Freak, however, is a tough spot if ever nakita ka ni Oxygen once after head yan for sure. Low retake na ginagawa lang dito ng paper deck ng
One enemy remaining.
Catching one. Follow to him though with just that Spectre on hand. Grabe naman yung mukha ni Doug sa monitor mga kaibigan.
Basta yung keyboard niya dun sa monitor niya, no? Grabe, ang naging command and lead ngayon na Paper Rex. It's already 4-0. Ang daming naging executions dito. Talagang binabardagal ka agad nila dito ang AE. What I mean by this is, hindi na nakakapag-react on time pa dito yung AE. Even though na sila yung unang nakapitas on that round, they were able to take down the first blood. Pero nandito naman din yung mga crazy trade-offs na gagawin dito na Paper Rex para ma-enable nila ang kakayahan ng Alter Ego to get in the advantage. Paper Rex
Let's play.
has the ego, but now with man push all the way from Hookah, Jing was able to eliminate in 2K immediately down the 3v5 scenario.
Satchel out. Tinry ng Alter Ego na sobrang aggressive ngayon. Pero sila pa rin talaga ang na-punish ni Jing. Literal na 4 silang nag-push. Dun sa back. Pero but still, na-punish pa rin talaga sila, men. Mag-isa lang si kaibigang Jing doon. Inubos lahat nung sumilip dun sa may Hookah. But Delzo, 1v2. At least Axel Love nakakuha siya ng dalawa. Pinangalan Davai. Get the head of Delb. 0-5 in favor of Paper Rex. This is the power of MYSG. We've been seeing them ever since last year, mga kaibigan. Galing silang Masters 1 sa Berlin. Nakita na natin kung paano ba maging cameraman si Benkay. Nakita na natin kung paano ba siya naging Viking sa mismong venue. Ginawa niya yun. Nagko-cosplay siya, men. Gusto ko ulit makita yun. Tulad nga na sinabi ko sa inyo. Ang gusto ko makapunta sa Copenhagen, PRX at saka Team Secret again. 2v3. Griffin King, which is
one enemy remaining.
Super low. Kush. The only man remaining right here. Ito nakailan ng medyo ilang rounds na nagkaroon ng bonus round ng AE bonus creds kasi nga tuloy-tuloy silang natatalo dito. They actually really trying to be really aggressive. But for Paper Rex, wala, sobrang napapunish pa rin talaga. But Davai though, Kush knows na meron tao dito sa may likod ng tube, mga kaibigan.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna take him down. 1v1 with a Griffin right now. But Davai will swing onto the left side. of the spectrum will get catch one. Tinurbo pa nga.
Taken by surprise.
Wala naman tayong pakialam sa mga turbuhan ng mga yan kasi di naman Pinoy yan.
Oo nga. Walang buff yan ngayon. Walang makakapang-init na dugo dito dahil mas mainit pa sa hot dito. Players sa PaperX. Sabi mo kanina talagang punishment lang ang ginagawa ng PaperX dito once na makita nilang aggressive nang napapush dito ang Alter Ego. Even though that they are defending, they're the ones trying to give so many surprises dito sa PaperX, pero nakikita natin talaga sila lang din yung tumutumba sa mga nagiging strategy play nila against PaperX. And PaperX, especially with Jing and Forsaken, with their crazy angles and even the counter out dito ng mga pushes from Alter Ego. Now, it's a call for a timeout for Alter Ego, which is really good dahil 6-0 na yung ating first half.
6-0 already, napakabilis. Make the flowers bloom. Direct mahina daw yung mic ko. Pwede yung palakasan direct. Yung nagki-clip na ako.
Yung nagki-clip na?
Oo. Yung pag nilakasan ni direct. Yung maririnig na pati sa Valorant.
Sa mga ads.
Korea. Anong kalakas, man. Sa mga nanonood dyan, good morning sa inyo. Good na sa YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Mahal ko kayo. Inom tayo ng kape. Tapos na ako uminom ng kape. Pero, alam niyo pati pag inom ng kape sinasabi ko yun. Siyempre, di ba? Para siyempre, malakas tayo. Man. Shoutout nga pala kay Vince. Kasi Vince Zen, pinadala niya ako ng coffee from Japan. Yes.
Yung recently na pinost mo.
Iba pa yun. From Malaysia yun eh. Ano yun? Bale, ano na siya? Crushed na siya ng coffee. Tapos binroom na lang ni May. Eh, meron kasi kaming coffee maker. So, si May talaga ang ginagawa natin sa Italy. It's literal na gumagawa talaga siya ng kape doon. So, kaya sap ng buhay kayo, lagi ako may masama. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, kaibigan? Bakit ka na sa gilid kayo, pero alandama mo siya isa ngayon? And dalawa na dito sa PaperX probably is gonna be the first round na makukuha yan na Alter Ego after 7 rounds, mga kaibigan. Finally! After 6 rounds, finally, Alter Ego getting the first point of the game. And they're back. Pero ito ang tanong, ito ba ang magiging stepping stone nila in order for them to get that comeback? Or pinaisa lang ng PaperX ang Alpha Esports?
Alpha Esports. That really is just a question. Kasi PaperX dito, mukhang scattered sila kanina from that round. May nakapag-push na all the way from Lambs. Tapos, naisaan naman sila dito ni Noxy with his operator. Now, hindi na muna magiging aggressive ang Alter Ego since they all know how they are immediately punished here by Jing. Dagdagan mo pa ng opportunity na back-trade off at hindi lang gawing isa yung mabawas ka agad dito for Alter Ego. Now, down to a 5v5. Still, Forsaken dito. Nagparinig lang din. Alter Ego was able to go for 1. Dahil naman dito is very low on HP. Dagdagan mo pa ng Nightfall na naging kasama dito sa PaperX to get inside the side. But EDN King, hindi papayag na hindi makaisa. 1 member down. Make it 2 for PaperX.
Yun yung actually yung ginawa dito ni Adrian King dahil sa anticipation na kailangan natin. Wala ka pa nakukuha or nakikita na kalaban dito, pero in-anticipate mo, alam mo merong lalabas dyan after that smoke. And take it down 1 already. Pero the Vi, half HP left, 3v3 onto this game. Pwede pang mapigilan to ng mga players ng AE if ever, pero ang problema, wala na talagang tao dito sa may beat. And the players of PaperX, yes, they have the complete
30 seconds left.
Security of a site already. Plus that Viper spit na ilalabas ngayon ni Benkay. That's gonna be huge. Adrian King, oh no! Namatay yung Viper spit. A mind freak will be falling down as well. It's out to Davai. Davai is known to clutch, mga kaibigan. Pero wala siyang idea at all na meron tayo.
One enemy
remaining. Him down as well. 7 seconds in. He will commit, or probably not. Oh no! Nasa may heaven. He knows it already. And Axelovia knows what to do. Hindi na lang siya papakita dito kasi he knows it already na manalo, matalo, Basta hindi na ma-plant ng 4 seconds at hindi siya magpakita, mananalo sila doon. 2-6. And sa totoo lang, kung ako kay Davai, I'm gonna commit that. Bahala na si Batman, man. Bahala na si Batman. I will really commit that. Pero depende naman sa kanila eh. Sa kanila naman yun, diba? Oo, di ba naman? Kasi ganito naman kasi yan eh. Actually, sa totoo lang, napakatalino ng ginawa ni Xerxia dito. You know why? Kasi pwede naman siya pumunta sa backside eh. Pero no, lumayo siya. Para syempre, mas mabait pa si Davai dito.
Parang ang dami tuloy naging pag-overthink ni Davai kanina.
Oo, man.
Let ba siya for... Hahanapin niya pa si Axelovia. Pero in the meantime, Alter Ego dito ang dami nag-skirmish all the way from hookah down to 3v3. Wala silang ka-idea na meron pala dito down below. But now nagbulagay na lang dito si Adrian King who goes in for the 2K. Now down to 1 remaining members. Si Forsaken na lang natitira na may operator pang hawak-hawak. So this will be huge. Especially na kung kaya niya ba dito maisahan ang mga players of White. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to react on time para ma-eliminate niya si Noxy. And 3 upgrades for Noxy. Hawak na naman niya yung operator.
Ito na ang paper next. I mean, ang Alter Ego. Yung sabi nila, ano? Vil, ano sabi mo? Intronesia? Diba? Sino yung intro voice ngayon, Vil? Paper next, pare. O Alter Ego, lumalaban. Sino po pumili naman ako? Nako po! Alter Ego, go, go, go! Sino yung pumili na? Sa 6-0 ng Paper Next. Nako po. Let's go Paper Next, 9-3. Ay, wala silang baril.
Pero let's not doubt the share of capabilities pa dito na Paper Rex. Ang laking advantage sila Davai once na hawak niya na dito. Yung one tap to the head of the Cherries, dagdagan mo pa dito na mga utilities sila to get inside of the site. Nakita ko lang din dito sa composition nila, more on defender-sided since dalawa yung controller nila eh. They have also Davai here with the utilities. Although Alter Ego nga dito, morely on the attacker side yung kanilang composition since they have the double initiator setup para magantihan nila dito Paper Rex.
Yung mga nagpapa-shoutout dyan, hello sa inyo. Yun lang, mahal ko kayo guys. Hindi ko ako na yung maglaro eh. Naglaro ako kahapon. Halo. Pero ganda ng bagong skin, gusto ko nun. Actually, bibilang ko si Taylor nun eh. Nakakainis kasi bibilang ko siya.
Nakakainis.
Hindi seryoso. Hindi pero legit. Kailangan ko siyang bilan ng buong bundle. Nakakainis pero... buong bundle. Ayos eh. Hindi legit to. Legit na kwento to ha. Kasi nga may dahilan kung bakit ko kailangan gawin yun. So, ayun. Basta 6-3 in favor of Paper Rex right now. That's gonna be a 9-3 or probably 7-5, 8-4. Makikita natin yan in just a few. Benkai with just a serve on hand. It's the Vi though. Gonna fall down to the hands of Phil. But he all the way from the backside of the back. That is Mind Freak catching one down. Benkai with another one right now. Pero Jing, maganda yung position niya. Wala siya from the middle down sa may likod. Axel Lovia gonna fall down as well. Axel Lovia, 1v1 in the gate. Once Jing meron siya dito mga barel. Pero yung nga lang, Jing, all you're gonna do is just trying to win. Bro, nakaplant yung spike kapatid. Pero Axel Lovia, sige! Sige, tontohin mo! Sayang, hindi nangyari yung...
Mantik na! Sabi naman sa inyo guys eh, Paper Rex kahit na thrift round, malaki pa rin ang opportunity makuha nila yung round. And they did it flawlessly. Although nakot ng by timing dito sa Davai, na nalikuran siya dito ng mga nagpo-push nga all the way from short, yung mga nag-flank dito for Alter Ego, dagdagan mo pa kaagad. Nung na mga nakakuha na ng free upgrades dito ang Paper Rex, nung isa na lang ang natitira. Nung si Jing pa talaga ang natira dito from Paper Rex, I really thought on that round na nasa kanya na yun eh. Sa kanya na naman yung opportunity makuha nila yung 7-3 and with that aggressiveness, mukhang unable to live a life stronger dito sa kanya. Dahil naputokan na kaagad siya ng showstopper dito. Noxy naman for another.
Huwag mo sabihin na putokan yung showstopper. Nasabugan. Kasi ano yan?
Nasabugan.
Rocket launcher yun boss eh. Medyo malakas dapat. Pero yung alam siya mga higay ko yun already. Pero kayo yung mga picture ni spread dito. Kasi yung mga kalabi na talaga sa Spike down A. Out. Nakita rin si Adrian King. Pero, Mindfreak, hinahabol ng Adrian here. All gonna do is trying to... Russian. Habulin nyo si Mindfreak, and I know wala naman siya naririnig ngayon. Literal na dalawang kalaban niya nasa likod. Malilikod na ata si Mindfreak. Napakaganda ng ginawa dito ng mga players ng Alter Ego sa totoo lang. Kasi wala silang idea. So wala naman silang naririnig. So habulin nyo lang sa likod, diba? Pero yun nga lang, whoop! Chebate, ito mga kuya mo. Kasi kala nyo mag-A kami, no? Hindi! B kasi yun. Pero yun nga, ulitin ko, walang idea ang Paper Rex na literal na nasa likod nila ang Alter Ego. Ang tanong, saan ba sila pupunta? And the best way for them to do it, magpunta na lang dito sa may elbow though. Dalawang players na dito sa may Hoka, isa na sa may Bilong. So there's gonna be a really good take na pwedeng gawin talaga ng Alter Ego if ever. Meron pa siyang hunt. Pero sa tao lang, if you're gonna ask me, maganda ang posisyon ng Paper Rex at the end of the day. That is a flash though. Pinakitang isa, alam na merong Bilong. Pero magkukumita ata sila dito, dalawa lumalabas siyempre para mag-trade off yung isa. Pero, flash, not gonna catch anyone but the Vile! Oh, look at that! Man, napakaliit nun! Napakaliit nun! Nung ano na yun, nung peak na yun, pero chamba yun, man, chamba yun! Yung ginawa ni Davai, chamba yun, man!
Yung sa unang kill, no?
Oo, chamba yun! Kung ako gumawa nun, skills yun!
Skill, grabe, Davai.
You know, chamba yun, man! Hindi ako maniniwala ka niyon. Pustahan tayo, pati siya nagulat doon, men. Pati siya nagulat doon.
Kasi ano lang yun eh, parang ina-expect at ina-anticipate niya na mag-wide swing sila dito since nakuha na nila yung info eh. They need to play together para at least makuha nila yung trade-off once na maisaan sila dito na Paper Rex. But Paper Rex, with their composure, with their precise aim, nakuha nila still yung round na yun, and just really goes to show na makikita natin yung full-on mechanical improvements dito ng Paper Rex. 8-3 is our scoreline. Almost close to a 9-3. Pero ngayon, ang Alter Ego, they're just playing it slow. Wala silang kinukuha or ginagamit dito. Pero on the other hand, they were able to take down one. Benkay naman dito for another. Para sa trade-off, 4v4, kulang lang din sa Eco ang Alter Ego.
Pero
face your fear.
Of AE is actually on it already. Para lang pasok dito, pero ang problema talaga ng Marshall Nightfall. They haven't really ako natin sila sila mag-revive isa. Pero nga lang dead. Not gonna catch anyone with that showstopper though. Akala nyo, magbibi kami, no? Mali, kami. 30 seconds left. Ang dami na nakomit doon. Ang dami na-commit ng Alter Ego doon.
Utility.
Pero 4v3 right now, Forsaken, meron pa siyang tour de force dito if ever. Noxy, pwede siya makakuha ng isa. Tour de force ang gamit niya. Hoy! Ano ginagawa mo dyan, kapatid?
Bilis.
Spike down A.
1v4. Forsaken will be falling down as well. 8-4 to end the first half.
At least, it was still a good round for AE. Dito na natin makikita yung advantages sila with their composition. Dito lang din talaga sa first half. Kita natin na talagang nalalamangan lang ng Paper Rex pagdating sa mga aim duels and composure dito ang Alter Ego. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga times na namamayan game sila sa mga pushes at sa mga wide swings na ginagawa dito ni Jing and Forsaken. Down to an 8-4 scoreline. Kailangan ng Alter Ego itong pisora na ito kasi kung hindi talaga mahihinayan tayo sa composure nila since dalawa yung kanilang initiators. We have Adrian King, we have also Kush. Also, as well, gotta point out here is yung equalize naman yung amount nila ng mga pick-offs ng kanilang KDAs. This is really the problem kung paano nila i-shutdown dito yung top fraggers from Paper Rex.
Yeah. On these games, mga kaibigan, nakikita natin ngayon ang ating scores. Jeng popping off with 13, currently the top fragger of the game. Pero to be honest, dito sa AE, sobrang well-distributed na mga frags nila to. Look at their kills. 9, 3, 8, 7. Sobrang well-distributed. So ibig sabihin talaga natin, wala talagang nagbubuhat. Lahat sila nagko-contribute, di ba? Hindi sila yung parang mga ibang teams na nagbubuhat, mga ganun. Mga kinalaban ng mga
hard carry.
Mga kinalaban na PH team na binubuhat lang naman ng mga kakampi na alam mo yun. Mga kalaban ng PH team, wala yan. Wala silang binuboost ngayon sa AE. silang binuboost. Itong papers kasi, walang ganyan, men. Kasi mga tropa natin yun eh. Once again, hindi natin makakalimutan yung ginawa nila back then. Yung dinala nila ang watawat ng Pilipinas sa Berlin. Winigay-wine nila yun. Naglakad sila sa stage ng Masters habang dala-dala nila ang watawat ng Pilipinas. Ginawa nila at hindi natin makakalimutan yun. Pero pagkalaban nila yung mga Pinoy, syempre, away doon. Pero after nun, tropa ulit natin
Galit-galit
sila.
muna.
Oo. Wala akong sinasanto, tandaan niyo. Wala akong sinasanto kahit sino ka pa. Wala akong, hindi kita sasanto. Sa kalaban ka ng Pinoy, kalaban din kita.
Paalam ka agad. Wala eh. Talagang ano eh. Oh, caught by timing lang dito si Mindfreak. Delp dito gets in the opportunity. We have also the Hunt not spotting in anyone, but with that 9, will they be able to spot in someone all the way from elbow? Pero elbow dito talagang hindi ginagawa ni Divide, but unfortunately, tatlo ang pumapatay sa kanya dito. Tumaragasan na lang the members all the way from AE, but AE here won't be living for much. Laban dito kay Forsaken, gamit lang din ang kanyang headhunter. 2v3. But Jing goes and hanging in 2 members, kaya hindi na tuloy sila nakaligtas.
Let's go, Forsaken!
2v1. Forsaken na lang dito ang natitira. 21 HP na lang ang meron siya.
Alam na,
2 bullets
narinig.
on his goes at narinig siya kaagad dito ng players from
Patay
AE.
ito.
And meron pa kasi close sa kanya. Uy! TPL!
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Ano oras?
Time!
Hey!
Oy!
Ay! Dito ba tama? Si Noxy nag-isip na, hala, ba't dito matama yun? Pati si Noxy nag-isip eh. Ano yun? Dito matama, pre. Ano yun? Nagsayang ka na ilang daan doon. Ano yun, man?
Ano nangyari? Nakalahati na ni ano yun ah. Nakalahati na ni Forsaken pa yun. Kabahan na talaga siya kung hindi pa tumamat, hindi siya nag-boost pa doon sa box na yun, sa crate na yun, all the way from Buka. Ako, makukuha pa dito ng Paper Rex yung round na ito. Yun oh. Kailangan niya pa tumalan.
Nice. Pero ito ngayon, pagbangon natin ang pinaginagawa ngayon push.
One enemy remaining.
Xerxia right now. Bonus round.
Spike planted.
1v4, Benkai with just that classic. Pag na-clutch ni Benkai ito, mamimigay ulit ako ng 10 battle pass sa stream. 10 yun, men. 10. Sayang talaga. Hindi nangyari yun. Sayang. Nanghihinayang ako na sobra.
Damdam na damdam natin yun.
Sayang hindi niya na-clutch ng hihinayang ako.
Binatuhan kasi ng Pagel. Kaya niya yun eh. Kaya classic. Nakapatay nga siya ng isa eh.
Sayang talaga. Sana si Apply Taylor. Nag-stream kami ng isang araw. Share ko lang.
Nakita ko kayo post yung bid.
Share kami. Share ko lang. Nung sinabi kong mamimigay ako ng battle pass sa graduate, ang daming gumraduate bigla.
Ako gagraduate din ako sa akin.
Talaga? Sige. Sige. Daming uy! Davai, kasi sinunod na pang pero wala action. Wow! Yan sa spray and pray na ginawa niya. Pero yung nga lang, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Axel Love, bigla nagsiswing. Hindi ko alam kung anong ginagawa ni Axel Love. All you're gonna do is wait, kapatid. Mag-wait ka lang, hindi yung bigla-bigla ka lang nagsiswing ng ganun. The score 6-9. Nice one, baby!
Pumabor sa kanya yung blind, hindi nga lang pumabor sa kanya yung numbers dito. Dahil si Forsaken yung nag-aabang dito sa fountain. Kaya hindi nakabuelo ngayon ng alter ego. It's just really the buy round dito ng Paper Rex. Dagdagan mo pa ng echo and the usage of their utilities pa. They were able to play a lot of mind games dito laban sa alter ego. Hindi man lang nakapag-react. Especially sa ginawa dito Mike agad. Hinahamo siya ngayon ng Boomcon. There's also the Prowlers hunting down na Mind Freak. Makakataka siya for a bit. There's the Hunt. Not spotting in anyone. But this is the take for the side of alter ego. But unfortunately, they weren't able to successfully react on time to buy. Tagging in all of the players here of alter ego. Goes in for Ching as the finisher. 6-10 is our scoreline with 2 remaining members from Paper Rex.
medyo mahirap ang medyo mahirap pa ang paroroonan ng ginagawa ngayon ng Alter Ego kasi with or without the money nakukuha agad to ng paper Rex. And for Alter Ego, I mean, I think they know it already.
One enemy remaining.
Na sobrang mahihirapan sila dito sa first game nila. And siguro for Alter Ego, nasa isip
You
nila,
want to play? Let's play.
sige pre, pupusuan natin to. Pero alam natin, alam natin na baka talaga Paper Rex na makakuha nito. Kasi currently, Paper Rex is a top 1. They're going against the top 1 of the whole Asia Pacific.
Oh my God, Jing!
Pero yun nga lang, that is a Jing already. Take down 2. Napakot sa pangyari, Mind Freak as well. Jing, oh, lumabas ang kapatid! Labas! Pero dito sila nakalabas. Or ito strike up to the middle para makakita ng isa. Axelovia. With a sheriff on hand, forsaken with a small peek. Catches head, 6-11. Alam mo yung ginagawa ng Paper X ngayon? They're breaking apart AE. Sa sa mentally. Mentally speaking, they are breaking apart AE right now. Isipin mo, sa game nga, malungkot ka na. Pati pa naman mentally. Pero, Vil, paano nila ginagawa na mentally breaking? Ine-enjoy nila na Paper X to eh. Nilalaro na lang talaga nila ng sobra. And syempre yung mga ano ba yun, yung mga kaldag-kal, mga turbo-turbo. Men, ano yun, nakakasira ng mentality yun, promise.
Added
Legit.
factor din yun eh.
Kasi gigil ka na nun eh, gigil ka na eh. Mararamdaman mo yung kalaban mo pag gigil na. Ayun.
Hindi ka nagkakamali doon sa nag-enjoy ang Paper Rex eh. Yung mga pushes sila, na comfortable sila dito dahil hindi ito nakikita or hindi ito na talagang na-expect ng Alter Ego once na makuha ng Paper Rex na hindi makapag-defend dito ang Alter Ego sa mga nag-games lang sila and syempre sa mga anggulong hindi nila nababantayan nung husay ni Mind Freak dito once again to get in next Noxy, dagdagan mo pa ng TP out niya dito para makaligtas already for Alter Ego, tapos dagdagan mo pa ng ultimate dito Nightfall against the Nightfall, dito makakakuha naman din fortunately ng isa. Showstopper already popping off but not going to get in anyone but Seiken is already all the way from hookah. Ito na naman yung space na create ngayon ng Paper Rex. Kahit sila yung defending, mahirap ito, especially for Alter Ego dahil nalilito na agad sila isa-isa.
Grabe naman si Kosh. Ano pa kaya pag naliyaban to? 1v2 right now. Meron man tao doon sa may likod. Oh, muntik na! Muntik na makuha si Mind Freak yan po. Wala silang idea at all na meron tao doon sa may likod. That is Angel and King. Wall gonna plant the spike already. And Mind Freak already knows kung nasa ba sila. Pero yung nasa idea ko na sa harap na nila. 1v1 with a great one right now. Gosh! We're gonna catch him down. 7-11. Paper Rex. 1 point away for that match point. Pero AE, pinapatagal pa ang laban.
Napatagal, pinapasarap talaga. Pinanamnam ba nila ang pagkatalo nila against Paper Rex? Paper Rex kasi dito talagang lamnang.
Nam so ba?
Nilamnam. Isang word yun eh. Wait, Tagalog is not working.
Joke lang.
It was really just close for Mind Freak to clutch that one out. Ang kaso nga lang din kasi dito, parang disrupted na rin yung aim niya with the Seekers na ipinalabas dito ni Adrian King. Unfortunately, yun na nga sana yung magiging match point nila. But on the other hand, nakikita rin naman natin yung pagpupursige ng Alter Ego to get in this one. They have the Trailblazer to get an info. Forsaken dito, kailangan niya tuloy kaagad mag-reposition. But this time, they are already pinned down by Jing. One member down already, pero this is Forsaken with the wild flick against Noxy down to 2 agad ang AE. Uy!
Launching smoke.
Last player standing.
On to this game. Axelov with only man remaining right now. 3v1. Oh, narinig yun ng Paper X for sure. Pinutik ni Axelov yung spike mga kaibigan pero narinig niya. Pero yun nga, the problem is he's literally half an HP because lumapit siya dun sa may smoke. Nabawasan pa siya. Is this gonna be a match point already for the side of Paper X or mga kalaban pa rin ng AE? Nagparinig, alam na nila. 30 seconds in. They have an idea na
30
nabawas
seconds
si
left.
Xerxia though. Matinding commit ang gagawin ng Xerxia ngayon. This is gonna be really scary for him though. May city na, may heaven na, meron pang short. Saan ka pupunta kaibigan? You need to plant a spike. Pero nga sabi naman, anong ginagawa mo dyan, step bro? Catching him down. Literally behind him though. Paper Rex is in the match point already. AE. Alaw silang barel!
Alaws. Pinersa nila para hindi makapag-match point dito ang Paper Rex, pero hindi pa rin pala sapat yung mga efforts nilang binigay against Paper Rex. Since they had the numbers advantage, they have the pressure na naibibigay nila dito sa Alter Ego. And guys, tandaan natin na ang laki ng percentage win rate dito.
Ano malaki?
Sabi ko na kapag namulal ako doon and that word, talagang talagang mali na sa akin eh.
Oh, ano malaki?
Malaki kasi. Malaki
yung
kasi
ano
yung win rate. Yung win rate kasi ng Alter Ego dito sa Vine. Pero, nakikita rin naman natin yung nakikita rin naman natin dito yung very well executed ng Paper Rex and Vine. Kaya, yung mismong mechanical skillset nila dito ay talagang nagiging laganap na to get a hold of this half. 27-12. Kahit na ang daming attacker-sided na composition dito for Alter Ego.
Tama.
Correct.
Does anyone have funds? Merci.
On to this game. Again, Paper is in the match point already. Walang perang AE.
I'll find you.
I still have no idea who's gonna win. Kahit isang kita na yun. Pero yung the players of Paper, literal tinan mo, nilalaro na lang nila, men. Sobrang asim na nila. Literal na, literally, they're breaking the mentality of these players. Kasi ito, Paper is semi-control na eh. Oh, semi-control na to, promise. Pero, Forsaken to catch him down. Forsaken will gonna fall down as well. 2v2. Delb will gonna get that operator. Noxy, that Vandal is with him as well. Benkai gonna go here. All in hookah though. Pwede siya makakapita sa isa dito mga kaibigan, pero yung meron yung tao sa Medicon which is si Mind Freak. That operator is huge na hawak-hawak ni Delba.
What?
Pwede siya makapit sa gadget. Oh, nakita na nga ni Delba yung isa. 1v2. Operator is still in the hands. Oh my god, Benkai! Wallbang lang, just anticipating their stumble right there. And Noxy!
Teleport's ready.
The dream of AE is still alive. Ang tanong, meron ba silang pera?
Dami din na
Oy,
sa kanila.
half armor. Vandal half armor. Yun lang. Adrian King, meron siyang meron pa rin siyang Trailblazer kahit papano. Pero one flash lang ang meron siya. Pinili niya na makakuha ng Trailblazer na lang kaysa flash. Okay lang yon. Ito na.
8-12, still doable for Alter Ego.
So, totoo lang, okay naman sa isang kasi point of the game, ano naman yun eh, nagko-cooldown naman yun eh. You have great Philippine turn, that is great to be okay. For you to be, for you to use that flash again, mind you, all the way from the outskirts of Hookah. 2v3 right now, Zelda National Love it, those are remaining for AE. And so Sparkle can across these players, but just dodging!
Oh my
Lipat
god.
ka ng lipat kapatid! Xerxia, half 1 HP, natamaan siya ng natamaan siya ng C's. Delb, muntik na. Pero yung nag-skill pa rin siya! But Xerxia, what is with a kill? Pinupusuan ng AE ito, man. Is this gonna be an OT na pwedeng for AE? Okay, last.
May pera na ngayon.
Wala. May pera na sila ngayon, pero ang Paper Rex wala. Pinusuan.
Mind Freak eh.
Kulit nyo kasi.
Ang Kulit nga kasi nag-orbital strike nga dito sa Axelovia, na pushback sila dito from giving assistance dito kay Jing na nag-satchel na siya all the way in sight. Pero ang naging problem lang dito, hindi nakapag-follow up yung iba pang natitira dito from Paper Rex to get in those kills. Kasi nga, nakuha na nila yung attention going into Jing, but unfortunately this time, wala silang pera. Sheriffs lang ang hawak nila. What are they going to do? They need to play in close counters. Kung hindi, talaga maiisa na naman sila dito ni Adrian King lang nakakuha na ng isa with the Trailblazer. Push naman dito for another one. Del will be getting in the trade-off as well. Walang naging sagot dito kaagad ang Paper Rex, especially now si Kuj. Makakakuha na laban kina Davai. And this is the potentially a flawless round for Alter Ego to make kung sakali mang hindi makaisa dito si Forsaken. Out of charges.
Paper Rex, parang silang pera ngayon to. From 6-0, 12-10, AE. Pinupusuan nila ang mapang pinili nila. Mataas ang win rate nila dito, but at the end of the day, Paper Rex still Paper Rex. Hindi naman sila magiging top 1 ng buong Asia Pacific kung hindi sila magaling sa lahat ng mga games, sa lahat ng mga mapa. Paper Rex, wala silang choice at all kundi mag-timeout lang din talaga. Wala eh, kinukulit nyo kasi.
Ito na. Time out na ang Paper Rex.
Ito
Just one more round
Makikita mo kasi kung kinukulit na ng mga kalaban mo eh. Makikita mo eh. Mapapansin mo yan eh. Lalong-lalo na pag medyo matagal ka na sa pro scene. Mapapansin mo na talagang kinukulit nyo kami ha. Ganyan na. Ayaw nyo talaga. Parang nilalaro-laro nyo pa ha. Yan, legit. O sige, ito Paper Rex, why do you have to push dun sa may B? Nang tatlo kayo. You don't have to do that, bro. Na ano kayo? Na-defending kayo? Ba't nyo gagawin yon? Oh. Hindi ginagawa yun, man.
Kumpiyansa.
Oo.
Paper Rex. Isa na lang kasi.
Makulit tong Paper Rex, ha? Kinulit nila eh. Wala eh.
Mabot tuloy Alter Ego. Tatlo na lang.
Bilong, tatlo magkapush kayo. Bakit yung gagawin yun? Hindi nyo ginagawa yun. Hindi ganun yun. It's still Paper Rex, match point na Honey Glaze. This is gonna be the last round or mag-OT pa. Kasi pag natalo sila dito, mag-OT tayo.
TP na naman ang ginawa dito. He Forsaken, he can go in with a Deja Vu, pero Benkay dito, hindi na daw siya magpapakulit pa dahil Benkay was able to go in for 2. Hindi na nakapag-react pa sila dito against Jing, even though that he is tagged by the Nightfall Brawler. We'll be getting in the end mode. There is going to be the reason kung bakit magkakaroon ng go signal na si Davai to use in the Nightfall, but it's all up to one remaining member. Wala nang kabawas-bawas pa dito ang Paper Rex at matatagpuan pa siya dito ngayon. The Brawler knocks. What are you going to do up next? Especially that there is two members pushing onto you. Paper Rex, 3-0. What a game indeed for PRX.
Isipin nyo, you're in the... Isipin nyo, you're in the shoes of Noxy. And you're up against 5 remaining players na wala pang bawas ni isa.
Kahit HP na lang
kahit armor, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang, pero wala eh. Wala men, kahit isa wala. Pero that's it already for the players of AE right now. Medyo natalo sila. Medyo natalo yun. Medyo natalo sila dun sa mapang pinili nila. And for the players of Paper Rex, at least they've won already the game number 1 though. Game 2, ito yung mapang pinili nila. So, of course, nanalo sila sa mapang hindi nila pinili. Nanalo pa rin sila. What more doon sa mapang pinili nila? That will give them a higher chance of winning in order for them to take down these team with a 2-0 scoreline right now. And yun nga, I mean, isisipin nyo, after that timeout, nakabawi na agad ang Paper Rex. Kasi inayos na talaga nila eh. Kasi kanina hindi talaga inaayos, man, legit. Pero, but still, I mean, at least, hindi naman sobrang, hindi naman sila sobrang lamang. Hindi naman sobrang nangibabaw yung nila dito, yung mga scoreline nila dito. But at the end of the day, yun nga, naging 13 the new score. And once again, if ever natalo ang Paper Rex doon, for sure, magkaano tayo. What do you call this?
Game 3.
Magta-time out tayo, mag-OT tayo for sure. Mag-OT tayo. Kasi 10-12 yung score. Pag natalo ang Paper Rex doon, wala silang pera. So yun nga, OT for sure. Pero mga kaibigan, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching Paper Rex versus Alter Ego. Go, go, go. Fearless game dito sa VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts already. Today, we're gonna know kung sino ba ang makakapasok sa ating next round ng tournament ito. Your casters, my name's Bill. I'm sorry, Miz on the Glaze right here. Sige, direct. Break muna. See you later.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, flipping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on ya. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Paper Rex starting the knockout strong. Look at that score. Very, very close scoreline between them and Alter Ego. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix still here on the panel. Alter Ego, as you said, Trix, whenever the momentum does not favor them, it does take a while for them to adjust. But I love to see the adjustment, especially on that game.
You could see that when they started to figure out, when Alter Ego started getting in on it, like, hey, you know what, let's play for that retake, let's contest here because we have the utility to throw out and it's going to come back up. You could see that Alter Ego was starting to get into that momentum, especially on that attacker side. We could see that they were going aggressive, and I love to see it. I love Alter Ego's aggression, the fact that they would just take the sights. They knew how to clear their angles with the sky flashes mixed with the prowlers and all of the utilities coming in from their initiators. But at the end, you know, Paper X just finally switching it up at the very last round, where they finally played that defensive, going for a safe pick, and then just waiting for each other.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed both of these sides. I loved how Paper X was just doing that whole frenzy rush at the beginning. Oh wait, am I switching the sides over here? I think it was AE. I could be wrong. Oh wait, yeah, it was AE. It was Alter Ego who was doing the frenzy rush at the very beginning, and then they switched it up with the Spectres, and it was just really working for them. But I feel like at certain times, it was a little bit late on both of these teams to actually do the adjustments. Like, I feel like it could have gone either way if they figured out earlier on that, hey, this is what we should have done. We shouldn't have wasted a couple of rounds doing like pushing too far.
It definitely felt a bit like both teams have a great grasp on like their synergy and how they work with each other, but I feel in both sides they weren't really putting the maximum potential of their lineup. Like PaperX's double controller lineup, it's a fantastic lineup. I personally like a double controller, but I feel like this also means that you have to decide what you're going to do. Are you going to isolate those duels early on, or are you going to isolate them when they're trying to take the site? And I feel like that's a kind of decision that needed to be more clear on PaperX's side. And if you're an attacker, you know, you want to be able to decide which areas you're going to go for. On Alter Egos, we had that retake potential, the utility potential. It depends on where you're going to use it, how you're going to use it, and you have to decide which duels you're going to take, which ones you're going to fight. Because with a double initiator, you can take any duel you want with advantage, but you have to be on the same page.
Yeah, I think to add to the composition diff too, I was saying earlier how I thought that the double controller was gonna get a bit mitigated by the fact that they had the potential on the other end to really make a lot of plays with that double initiator setup, and especially with a lot of those drone effects being able to go through those cheeky angles. But with PaperX actually starting on the attack, I feel like the Ooga Booga style kind of go in together, especially with the support and massive pressure from having Viper, especially, really just gives them so much space. And when they can play like that, the utility that is in the advantage of AE really can't be used as effectively. They have to more go for that retake. And on the times that they did do it, it really strung a lot of rounds together. They opened up 6-0 in this match, but the moment that AE started adjusting, especially when they got that operator in hand to kind of slow them down, AE started getting some points on the board. And when it flipped for the second half, it seemed like PaperX kind of got lost for a bit. I think that was what Trix was kind of mentioning earlier, where I think both teams could have played a bit cleaner. PaperX maybe could have ended the game when they had a bigger advantage of it earlier, but maybe it could have also come back a bit later instead of PaperX waiting for the last round to make that final adjustment to really hit the nail on the end of that coffin to really seal the deal for this game. But overall, I think that it really shows that at the end of it, although both teams, you know, they've played maybe not the cleanest game that we've seen both of these teams play, but still at the level that they have, I think it's strong results, especially for PaperX being able to still come out on top despite making some mistakes on both ends.
You know, I really enjoyed watching Alter Ego on this one, especially on their attack, because when the scoreline closed at 8-4 during the half, I was a little bit worried for them, given that, you know, when you look at PaperX's defense, it looked really solid, having that double controller to slow you down, but they braved through it. I mean, with their setup, it was always obvious that they were gonna thrive more as the attacker, right? And they really did that. A lot of the utilities being thrown, and I think that Tricks, for the most part, they really got the value out of the utilities that they were throwing.
I definitely saw it, especially on their defender side, actually, when they were just contesting that hookah control. You can see they refused to give it up. And PaperX kept trying, and then at one point PaperX said, you know, let's just give it. You can have it at that point. You know, we'll just go somewhere else. We'll burst the side. And that's the round PaperX also was able to win. So I find that Alter Ego on that attacker side, you know, clearing more of their angles and kind of timing it a little better. If you want to wait for the smoke, feel free to wait for it. PaperX also, I've started to see a lot of teams with this Viper, which I like. And you could see that they were isolating the duels actually on the site, so they'd cut off the entry of the site, so they would be already low on health because of the decay. So when the opponents are coming in trying to take it, the defenders can kind of do cleanup. But I also saw Alter Ego adjust to that. They started to go on more vertical angles with that raise. They're pushing into the sides, getting that advantage. It was great to see both teams. I like how they were working strategically. I just kind of wish they were both switching on a little faster.
I have to agree. And you know who is a master of switching it up, especially in terms of position? I'd have to say that it's Jing. We have this one round wherein Jing had spectacular timing. He was trying to lurk over at hookah while two people from AE were already flanking. They went through Fountain all the way to Market, going into A short. And Jing had just phenomenal timing. I don't know what it was about his game sense that he rotated a little bit later and he caught the flankers off guard. But what actually won that round was that he did another repositioning by using his satchel, and he just killed Mind Freak to win that round. And that was the round that they were able to regain momentum in that first half. And I just love that about Jing. I love that about the entire team. You talked about how these teams, as in the Paper X as individuals, are already superstars on their own. They can hold their own, and it just uplifts the entire team when they're able to do that individually. But hey, we are gonna be going here to Fracture. It's very interesting. I kind of touched up a little bit on their potential sort of like triple duelist setup. Maybe we'll see that now, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, they have this in their repertoire already, and going with that triple duelist, they are going to be sticking with that single controller in the form of Viper. On the other hand, I think we mentioned this a bit earlier, also where the KO, I feel like, in the hands of Kush can really be such a hindrance for a team like this, where you're relying so much utility on the Viper wall to be active, because unlike other controllers, if you get suppressed but your smokes are down with any other controller, you know, your utility is already out, you can still function. But with Viper, if you do get hit by that suppress, your main form of vision denial and way of taking space actually goes down with it. So I think KO actually is going to be a pivotal thing in this specific matchup. We have the quote-unquote secondary wall in the form of Neon to help from both sides, and I feel like overall I have a bit more confidence in Paper X just because of not just the repertoire, but because this is their map pick. But aside from that, I feel like AE has made the correct adjustment, so hopefully if they do it faster, they can actually take this game.
So personally, and this is extremely subjective, I like Alter Ego's lineup. I find that it's got that setup potential, which you kind of need on a map like Fracture. You want to hit those sides together. You're able to isolate the duels in terms of throwing utility down ahead of time, so you're forcing the opponents to certain areas. With that Neon as well, being able to decide if she wants to go left or right, depending on where her fast lane goes. Paper X, however, being on this lineup, as Fluffy has said, it has been brutal when they play this lineup. It might not matter that, you know, the utilities and things like that, because their positioning and the game sense and the way that they hold down the angles of those sites are usually just top tier.
Really is, and I have to agree with you guys. I'm really looking forward to how this KO is going to have an impact, especially on a map like Fracture, where there are a lot of close corners and you have a lot of defensive layouts prepared. And once you get detected by that dagger, it's just over. You know, a lot of the utilities gets taken out and your position kind of gets revealed. So at the end of the day, I feel like Alter Ego with that KO already has such an advantage, especially when they're trying to take on a side. But that is the story for this as we go into Fracture. How much information is going to be found out? How much space is going to be taken? That is always the question when we proceed into this games. And the story is not ours to tell, but rather these teams to do so. So with that, guys, this is Alter Ego versus Paper X Game 2.
Welcome back, guys. Ito na ang pananumbalik natin for the series between Paper Rex and Alter Ego. Kamuntikan pang ma-overtime ng Alter Ego ito with their comeback. Pero Paper Rex, talagang tinuldukan na nila. Game number 1 goes into them. I'm Hanigli, si Dodobali. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil.
Vil Calvo, mga kaibigan.
Hindi ko na sinabi.
Vil Calvo, ladies and gentlemen. Pero yeah, we've seen it already. It's gonna be game number 2 already sa match natin ngayon, and hopefully makabawi ang mga players dito ng Alter Ego kahit paano. Once again, this is the map. Next map, ito ang pinili ng mga players ng Paper X. So pwede sabihin na there's a possibility that they will get this if ever. Pero in terms of composition, oh my god, Paper X literal na attacking side talaga. Ito si at least magandang ginawa ni Xerxia. Bumili siya ng shorty, dinrap niya, kinuha niya yung classic ulit. So, kahit hindi mag-work yung shorty, at least at the end of the day, may classic pa rin siya. Kung, ito yan ang pinakamagandang tip sa inyo guys If ever bibili kayo ng shorty, make sure na dinrap niyo yung shorty niyo, tapos meron pa kayong classic on hand. Yan yung magandang tip sa inyo guys. Maganda yun.
Oo, matataranta ka kasi 2 bullets lang yung pwedeng ibigay ng shorty. So, if things goes worse, pwede mo kaagad mapalitan ng classic.
Omsim.
Kung kanina, nagmamadali ang Paper Rex, tapusin ka agad yung mga games natin, especially no first half, and bind na sila yung naging atake. Ngayon, Paper Rex, chillin lang sila. Makapasok man bigyan nila dito ng mind games. Ang Alter Ego, kung ano ba yung nilalaro nila, wala pa silang nakukuhang info. Ang Salavia naman dito, nakarinig na, that is the go signal to use and the smoke. After the naman dito, walang makokontest, but unfortunately for Noxy, ito yung power ng dalawang duelists, especially na dito, nangangarakada ngayon sila Forsaken to clear things out. 3v5 na agad into B-side.
Thought it over till it's over because the players are preparing on it already.
30 seconds left.
Finish
One
this
enemy
match
remaining.
with Big 2 score. Forsaken, 4K, Adrian King catching
down,
one as
B.
well. Huwag sila lang siya literal, pero Jing, pinasabog ang mukha niya. Nakuha niya yung shorty. Ito nga pala yung shorty na binili ng kakampi mo. Kinuha ko lang. Solid.
Mamadali ang Paper Rex. Yun o. Pasok na pasok agad nila Jing at si Forsaken. Although ang ina-expect ko dito is manggaling sila from either entries from B. Pero isang side lang, isang entry point lang ang pinasukan nilang dalawa. So it was a problem for someone na nag-hold dito for Alter Ego to at least
No, that's again lucky like this.
Last week kay Manny don't jiggle.
Jiggle. Mga tumutugtog sa isip ko, men. Ayaw talaga Kasi ganito kasi, yung dating director kasi. Kagabi, ay meron daw ikukwento sa inyo. Guys. After this round ko kwento. Pero, Adrian King coming in. Dito lang sa lead na Bulldogs mga kami. Pero that is Forsaken. Dito sa mga area na to. But Jing with a 3. Kush, the only one remaining. With a shorty on hand. Ayan, pwede na. Story time. Story time. Kagabi, hindi ako makapaglaro ng Valorant, di ba?
Oo, updating
nag-post ako sa wall ko. Sabi ko, tara, laro tayo ng Defense of the Valorant. Masagit na ako yun. Oo. Tapos, biglang nag-PM si Narpim. Tara, Vil, laro tayo. Hindi ka laro ko si Narpim. Pagkabukas ko ng atod ko, mga kaibigan. Online, si Dispenser, si Dubstep, si Borkum, at saka si Bash online.
Yan ang mga may laro ngayon, ha?
Oo. Isipin nyo, ha? Isipin nyo, guys, ha? Parang wala silang laro ngayon, di ba? Nag-5-man, nakailang games na. Pagkakita ko ano tawag dito?
Ilang games
na? 3 or 4 games ata yung... kami na natin, nakadalawang games lang kami. Pero yung 4 na players ng Team Secret, nakamaraming games ata yun. Gamit na sniper, pre, Cardel. Pero, that is good. Nice to love it. We're gonna take down 2, but Zelb as well. At least dito si Benkai. And at least mababawi na dito ang Alter Ego kahit paano. Mind Freak, 2v4. Remember, si Tavai. It's just that pistol, pero meron siyang headhunter dito anyway, so pwede siya makabawi kahit paano. Tavai, it's just gonna be a good montage na pwede nang gawin. Pero Kush says no to him, 2-1. Dun sa moment na walang pera ngayon ng Paper Rex, pero right now mga kaibigan, they have all the vandals on hand. And potentially, na maging 3-1 to if ever.
Bias na kasi na Paper Rex and the next one, but this round is just really too good para masabayan nila. Alter Ego, sinabayan nila dito yung pwedeng maging rush na naman ng Paper Rex since nanalo sila for the first 2 rounds with just the images push na ginawa ni Forsaken, dagdagan mo pa dito nila Jing, at may bias sila dito, so they have the advantage, they have firepower, but this time slow pace na muna ngayon ng Paper Rex. Talagang binibigyan nila dito ng mind games ang players natin ngayon for A dahil Noxy dito hindi man makaligtas. Nice ulti, nice satchel in, but unfortunately ADN King is also here para makancel siya. Walang nag-trade off sa kanya. That is going to be Jing already falling down in the hands of AE, but down to V5 at the very moment. Expected dito ni Zavai kung ano mangyayari dito sa flank na ginagawa ni Del.
Matawa out. May pa-slide pa through the DMs. 1v2. Forsaken, the only man remaining. The clock is ticking already. Can they stop? Oh my god, Forsaken! We're gonna end everyone right now. We'll get that clutch as well. Ito na ang puso ko para sa inyo. Dinrawingan ang puso, kinabahan ako, baka anong i-drawing mo. Pero kung ako yan, alam nyo na kung anong lalabas dyan. Pasalamat kayo, hindi ako yung nandyan kasi alam ko na i-drawing ko kung ano. Napusuan na nga ni Forsaken, pero kung ako yun, Diyos ko. Nakikita. Kinabahan ako eh. Akala ko makakakita na ako ng talong.
Korba na Phil eh.
Oo, man eh. Akala ko talong na yung makikita ko eh. Kinabahan ako, promise. You make the flowers bloom. Akala nyo guys, ako lang may LSS na ganito. Hindi, damay-damay to. Damay-damay to, men.
Di ba may meme na nga na umay na rin sa nasusan.
Oo. Ako rin, umay na ako eh.
Xerxia.
Mind Free, catching one. Pero yun nga lang, dahil baka kabaw siya dito na isa. Pero dahil sa really fast trade na ginawa ni Mind Freak right now for V2. Meron pa magdodrawing ng puso mga kaibigan. Pero Jing, muntik na makapatay dito yung isa. Noxy, low on HP right now. Jing, that swing is gonna be really big for him though.
Oh my God.
Adrian King. Anong King?
Ikaw na naman, King. Kota ka na naman.
4v1. Ito na sa paring King mga kaibigan. Waiting for those exit frags lang din. Is he gonna commit or not? Probably not. Pwede siya mag-save dito, pero hindi na pre. Commit na to, bahala na. Whoop! Catching one! But Jing! Muntik, nawala na agad yung flash niya dito. We're gonna take down 3, 4-1 dito sa mapa, meaning ng Paper X. And walang pera ng Alter Ego. Go.
Ito lang din yung parang nangyari in the first map. Kung saan nagiging scatter dito. Ang side na ngayon ng Alter Ego, hindi sila makabuelo eh. Dahil this time, dalawa na yung makulit. And Paper X side, kung kanina medyo passive-aggressive sila, they're just using all of their mechanical skills to win out the duels against Alter Ego. But this time, meron na sila ditong fast entries. They have Jing, they have Forsaken. Kanina, it was really commendable for Forsaken to use the backslide para ma-bait and switch nila against Alter Ego. At wala na naging control dito kaagad ng Alter Ego. But this time, this is the round na baka niya mag-bardagola na kaagad si Del pero hindi magiging sapat sa kanya. One member down already for Alter Ego.
Ito na ating Versal mga kaibigan, pero ito na Forsaken. Malaboses ang gala mo, nag-aantay lang siya na pwede mag-similip dito. Kasi ganito yan kasi. If ever na si Forsaken or si Neon, ginamit niyo, if ever ginamit niyo, kung gusto nyo mabilis na pick off, tapos mamba out, kunyari Jet kayo, or Reyna. If ever malamulis ng galawan, tumingin lang sa gitna, tapos mamba out na agad. Ganun lang yun. If ever meron o wala kayong makuha, kahit anong nangyari, pagkasilip nyo, mamba out na agad.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be successful if ever you are a Jet or you are a Reyna. Once again, pagka-girl si Neon, punta sa gitna. Kung may mahuli kayo, better. Kung wala, okay lang, mamba out na agad. Ganun lang yun, men. Yun ang isang trick in order for you to counter out Neon agad-agad. Oo, magiging aggressive yun. Pero at the end of the day, you are still a Jet. And you are still a Reyna. Siyempre, makakapag-dismiss ka lang if ever meron ka napatay do. Pero kung Jet ka, mas safer.
Safer. Immediate exit na kaagad yun. Alter Ego dito, they are being slammed by Paper X. Finally, their buys, pero broken sila eh. Half an armor lang pwedeng i-commit dito ni Adrian King. But they are going in full aggressive para masandwich sila dito agad. Ang Paper X, Twitch was able to take down one, but unfortunately, yung mga sandwich, yung mga paintals dito ni King was able to get counter in the players from Alter Ego. And now, kahit na masandwich yun dito ang Paper X, they can still have their composure. 2 members lang ang natay dito. We have the operator at hand all the way from B. Noxy goes in for 1, 2v2 at the very moment. Pero ngayon, Paper X still has time para makapag-rotate ka agad. Ma-bait out nila dito ang Alter Ego on whatever they are going to do next.
Pero maganda yung ginagawa ngayon. Sa totoo lang, if ever you're gonna ask me, the best thing to do for Paper X is syempre, magsama na lang sila. Magsama na lang sila dito para lang at least may trade kahit papaano. Kasi ito kasi walang trade eh. If ever namatay si Adrian King, it's over. Kasi 2v1 ang mangyayari, meron pang 5%, pero yun nga, at least si Adrian King makakapatay siya ng isa. Napakaganda ng ginawa niya ngayon. So, probably, talagang nag-work din ata yung magkasama, yung magkahiwalay sila. Pero high risk, high reward yan at the end of the day, my guy. High risk, high reward pa rin yan. And for Benkai, you need to commit.
30 seconds
But Noxy, kailangan mo mag-antay. Pero meron siyang, hindi niya alam na meron tayo sa may drop daw. Benkai catches one, meron tayo sa may taas. Operator and headhunter lang daw ang gamit dito mga kaibigan, mga flash out pa siya.
Noise blind.
Lamang si Benkai dito, lamang si Benkai dito. Is he gonna push in or not? Noxy, with that operator on her, pero oh no, meron siyang kalapag na papag ngayon, pero yun nga, alam niya nasa taas. Alam niya na nasa taas. Meron pa siyang fault line dito, and Benkai maganda ang posisyon niya. Nandito din talaga sa baba, pero Noxy! Oh my God, pila mo yung Tokneneng! My God! Nag-drawing ka kanina ng puso, papaamoy ko sa'yo ang Tokneneng ko! Hindi ko alam kung tama yung sinabi ko, pero sorry.
Okay na, tama na. Tokneneng. Quick yan, diba?
Hindi ko alam, men.
2-5, ito na yung game ha. 2-5 yung scoreline natin. Rather ni Benkai eh. Meron na siya ditong Rolling Thunder kanina. Meron na siyang vision kung ano ba ang ginagawa dito ni Noxy. Pero kasi, he took so much time. Parang intayin na makapag-react dito si Noxy. Dahil nga, nandun na, nakita niya na si Noxy. He was able to go in for that tempo. But unfortunately, nakommit niya na dito yung Rolling Thunder niya. So, at the very moment na makita natin na magkaroon ng comeback, ang Alter Ego, this is going to be good. And turning tables na ng Alter Ego.
Kamot neutral, pero nga dito na nga for a second ngayon, namatay si Jason mga kaibigan. Ano nangyari kay Jason? Pero, Jing, with that showstopper on hand, we're gonna catch one. 3v4, KO Ultimate is now as well. Medyo mahihirapan ngayon kumuha ang Paper Rex ng site because of that ultimate KO. Alam na rin ng mga players kung nasa ba ang Paper Rex ngayon. Pero the fight will catch one. Try to win the second one right now, but Clutch says no. 3v1, minding the only man remaining. Mahirap ko na gawing Clutch, but Kush will gonna end your life 3-5. May pera ba ang Paper Rex? Yan ang tanong. Wala.
Kumukulit Bill eh. Gusto nang gumugusto eh.
Lahat sila kumukulit sobra.
Oh. Ito na yung nagiging pabor na for Alter Ego na napapunish na nila fully dito ang Paper Rex. Close na tayo to an equalized scoreline of 3-5. Pwede pa maging 5-5 ito. Pag makuha pa dito ng Alter Ego yung momentum, ma-destroy nila yung eco round ng Paper Rex. It is going to be hard for Paper Rex para makabawi. But at the meantime, mukhang ito na naman ang laganap na gagawin ngayon ng Paper Rex. They're just chilling, going all the way under para mapaglaruan nila dito kung ano ba yung magiging theory ng Alter Ego kung ano yung gagawin ngayon ng Paper Rex. No one spotted naman all by Paper Rex dahil nagta-travel lang sila dito to get an effort to buy themselves some time.
Ito na sa kaibigang King, mga kaibigan na isa pa, but it's not yet over, it's over because Axel Lovia is still on its way for them to end the lives of these players. 4v3 right now, walang pera ulit ang Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. Those games are really hard to take care of. Clutch catches one with a 2 with a 3 already. Alter Ego is on its way for them to get that victory. 1-1 ba mangyayari dito? Or Paper Rex, itutuloy nila ang kanilang pagpanalo? Sino pa talaga ang totoong intro ni siya, mga kaibigan? Yan na.
Wala eh. Tingin ko na rin dito, nagiging kumpiyansa na ang Paper Rex pagdating sa mga nagiging plays sila. Hindi nila in-expect dito yung magiging aggressiveness na and yung pag-push. Struggle nila push para mai-push itong game na ito, itong half na ito to an equalized scoreline of 5-5. This is really close enough. Pero tandaan natin nung kanina na naging kumpiyansa rin sila, nag-time out ang Paper Rex. And this time, they pulled in for the time out para may compose sila yung sarili nila dito to get a hold of their souls para syempre makuha pa rin nila yung first half. They have the lead, but unfortunately, Alter Ego, may pera na silang naibubulsa.
Ito si Riri, hindi ko gusto tabas ang dila nito.
Gising na eh.
Hindi ko gusto tabas ng dilas nito. Sabi ni Alter Ego, hoy mag-third buff pa kayo, tutulog pa ako. Anong pake ko kung natutulog ka, Ray! Anong pake ko?
For serious
2-0!
to, Ray.
Anong pake ko? 2-1 na, 2-0 lang to, men.
Perfect to. Tropa to eh.
There.
Tropa to, men. Ah, wala to.
I need
Hindi
to
na sa
blow
tropa.
something up.
Wala. 5-4 is our scoreline. Operator, ang hawak kayo ni Davai. Will he be spotting in anyone? Mukhang hindi naman mag-pick out dito ang alter ego. Pero by all means, nagpaparinig na kagad dito si Jing. Getting in info. There's the wall from that Leon. Nagpagawa pa kagad ng mga hold dito nila Axelavia. There goes Dub as well. Down to 3 members kaagad. Pero nakakapasok na rin naman na dito sila Benkay. So by all means, they can either cut out the rotation that may happen here from alter ego. Dahil Benkay dito will be clearing out one
enemy remaining.
Players
Spike
inside
down
of the side,
A.
but Axelavia with the shorty. Masasabugan sa mukha dito si Benkay. It's all up to one remaining member. Operator pa ang hawak niya, but he can still pick up the spike. Go in for the rotate. But again, nakita naman natin dito yung free fire ni Axelavia clean things out with a 4K para sa alter ego.
Eto na. 5-5 already. Ito na ba ang first time na makakalabang ang alter ego dito sa mapa ng Paper Rex? Or magiging ano pa to? Or talagang map pickers malala ang makikita natin dito mga kaibigan. Ganun lang yun.
Paper Rex din kasi. Parang nakikita ko rin dito na napapunish na yung over-aggressiveness nila. We have now here the Rolling Thunder mag-push away dito all the way from A-main players from Alter Ego. Hindi na nakapwes agad, hindi nakapag-react on time si Dabay, pero at least nakapasok na dito Super Sick and napapasok pa rin naman ni Adrian King. They are already inside of the side, but unfortunately dito kina Adrian King, hindi sila makaka-react. Kay Ben kay nakagamit yung Adrian Guardian.
Enemy remaining.
Remstone ang magiging bakit ma-hold dito sa Jing, and unfortunately it's just going all over the place. Paper Rex down to one member.
Catching one. Oh my god! Muntik
my
na!
God, close na!
Muntik na! Bravo yung flick ni Mind Freak doon, men!
Last round before the switch.
Dapat si Mind Freak dapat parte na yung pangalan ni kami niya Mind Flick.
Mind Flick.
Muntik na yun, konti na lang yun.
That works.
Ang vandal yun, tapos buhay ni Axelavia.
Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi magkasama hindi magkasama ang Paper Rex no?
Oo. Okay, wala yun na sila ngayon.
Partida daw. Ito, Mind Freak. Oh, muntik no! Sayang talaga oh! Diba? Konti na lang, pero ito.
Nauluhan eh.
Nauluhan na nga, pero hindi nga lang namatay. Pero, oh, hindi alam ni Forsaken na meron tao dun sa may taas. Hindi niya alam na meron sa taas. Hindi niya sila pero at least meron naman patience though. Jing gonna kill one. 4v3 on this game right now, and that is a push coming in from the players of AE. Dimitri inside again. Noxy catching one with that. 44. Pero ito na naman, nilabas na naman ni Mind Freak ang kanyang Viper Spit. And this will be a successful round for him though. Mind Freak with a kill on to one. It's all up to Adrian and King. Boy, up to the Vi, 2v1. Mind Freak will plant the spike already. And this is gonna be a 6-6 or 7-5. Adrian King, this is gonna be really hard for you, my guy. Mind Freak will catch you first.
Ultimong nakakouch na siya doon. Ultimong papasok pa lang siya ng Viper Spit dito. Kung makatatapan niya rin na naman na si Mind Freak, let's not forget the flick na ginawa niya dito from the previous round. Here's the replay kung saan sinaglit dito ni Noxy. Buhay kaagad ni Forsaken with his shorty. Dagdagan mo kaagad ng availability ni Mind Freak na magamit again yung kanyang Viper Spit. Nakakailang ultimate na ito sa mga plans na ginagawa niya dito para sa side nga ngayon ng Paper Rex. Pero wag natin kalimutan na umabot tayo to a 6-6 scoreline. Now, AE is the attacking side. Will they be able to have their chance na makuha nila ngayon yung momentum, or talagang Paper Rex ngayon na magiging dominating for this half?
Ito pag-usapan natin ang last chance qualifier. Okay. Ito guys. Pag-usapan natin ang last chance qualifiers. Sa Asia Pacific, kailangan... Wait lang. Nasa may last chance qualifier.
Take time,
Ayun,
take time.
APAC yan. Sa LCQ, ito. Last chance qualifier, mga kaibigan. Pasok na ang Myth, Fancy Reality Esports, at Cerberus. Pasok na sila. Pero in terms naman sa sa circuit points, kasi meron tayong circuit points eh. Circuit points, Valorant.
Ang sabi nga ng Gaming Gladiators, hindi daw sila makakapasok sa LCQ eh. Kulang daw sila ng points.
Ito. Ang papasok lang sa LCQ for Asia Pacific, ilang slots lang to? 10 slots lang. 10 slots lang to ah. 10 slots. Ang Team Secret, kahit anong mangyari sa kanila, meron silang 45 points. Okay? Pag mas nag-perform ang Team Secret sa Alter Ego, pasok sila. Kasi parehong points sila. 45 ang Team Secret, 45 din ang Alter Ego. Pero ang Alter Ego nasa 9th place. So, if ever mas maganda ang performance ng Team Secret, ang makakapasok, aakyat sila. Joke. O tama. Papasok ang Team Secret at malaglag ang Alter Ego. Champions na to guys. Champions na to.
Oo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2.
Habang nabibilang pa sa circuit points dito. Civil, isa na lang pala ang natitira. Davai na lang. Na may concuss pang kasama. It's just all up to the 4 remaining players. Paano na mabibiluan si Davai. Pero Davai still gets in for 1. Pistol round ay mayamang na nga dito sa points ng Alter Ego ngayon. 7-6 is our scoreline. Finally, will they be able to get the chance para makakomeback?
Comeback it is. Yan ang tanong dito sa AE. Malayan chance ha. Pwede sila mag-comeback dito if ever. Actually, sa totoo lang, hindi nakakapagod tong series na to. Meron kasi series na nakakapagod. Pero buto na lang paper eh. Oo, yung mga mabagal maglaro, yung nakakapagod yung mga yun eh. Pero buto na lang mabilis sila maglaro. Alam niyo?
Go! Mabilis kahit na close game siya, mabilis yung mga rounds eh.
Yun nga, kaya maganda eh. Now, kina-post yan already.
Oh my God, Jing!
Jing, lumilipad na naka-shorty! Muntik na si kaibigan Delb dito. Ito naman si Delb, kalawang balls na ngayon. Pero, that is Mind Freak right now, trying to take down these players. And then, Mind Freak catching one of it just like Classic on hand. Oh, this is going to be traded off by Kush. 2v4, Forsaken and Bankai. Can they still do it? Forsaken though, and Bankai doing the job done. Kasi Bankai kahit classic na ang gamit ng mga kaibigan, kayang-kaya pa rin niya. Pushing it to a 2v1 right now. Forsaken with the Sheriff and the Spectre as well. But Forsaken managing to catch these players isa-isa. Pero, meron tayo si May Likod na si Spray and Pray! That Forsaken did at muntik nang makuha ni Jason. Si Kush. Grabe si paring Jason, no? 8-6 already. In Paper X, they have the money. If ever you're gonna ask me, ang composition ng Paper Rex is pang-attacking talaga.
Ang kulit ni G. Padali tuloy ang buhay niya dito, but it's just really the firepower advantage na meron dito ang Alter Ego. It really was a close round para i-clutch na ito. Pero unfortunately, just kasi sa kanya, hindi nag-play close dito yung isang player from AE. Para syempre sa kanila, yung post-chance situation. And now, with the one-tap, sana pwede pumapurning na yung dito magiging pamor pa. Jing won't be surviving any much further. Si Kush ay nag-run and gun sa kanya. 4v4. Very low on HP naman dito si Kush. And by all means, they have to get inside of the site. Pero nandito naman din si Mind Freak to hold things off. Two remaining members at makakaita
player standing. One enemy remaining.
But unfortunately here for Davai, hindi siya nakapag-react on time. Hindi mabilis yung kanyang pull sa kanyang trigger dito dahil si Noxy was able to capitalize his advantage with the headhunter down to a plant for this guy. Pero mapupunta ba sa kanya?
Yeah, that is actually the big question here for Paper X. Pero yung Noxy, committing that.
Noxy.
Oh my God! Literal na nasa likod mo lang kapatid mo. Sinatamaan ka pa dito. Na-flash pa nga! Oh no! Ang ganda ng posisyon ni Benkay! Pero sige, kalsagin mo muna! Sige, turbuhin mo, men! I-half mo, tapos balikan mo, tapos turbuhin mo! Grabe si Benkay! Literal na hindi. Sige, balikan mo! Ayan! Binalikan niya! Turbuhin mo ulit! Ayan! Nice! Ang ganda ng posisyon ni Benkay doon. Hindi na ina-expect na kasi hala, nandun pa rin sa likod. Pero alam na niya eh! Alam na niya!
Nag-TP pa siya eh.
Oo!
Hindi na dapat siya nag-TP doon. Kasi mabibait out niya lang yung pinto eh.
Alam mo, miski si Benkay natawa doon sa nangyari. Uy, ba't nag-TP? Ba't nag-TP to? Anong nangyari?
Bumalik eh.
Alam nila! Yun ang Benkay yun.
Low HP pa.
Bam!
Bam! May utility pa.
O, tignan mo.
Teleport's ready.
Sinagas pa.
Ang ginagawa ni Noxy.
Decision making talaga, no? Baka akala niya nasa malayo yung team niya. Theory lang, theory.
Pero let's see kabuti ng signaban ng tamaan. Hindi siya natamaan sa sarili ng focus dito. Pero Benkay, hindi to matama. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Adrian King in that corner for V5 right now. Delb catching one as well. Pwede mag-9-7 to if ever. Walang pera ang Paper next round. So mahihirapan sila ng sobra dito for sure. Benkay catching one. 2v4, pero si Jing buhay pa naman dito. Pero ito ang importante, si Benkay meron siyang kalapag ng papag, pero problema mamamatay siya. Pero si Jing wala siyang choice at all kundi mag-save. Save mo na ng Benkay.
Wala na rin choice eh. Habuli pa siya dito. Hindi makatalo na drop dito yung dalawa. Kush is on the hunt to make things happen. Nauulo pa rin naman siya dito ni Jing. Huwag kayong gumugusto. Ang gumugusto pinagbibigyan. Jing in a 1v2, wala na siyang time na kasama dito. Save na lang din talaga for this guy. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, hindi na nila makikita pa dito kung saan pa pupwesto si Jing. But a round is a round for them and 9-7 is our scoreline.
Yeah. Pero this game is actually really interesting kasi AE talagang ayaw na muna nilang malaglag si lower bracket dito. Ganun lang muna. Pero to be honest, a lot of players actually predicted PRX ang mananalo dito. In terms of everything, to be honest. I mean, the composition, the players, and syempre, yung experience. Experience talaga ang nagpapanalo sa lahat, mga kaibigan. Yun si Jessie Bash. Tama si Jessie Bash.
Dali yan na nahimik.
Tama si Jessie Bash, diba? Tandaan na yan, men. Dami siya experience.
Diba na witness mo din yung buong naging venture ni Jessie Bash sa esports?
Oo. Simula pa lang niya.
Diba na din?
Ha? Hindi. Nag-research ako.
Ay,
pero sa totoo lang, ito real talk. Lahat ng nilaro ni Jessie Bash kinast ko.
Ay, uwe? Pati Dota?
Oo. Ba't hindi? Oo. Nagkaso ko dati ng Dota. Hanggang Overwatch, man. Legit, hanggang Overwatch. Lumipat pa ako sa ibang bansa. Kasama ko sila Asoray nun.
Oo nga pala.
Oo. Pumunta pa ako ng Taiwan nun eh.
Esports things.
Tapos andito sila, dito sila Jessie Bash nun eh. Ang dami, men. Well, siguro except League. Kasi nag-pro din siya eh. Kasi ganito sa Pilipinas kasi, naglaro siya ng League na professionally as well, pero hindi nagtagal. Pero onto this game, mga kaibigan, Delb. Going in, natamaan siya dito ng kalapag na papag. So this is gonna be a really scary run for the players of PRX right now. Wala silang idea at all. The Delb is inside already. May pera si Jing, yes, may pera si Forsaken, pero siya makabawi kahit pa paano, pero yung nga lang, hindi na alam na meron talo sa biligid niya. Pero Noxy, maganda po siya ng Noxy dito, mga kaibigan.
Oh my God,
namatay na yung dalawang players ng may Vandal. So sabi na Davide, pre, akin na yung Vandal mo. Delb catching one. This is gonna be a 10-7 for sure dito sa game na to.
Iba ang nagiging comeback ngayon ng Alter Ego. Talaga makikita natin yung composure nila to get inside and yung availability din kasi ng mga utilities dito ng kanilang initiators. Huwag natin kalimutan na KO pa rin yan. Na kaya makapag-suppress ng mga utility dito ng mga nasa loob ng site at walang pera ngayon ang PaperX or rather nakapag-save naman sila pero yung dalawa kasi from the previous nakapag-save naunahan kaagad ni Noxy. Nadali kaagad sila dito. Unfortunately, for PaperX, double digit ang pressure na may bibigay na ngayon ng Alter Ego sa kanila.
Oo. Ito na. Buti pa sa Valorant may last chance. Oopsie. Shoutouts nga pala kay kay Mr. Robbie. Sabi niya dapat pag ganitong playoffs best of 5 na. Ikaw na mag-cast dito pa rin. Hindi dito.
Pala tayo.
Ikaw na mag-cast pa rin.
lahat ng rounds ng playoffs.
Ikaw na mag-cast dito pa rin. Best of 5 pala gusto mo lahat ha. Ika na.
Basta sa amin yung sa amin yung TF.
Sa amin yung TF pa rin.
Kung may gusto ng best of 5. Anong camera ni Delb?
Delb again. Benka, we can touch him down. Forsaken, ginitara yung isa. Dalawa pa dito po. Sige! Forsaken, gitarahin mo lahat! Alam mo sa totoo lang. Ito pag inulti ni Forsaken, pag inulti ni Neon si Kosh, dapat may added damage. Kasi robot siya metal, di ba? Oh. Ano ba ang pinaka-solid na conductor ng electricity?
30 seconds left.
Metal, di ba? Metal. Oh, dapat merong added damage yan, men. Kung ko ba dito kay Valorant?
Uy, bakit?
Sayang! Ba't mo pinatay? Mag-orbital strike na sana eh. Sayang! Yun yung mga kills na sayang na sana hindi nangyari. Alam mo yun? Oh. Kasi at least yung Xerxia, wala na siyang orbital strike, di ba? Sayang. Ito fingerstyle mga kaibigan. Yun Diyos ko po, sayang wala na siya.
One tap lang eh.
Oo. Ito ang ultimate ni Neon. Ang ultimate ni Neon mga kaibigan, malapit malayo, sa ulo o kahit saan sa katawan, iisang damage lang. Para siyang Blade Storm. Pero, 50 lang yung damage kahit ano mangyari. Kunyari sa ulo, di ba? Sa ulo manamang 1 tap yan, di ba? 150 yan sa ulo. Pero pag sa katawan at any part of the body, it's still 50 damage yan. Parang ganyan yan. Parang ganun ng ni yun.
Di rin sila nakapag-react. Saka na-concast din sila eh. Nabatahan sila ng recon balls doon ni Forsaken. So, gives a lot of opportunity for Forsaken na biglain kaagad dito ang AE. Hindi sila nakapag-react. Although, Xerxia, huli na ang lahat na one-tap niya dito si Forsaken. Tumumba na yung mga tropa niya dito. Alter Ego, they are still leading with 2 rounds. PaperX naman dito, they have the Eco na maipersa nila yung half an armor dito for the buy. But unfortunately for them, it's almost like the same in Alter Ego side. Pero syempre, chillin lang muna dito ngayon ang Alter Ego. Noxy goes in for 1. Forsaken naman dito for another. That is a trade-off. 4v4 na kaagad ang lamang.
Gusto nyo ba? Isa pang isa pang tawag dito? Isa pang info? Si Jessie Vash, nagbang-bang din yan.
Spike planted.
Oh, hindi mo ba alam?
Hindi ko alam.
Oo, nagganyan siya, men. Hindi mo alam, di ba? Kasi konti lang nakakaalam nito. Nag-pro din siya dun sa bang-bang. Alam mo kasi kasama nila? Si Why Not? Sila yung magkakampi.
Okay.
Oh.
Hindi ko naabutan.
Oo. Promise. Sila magkakampi. Alam mo, team nila dati? Geek Fam.
Prepare for hellfire. Deep fried.
Konti na nakakaalam nito, men.
Enemy remaining. Last
Saglit
player
lang
standing.
yung game sa scene eh.
Oh, saglit lang yan, pero ganun nangyari doon.
Oo.
Paano ko nalaman yon? Kasi nag-host ako ng event, andun sila. Andun pa si Bash nun. Unang-unang event, unang-unang ano nila. pinakauna nilang LAN tournament mga kaibigan, ako yung nag-host ko. Andun sila.
Gig pa mo, natatandaan.
Lahat nilalaro nila Jesse Bash, man.
Lahat. Grabe. Di thankful din pala ako ngayon. Para akong blessed na hanggang ngayon, nakakasko pa rin si Jessie Bash. 11-8. No guns or just broken buys lang?
Sige po, balita ako, pati Battle of Mactan, civil nagkas. Oo, men.
Meron nga kami sa GoPH, di ba?
Oo. Kainom mo ko si Magellan, men. Kainom ko si Magellan. Nung nalasing, sabi niya, I shall return daw, hindi na bumalik. Nung nalasing, sabi niya, ano, CR lang ako. Hindi na bumalik, sabi niya, I shall return daw, sabi niya Magellan. Hindi na bumalik, men.
Nalasing. Oh, wait, sa comments na lang, hindi sa akin galing yan. Battle of Mactan. Dalawa na lang pala ang natitira dito agad for Alter Ego. They still have time to plant in the spike, but unfortunately, the numbers are just in favor of Paper Rex. Pag nag-wise dito, magkakatalis pa nga. Noxy goes in for the kill dito kay Benka. Unfortunately, he was caught up by timing, but still, it's a 2v2.
Last enemy remaining.
Pero hindi pa kayo nilitis pang kasama dito, but unfortunately, this is just Forsaken tanking things up. 2 members ang napatay niya kaagad dito for Alter Ego. No more comebacks or no more match point. Ang gusto ditong ibigay ng Paper Rex, pero hanggang kailan nila ma-hold ang Alter Ego to getting in that match point dito sa pack.
11-9 it is in Paper Rex. Uno, AE, wala silang pera. Pwede maging 10-11 to. Sobrang dikit ng laban, pero meron naman silang 2 force at the end of the day. And at least Paper Rex, nakukuha nila yung mga kills nila dito, yung important kills Pero wala eh. To be honest, not pickers it is. Yeah, pwedeng mag 1-1 to. And pupunta right after this game. Yeah.
You want to play? Let's play.
Sorry, match natin pero alam dahil mga kaibigan ito yung business na ginagawa niya. No, sige na push and dito sa may aiming. Pero the Vi waiting patiently dito sa may second floor mga kaibigan. Ooh, the Vi catching one. Pero alam niya kung nasan pa. Pero muntik na alam mga kapatid. The Vi with the Jing. Catching one as well. Jing with another one. 2-3. Ito na si Jing. Gamit niya ang kanyang operator pero makakuha siya ng isa. That is the big question of them all. Pero si Noxy with just that one force on hand. Meron pa sa may gilid mo na maganda. Ang ganda ng off angle. Ito na si King. Alam nila kung nasa na si King. Tinitignan ni Jing. Forsaken with the King. Lahat may ing. 11-10. Paper Rex, mababawi.
Mababawi. Paper Rex dito. Talaga nabigla ako doon. Kung saan man nanggaling dito si Jake, na natin The Vi dito was able to take down onto one. Mag-trade off siya. Didel. Nanggaling siya ng drop. So, nag-satchel in siya dito para matulungan niya yung tropa niya. Hindi siya magpapakampan and mag-hold lang all the way from that smoke. Mula doon sa drop, mula doon sa dish. Kaya naman ngayon, mapapwersa nila itong AE to pull things down all the way in favor of them. 10-11.
Si Vil ang lumumpok. Sedo na rin. Napunit na, Lod.
Si Vil lumumpok.
Pinapasettle na reveal pa ako ni ni Gibo Wala sorry Lods kung napunit na namin kaibigan Bonnie. Bonnie and Clyde. Ano ba? Bonnie and Clyde. Yun, talagang mga Pinoy talaga yun. Tagal na yun,
Grabe si Will, kasabayan yata si Enrile dito.
Ay, hindi naman. Lolo ko yun, man.
Grabe naman kayo, guys.
Mas tito pa talaga si Phil kaysa kay Bash. Hindi totoo yun, man. Alam nyo ba? Ito pa.
Ayan.
Back then. Si Bash kasi taga Bangtalban yan. Siyempre, uso yung mga pustahan, di ba? Alam nyo ba na band si Vash na maglaro dun sa lugar niya?
laban.
So, sobrang lakas niya, men. Hindi siya pwede maglaro doon kasi malakas nga siya. Oo, kasi taga Marikina ako, di ba? Tapos so naglalaro sila kasi may Meralco kasi doon. Meron kasing parang group of parang isang building na puro computer shop. Tabi siya ng Meralco. And, tapos doon kami naglalaro. Ang mga nandun sila Rio, if ever you guys know him. Ayan, kasama pa namin doon sila DJ. Yan, sila DJ, pre. Oh, sila DJ. Sila Jardel. Mga kaklase ko yun. Hindi ko sila kaklase, pero mga ka-schoolmate ko yung mga yun. Mga kabatch ko yung mga yun. Share ko lang. Basta usapan ng history ni esports. Tara, pag-usapan natin yan, may marami akong masasabi dyan.
Tapos wala na naikas na. Pero ito, mapasok ko sila kayo.
Hindi alam na Becky kung nasa na palaban niya. Hindi niya alam. Hindi niya alam kung nasan si Force. Hindi niya alam kung nasan si Del, pre. Ang bilis na pa si Jing popping off. 2v3 right now. He will catch one as well. Try to win a fourth one. Missing that shot. 12 to 10. AE is in the match point already.
Match point.
Nagbarong ka ba ng Bill? I'm out of here.
Ha?
Nagbarong ka daw ba nun, Bill? Nung nanalo sila Lapu-Lapu?
Hindi, wala pa. Parang bahag pa yung bahag pa yung suot ko yun.
Wala pa barong nun, guys eh. Pero si Jake talaga nag-pop up the moment na makita niya dito yung mga players from Alter Ego. Sayang lang din hindi siya nakapag-react ng tama to have his crosshair placement away from the lobby. But unfortunately, oh my god, Mind Freak! Canceling out the players here from Alter Ego. Backs away immediately, pero pumasok pa kaagad siya ng side. Unfortunately, namabuti siya dito sa Dubai. Quick of a no-scope dito sa kanya. 2v3 at the very moment. Numbers in favor of Paper Rex. The blinds won't be in favor of them dahil nakapag-react on time dito si Dubai with a crazy 3K para makuha nila dito. U12 is 11 scoreline. One more round for Paper Rex para mag-overtime.
OT! Walang pera ang AE. Oh no. Dahil 724 sa yung Headhunter. OT it is. Yan ang iniisip ngayon ng mga players ng Paper Rex. Pero ano na mangyayari, Ben? Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Jerome Pinedo.
Nomad.
Sino masabi ni sabi ni Jiro, ni Nomad, nakabag si Phil. Diba?
Nabutan dyan.
Oo, men! Hindi. Siyempre, pag magkaibigan kayo, pag mga taga Marikina, iisa lang nasa isip nyo, men. Isa lang ang takbo ng utak nyo. Ganun lang yun. Pero, the vibe, we're gonna catch one. Ang dami nangyayari dito sa makakuha ng dalawa here. Really popping off right now, pero Mind Free will gonna catch one as well. 3v2, napakadami nilang kinumit na ultimate ngayon. Ang problema nila, the spike is dropped. Adrian King pa rin siyang bumawi, pero yung mga players nila Paper Rex sa may Getty. Noxy, the only man remaining with a Headhunter right now. Wala na siyang barrel, wala na siyang armor ngayon. So all you gotta do is commit. And let's see if ever makakuha ba siya dito ng clutch, but Angels has been thrown out. Nalabas na rin dito ang Aftershock. Tatlo pa ang nakatingin sa'yo. Baka mana. Noxy, baka mana. OT na talaga.
Pare-pares pa sila ng hanggulong pinagbabantayan dito. Dalawa all the way from hell. Now, it's all up to the wall bang. Maunahan niya nga ba dito si Jing, and that is going to be the answer. Jing remains standing, surviving in for another day. That is the overtime. Ngayon ng Paper Rex na hinabol laban dito sa EE. Sinaglit lang nila yung naging playthrough nila dito against Alter Ego, who has been struggling para maunahan sa mga leading rounds dito ang Paper Rex. But sobrang flashy ng round na ito. Ang daming mga ultimates na lumabas talaga.
Ito. On to this game, mga kaibigan. At least, Paper Rex na bawi pa rin naman nila to. Once again, Alter Ego. Are we gonna see a game number 3 for Paper Rex na gina-end all nila? Kasi ito, the more na tumatagal yung game, the more na nabawasan sa Paper Rex. Noxy says no to him. Jing with a trade-off, 3v3. Noxy, half on HP. Jing, pwede siya bumawi dito kasi hindi naman titira sa kanya. Pero yung nga ng Del, pwede na sa tutugod niya. They're actually really not expecting that would happen. Pero literal na dalawa, nagpa-flank. Noxy, oh no! We're gonna catch one right now, Benkai, 1v2.
1v2.
All you're gonna do is wait probably. Fault lines will connect. On to one. Adrian King, the only man remaining. Breach versus Breach. He's gonna plant the spike already. Is this gonna be a 1v3 clutch na gagawin ni Benkai or not?
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
Oh no, meron siyang ultimate!
Sayang. You wanted to reposition pa naman kaagad sana. Open for bilong siya eh. Sayang yun. Alter Ego, 13 to 12.
Switching sides. Match point.
Sayang lang talaga, no? I mean, hindi ko alam kay Benkai kung siya nag-peek out agad eh, no? Tinan mo, nag-peek siya agad eh. I mean, pag-plant mo yung spike, kalma ka lang, di ba? Pwede ka mag-fault line, pwede ka mag-flash, or pwede ka mag-antay. Pero wala, kailangan din ng info dun eh. Pag hindi siya nag-peek din dun, wala siyang info. Literal na maglalaro siya sa sa hangin. Pero ulit ng ginagawa nila kanina. Pero Adrian King catching one of the mind free guns from Jing. Walang oh no!
Oh my God, Jing!
They're already TV4. Davai. With that operator.
My ult's ready.
Naputok na ba din ba yung operator niya? Kasi if ever naputok niya, alam na ng mga players ng AE kung nasaan ba yung kasa. Kung si Benkai natamaan dito ng kalapag ng papag. Pero this is, we're thinking we're gonna end the life of these players and if ever
Benkai.
2v3. Adrian King, only man remaining is Davai. Winnable. Mahirap.
Spike planted.
Napakadaming ecoms ito, pero nga ng Davai medyo mahirap kasi operator ang gamit niya. Hirap nito, men. Sobrang hirap nito. Yeah, game number 3 na tayo, pre!
Ayun na nga.
Attackers win.
Nakinig si King. Adrian King was able to finish things out with a clean 4K. That was a really good round and a really good half. Especially na pumaboard na lahat ng mga pagkakataon ng Reaper Rex para makapag-dominate ng site. Really, it just goes to show na parang umabot tayo sa map pick curse dito laban sa series ng Alter Ego at ng Paper Rex para may push ito to a game number 3. I think we are going in the map of Icebox.
Yeah. Ay, gumusto yung Razel eh. Pabayaan na natin siya guys, wala naman siya ginagawang tama. Pero yeah, we're gonna head over to game number 3 already and mukhang hindi na din talaga kinaya ng Paper Rex. Yung AE dito, once again, map pick curse ang nangyari. Nanalo sila dun sa mapang pinili ng mga kalaban nila. They tried to win every single round. We've seen some mishaps, we've seen some mistakes as well. We've seen some adjustments. Pero lalo lang sa Paper Rex, pero yung nga lang hindi ito naging resulta para makukuha sila ng panalo. We've seen a lot of adjustments. We've seen a lot of good plays as well. Lalong-lalo na and clutches, lalong-lalo na sa Paper Rex, syempre sa AE. But in the end, it's just AE will win this game number 2. Si Benkai, I mean, yung ginagawa niyang pag-swing out dun sa like right after the plant. I mean, all you gotta do is probably stay. All you need to do is stay. Stay and wait for that sound cues or whatsoever. Pero kung knowing naman na hindi niya alam kung saan mo pinlant exactly, yeah? Hindi naman niya alam kung saan pinlant exactly. So, ikaw pa rin talaga ang may bawi dito kahit ano mangyari. But yeah, just gonna head on to a very short break once again. This is game number 3 already of Paper Rex versus Alter Ego. After the break, kita-kits tayo. Direct, it's time. At muna.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta make the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first overtime of the knockouts. Alter Ego, just so impressive, and they cut it close as they did in Bind. But the beauty of all of that is that we get to see them against PaperX once more, but this time around in Icebox. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix once again here on the panel. Fluffy, please suffice the CM with the fitting adjectives, because I am beyond the moon for Alter Ego right now, especially as that game was just ongoing.
I'd have to describe this as just surprising in general. You know, we saw PaperX come in to this map, fracture their pick with a composition that looks like it's going to be very aggressive and it's going to be very comfortable for them. On the attack, they did show a lot of promise up until the 6th round, but AE, on the other hand, really got that adaptation going where they took the reverse and took the rest of the first half. But coming into the second, you know, when you're defending with a team comp like this for PaperX, one of the problems of being so aggressive in its own right is that you have to play that role, play to your strengths of your comp in Valorant. And I feel like they weren't able to really leverage the fact of how aggressive they could be. They were allowing AE to get onto the site and catch up in the score. And at the end of it, AE, especially with a great overtime, just ended the dream of PaperX's 2-0.
Definitely. PaperX's lineup, and I mentioned this when we saw the agent selection, I love Alter Ego's lineup. I feel there's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of ability to also just go into those sites. They don't have to play it a particular way, but PaperX's lineup seems to need that kind of aggression early pick, and we saw them kind of switch onto it a little late, especially when Alter Ego was already on 11 points. PaperX started being a lot more aggressive. They started getting that information early on, pinching Alter Ego on the sites, but ultimately Alter Ego with all of the refrags, with all of the positioning, I feel everyone on AE was able to perform and step up. We could see it also was very even in terms of the scoreboard. So in general, they just did a fantastic job.
I think that's something that we really have to touch up on when it comes to Alter Ego is pacing. The way they played these rounds, very smart. You know, they did not allow for Paper Rex to have like a certain conditioning, because you see them some rounds they're doing split pushes. They're utilizing the way Fracture is designed. They go up from both of the entry points, and then some rounds they just do a full 5-man executions, push with no fear type of thing, and it's just so nice to see, Tricks. This is the kind of creativeness that Alter Ego had to bring out in order to counter an unpredictable team like Paper X.
Definitely. Also, there's the addition that they were just hitting some crazy shots on Alter Ego, but we could see they weren't committing to some of the pushes. Like there was a round somewhere later in that they just stayed and spawned for a bit, waiting to see if Paper X was going to go for that aggressive push. I'm assuming it's because of their lineup. They're expecting that aggression from them, but we could see they were just patiently waiting on the side on their spawn, and then they decide, okay, we're gonna go hit this side. Let's wait for the smoke to come down. Let's just start pushing them there. And as Fluffy mentions, that Viper pick, I feel kind of shot them in the foot. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think, on the attack, it does its job, but when you're on the defense, the big disadvantage for Viper is once you have your things set up already and your gas is already out, you're kind of committed there. And with a map like Fracture, and with your only other sentinel being Chamber, I don't think it's a lot of delay, which allows the enemy team, which might not be as explosive of a lineup than yours in the hard commit, just because they have that many initiators as well to re-hit sites once they do take out the 1 or 2 traps to slow them down. They can really just bulldoze aside, which I feel like AE did take a lot of advantage of, because one thing that they did better than Paper Rex in this specific map, I think, is just not just pacing, but also spacing, where they had a lot of their teammates ready to go for the trade in case their initial entry dies, etc. Whereas Paper Rex kind of played a more solo angles, where if one of them gets taken out, it's pretty hard for the teammates to help out or at least get the trade for them. I think that led to a lot of man disadvantages and kind of pushed it towards AE's favor. So it's good that they're adapting that playstyle against Paper Rex, and if they do that one more time in the next map, then that might be the end of Paper Rex's undefeated run.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I think that it was uncharacteristic for Paper X to not be as aggressive. I mean, we saw the lineup. We were expecting more aggression, especially on the defense, but that's not what they were delivering this time around, which I am questioning why that is so, but again, they were able to pull out the adjustments towards the end, but it just felt like it was a little bit too late. And again, if we're talking about patterns, this was the exact same thing that happened during buy-in. Like, they would have been able, both of these teams could have capitalized off of each other's mistakes a little bit faster had they noticed what the pattern that was recurring was actually happening, where the trend was going. And they just had to break through that. But again, Tricks, a little bit too late on the timing for both of the teams.
I do think so. I felt that watching that first map, which was Bind, I was saying how both teams weren't exactly capitalizing on what lineup that they had. They were primarily focusing on that synergy of your teammates, which is fantastic and necessary on a pro team. But when you look at Alter Ego coming into this map Fracture, we could see that they were optimizing the fact that they had that double initiator that that Paper X was not running. They had that ability to hit the sites more. They had the ability to wait on the Viper to see what's going to happen, see where Paper X is pushing. And I feel like that understanding, especially on a map like Fracture, where we've seen Paper X shine, assisted Alter Ego in terms of this is what we have, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we need to be aware of. Paper X, on the other hand, usually so dominating.
Yeah.
So I feel like that was their downfall. They weren't able to get that ball started to start rolling, because the crossfires also, they kind of let Alter Ego go into the sights, no?
Oh my god. I don't want to even get into the topic of crossfires, because Alter Ego's crossfire, just very, very good. But I wonder how that's going to play out as we move on to Icebox, Fluffy. How do you think the setup is going to be for either of these teams?
I feel like for Icebox, at least for the side of Paper X, there's probably gonna play the normal standard agents, probably flexing onto that KO. But I do know that they also run a variation of comp. Sometimes they play Fade. They've tried that. They've tried it with Killjoy as well. Sometimes even the is it Breach? I think Chamber is what I mean for the other Sentinel. So it comes off very flexible, at least in their local VCT. Or on the other hand, I feel like AE, if they play together like how they did during this game, if they're able to shut down a lot of the solo angles that you have to hold, I think they can really take Icebox over Paper X, as Paper X is the one coming into this as a reset, where it's essentially
Yeah.
a best of one, whereas Alter Ego does have that momentum carrying through from Fracture.
Now, you did touch up a little bit of how they're supposed to play over here, Fluffy, and it always boils down to the composition. They're like seeing the composition come into play. You can already tell what kind of play style these guys are going to be running, whether it's an aggressive one, once you see an initiator, or perhaps any agent that has a lot of utilities to throw at them. So we're unveiling that right now, Trix. And as we do so, any thoughts on what you're seeing so far?
We're seeing both of the teams have the Jet. I like how Paper Rex is running the Sentinel, the double Sentinel on Davai and Jing, having that Chamber and Sage. I feel there's information that can be gathered by this team, but I also find that it's kind of that hard intel, unlike Alter Ego's Sova KO, which has that ability to get information without really giving up any agents. But how about you, Fluffy?
I think for Paper Rex, this is the first time actually that I've seen them play the single initiator along with a double sentinel. The last time that they did pick Fade, it came alongside with a KO and Neon. Probably just testing something out for, I think it was, previously for APAC. But so when you give up the additional information from having that KO, but double down on bolstering your defense, maybe it's just because when you look at a team like Paper Rex, normally they win a lot of their attack sides here on Icebox. So now that they have a bit more stopping power in the defense with a double sentinel, it'll bolster their defense and kind of balance it out more. So maybe it's just it's more like an adjustment for their current team rather than what's the best.
That's true. I can definitely see that. I feel, especially with that Sage, the ability to heal is just really helpful on a map like Icebox, where you are taking a lot of duels, sometimes risky duels, especially a Chamber that kind of wants a little more information, peeks a little too far, gets hit a bit too much, runs to the Sage for a bit of a heal.
Okay, since you already touched up on that, like trying to get those early duels and tricks, what are the tendencies of either of these teams that they should be aware of before they even get started into this game? Like, what should they, like if they're too aggressive at times, what should they do? Like anything that you see from either of these teams?
I think Paper Rex going into this definitely need to have better holds if they want to just hold the site in terms of crossfire and bait situation. Being able to be in safer positions in order to assist their teammates. And because the side of Alter Ego has that ability to flash, to molly, to really flush people out of corners, I would say Paper X might want to refrain from standing in corners where it might guarantee their demise.
They gotta be careful for that one. But as I say that, despite us heading over onto Icebox, it just feels getting really heated up over here. And I'm not just talking about the weather, I'm talking about the tension. This is game number 3, folks. It feels like a hard reset, but remember that game number 1 and game number 2 were this close. So keep your eyes peeled as we head on over to the box of ice that we like to call Icebox. See you guys on game number 3.
Ito na ang huli-huli ang game na mapapanood natin ngayon between the teams of Paper Rex and Alter Ego, kung saan it was really just a close match. Hanigay si The Doubly nga po pala, kasama ko ngayon si Vil, ang makakasama nyo throughout the first and second series ng unang araw ng Knockouts.
Game number 3 dito sa mga games natin ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. And now, still have no idea who's gonna win this. Probably it's gonna be a 50-50, man. I mean, pwedeng 50-50 and talagang wala eh. I mean, sobrang solid na pinakita ko ngayon ng Alter Ego. To be honest, I'm actually really expecting for it to go. A lot of players are actually expecting for the big W dito sa Paper Rex. Pero at least lumaban ang Alter Ego dito. And naisulat na sa Biblia yan, mga kaibigan. Naisulat na yan sa Biblia, boss, na na Paper Rex ang mag-a-advance dito. Chapter 6 verse 9. Nandun na yun, man. Nandun na yun. Hindi na mawawala yun. Sure na yun. So, makikita natin kung paano magagawin na Paper Rex to. We're gonna end now dito sa Icebox. Once again, hindi naman tatanghaling strongest team sa buong Asia Pacific ang Paper Rex kung hindi naman sila malakas sa buong map, sa lahat ng mapa ng Valorant. Except for you. Pero here for AE, makakayanan ba nila? Ito Paper Rex, ito ang isa sa pinakamalakas nilang map, ang Icebox. Sobrang taas ng win rate ng Paper Rex dito sa mapa na to. Napakataas, Ben. Madadagdagan ba yun or not?
I have this fight.
Google lang. Google po ba?
Dami rin mga times talagang ito yung mga nagiging wins nila. But unfortunately now, this impact of Noxy trying to eliminate in the players here from Paper Rex. Unfortunately, yung pangatlo hindi na naging pabor pa sa kanya. It's down to a 3v4 but still doable for the side of Paper Rex. Unfortunately, yung makakatapat naman nila dito is Molly. Taken naman dito, trying to get a lot of space for her.
One enemy remaining.
Mind pick naman dito for trade-off, but it's all up to Jing. Si Jing na save lang. Wala siyang iba pang utilities dito, but now on the other side of the map, it's all up to Depth to delve, to clean things up. Mula na nga dito sa garage, was able to flank out against Paper Rex, and pistol round na ngayon ay napunta na sa Alter Ego.
Yeah. And Alter Ego, ladies and gentlemen, getting back 1-0 already dito sa ating game. Oh, malay mo, di ba? Talagang mali-reverse sweep ng Alter Ego to. Maaga pa naman, pero sabi ng Paper Rex, ba't kami magsisave? Kami magsisave.
Wala sila.
Hindi kami magsisave, pare. Force buy ito, man. Yun yung gagawin ata ng Paper Rex ngayon. Pero, Sheriff, okay. Alright. Full armor in the Sheriff and 7 shots ng Headhunter. That is a place to be. Alam ba ng Alter Ego na gano'n ang gagawin nila? Do I think they know it already. Pero yun nga, ito yung mga sino ginagawa ng Noxy, catching one already. This is the push. AE knows it na nag-force buy ang Paper Rex dito sa game na to, sa match na to, sa round na to. They're gonna deny that Aljone, pero nga Adrian King catching one of the actual obvious. Oh no, oh no.
Oh no.
Literal na walang pera ang Paper Rex. Pwede pang maging 4-0 to. Or 3-0. Yeah, 3-0.
Save sila this round, and unfortunately dito for Paper Rex, binigay na naman nila dito yung pagkakataon for Alter Ego to dominate them fully. Hindi sila nakapag-react on time nung nakita na nila si Noxy dito that he was covering up a site or covering up an angle, but there's also the mollies and the utilities pa rin kasi na naging sapat pa dito for Alter Ego to deny in that plant. Nakapag-rush na sila inside of B. But this time, it's just an impact na binibigay dito ng AE na hindi nyo kami basta-bastang i-push lang inside of the sites. And now, and looking back into our minimap, Axelovia is just giving A site dito para retake na lang ang lalaro nila against Paper Rex.
Retake na lang ang kailangan nilang gawa ng paraan dito if ever. Pero on to these games that we are now seeing, meron pa rin talagang chance dito ang Paper Rex kahit pa paano. Pero, this is the push from Forsaken right now. Pero nasan ba yung answer dito? Forsaken, yes. Marshall ang gamit niya. Para siya naman sila ng konti ba that Adrian King. Bengkai. Prowler natamaan isa pero nga lang push. Anticipated something right here. Also already. Jing with a swing as well. Jing with a kill. Pero ang problema lang din talaga, napakaganda ng pagtulat niya. Sabi ni Noxy, bro, wala siya gagawin kundi we're gonna stop diffuse, possible diffuse of Alter Ego. Pero yeah, parang kanto na mangyari dito sa AE, they still have the better guns, and for Paper Rex, nakasave pa rin sila dito. 3-0 it is. So, if Paper Rex hindi pa sila manalo dito sa round na to, man, promise 5-0 ang pwede mangyari dito sa game na to.
Oh, kasi they will be exhausting in the efforts of yung pag-save nila from the previous round para makakuha na ngayon ng Vandals. Thankfully for them, they were able to plant the spike all the way from A-nest, but the problem is yun na nga, nabueluhan ka agad sila dito ng Alter Ego. They had the numbers advantage, they had the firepower, meron pa rin sila ditong Ego to begin with that round. And even though na matalo dito sila sa round na ito, may pambili pa sila for another rifle sets on the next ones. But will it still be in favor of AE? Lalo na't ngayon, natag-in man dito sila Forsaken, pero they're playing it slow. They're just playing it for info. Kung ano ba yung pwede maging push dito ng Alter Ego.
Yeah. Maga pa lang So, pwede ba, mali ba talagang makabawi pa rin talaga sila dito kahit konti. They have the Vandals on hand though. Kalaban niya dito ang tatlong Spectres, so they can actually easily push in if ever they're gonna pick off everyone dito sa side ng A. Jing, gonna start it off. Ito yung solid dito sa Paper X. Malakas yung ano nila, malakas yung composition nila for defending. Sobrang solid yung defending nila Mentranes. Pero, they're taking to the push in. Xerxia, yan, deny. Probably won't gonna deny that a plant na gagawin dito ng Paper X because of that wall that Jing did. Forsaken, gonna check everyone. Nadadaan dito lang sa may screens. Pero, Kush though. With that shotgun, deny the win of these players, but it's all up to Kush. Wala na siyang utilities at all. Wala na siyang anything. Kahit shock dart man lang. Kush catching one. Tatlo pa ang kalaban niya dito. They have an idea kung nasa ba sila, pero pag silip mo dito tatlo agad. Ang makikita mo, 3-1 in Paper X. Nakabawi sila kahit paano. Pero in terms of money, Jing, force buy, yes pwede, pero kailangan mo ng wall. Probably hindi siya makakapag-vandal dito. So, pwede tayo makakita siguro ng Bulldog dito kay Jing. Bulldog, half armor, then bilhin ng kahit ano. Pwedeng full armor, but it's really up to you though. Di okay, magpa-drop na lang siya. Maraming salamat, Davai, sa drop.
Since it's still doable for Paper X to commit. Kuha na naman sila muna ng info dito, gather themselves a kill before sila mag-proceed dito na pumasok inside of the site, get an info, and again, get info skills. Operator ang hawak dito ni Del, but unfortunately with that Cloudburst, magkakaroon ng opportunity dito si Forsaken to have that wide swing. Position na lang din kaagad dito kay Del para makakuha ng isa and immediately goes in with a casualty against the side of Paper X, down to a 4v5. Still doable pa ba ito for Paper X or talaga magagambala sila ng ultimate dito ni Adrian King will be the reason kung bakit sila delayed to get inside dahil wala silang utilities na maaalalayan pagpasok.
Yeah. Pero Benkai, once again, napakaganda ng pick dito ng Benkai agad pala, pero that is Jing though trying to revive Benkai para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng bawi dito kahit paano. They know that they're ready na wala nung rest. So, it's now or never for the side of Paper X right now. Forsaken gonna push in. Meron tao dito sa may screens. Pero, it's all up to the verticality na pwede talaga gawin talaga ngayon ng Paper X. Delb though. No one HP. That is a swing na ginawa ni Kufai. We're gonna take him down. It's all up to one. Noxy. Is he gonna save that operator? Maybe yes. Medyo malayo lang din talaga ang pwede nilang puntahan pero wala kang choice kundi mag-save na lang din talaga and they know it. Nasa yung isa. Talagang hahabulin niya para magkaroon sila ng bawi dito kahit paano. Meron tayo dito sa mid, naririnig ni Noxy ito. But Noxy will gonna miss the Ferrari peak na ginawa ngayon ni Benkai. 3-2, Paper X bumabawi, AE, walang pera.
Gastos rin kasi talaga ng round na yun. Ultima dalawang operators ang in-exhaust nila to make sure na makukuha nila yung round. But unfortunately, isa lang yung napatumba nila. That was also the revive na i-follow pa dito nila Jing. And now, with this round, will it possibly be the opportunity na ngayon for Paper X to have that comeback? Dahil ilang rounds din ang naging baon dito ng EE, ang naging lead nila dito. They have already save up for this one dahil meron ditong Blade Storm and also have here Noxy with his ultimate. Blind ang ginawa dito kaagad ni Adrian King. Hindi magkoconnect kaagad yung mga first two shots niya. But in the meantime, makikita naman natin dito si Noxy with the trade. Still a doable combat, but we still have numbers in favor naman dito ni Paper X going into A side.
Yeah. On to the game is Delb. Kahit laser ng gamit niya, wala pa rin ito at para kaya Hunter's Fury to the side of course right now with the take down one. Pero at least nakapatay pa rin sa Axel level dito kahit isa. Ang singing already, but the 5 will gonna take down 2. Axel Love together with the cut. Hindi winnable to men, mahirap to kahit 2v2 to. Nakakuha sila ng pera, so pwede pa. Okay, naging winnable na nga. Pero nga lang Mindfreak, wala siya magagawa kundi mag-snake fight natin talaga na half.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, Mindfreak flick. Gentlemen, once again, you need to remove the freak of the Mindfreak. You need to replace that with flick. Mind flick talaga ang nangyayari dito. Ito madaling mag-flick kaliwat kanan. Madaling mag-flick pababa, pero mahirap mag-flick pataas. Tandaan nyo.
Ganda sana yung panimula na dito ng AE eh. Nagugulat yung Paper Rex dito sa utilities. This is again the save round for Alter Ego, pero it was really just a commendable round for them. Dahil naging close na ito. Look at that flick, my guy. It's just all in favor of Mind Freak. Dahil nga, na-snake bite niya pa si Axelovia dito, trying to defuse in the spike. And now, by all means, may bias pa rin naman sila dito. Pero kabahan na sila dahil na-equalize na kaagad nila yung score. 93-3. Pero we have Kush already going in for 2K. Down to a 3v4 scenario. Oh my gosh, Benkai just goes in wild with a clean 2K as well all the way from mid. Pero it's all up to them para makancel out yung mga rotation na magagawa ngayon. And he did it all in favor ng mga pag-hold niya dito sa mid. And unfortunately, we are finally down again.
Player
Oh no, the vibe.
From 2v2 to 2v1 that fast.
One enemy remaining.
King, catching one! Muntik na makuha dun sa quick smoke ngayon. Launching already dun sa may taas. Davai, malisilip ba niya? Oh no, he needs to jump. Pero yung alam mo kung focus on ata ni Adrian King, and yes! Clutch will successfully take him down and defuse the spike. Clutch it is, ladies and gentlemen. Really solid game. Love it.
Close rounds, no? Especially dito na napangunahan ulit siya ng Paper Rex, or rather ng Alter Ego. Down to a good hold and cut off rotation si Benkai. But unfortunately kasi, hindi nila alam kung saan ba dito tutungo na yung nagpa-flank from the side of Alter Ego. Was able to eliminate in Benkai. Daway dito, hindi niya kita all the way from Ram. So, nahirapan siya kung paano niya bebeluhan kaagad dito yung Alter Ego. Adrian King from defusing in the spike, 4-3. Still a lead for Alter Ego, but this time, aggressive push ang ginawa dito ng Delb. Getting in the end zone from the Tricon. Wide swing ang ginawa dito ni Forsaken. Fortunately, hindi itong magiging ganap para sa kanya. We have now here the duel happening all the way from A main. Won't be connecting as much, but still, back away na lang dito ang Alter Ego. They are consistent pagdating sa nga nagigipusha sila. But now, Paper Rex, ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin ngayon?
Yeah. For B5 right now, medyo mahihirapin ngayon ng Paper kasi wala na ngayon si Forsaken. Wala na sila mag-end talaga, pero at least pala nila may spike. Muntik na mapala yung spike, which will give them a hard time dealing with everyone right now. Which will mag-lights na natamaan yung dalawa. Wala silang marinig ngayon, but all they're gonna do is push it no matter what. And now it's not gonna push it already, pero we're gonna take down Benkai right now. But spike has been planted. Lamang ang Paper Rex dito. Sobrang solid. Yung Viper Spit, literal, nakitang-kita lahat. Wala silang idea kung si Mind Freak. You need to take down Mind Freak first. But Mind Freak will catch one. Alam nila nasa taas ngayon. Pero Mind Freak wala kang shoot at wag hindi talaga lumaban. Pero yun nga, ito. The fight with the other one right now. And I think hindi siya magkakaroon dito ng oras for him to take down AE and EZ. Operator ulit para kay Delb. Salamat. Shot.
Paper Rex. It was really just a good round dahil nga yung Viper Spit nakapag-enable sa kanya na makapag-plant ka agad ng spike. Although they were delayed, it was also the reason na may Nightfall silang kasama dito para makapag-plant in the spike. Ang nangyari na lang din dito is, it just naunahan na kaagad ni Kush dito, si Mind Freak, at hindi siya nakabuelo kaagad since hindi siya nag-reposition away from combat. Was able to take down on one. Pero ano nangyari? Ito yung naging issue paano nalaman ng Alter Ego kung saan siya magagaling. But this round, Jing and Benkai goes in for a clean 2K. Dagdagan mo pa na isa pag-kill. Dito ni Forsaken opening up mid para makapravel na kaagad sila dito. It's either going into A, but Kush, on the other hand, was able to cancel out Mind Freak. Hindi nila muna madadampot pa ngayon ang spike dahil the stronghold from Kush was able to get in 4K. Isa na lang ngayon ang natitira. It's all up to Davai without operator at hand once again. Pero will it be enough para ma-clutch out niya itong round na ito?
Sino makakakuha ng ace dito? Let's see. Kush. Ang ganda ng position dito. Pero alam ni Davai kung nasan ka. Sobrang haba ng Vandal mo, kapatid. Alam ni Davai kung nasan ka at saan ka nakatutok. Spike is drop. And for Davai, meron siyang hit-hunter niya. Pero still, managing to get that Viper Spit, mga kaibigan. Mamba out, okay na, mamba out siya dito. Kasi ganito kasi yan, alam ni Davai yan, nag-Viper Spit siya doon.
And
30
syempre,
seconds left.
dun sa Viper Spit na yon, hindi naman pagka Viper Spit, talagang makaka-recover na siya. Hindi ganun yun. Meron pa siya siguro mga 5 seconds na free time na pwede pang gawin ni Davai lahat ng gusto niya. 14 seconds in. Axelovia waiting for that
10
plant na
seconds
ginagawa ni
left.
Davai, pero nga the plant.
Spike planted.
The spike is planted already here in A though. Kalaban ni Davai is yung Vandal ni Axelovia. Hindi alam ni Davai kung nasan siya. Wala silang idea sa mga position nitong dalawa. Pero ang ganda. Oh my God, muntik na makita ng Davai. Pero yung nga ng Davai, maganda yung position na dito.
Davai!
Diyos ko po, hindi ko alam kung sino mananalo dito mga kaibigan. Oh my God, ang open niya. Alam na niya.
Nakita niya na.
Alam na niya ng Davai kung nasan siya. Pero Axelov, oh my God, hindi ata alam. Hindi alam ni Davai. Ay, hindi alam ni Axelov yung kung nasan si Davai. Pero Axelov with a flick. 6-3. Alaot naman, Arif.
Ano nangyayari sa game na to? They're scattered all over the place. Si Kush muntika pong ha-ace. Napigilan pa yung momentum dito kaagad na PaperX to have the ultimate comeback of all time for this game. Knockouts, day number 1. Binibigyan tayo ng show ngayon ng PaperX to eliminate the players from the side of Alter Ego to completely destroy their holds, their defenses. But the problem is, hindi nila naunahan kaagad si Kush. But it's all up to the vibe. He was also close enough. Akala ko nga may matotondo things dito. Pero unfortunately din, is yung reaction time lang din ni Axelovia to not continue defusing in the spike. Get in that kill. Operator kasi ang hawak ni Davai. Ngayon, natuto na siya, Vil. Hindi na siya mag-o-operator as he is the ones attacking together with his team. Vandal nga, ang hahawakan na ngayon ni Davai.
Maganda. Maganda ang ginagawa ng mga players ito, mga kaibigan. And for the side of PPGL, this is the only one that we have. But now, Buddha aggression! Ang ganda ng flash! Tatlo agad naman tayo, pero Davai.
Your duty is not over.
Napunta pa nga dito sa side ng AE, mga kaibigan, pero ito na rin talaga yung Hunter's Fury daw. For sure, wala siyang papa dito kaya isa kasi wala naman siyang tama na doble. 2v3. We thought that AE would get that, pero PaperX sila na may lamang. Nakabuhay na nga ng isa, nakapatay pa ng dalawa. Maraming salamat na sa ginawa mo. Pero Noxy, gonna push in. Forsaken. Oh! Cheeky angle right now. Dash out. And Jing! Gonna catch him off guard. Flash out sa league pala yun, sorry.
Riot pa rin naman. Riot pa rin.
Hindi naman flicker sinabi ko.
Ganda sana na panimulaan dito nila Adrian sa kanila. But unfortunately then, it's just the composure para naman dito na PaperX to clean things out down to a 2v3 scenario. Mag-isa na lang kanina si Kush, hindi nila nabantayan kaagad kung sino pa ba yung natitira pang players here for PaperX. And now PaperX, na-punish na nila ang Alter Ego down to the save. Ang mga players natin ngayon, pero mapupuruhan na ngayon si PaperX, si Forsaken. Nakuha ka dito. Del dito, on the other hand, won't be connecting in the shots like his bad guy. Will be receiving so many damage. Dagdag po dito Forsaken, who has been popping up for this round to completely destroy the players from Alter Ego down to Noxy. Unfortunately for the Viking, fight survive as much as the one-tap na rin siya dito to the head. Noxy cleans things out against the vibe, but unfortunately, it
Last
all
round in the
ends
half.
up with Jing's favorable moments. Makuha niya rin yung 3K.
8K it is. Dito naman nga sa mga pinapakita ng mga game ng mga players natin dito, mga kaibigan, it's just kahit wala silang pera, it's talagang lalaban pa sila. Wasakan ng ano dito, men, wasakan ng ekonomiya dito no?
Kaya nga. Palit-palit lang din ng momentum. PaperX makakakuha ng first 2 rounds, then goes in for another ang Alter Ego, revenge tactics ang gagawin nila, and fully giving off a lot of aggressiveness dito mula sa garage. At magugulat na lang tayo ngayon kung ano pa yung pwede gawin dito ng PaperX. So cancel time out. Buti na lang nakakita ng info dito si Mindfreak, kaya naman tumawag siya ng tropa, Davai, with his tour de force, goes in for 1. Kush dito, tumumanadab naman dito. The Hariwan was able to go in for the trade, but unfortunately, there is Mind Freak's aggressiveness para makakuha ng kill. Timing lang din na talaga na hindi na unahan ni Asalam yung pick-off laban sa kanya. Jing survives this further. Will be able to plant the spike.
Face
They
your
are
fear!
all away from A main. Nightfall pa magiging problema dito ni Adrian King to try and clutch this one to a 1v4 scenario. Pero alam na,
Spike planted.
na ng Paper X kung saan siya magagaling. Jing goes in for the white swing. 6-6 is our scoreline. All in favor of Paper X
Switching
with a
sides.
huge comeback to eliminate in the possibility pa dito na makapag-dominate pa ang Alter Ego. Alter Ego, kompleto Ricardos, yung mga nagiging dominating play sila, yung mga pang-unang round sila dito. But on the other hand, pinatikim lang pala sila dito ng Paper Rex. Parang sinasabi nila dito na Intro voice na naman ang Intronesia. And now Paper Rex, they're just really doing it all. 6-6 is our scoreline, and on the top of our leaderboards right now is Ching. Eliminating Kush with his possibilities na bigla na naman nila dito yung Paper Rex. Down to our second half. I really just want to say na magiging defender-sided itong mapa na ito, lalo na for Paper Rex. We have here the double sentinel setup. We have the walls by Jing. Even though na isang wall lang ito na meron si Jing, I just really gotta say na ang laki pa rin ang possibility na magiging lamang ito for them. Since, again, ang laki ng kailangan nilang i-rotate dito back into another site, ang Alter Ego.
At least alam na natin yung pakiramdam na maging bagahe dito. Ganito pala, maging pakiramdam, maging bagahe. Paikot-ikot ka lang sa belt. Pero, saan ka pupunta dyan? Alam mo ba, shoutout nga pala kay May kasi siya yung, tumigil ka. Ay, lumiko! Hindi ka tumigil! Ay, nako! Hello, it's May! Bakit ka nun hindi tumigil? Tingnan muna natin ang kagandahan ng icebox, mga kaibigan. Grabe, no? Isipin mo, yun yung mga ice crushers. Yan ang tawag dyan sa mga ganyan mga ships, mga kaibigan. Mga ice crushers. Yan. Oo, tama. Yung mga ganyang ships.
Hindi na siya basta ship.
You need to have a lot of torque in order for you to crush an ice. Lalo-lalo na sa mga malamig na pwestuhan tulad nito. Check ko lang.
Sila yung mga nagsiship, diba?
Ha?
Ship ng ng mga seafood, gano'n. Kung yun na nang inaakala ko.
Siguro hindi naman seafood. Mahirap ang seafood sa yellow bes. Typats yan. Anong malamig to, men. Wala silang kakain.
Wala talagang idea sa sinabi ko kanina.
Hindi ko alam, men. Kasi seafood eh. Tas yellow.
Walang gano'n.
Walang gano'n, men. Meron, pero depende kung ito kasi OA na sa lamig to eh. Pwede sa depende sa panahon. Kapal mo kala mo naman talaga taga-Antarctica ako, 'di ba? Alam mo, di ba? Mahilig yung mga
general topic.
Mahilig yung mga Antarctic people sa mga maiinit kasi puro sila malalamig. Mga noodles, ganun.
Warong din.
Okay ha. Malamang. Kung ikaw malamig ka, kung ikaw kunyari nakatira sa Antarctica, anong kakainin mo? Ice cream? Basta hindi, di ba? Makain ka ng mainit, syempre. Milo, gano'n. Ovaltine. Susta dyan. Cobra, tas pinakulo ang cobra. Pinakulo ang sting. Or extra juice. Pero, Banker right now, we're gonna take down everyone, but at least this gonna be 2v1. Kush, the only man remaining. And Mindful gonna end his life 6-7. Paper X, potentially, hindi pwede maging 6-8 to in favor of Paper X.
Kung hindi mag-first buy or mag-aansi ego dito ang Alter Ego, talagang maibibigay na naman itong round na ito for the side of Paper Rex. Nakita naman natin dito yung mga naging crossfire sila, yung mga duels. Just all up to Mind Freak to clean things up. Tapos dagdagan mo pa ng mga opportunity nilang maipit ang Alter Ego from trying to plant in the spike. They are now hesitated sa mga impact ng mga ginagawa ngayon ng Paper Rex. Especially the dalawang sentinel ito for their team. And now, with that being said, Hunt will be revealing in anyone na hindi makakapag-react on time. Dagdagan mo pa kaagad dito na mga utilities sila with that suppress. Magbaback away na lang muna si Jing. No info will be gathered, but still the push is already happening all the way from A main. Forsaken goes in for one.
Wall raised.
Pero,
Lock inside.
4v5 right now. The clock is ticking. Forsaken. Oh my God! Diyos ko po, ang galawan ni Forsaken. Hindi napansin na nandun pa rin si Forsaken sa likod. Hindi narinig yung mga footsteps. Man, Benkay. We're gonna spray in your head right now. 8-6. Paper Ricks. This is the momentum that they're waiting for nung game number 2 pa lang.
Wala to. Di napansin ni Adrian King eh. Tapos kahit yung pangatlong pick-off niya laban kay Delv, nakuha niya pa rin. Just really goes to show na alam ni Benkay, alam nila Forsaken yung gagawin nila dito, yung mga distraction with their utilities, especially yung mga plays na ginawa niya dito. He was sneaky enough to control and to eliminate in those aggressions from the attacking team. But this time, Delv has the firepower, but the wide swing dito ni Jing, he caught off guard that jet player all the way from the side of the Alter Ego. Dagdagan mo pa kagad ni Forsaken dito na nakapag-save out ng operator. 2 members lang ng immediate team for Alter Ego.
Pero Forsaken, flicking again. Grabe naman si kaibigan Jason. 2v4. Oh, Adrian King nakaisa pa dito pa siya kito 2v3 right now. Si Davai, meron naman siyang, oh my God, wala siyang baril. Headhunter lang ang gamit talaga niya. And kailangan manalo dito ng AE kasi walang kasi hindi naman talaga naka-buy ang Paper X dito. Kasi kita 2v2. Oh no. Problema ng AE ang pera nila next round if ever natalo sila dito. Pop flash coming in from 1. Mind Freak damaging himself. Pero ang importante is buhay pa rin naman siya. Adrian King gonna push in already. Benkay! Just po but Mind Freak all the way from up top. 2v1. The spike is not yet planted. Pinitik na nga pero hindi pa rin pinaplant. Mind Freak, talon-talon lang din talaga. Axelovia nagbabantay. Dalawa pa ang kalaban mo kapatid. Hindi mo alam kung nasa si Benkay. Axelovia, oh no. Ang ganda nung snake pa pero hindi siya tinamaan. Oh no! Hunt. Alam ni Axelovia na nandito lang din sa elbow yung isa, sa screen si isa. Axelovia, okay, sa taas na lang din ako. Might as well get one. 13 seconds in, pero that is a peak! Ni Benkay. Patay na, sinaksak pa.
Sayang yung round na yun. It could have been good for Alter Ego since na-shutdown na nila si Forsaken from holding on to the operator. Dagdagan mo pa yung pag-enable nila inside of the site. And again, the buy round ito ng Alter Ego. Sayang lang din natin DC na naging ready dito sa naging pwesto ni Forsaken. And with the cheeky flick, nahirapan tuloy kaagad magkaroon ng numbers advantage dito ang Alter Ego. It was down to a 2v2. They had the gun advantage, pero kasi nagpaglaruan nila dito ni Benkay at ni Jing kung paano nila lalaroin yung mga pusok ng damen dito ng Alter Ego to try and stand in the spike. But Jing still gets in the kill. Fortunately, di na siya makakaligtas pa si Jing dito dahil he was followed up by Forsaken. 2 members na lang ang natitira kaagad for Alter Ego. Make it 1. Axelovia na lang ang natitira.
One down.
Forsaken with the cleanup.
Yeah.
The cleanup crew for Paper X right now is already happening. 4 rounds lead na kaagad nung nakukuha nila. 6 lang. Hindi na nakaisa dito ang Ego. So, this is the go signal for them to have a time.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question if ever yun talaga ang magiging dahilan nila para ubusin ang lahi ng Alpha Esports. Ay nako. AE, kulang na lang third no? Lalabas si Doggy dyan.
Either.
Vil sa harap, secret sa likod. Di ba yung kanta? Tama ba?
Hindi ko rin alam.
Ay, nako. I'm out! Ray Ray!
Kising na kising ang diwa ni Ray Ray.
Jing popping off. Ito kasi I mean, tulad na sinabi namin sa inyo guys. Kanina, ang composition ng paper is for defending talaga. Napanood na natin yan back then. Naalala mo? Kailan ba to? Nung last year? Last year or this year yon. This year,
Last
APAC.
stage lang.
Jing ending the round. Nagamit the Sage sa B, sa Icebox. Naka-ano sila doon? Naka-eco sila doon. Tapos Sheriff lang ang gamit niya. Tapos Ace pa.
Grabe.
Hindi ko makakalimutan yun.
It just goes to show na kaya nilang i-dominate itong game na ito against Alter Ego. Di pa nga nakakaisa ang Alter Ego, ang AE. From the second half na nag-start sila dito, nag-anti-Ego, they went in full buys, and now, they have the firepower. Nakabawas na sila ngayon ng isa. They have what it takes to get inside of the side, pero ang problema nila dito is na divide. The Wise is waiting, Mindtrick dito with his utilities already raining. We also have here the Viper Spin. Will be making it the chance para makakuha sila finally ng round, pero it's all up to 3 remaining members here from PPGL to find something about the utilities and about the ultimate. 3 lang ang naging ganap nila dito against Benkai. It's all to 1 remaining member. It's all up to Mindtrick. Matatag pa siya dito ngayon ng suppress. From Molly to push him back. Unfortunately, wala na siya magagawa pa dito. Maiipit si Mindtrick against all of the utilities and the members here from AE. 7-10 is our score.
PaperX still has that lead dito sa game na to. And for AE, they need to regain that momentum again. Once na nakuha nila yung momentum, mga kaibigan, makakawala sila kahit pa paano. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari kanina kay G. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyari sa kanya.
Nag-wall siya eh.
Oo. Pati si Pico, hindi rin alam kung ano yung nangyari. But we're singing gonna push him with a base up right now. Double up drop! Walang man lang nakapatay! Diyos ko po! Dalawa lang yung tumamang blades! My God! But Jing gonna push in again, trying to be really aggressive right now. Nakapatay siya dito isang tao sa nest. Diyos ko, ano nangyari dito kay kaibigan Forsaken, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, limang blades na dalawa lang ang tumama, si Noxy. Tignan mo yung buhay, ang lala.
4 na.
Literal na 4 lang natitira kay paring Noxy, mga kaibigan. Pero, that, with all these entries na ginagawa ngayon, Jing. This is the favorite map of Jing. Ito sa lahat dito sa PaperX, meron tayong talagang mga specialty maps. Ito ang specialty ng isang Jing. Napanood na natin yung back then, lalong-lalo na nung bagong-bago pa lang si Jing. Nung bagong-bago pa lang si Jing, mga kaibigan, ng APAC 1. Nagulat na tayo na ito na talagang pinakita niya. Hindi ko makakalimutan yan, men.
Iba rin
ako
kasi
nagkas
talaga
dun eh.
Since stage 1 pa to si Najing, diba?
Oo.
Since last year pa.
Last year pa.
Ganda ng round na to. Ganda talaga ng half na to, especially for
You want to
PaperX.
play?
Yung mga holds
Let's
and yung
play.
retake nila. Yung aggressiveness. And nakita ko nga rin kanina, yung pagtulong nila kay Forsaken with his utility. Benkai, he assisted Forsaken here with his brawler para makarepagrization ka kagad siya. Since hindi tumama yung mga blades niya against Noxy, well, tumama naman, hindi naman naging enough to eliminate Noxy. And that was a good follow-up and their synergy within their place para at least buhay pa rin naman yung mga players dito ng PaperX. It was a flawless round. And now, 7-11 is our score, close to a match point. So much pressure ngayon for Alter Ego dahil medyo kulang yung kanilang buys ngayon. Matatag and si Forsaken with that Aldron, pero it's still good since meron pa rin naman dito players from PaperX to hold them off.
Grabe yung game 1, man. Mag-ano na. Magti 3 hours na. Game 1 lang yan, guys. Oh! Akala ko di pa rin malatamaan niya, pero at least meron naman siyang RGX operator right now. Pero Delb, waiting on that corner, checking all the information dito sa game na to. Xerxia, we're gonna plant the spike already, plus ito pa ang Nightfall na ginawa ngayon ng paper niya. Waiting in everyone is revealed already. Plus Xerxia, at least makakuha na isa dito with a trade-off right now. Pero Hunter's Fury not gonna catch anyone. The fight with a kill, with a rendezvous as well. Kush, gonna push in. The Vian Forsaken, the only man remaining right now, hindi pa rin napaplant yung spike. 15 seconds and all they're gonna do is wait. 14 seconds in, oh my god, hindi alam ng Forsaken na meron. Tapos sa may likod niya, pero yun na nga, narinig na nga! Paktay ka diha!
Match point. Di ba ba ang hahabulin ngayon ng Alter Ego against Paper Rex? And kaya pa ba nila? May pera pa ba sila? Mukhang wala na dahil we have your Noxys just forcing out the Spectre. May naging advantage din kasi talaga dito. Paper Rex pagdating sa Nightfall, it was an on-point ultimate. I just gotta say here, the hold spot ni Davai is just really commendable para makuha niya yung mga advantage against the players here from Alter Ego. And unfortunately, for them, match point already for Paper Rex at wala silang mga pera dito. Sheriff lang ang kaya nila mapanindigan and Benkai, pinanindigan niya na. Pagpatay niya kaagad dito against Delve. It's all up to 4. They only have a little that they can para dito sa kanilang firepower. Makakakita pa ng ulo dito si Benkai. Will he be still committing any further?
Kush. Ender na fairy company super no Benkai with PK already. Kush pa siya makakuna apat ngayon. Sabi ni Benkai, give me this, give me this, give me this. Para ace ko na to! Pero sabi na si Lovey hindi for a second. Si Jason ang nakapatay ngayon. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-1. Once again, naisusulat sa Vilblia na mananalo dito ang Paper Rex. Okay? Naisulat din sa Vilblia at syempre, pag naisulat sa Vilblia, anong mangyayari? Syempre, magkakatotoo.
Spicy place ang naganap dito against Paper Rex and Alter Ego. Close of a neck-to-neck match. Although hindi man ito naging 2-0, pero at least Paper Rex was still able to secure in this game. And our best of 3 scenario, muntikan ba ito makukuha ng clutch rounds or yung advantage dito? Hi dito ang Alter Ego with the comebacks, but unfortunately hindi na sila pinagbigyan dito ng Forsaken and the rest of the gang in the second.
Yeah. And we've seen it already mga kaibigan, talagang 2-1 din talaga nangyari, pero 4 na games pa naman ang laruin na. Well, 3 games, 3 series pa ang nasa araw na ito. So, marami pa tayong mapapanood if ever lang din talaga. Well, that's a big mishap. To be honest, I really thought that talaga mag-reverse sweep na rin talaga yung mga players dito ng Alter Ego, but for Paper Rex says no. And syempre, talaga in terms of experience, like what I've said, Icebox is one of the strongest maps of Paper Rex. So talaga nakita talaga natin ngayon, talaga makukuha na talaga na yun with a 2-1 score. But yeah, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are your cast for the day. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Honey Days right here together with Pico. And yeah, series number 2, really can't wait. See you later.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad habit.
Hey guys, I'm Lenny from Bleed, and we are from the SGMI region. Our expectations are definitely to qualify for Copenhagen, which is the goal for pretty much any team there, I guess. Definitely, I guess Paper Rex from our first seed from the SGMI region. And the star player the player to watch out for is definitely the star player, Forsaken. I guess by playing our own game and just practicing and training and giving our best performance during the event. And make sure to stay tuned to the VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2. Hope to see you guys there.
ID 是 Silfat BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛 最大的劲敌是 Paper Rex， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌，就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我截体会飙死你们了。
I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever?
Paper Rex saved from that lower bracket run. Not completely smooth sailing as Alter Ego tried to foil their plans, but impressive try nonetheless. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, it's the likable Fluffy02 and Trix here on the panel. Fluffy, I know you're a 5-head guy, and I'm sure that you can agree with me when I say that that game was just filled with some big brain plays.
Yeah, a lot of big brain plays, and even from the start, from the agent select, the little change that they did, bringing Jing on that stage, keeping the Benkai on that fade, really proved that when they got on that defensive side, it was just a fortress for Paper Rex, especially that didn't even slow down their attacking half on the first tryout. Swinging, I think they strung 2-3 rounds together, getting that 6-6 half, but the dominating second half really sealed the deal, if anything, for Alter Ego.
I think also, you know, Paper Rex just being able to push the opponents back and keep them on in a certain area while you have that stage wall, the slows. I felt they had more ability for that delay, while Alter Ego on the defender side, it would have been more value to their agent lineup if they had actually pushed Paper Rex so that they couldn't get the bomb planted down, because Paper Rex just having that advantage on post-plant situation.
Oh, really? We were talking about this Trix, about behind the scenes, right? That Paper Rex is so good at fishing for the information despite being the attacker, that they're able to lay out their post-plant scenario really, really well. You see them from time to time, like planting the spike and going into belt, assuming or like finding information that there's nobody gonna be on that flank, and so they're safe to play off of that post plant. And then sometimes they play on the side depending on where they think the enemy is gonna come from. If it's unconfirmed that there's somebody that's gonna flank rather, then they just don't do it. They don't risk it going back to that spawn area. And it was just really good reaction and calls coming from the side of Paper X.
So also running that KO, I believe it was Raf actually in the casting desk that was talking about the KO and the utility that kind of comes out from that agent. And I feel that yes, the utility is great, but we do see that some teams tend to struggle in terms of optimizing the utility on, or optimizing KO's kit, especially because Paper X playing for that post plant so far away, it's more difficult for a KO knife or 0 point to get that kind of value.
Yeah, so let's actually talk about this in depth, because I do want to point out that the first half ended in a 6-6 scoreline. And I think that was very fitting, because when you look at the records, it shows that Alter Ego has somewhat of a comfort when it comes to defending here on Icebox, which is actually very rare, because you often see the teams here really thriving when they're attacking, which is what was happening for Paper X. So ending on a 6-6, I think that's good. A little bit problematic if you're on the attacking side, because again, this is a map that rewards so much aggression. So Fluffy, let's actually talk about when the side switched and how they were able to play off the other side of the spectrum.
I feel like when the side did swap, AE just had such a hard time getting into the side and winning a lot of these fights, just because Paper X is, they really doubled down on the Sentinels, and I think with Sage especially, it gives you a lot more options for the retake, and just to plug out certain angles with the Sage wall itself, it really stops a lot of potential plays that you really don't have to watch out for. Although I was kind of concerned that they weren't gonna be able to function as well without the Sova, because with such a vertical map like Icebox, normally the drone, specifically because of the fact that it flies, could clear a lot of these angles compared to Fade. But apparently it's not necessarily the most important thing to be missing out, because it works out well for Paper X, as we see here in the highlights.
Hey, you're the lineup guy. You probably have seen these lineups come to life before, and it's just Paper X bringing out the good stuff. Maybe they saw one of your posts, Fluffy. But here it is, Jing Tricks as our series MVP over here. Does this come as a surprise to you? I mean,
not at all.
Look at him. Did you see his big brain plays with the Battle Sage walls he was bringing out in this map? So good.
I love the Battle Sage. I think that Sage, similar to Chamber, can definitely be played like a duelist to create that space. He has had an amazing performance throughout the series. I think on Fracture as well, we could see he was really pulling on those frags and being able to line them up together. But ultimately going to map 3 on that Sage, it felt that with the Fade combination, there's more ability for Paper X to slow them down. So looking at their lineup, I felt they would shine more on that defender side rather than on the attacker, because it seemed to string a couple rounds on the attacker, but then really hold down the line on defender side.
And they really held down the fort. That was such a good performance on the side of Paper X, as well as Jing, of course, which is why he is our series MVP. Good. Yeah, but with Jing being on the spotlight over here, this is where we put to close the first series over here on our knockout stage. We're gonna move on to the next series, the second one. I told you guys that we'll get a taste of all of the teams that are gonna be participating in this stage, so better keep your eyes peeled. So the first up on this series is a Cinderella story in the making. They were the top 3 team from MYSG, and they started all the way from the play-ins. Fought long and hard at that, even beating a giant at the group stage, yet here they are, still unfazed. This is Bleed Esports. Actually, I know you weren't here during the group stage to become a panel for Bleed Esports, but I'm telling you, in case you didn't know, these guys are something else. They're really evolving every single game that they're here.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed Esports, not much room for introduction as well. This combination of Europe and South Asian styles really has been the blend that has been working out for Bleed Esports, showing not only how explosive they can be at times, but how still cold and calculated they can be. That Cinderella story that, like I mentioned earlier, seems to be continuing as they've taken out a bunch of the top pro teams here on the APAC stage, Ghetto Artists, RRQ, Team Secret, and Fancy United. And now, before the clock strikes 12, we're going to be finding out in this match if that streak is going to continue, if they're going to still be undefeated, or if they'll finally be stopped on the opposing side.
I see what you did there. Clock strikes 12, huh? Maybe because they actually acknowledged me as their mom of some sorts on Twitter. I am like the fairy godmother.
True.
Wait, Trix is laughing. I don't know if she thinks that's true or if it's silly.
I think it's both true and a little silly. Why not? I mean, Bleed Esports really, stealing some hearts of the panel just because they've been able to improve so much throughout their run so far. They've grown as individuals. They've definitely grown as a team. We can see some players shining and you can see also the support that's coming in from the back line of Bleed. So I feel they're definitely a team to watch out for, and they're definitely a team that has shown so much progress.
Oh, I definitely agree. We've seen the likes of Darian and perhaps the other members who had this tendency of over-aggressing at times, but as their series progressed, it became more disciplined, I would say, and it's just fantastic. This is always the adjustment that we talk about here on the show, that these players need to come across, need to do as they go on to the next series. And as I talk about this, Across Bleed Esports is a team that's spread its wings and has learned to fly. They're the top team of Hong Kong, Taiwan. However, their debut here in the APAC Stage 2 has put them at the risk of elimination before. A challenge they gracefully surpassed though. They're looking to overcome a new hurdle. So let's welcome Griffin Esports. With the absence of Tash here on the panel, I won't be sharing my battle cries today because I feel like I'm gonna be a lone wolf with that one. But hey, Trix, I know that you have a lot of fun talking about Griffin Esports, so go ahead.
So Griffin Esports, just being, as I mentioned earlier, one of those teams that I felt had the most growth as a team in terms of being able to really adjust their play style towards APAC. We see it in their interview even, that they were saying that they wanted to respect it and to play against it, because that is something that they acknowledge. We got Feng 3 Rainy, Shufat BB, Winner, and XII. Anyway, such fantastic players. We see the amount of space that they make for each other. So you have that Shufat BB kind of going in, creating that space, not necessarily having to get picks, and everyone else just following up. Feng 3 on the other side has also been able to anchor and to position himself around the way the opponents are playing. I find that just the way that they have been as a team in terms of changing their pace, similar to Alter Ego, constantly changing their pace, being able to have those explosiveness and that aggressive play, just makes it really fantastic to watch Griffin play.
We talk about Griffin Esports, and I absolutely love the evolution. I keep saying the word evolution, but that's what it is. These guys keep growing as the days progress. They always look back, they learn from their VODs, and they bring out something new to the table every time they go into a match, and I love to see it. It's just so good, especially with Griffin Esports. I know we talked about Boom, Bleed being some of the teams that have really grown since the play-ins, but when we compare Griffin Esports from their day one here in the group stage, you really see the improvement that they've done, the adjustments that they really put out for us. And I think that it's very fitting for us to actually talk about the head-to-head over here, because there are some notable players who were kind of like a catalyst to this transformation, if you will. Let's look at the head-to-head right now. All right then, Fluffy, I think that these are your two picks for our head-to-head, so why don't you go ahead and talk about them?
Yeah, again, like the previous series, we have the tip of the spears for both of these teams, Darien and SUVAT respectively, for their own teams. These guys are the ones you're going to look out for when you're going to enter the site, when you're going to take space, when you have to pull attention from the defenders to really give your team the most chance of success on the attack, and on the defense, the people that you rely on to get all the clutches, and also who you want to be able to basically hold down the fort when they can in a gunfight. What's very important though is Darien has that tendency on the side of League Esports to kind of overheat sometimes, but with his teammates like Pith, who are a bit more calculated, as well as Maxi, generally speaking, the team I feel like balances out more. And on the side of SUVAT, he is one of the better duelists that, in my opinion, I've seen throughout this APAC stage, and if he continues this trend, maybe he'll be able the defining factor that can really change the pace for Griffin Esports.
Yeah, I love the transformation on SUVAT, but at first, we're always worried about these duelists over-aggressing and not being rewarded for it, right? And I love how Fluffy was actually able to point that out, that with the addition of Pit and Maxi to the team, it kind of balances out that whole aggression that Darien likes to put. And as I said earlier, it feels like he's a more disciplined player at this point. So they're all learning together as a team. And the same goes for SUVAT. It's just so beautiful the way this really plays out, right, Trix?
Definitely. I feel last time that we watched Bleed play, actually, we saw Maxi on the breach, and I remember Tash Money here being a bit surprised on that, like Maxi on the breach. And I was saying, like, you know, I feel like that's a brilliant call because of the way that all of these players are, the way that they balance each other out, as Fluffy is saying. And I also feel that Griffin Esports was starting to find that as well. We see that Winner, as their initiator, also sometimes is able to shine, is able to make more space for SUVAT to also go in, gets the intel, gets the flashes in. So I'm interested to see how these teams are going to keep with that adjustments. If they're going to keep it in while they're facing each other, if they're going to try to pick something a little more comfortable, nothing that's outside their comfort zones. But I find that now is the time to both be comfortable, but also understanding what you need in order to win.
That's exactly what I want to point out right now, because as the group stage was ending, there became this trend wherein everybody was starting to become flexible. You'll see, for example, on the side of Team Secret, you'll see Dispenser on the initiator rather than his usual sentinel role. And that also applies to all other teams out here. So I'm excited to find out what more adjustments they can bring to the table, what more surprises they can show us. And we can begin by looking at the map vetoes over here, because maybe it's time for them to bring out those maps that they're not usually comfortable to pick in and just show us some new strats over here. What do you think, Fluffy?
I think that, well, I don't have to say much as Bind is already going to be removed by Bleed Esports, but I was going to say that I was going to be surprised if Fracture actually makes it through the first map, and I guess I will be very surprised. Fracture is not a map that I think Griffin has actually played in their VCT, as well as not the best win rate for Bleed. So having that available, or maybe they're predicting something else, is going to be very interesting as we get into our first selected map from Bleed Esports, which will be Ascent, followed by the Breeze that I was very surprised to see. I think that Breeze on the side of Griffin, though, is very good. They have not lost a game yet on that map, but on the other hand, it's been a map that Bleed has always lost, so that might be a stressful map for the Bleed fans out there, as Bleed does move into banning out Icebox and again Fracture, leaving the decider map being, I believe, split.
Yes, it is going to be split. Now, I just have to point this out. I know that Bleed is probably banking on Ascent on being a kind of fragile map on the side of Griffin Esports over here, but I do have to mention, despite their rocky history in Ascent, they won against Gaming Gladiators the last time around. So I think that they're starting to learn their lesson in how to maneuver or manipulate Ascent to go into their favor. But again, Griffin with the Breeze pick doesn't come as a surprise to us, Trix.
It really does not. But as you guys mentioned, that history that Griffin has on Ascent really is very dicey. I find that yes, they did beat out Game and Gladiators, but I do wonder if they've actually learned their faults and are really going to adjust to it coming into Bleed, because that's going to be a deciding factor. Bleed is a very strong team. They have improved so much. They have played with more discipline, with that kind of aggression. But at least going into a map like Breeze for Griffin, I find that Griffin really shines, especially on the long-range duels. They shine on that more open map. There's more space for Shufat BB to entry and to play with. So I think that it's pretty interesting map picks.
I agree with you. And I think that this is something that needs to be brought up. We've noticed this trend, especially with Hong Kong, Taiwan teams. Their aim is phenomenal. So going into a map like Breeze, it's gonna be a breeze for them. I know that the pun is intended and you guys aren't reacting, but that's fine. I do want to point out that I think that they've really done the research, because when we look at it, Fluffy, Breeze is a map that Bleed isn't quite comfortable with, or at least in my opinion, it isn't.
Yeah, they lost both their games the times that they did play it on that map for Breeze. So I'm very worried again for Bleed fans for the Breeze map. Ascent, I feel like they have a pretty good chance, but honestly, even for Bleed, it's kind of a coin flip. Although recently for the APAC stage, they have been showing up more often than not. Granted, I don't think it's always the cleanest, if I'm being super honest, but I feel like if they do take map 1, it'll be a struggle for the Bleed squad to take map 2 statistically, unless they have something really practiced coming up, which I hope they do. And on last map Split, the fact that Bleed does have the advantage, at least for the side, for starting off as defenders, I feel like that is a map that they can always bank to kind of be a bit more stable for them. But I do think that will mean that more often than not, it's going to end up being like a 3-map thing today.
So are you predicting that based off of the maps, all roads are not leading to Oasis, but rather to Bleed Esports, Fluffy?
I think it's going to be a Bleed Esports. Then I don't know where Oasis is.
Well, agreeing to disagree, I think that Griffin doing a good job, and I like to think that Griffin can pull this one through.
Mistake. Well, does it come as a surprise to you, Trix, that I'm gonna go for Bleed Esports on this one?
Of course not.
Of course not. I've already coined the term that I am like a mom to them. I don't know if the whole team agrees, but I have had some sort of confirmation over on the social media. But yeah, I'm for Bleed Esports on this one. I'm cheering for you guys. And honestly, it was very hard. It's just that I've had this whole attachment towards that team already, and I don't want to let them down by predicting otherwise. But I do have to acknowledge that Griffin Esports, such a huge improvement on their part. So lovely seeing them every single game. I've probably been in repetition over here, Fluffy, as I keep mentioning that their evolution, that their growth from the day one has just been spectacular. And I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing, especially as we start over at Ascent.
I think both teams as well. These are the two teams I feel really have grown throughout this APAC Stage 2. And it's been a treat watching them. We saw the start of Bleed being a little, struggling a little, going a bit too aggressive sometimes, not entirely certain as to why they were committing certain duels that they didn't have to commit, to becoming so disciplined, being able to pull back on their aggression, and being able to change the pace on the attacker. Griffin on the other side, also being able to change their pace on the defender, being able to get more information, but having that refrag potential. So it's really like a battle of the two teams that I find have really grown throughout all of APAC.
I feel like this is like a battle of probably a Cinderella story in the making versus... is it safe to assume, at least based off of what Fluffy said from the maps earlier, I feel like Griffin Esports could be labeled as the underdog moving into this series. So that's kind of what's happening here. Maybe a Cinderella story versus an underdog story. We love both. We actually really love both. Everybody loves an underdog story, which is probably why the progress that Griffin Esports has been making is kind of more evident or more visible to our eyes, because we always see Bleed Esports as such a strong contender ever since their MYSG run. Very fascinating. But Fluffy, anything that you're looking forward to or anything specific we should look out for as we go into Ascent?
I'm really interested in what composition they're gonna bring, but also more than what they're gonna bring in the lineup. I think that how they're gonna play their fundamentals is also gonna be something I want to watch. How they move around the map and how much spacing they have as a team. Because when you have two teams like that are kind of both adaptable, that both have their strengths in the fact that they do have a bit of flexible players and they do play pretty disciplined and they have that consistent aim to back it up. I feel like when push comes to shove, it really comes down to like how good you can trade your teammates and how much you can push the advantage and who's willing to manage that risk management a lot more than another team who's the ballsier one at the end of the day.
Absolutely. The execution is there, the team play, everything just comes into a factor when we get into this game. But as we go into Ascent over here, I'm actually looking forward for a KO. I think that a lot of the defensive layouts over here, as Trix mentioned before, it's the kryptonite to it. And as I say that, Rainy over here, Trix, is locking in that KO.
So Rainy going for that KO. I think both teams are going for a lineup they've already played before. Nothing too surprising on either side. We've seen that Griffin Esports has been able to adapt their KO and that Sova to give more of that global presence and give Shufat PP more space to roam. While Bleed Esports going with that Omen, for me, the Omen and the Breach really gives more that flash potential and the close corners, taking the duels to the opponents, and you have that Sova for that hard intel. You've got a drone, you've got the recon, and I think it's just so powerful in the map like Ascent, which I find is very default.
Right. I think that I'm also very interested in the fact that both teams are running that Killjoy over a lot of other teams. They kind of default into pushing towards that chamber more often than not. But I think Killjoy, as much as you're kind of limited for the range that you can roam around just to keep your utility up, it's still very, very important to have. But that being said, though, Lexi on that Breach does pose a threat, as that means that one team's lockdown is more susceptible than the others. But on the other hand, the KO is something that can really stop a lot of the execution plans that can happen, because if you do, get that suppressed from the 0 point onto the Breach or Omen, it can stop a lot of these flash or stun pushes coming out of the Esports, which I'm still kind of surprised that they're actually playing this lineup. Although we've seen them play it before, I was expecting them honestly to have the KO in their pocket, whereas they're kind of going for the more older style spacing. I guess that's what maybe they're more practiced or they're more used to. This does allow them though to play at a further range, because you can always play off the turret contact of Killjoy. You always have Reach, who has an insane range. You can play so far away, and obviously you have Sova, and you can play post plant with the lineup. So it's more adaptable, I think. But I feel like on the other hand, if Griffin does land their abilities, theirs is just superior overall.
Well, if it was able to work against Gaming Gladiators, then maybe it'll work against Bleed Esports as well. But that is the question over here. Who is going to pull out more utilities? Who is going to just make everything pay off in the end? And as we go into this series, we're about to find the answers to those questions. So now I'm going to be passing you guys over to our casting desk, where they will welcome you guys with open arms and tell us the tale between Bleed Esports and Griffin Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good afternoon. We are guys for today. My name is Phil in possession. Together with me is ONIC right here, and welcome back to sa ating PPGL VCT APAC Knockouts or playoffs. Once again, this is a match between Griffin Esports versus Bleed Esports. Meanwhile, Bleed Esports, sila ang top dogs ngayon ng sarili-sarili nilang region. So we're gonna get to see these players talagang maglalaban ulit. Ito To be honest, Bleed, one of the biggest contender ng ng APAC to, sa totoo lang, and OCE. Talaga makapasok dito sa Masters. Kasi isipin mo, ilan ba ang white boy nila? Meron silang dalawang white boy, pre. Meron dalawang white boy yung mga players dito ng Bleed Esports, and syempre if ever pumunta sila sa sa Copenhagen, like matinding matinding eyeball 'yon. 'Di ba? Tipong talagang tinulungan talaga nila na mabuhat yung team na to papuntang Denmark. So, these players rather will gonna battle their hearts out in order for them to qualify dun sa matinding laban nila. Once again, HK in Taiwan versus MYSG. Not OCE pala, sorry. I mean, OCE tuloy, sorry. I mean, APAC pa rin. Kasi MYSG nga nire-represent nila. But yeah, Nico, stop biting your plate. Once again, this winner, isipin mo? Winner pangalan mo? Nako po, nakita na naman kami ni Winner. Ito yung iniiwasan ko eh. Ito yung iniiwasan ko na magkita kami ni Winner, pero hindi eh, gumugusto naman si Winner eh. With the one for a night.
Nagtatagpo talaga kayo. Lalo na't ngayon sila ang magiging defender, sila ang nagbibigay ng hesitations dito sa Bleed para makapasok lang na side. The shock darts are already raining, pero si Foxy dito talagang hindi niya pinagbibigyan na magkaroon ng info dito ang Bleed. There's the recon, there's also the smokes already placed in. Napapasok pa rin naman na dito yung aftershock, pero ang magiging problema na lang dito rin ng mga players ng Bleed Esports is na-hold back sila. Wala pa sila ka-idea kung sino ang nasa side. But with that Molly, magkakaroon ng opportunity dito si Rainy makakuha ng pick up. Pero look at this Vil! Pumasok ng B! Sabay rotate papuntang A! Bang! Hindi na makakakuha tuloy ng isa. 3v3, very low on HP. Pero wala sila ka-idea kung nasaan si Maxi.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nagbabalinan sila. Malamang Valorant to eh. Pero si Maxi, nakakilala dito isa. Pero YR select, the only remaining. Every players from Bleed is literally super low on HP. But can he still get that
spike planted?
It's gonna be really hard for him 1v3. There's no way for him to get it, but for Bleed, it's really up to them on how can they actually get this spike done in order for them to get that first win of the first round of the game. Select though. He's gonna use all the stars that he got in order for him to possibly get that win. And he's gonna just win coming in for the players off of Bleed. Will take down Select as well. Yes, Spit is really low. But still, siya pa rin talaga makakuha ng kill na yun. Yeah. And 1-0 already, and Bleed will get that advantage in sa ating first round. The question is, sino ba ang pumili nitong mapa nito? I mean, sa totoo lang, ang ganda ng ginawa ng Griffin dito eh. Sila apat yung nag-swing, apat yung tinamaan literal yung nade niya. Sakit nun, men. Pero but yeah, Bleed ang pumili nitong mapa na to. So, yeah, let's see if ever talagang magiging 1-1 to. If ever Bleed sila makakuha because of the advantage they have. May fantasy si Dario dito, really gonna be really aggressive right now. Ball banks it is ginagawa ngayon ng Griffin dito. Honey, please.
Or hold back lang muna ang ginagawa ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Since they have the firepower, kailangan maging maingat at maging wais sila sa mga magiging-push sila dito, especially that they are holding back their Xerxias dito sa mid. Wala silang makikita bukod sa mga natag-in ng Aldrone, and they are repositioning agad dito going into B. They are slowly but steady taking their chances na makuha nila kaagad dito yung garage, go into B side since the smokes are already placed in. That is giving a lot of info dito sa mga nagde-defend ng side kung sino na ba yun na dito sa loob. There yon will be pushing in. Nandito na rin yung aftershock to push back the player defending in all the way from both. Dito kay Darion, hindi siya makakasurvive and then further.
One enemy remaining.
Din matitira dito for Griffin Esports dahil lang sa pagpa-flank dito ng Bleed Esports ng isa player. Lenny goes on with a clean up against the side of Griffin Esports. They weren't able to react on time kung ano ba yung mga nagiging holes sa dito. Yung execution ng Bleed Esports against them. Alarm bot out!
For Griffin right now, at least meron silang bawi dito. Meron silang Phantom. So we're gonna get to see the situation right now, if makakapitas pa rin ng isa ang Griffin dito kahit paano. Pero ito, sa totoo lang. Uusap ko, ipapasok ko ng Team Secret dito kasi siguro naman 50-50. Uusap ko sila, anong sila sa talaga. Sabi ng Dubstep, sarap ng laban, masarap daw yung laban bukas, Xerxia. So parang dito na nakakainin ata nila ang buhay.
One enemy remaining.
Oo, man. Diyos ko po.
Oh my God.
Okay lang. May round ng Griffin. Okay lang.
Oo. Sinaglit na lang din ng Bleed Esports. Wala silang naging ganap dito. Sila mismo ang nakain ng buhay. Bleed Esports, they weren't able to get inside the site dahil nga sa mga utility. They wanted to fully rush into the site since they have every capability to do so. Dahil mga Spectres lang din ang hawak nila. Pero ang naging problema lang nila dito is yung holds ni Fong, dagdagan mo pa ng utilities. Nilangoy nila yung swarm grenade. So very unfortunate for them dahil hindi man sila nakapasok ng site dito. At least they have what it takes to have enough firepower para sumunod na nga lang din dito. At Bleed Esports 2-1 is our scores. Tingnan natin kung magwawagi na this time ang Bleed Esports to try and conquer in mid.
Here we go. This is the time. Sa makawawing NB, they have the firepower already. Swarm grenade will gonna be thrown out as well. All they're gonna do is back out. Winner. Sipin mo? Winner pangalan mo? Pero bandang ang score nyo? Or we front this game, Maxi, wala na silang, wala na silang smoke. This is gonna be really hard for them. Grabe naman si Fong, grabe naman talaga yung camera niya, man. Ganda ng mata niya, no? Sobrang ganyan mata.
Parang nakilala rin ako nun eh.
Silip-silip siya. Anong tinitignan niya, Kuya Bill? Minimap.
Naka-conscious tuloy siya.
No, minimap pa tinitignan niya, man. Kasi, ito, sa totoo lang, ilang beses na ako namatay. Ilang beses na ako namatay na nakatingin ako sa minimap eh. Lalong-lalo na pa mag-rotate, lalong-lalo na if ever kunyari magpupush ako. Nakatingin ako sa minimap, man. Kasi binibilang ko kung ilan na ba yung lumabas.
Pero kung ano ng mga agent lumabas, diba?
Kailangan ko kasi talagang bilangin eh. Pero, we can ball dito sa may hell. Not gonna catch anyone. Yari on. With the spin right now. Winner catches 1-2. 2v3 right now. Rainy and Winner. Rainy gonna go down. And Winner as well. 3-1 is still in favor. Bleed. BLD. Pag binasa yan, bleed.
30 seconds.
Agad na tayo! Bleed Esports! They are really rampaging against the players here of Griffin. Hindi nila alam kung paano nila mapipigilan dito ang Griffin. Pagpasok nila ng side, pag-eliminate nila dito, laban kina YR Select, hindi sila nakabuelo ng ganti. Wala silang naging trade-off doon, kaya ang hirap na sabihin kung paano makakapagpigil pa or makakapag-counter pa dito sa Bleed Esports. Since they have now gathered themselves the momentum, why not maging consistent na sila dito for the next one? Nairirinig natin ngayon yung mga following utilities, following firepower na meron dito, Bleed Esports. Odin pa rin ang hawak na Lenny. There's just really some pressure na hindi pwede mag-take away lang immediately dito ang Griffin. They need to be wise how to counter out Lenny at mapitas sa kanya kaagad dito yung Odin na hawak niya.
And dito naman ngayon sa Griffin, si Lenny ang naglabas ng Odin ngayon, pero right now, they're gonna push it already, catching one. So let's see if ever makakapagpapagpapag isa, pero ito nga, at least si Lenny meron ng Odin dito mga kaibigan, so might as well get all these kills with all these spray na pwede lang gawin. 45 seconds in, the spike is not yet planted, but Lexi will get to plant the spike instead. Raining outside, but this right now will get the head of one. Select. The lone wolf is right there though. But the peak will not gonna be successful because Lexi will get to life. And Lenny, nasa labas pa rin ng Odin niya.
Bleed. Talagang minamaximize sila yung capability silang makapagragasa kaagad ng site. What again, babies, is meron kasi silang initiators to let Darion fly going inside of the map, getting it in the pick-offs, getting in that space needed to create para sa Bleed Esports para ma-secure nila yung site. We have a double initiator system here for both of our teams. Pero ang nagiging problema lang din dito is defending kasi ngayon ang Griffin. Most of the chances kasi meron silang info gathering agent, but will it be enough to sustain end players from Bleed? We have na here the suppress, makukuha nila yung info kung sino na yung nag-push all the way from A main. But the problem is, will they be able to react on time? Blazestorm, ang hawak ngayon ni Darion, makakakuha nga ba siya ng isa or talagang mabebuluan siya ngayon dahil 4 ang nakabantay dito sa Bleed Esports habang ngayon nakakita rin pala dito si Pit. Sakto nga lang din at nakapag-react yung alarm bot sa kanya. So, 1 member detected, rotate lang muna ng bahagya dito ang Bleed. What are the chances na ma-eliminate kaagad sila ng Griffin?
Onto these players. Ang Bleed, Darion, yes, stinger lang ang gamit niya, pero importante meron naman siyang Blazestorm dito, so gamit-gamit niya yun. Odin versus Odin on these games. Darion with an off-tap and a dash! Perfect paranoia na ginawa ngayon ni Omen. Lenny, with a spray, sinampal ng Odin si winner, mga kaibigan. 3v5. Darion pwede siya makakuha ng Vandal ngayon. Yes, you're gonna get the Vandal of Fong Theater dito.
Gastos ang round na to for Griffin.
Sobrang gastos, men. Walang choice ang Griffin kundi mag-save. Mahal yan, men, kasi may operator na magkano yan? 4-7 yan. Yung Odin magkano yan? Boss, 3-2 yan. Oh. Al.
Save na lang talaga. Hindi talaga sila makabala dito sa Bleed.
Revealing area.
Just really is dominating to see after makakuha ng info dito sina Lenny, after makakuha ng magandang usage of utility dito with the fault lines and blinds dito sa Lexi, talagang ima-maximize ito ni Darion. Bleed Esports 4-1, that was a good swing from Lenny para makuha niya lang dito yung info kung may nagbabantay pa dito. And it was Year Select. Year Select wasn't traded off, wasn't picked down, pero again, round is a round for Bleed. 1-5 is our scores, and now it's really just a question kung paano pa makakakuha ng comeback dito. Maaga pa naman, first half pa rin naman. Pero with the moment na magkaroon ng momentum kasi dito, ang Bleed Esports, talagang pwede na ito magtuloy-tuloy pa eh.
Turret out.
5-1 already, and Bleed Esports is on its way for them to get that 1-0 this game ito, knowing ito yung mga binili nila. For the game 3, Riri, matulog ka na. That's just gonna be the Hunter Spear nilapas ngayon ni Lenny, mga kaibigan. Wala siya nakuha isa. Wala siya nabawasang isa though. Step 1, yan, nabawasan dito sa Phone 3, but still, there will catch it down 2. Pero Delion with the swing out, we're gonna take down 2 Fat BT na naka-operator. This is gonna be a really costly round ka naman dito sa Griffin, mga kaibigan. Delion gonna push in with a dash! Plus a wallbang as well, 6-1. Bleed! The momentum is real! Grabe naman, pinapakita ng BLD. Pag binasa mo yan, once again, Bleed.
6-1, very nice of the momentum na nakukuha taga-gather dito ng Bleed. Talagang niraragasan nila, hindi man lang makakuha ng magandang positioning dito ang Griffin Esports dahil kalat din ang Bleed Esports to get in those pick-offs mula sa mga mag-aggressive picks from the defender side. Napapunish sila, kaya naman ngayon, what more can they do next para sa mga nagiging rounds na kuha ngayon na Bleed? White swing, kuha ng info, pero ang house niya, they only have here the Sheriff. Here select dito makakakuha ng isa. That was a good trade from Darion, pero wala nang smokes na maalalayan dito. Ang Bleed dahil tumumba kaagad si Max Darion going for the kill. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to cut off against 2 members. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira dito for 2-5 DP para ma-exhaust out itong round na ito. Pero ang daming utilities.
1 enemy remaining.
Din pa siya dito ng Odin.
Let's go, Bleed!
It's all up to him. But unfortunately, Supat BB wants up to the head. Swarm grenade dito ang magiging bakit na delay. There is a wall bang trying to penetrate and but unfortunately, dalawa ang nag-aabang sa kanya. 7-1. Still in favor of Bleed Esports.
Alam mo yung pera ni Lenny? Nagsimula siya dito sa round na to na 8-9 ng pera niya. Pakadaming pera, man. Yung isipin mo,
pa rin yung Odin niya.
Ganun karami yung pera ni Lenny dito. Kasi Kasi syempre, mali mo, bumili na yan. Pero hindi, 8-9 pa rin ang pera. Napakadaming pera ng Bleed, man. Hindi naman na siya nabawasan dito. Parang hindi na siya utility.
Actually.
Solid! 7-1 already. Shock dart not gonna connect. Alarm, 0 point. Not gonna tag anyone dito sa Bleed ngayon. Pero paano ba sila papasok? Ito man, sobrang solid talaga ni Bleed, to be honest. Sobrang nagwawala na si Derion dito. Derion. Fong 3. Diyan sa may wine though. Need to catch them off guard. Oh, Rainy catching one. There is sounds up. That is the post ginawa ngayon ni Rainy, pero that is Lexi right now, ladies and gentlemen. Ang ganda ng pagka-placement niya ng aftershock doon kasi alam ni Lexi na pag kumaliwa si Rainy, patay pa rin siya kasi nandun siya. So pag dumiretso siya, patay pa rin talaga siya. Pag hindi siya gumalaw, patay pa rin siya. Siu Fat BB. Catch one, pero ito yung oh my god, Odin yan. Fong 3, Odin yan, pre. Shock dart. Shock dart will not gonna connect though.
30 seconds left.
4v2.
One enemy remaining.
Select, catching one. This is gonna be a 7-2? Probably. What? Kapatid, Odin yan.
Mabagal-bagal.
Oo, medyo mahirap yan.
Oo. Naipit sila eh. Pero ang ganda ng usage ng utility dito ng Bleed para makapagbigay lang ng distraction dito, ma-disrupt nila yung crosshair placements dito ng Griffin. Nakapasok na nga dito ng Heaven si Derion, but the problem is hindi sila nagwagi dito to eliminate in those players na nag-hold naman dito sa cubby. Dalawa yung na-pick up ni Rainy bago siya tumumba, and your select naman dito all the way from the back wasn't able to give enough space for the rest of the remaining players here of Bleed to successfully go inside the site. And now, ang magiging hope na lang dito ngayon, pangitayan na lang na makikita natin is for the Esports to have so much aggression towards the game, and Griffin is already in. Odin nga lang ang hawak dito with winner. And that is going to be 3 players remaining for the side of Griffin Esports.
Yeah, Lexi right now, catching one. 3v2 onto this game. Lexi, yes, he's kind of low though, but all we're gonna do is wait. Piff with the swing right now, pero ito na si Pong, mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita na si Fit. 2v2, kalampag na papang dito, pero meron pa ditong lockdown na ilalabas yung isa. Lockdown it is! And Maxi was gonna take him down 8-2! Hindi magkakasama ang Bleed ngayon.
8-2 yarn. Bleed Esports, there are always the times na makakapagbigay sila ng aggressions, at ito na yung mismong opportunity ni Griffin. May eliminate na nga ng mga players na pumapasok na nga all the way from Speedway. But again, the problem is kalat na rin kasi ang players ng Bleed inside of the site, and Maxi, talaga nakita natin yung aggressive push sila against them. Griffin, unfortunately for them, hindi sila makakuha ng puntos dito after going in for 2. They are possibly the chances of them getting in the 8-4 scoreline, pero paano pa yon? Kung may pera pa sila, yes, they can, but the problem is momentum is already in favor of Derion and his gang.
Yeah. Derion and friends. Kumbaga. Ano to? Anong nangyayari dito mga kaibigan? But yeah. This is now probably a good placement for Bleed. No, ito yung mapapinili nila to. Pero next map is Breeze. So they're gonna go on to a much larger map. And ito din siguro inaantay ng Griffin. I mean, yeah. It's not really working good for them na dito tayo sa medium-sized map, and babawi siguro sa malaki ito. And syempre hindi naman PPD ang Griffin dito na hindi sila komportable. And ang tanong, malakas ba ang Bleed sa Breeze? Kasi minsan ko lang din makita siguro ang Bleed kasi minsan ko lang nakinakas dito, minsan ko lang makas to eh. Pero gano'n naman yung pera ngayon ng Bleed, di ba? Ano pa rin, man? Kahit matalo sila dito, meron pa rin silang pera next round. So, buong round, buong first half, hindi man lang sila nag-save kahit isa. Knowing na we only have 2 more rounds to end the first half.
Di rin kasi talaga ganun kalaking impact yung mga rounds na naipapanalo dito ng Griffin. Yes, dalawa pa lang ito, pero hindi ito yung baka sakaling mapipigilan nila yung Eco na meron dito ang lead. But now they're yon off trap together with the right play coming in from Chong. Hindi ito magkoconnect and further. Quick scope ni Sufat Bibi makakapatay kay Maxi kaagad. Jump and a nice hit sana. Pero unfortunately, Kapeleng, it's just a moment na mapapatay siya ngayon ni Xerxia. And Xerxia, speaking of, quickly reacted on time para hindi siya ma-fully blind dito the next 8-3
Last
scoreline.
round before the
Pwede
switch.
pa rin dito for Griffin to secure in the 8-4 para yung comeback nila ay mangyari na lang in the next one.
On to these games, mga kaibigan, at least ang Griffin dito nakakabawi pa rin talaga kahit papano. Yes, slowly and surely. Pero may pera pa rin sila.
Pera pa rin. Last round na to
May pera sila pero at least hindi na ganun karami tulad kanina. Pero mga grabe, no? Parang pareho lang sila, no? Odin, Operator, Vandal, ganun. Parehong-pareho lang, man. Aldron, Whelp, Catch, Pith. Bulat ako, kala hindi ko nabasa ko ng konti. Pero, Fong, literal na piso. 1 HP, kailangan mo. Wala pero makakadipin siya, pero yung sinampal siya dito. Grabe naman sa sobrang lakas ng ginagawa ni Lenny. Pati si Maxi, pinatay na niya. 4v2 right now, just gonna be a 9-3 or 8-4 man. Well, mahirap din kasi literally, si Maxi, ano siya, nasa harapan siya nung kalaban, nasa harapan siya nung nung Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury,
Feeling area.
common mistakes that can enable the other team to have their advantage. It's a 4v2, still doable for Bleed Esports, pero paano pa? Lalo na't ngayon na natag-in pa sila na 0 point. We have now here the 8-3 score lang the final half.
30 seconds
or the
left.
final round in this half. Maririnig na sila ngayon ng Griffin Esports. They are going inside of the site. Tatlo ang nasa heaven. This is a really big problem kung sakali man na biglain sila ngayon ng pagpa-plant na players of Bleed Esports. Bukas na ngayon ang gate. The turret will be picking on someone, but unfortunately, dito makikiwag. Lenny, on the other hand, will be the last remaining standing here for the side of Bleed Esports. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito talaga. Magiging sapat pa. 8-4. Not good of a half for Griffin Esports dahil dominated pa rin naman sila dito with 4 consecutive rounds from Bleed Esports.
There it is. Pero on your side is actually the players of Bleed lang din talaga that will get all the points that they need in order for them na makabawi dito sa second half, mga kaibigan. And for the side of Griffin, all they need to, of course, na makuha syempre yung momentum nila dito. Wala silang momentum nung una, yes, slowly nakuha naman nila yun, pero they're gonna end it on the 8-4 scoreline. Importante dito sa Bleed is hindi talaga sila hindi nagkakaroon ng maraming score yung Griffin. Kasi sa tao lang, yung composition ng Griffin, pang-attackers to, guys. Pang-attackers to. Because of that KO pick. Para sa akin, I'd pick KO for attacker kahit ano mangyari. Tapos meron ka pang Astra, di ba? Full map control it is na meron ng Griffin ngayon.
Puro AOE yung damage nila.
Yeah, exactly. Ilan ng post plant nila? They have
Molly,
Fong, they have Rainy, they have Select, they have Winner. 'Di ba? 4 ang post plant nila na panglason. Oh. Mainit, malakas. Pero may lineup ba yung mga yan? Yan ang tanong.
Yun lang. Tsaka, baka mabuluhan lang din sila dito na Bleed Esports. Pagdating sa early phases ng mga rounds, makikita natin ngayon, defender side, it's really also as well for Bleed Esports with their composition dahil nga meron naman sila ditong pit. They also have Lexi for the deny na mga entry. Pero on the other hand kasi, they have Astra And Astra against an Omen, Omen, I think mas malaki pa rin talaga ang opportunity ng Astra dahil sa mga utility pa lang din niya. The Concussive Blast, yung Gravity Wells will be a big reason kung bakit makiklear out niya yung mga angles and deny those entry or retake na mangyayari dito for the entry points ng Griffin and ng Bleed Esports. But although we still need to see it coming dahil nga ngayon, momentum ay nasa pabor na ng Bleed Esports. Paano kaya ang gagawin niya ngayon ng Griffin?
Paano nila gagawin to mga kaibigan? Pero on to these games right now, that is Select with all these trades na meron sila. Darion and Maxi is now low. This is gonna be really hard for them to do a big retake sa totoo lang. Sa totoo lang, hirap na retake to sa side ng Bleed. Pero one tap to the head, that might happen. Fat baby. They know it already kung nasa yung mga players ngayon ng Bleed though. Merong market, merong city. All they gonna do is wait. Darion swinging out. Had an idea na meron tao dito sa may backside. Meron din tao dito sa may B main. Meron din tao dito sa may default. Pero Darion sumisilip lang. Oh no! Malilikuran pa ata! Pero Fat baby! We'll get that engagement. But Fong will finish it off. 5-8. Pwede maging 6-8 to.
Pwede buy round na for the next one sa Griffin Esports. They have what it takes to buy their perspective guns, specters para ma-eliminate nila yung nagiging dominating factor na dito against Bleed. What just happened over here is pinersa kasi ng Bleed Esports mag-push out of the smoke, of the Astra smoke. Ayun ang naging opportunity naman na magkaroon ng crossfires dito mula sa A-link at or mula sa mid-link tapos magmula pa dito sa mid-top. Kaya hindi tuloy nakakuha ng magandang naging crossfire dito ang Bleed Esports dahil hindi nila alam yung mauuna. Now, we have here the players from Griffin Esports already ganging themselves here in garage. Wala pa rin naman nangyayari pero with the moment na meron na naging warning shots from the sheriffs, they are hesitant kung ano ba yung dapat nilang gawin dahil may nagpupush na rin dito sa mid.
Pero ito na. Winner mga kaibigan, on its way as well. Nabukasan na si Winner, importante na yan. A damage is a damage, yun na yun. A round win is a round win. But for Griffin, desperately, they need to get this win dito sa game na to. Lenny, trying to be really aggressive right now. Weekend bot will be spotted out on these players. Oh no! Wala silang idea. Literal nakakarap na nila lahat. Ang daming utilities ngayon. Fault lines will be set as well. Fat BB onto the corner. Aldro not gonna catch Lexi. Pero meron pa doon sa may Gedli. Pero that is Griffin. Getting all these kills. Winner low. Fat low as well. Fong the spray. We're gonna take down one. For V1, Darion with that sheriff on hand. Literal nakatabi lang niya yung isa. Fat. Solid.
Oh, solid na round talaga to. 6-8 ay talagang pumapabor na ngayon for the side of Griffin in this half. Sayang lang dito yung ginawa ni Lexi, no? Naglabas siya ng mga utilities, yes, pero hindi niya kasi alam kung sino ba yun nandito sa gilid at wala siyang idea na meron na palang nakapwesto doon. With the smokes na na-utilize dito ng Griffin from the smokes dito ni Maxi, they were able to position themselves into safety na hindi sila agad makikita dito ng Bleed. By round for Bleed, they have 3 half an armors lang, pero will it be the chance for them to secure in a site? And yes, it will. Maxi goes in for 2. White Room naman dito for Darion will be getting in 2 members as well. They have already compromised in the position of the spike and it's all up to your select na meron pang mga stars sa kasama pero wala naman nakatagpo sa kanya.
Oh, select. Kahit bulldog lang ang gamit niya, makakuha pa rin siya ng isa dito mga kaibigan. For V1! Pag nanalo si Select, mamimigay ako ng battle pass. Sayang! Sayang natalo siya. 6-9 ulit! Nice!
Nice. Oh, pwersa pa rin ang Bleed Esports talaga.
One enemy remaining.
They all know what is the capabilities of Griffin are, and nakikita naman natin na pwede nilang mai-equalize ito, may kuha nila yung succeeding amount of plays para ma-dominate nila muli yung mga napangunahan nila mga rounds dito against Griffin Esports. But will it be a problem na half an armors lang ang kaya nilang i-commit ngayon, or talagang mai-dominate pa rin nila dito dahil nagpo-push sila aggressively trying to get an info. Fault line will not be succeeding as much dahil nakapag-react on time naman dito si Xerxia. Will be tagged in by that suppress. So now, kailangan na lang ba niya mag-back away or talagang i-commit niya yung pagpupush niya dito sa aim?
Ano ang commitment na pwede nang gawin dito mga kaibigan? Medyo mahirap din talaga nila in order for them to get that site done because sobrang solid din talaga ng defensa na meron dito ang bleed if ever. Shoutout nga para sa kalangitan na parang uulan na. Mukhang malakas tong ulan na to, men. Ramdam ko eh. Ang dilim eh. Ang dilim, men.
Sa south, man.
Oo. Nasa east kasi ako ng nasa east part ako ng Manila, medyo madilim dito. Tapos sa sa Etivac ba? Sinabi ko taga-saan ko yun. Wala, alam naman ng tao kung saan ko. Ano ba dyan? Madilim din dyan?
Oo, madilim na rin eh. Kumukulog-kulog na rin.
Grabe naman pala.
Pero
ito na shoot. Pero yun nga na shoot na makakuha ng kill na yun. 4v5 po na this game right now. At isa ako din talaga nag-drift ng mga kills na kailangan nila. Maxi, swing out. Pero meron tayo dyan sa may kilid. Oh my god, delikado kayo dyan. That is Lenny with us. Rainy, Lomonade. Pero the timing. The timing ni Rainy si Lenny, mga kaibigan. 3v2. Rainy is low. Rainy gonna plant the spike. Meron pa siya enough time for him to get that spike down. Pero ito na lang makukuha ba talaga ng bleed itong retake na to. Pero in terms of HE, Rainy medyo kinakabahan talaga siya kay pero kalendaryo. Nakita niyo yung paa ni Select. Kitang-kita niyo yung Jordan. Pero Rainy, on that corner, nag-whiff ang kuya mo. Sayang lang talaga, 6-10.
Doable for Griffin Esports sa postplan na sinecure nila against Bleed Esports. Numbers was just really in favor of Bleed. And yun nga nasilip nila kaagad kung nasaan ba dito nakapwesto si Xerxia. Very risky of a move na nag-swing out siya kaagad. He could have played it with patience, but the problem is gusto nila ng info kaagad. Gusto nila makuha kaagad yung numbers advantage. They had what it takes. They had the confidence as well, but the problem is ito nga lang ding hold ni Lenny ang naging sagabal laban sa side na nga na Griffin na makapasok ng side ng kompleto regardless, but the problem yun na nga ang naging crossfires na sinecure na dito ng Bleed. 6-10 na ang scoreline natin. Walang pera, walang arep ang mga tropa natin ngayon from Griffin Esports.
It's not yet over kasi marami pa talaga tayo medyo makita dito mga kaibigan, pero ito na nga rin talaga yung pag-push nila.
6-10, the utilities are already raining, pero Derion dito makakakuha pa rin ng wallbang kill against Xerxia. The smokes are already placed in for the one way para hindi agad makapag-push dito. Players from Griffin Esports, they are hesitating, pero ang magiging problema na lang dito is Lexi. Makakapag-connect ba yung mga utility niya or talaga makukuha siya by timing? Wide swing, hindi makukuha ito. Clears ngayon from Griffin and just happening all in favor of the side of and Maxi. Wide swing na naman dito kay Lexi, makakakuha ng isa. That compromise spike is already all in favor of Bleed Esports. 11-6. Naging problema na nga dito ng Griffin Esports kung paano nila mapepenetrate ang naging duo combo dito nila Derion and Maxi, and Lexi pa dito was able to hold all the way from 3. This is the replay kung saan akala ko makukuha by timing dito si Lexi, pero buti na lang din at naging composure to get in that kill against Rainy. Dagdagan mo pa dito nila Fung, hindi sila nakapasok, hindi sila nakapag-plant in ng spike. So much hesitations and so much dominating plays na naman ang ginagawa dito ng Bleed Esports. They have enough buys, pero Sulfat BP, kaya niya lang makapagbigay ng frenzy on the way on his hands. But now, naririnig na natin ngayon, we have that Blade Storm na i-commit na ngayon ni Sulfat BB.
Sulfat BB trying to commit every kills na pwede nang gawin, pero in terms of money, sobrang broken buy sila. Sipin mo si Sulfat BB may 3-2. Pero hindi siya bumili, di ba? hindi na sinabayan sila winner, hindi na sinabayan yung iba kasi meron naman siyang Bladestorm, okay, why not? Pero kung ako yan, bibili ako ngayong round, tapos pag natalo, next round ako magsisave. Sasabayan ko sila Rainy, sasabayan ko sila winner. Pero nakadepende naman sa kanila yun though. Pero iba talaga yung Hunter's Fear na meron talaga ngayon yung mga players ng Bleed. Pero Lenny, it's never meron siya makukuha. Pero oh my god, muntik na makukuha yung ECT pero kaya select. We're gonna be damaged right now. But this, oh my god, Fong through that smoke, catching one already, Maxi.
30 seconds left.
The clock is ticking for the side of Griffin right now. Bleed, if ever they're gonna win this, halos walang pera ang Griffin next round. Winnable sa side ng Griffin pa rin ito because of all the utilities that they have. But Fong ang ganda na position ni kaibigang Fong! And with that, Griffin is still alive. Wala pa ring match point sa side ng Bleed.
Sayang lang din for Bleed dahil hindi nila kaagad chinek kung sino ba yung nakapag-hold na nga dito sa logs. Sino ba yung magiging reason kung bakit makakat off yung retake na gagawin na sana dito na Bleed Esports. Through the smoke, nakapatay dito si Fang, kaya naman he gave a lot of opportunity dito for Griffin Esports to get inside of the side, and it's all up to him and your select na nakakuha nga dito ng mga multi-kills against Bleed Esports. And now, 7 to 11 still doable for Griffin Esports para ma-enable nila kaagad yung match point na kukuhanin na sana ngayon ng Bleed. But this time, there are also the push na nangyayari ngayon sa mid. Hindi nakapag-react on time dito si Maxi. Down to 1 member kaagad. Smoker pa. Yun nawala dito for Bleed.
Yeah. Medyo delikado ngayon mga kaibigan pero malay mo, kamang pa rin talaga kahit paano. Pero ito na ang Bleed, nakaisa na rin talaga agad. Select is now down for the count. 4v4 onto this game. All they need to do is win. Lenny giving a hard time dito sa mga players ngayon ng Griffin para makabawi, pero isa lang ang player dito sa may A. Bahala na si Derion. Kahit anong mangyari, kaibigan Derion, bahala ka na. Alam nila, magko-commit ka na din talaga. Denying that outshot right now, pero nakakuha siya ng isa. This is the defense na ginagawa ngayon ng mga kaibigan. Oh! Winner and Fong 3 catching everyone dito. 1v2. Oh my god! Muntik na si Pin! The clock is ticking already. Fong will gonna plant the spike 2 and 2 with the quick peek. Catch your head. Okay na sana no? Pero biglang dun sa aftershock, kaya akala nila hindi pa papasok Sure.
Na-timing na naman siya dun. Parang ito lang din talaga yung mga nagiging reckless plays dito ng Bleed Esports para makakuha lang din ng aggressiveness against the side of Griffin. Pero little did they know na nagkakaroon naman na din ng momentum dito. Nasaktuhan pang ang clean pa ng pick-off dito na winner and Fong 3 to eliminate in 2 players agad against Bleed Esports. Call for a timeout dito mga tropa natin para makabawit, para at makaligtas. Dahil dalawa na lang kailangan nila para makuha nila yung match point and to gather this game 1 against Griffin. Pero kasi momentum nagsishift na in favor of Swift at Bibi na nakakapag-pop off na
Really solid na pick-offs na nakikita natin dito sa mga games at mga kaibigan. Pero dito naman sa dito sa Bleed, wala silang choice kundi mag-timeout lang din talaga. Kasi if ipagpapatuloy pa rin talaga ng mga players ng Griffin itong aggression na that they're doing, sobrang mahihirapan na dito ang Bleed. Kasi ang next na kalaban nila ngayon is ang pera. Once na naubusan sila ng pera, oh my god, it is over for you guys for sure.
Hirap na rin talagang sabihin kung paano mo pa makakounter dito ang Griffin. Pero hindi naman nauubusan ng firepower dito kaagad ang Bleed Esports. They wanted to push aggressively against the members of Griffin. Pero ready ang Griffin sa pangyayari ngayon. Sinaglit lang naman dito ni Pit, si winner down to a 4v4. Pit naman dito, free upgrade for this guy. Pero nalilito pa talaga si Fongtoy kung saan niya ilalapag yung kanyang alarm bot. But this is already a commit na makukuha na ngayon ng Bleed or na makukuha na ngayon ng Griffin. But the problem is the lockdown. Smokes pa dito nakasama, lockdown din ang magiging sagot dito. The counter of the ultimate. There's the contoss, pero makakapasok naman din dito with a wide swing. Lexi, on the other hand, will be receiving in so much kills, pero all up to Fang 3 para ma-deny na nila yung pagde-defuse in the spike. But the problem is, he is denied. He is detained. Now Maxi will be going in with a wide swing. Re-upgrade na naman ang makukuha dito ng Bleed Esports. Match point na ngayon ang makukuha ng Bleed.
It is over. Bleed! With the match point already. This is huge that they're doing right now. Just getting all the wins, getting all the points that they need in order for them to secure the game. Or once again, this is the map that they picked. So syempre, talagang kailangan magkaroon ka ng power dito kahit pa.
Last player standing.
And yeah. Sa ano naman sa
Careful. Here.
Sa side ng Griffin, kailangan na siguro nila makabawi sa game ng Griffin. Wala na silang choice kundi bumawa na sa game ng Griffin.
Night! Oh my gosh, Derion. Kaagad makakakuha ng pangunang pick-off against Griffin Esports. Wala na silang pang anti-flank against the side of lead. Pero makakapasok na nga ba sila dito ng A? That is the pure question. Dahil paranoia, ready na rin na magamit dito ng Maxi. With that, hindi naman gagamit na kagagad nila dito yung kanilang utility. Makakukuha at makakapagbigay na kaagad dito ng paranoia si Maxi. There goes in players all the way from lead. But the problem is storm grenades. So lalangoy nila ngayon. Wide swing coming in from Darion won't be happening as much. 2 players na lang din ang natitira dito for Bleed Esports. And this is the numbers only 3-4 of Griffin. Makukuha nila yung info but no one is already trying to get in that retake. Dahil dalawa na lang din ang natitira dito for Bleed. Most likely gagawin na lang nila is exit frags against Griffin.
Exit frags it is. That is a place to be. Pwede gawin ng mga players natin ngayon, pero saan ba talaga sisilip itong Bleed, mga kaibigan? Pwede silang mag-push in, pwede silang mag-back away. Kasi kahit yan ang pera nila, ang tanong, may pera ba si Pip, si Darren, at si Maxi? Kaya sila nagsisave is for them to save up as much as they could. Kasi kung wala ang pera yung iba, hindi at least makakapag-drop pa din si Lenny kahit papano. Kasi after this round, ang pera ni Lenny is 4-5 for sure. 4-5 yung pera niya. Add 1k lang yan, man. Tignan natin kung tama ba.
Careful.
Tama ako, 4-5-50. Tama, 1k lang yan eh. So, pwede siya mag-drop if ever. Pag nag-drop siya ng isa, meron pa rin siyang pera next round kahit ano mangyari. Ang ginagawa lang dito ng Bleed, mga kaibigan, sinesecure, ayun ito, nag-drop nga siya ng isa, tama. Sinesecure lang nila yung mga pera nila sa mga next upcoming rounds. If matala dito ang Bleed, they still have money. Pero labanan nandun talaga to, mga kaibigan, ng strategy na to, man. Pure strategy na to because of the money that they have. For Griffin, they know already that Lenny is there in B. Kasi there's no way that Jet could get that, could hold that Odin for sure. So they know it. Na talagang si, alam mo ba? Ito ano lang to, men, tawag dito. Thing lang to. Kasi sa mga artwork, si Sova ang hawak niya, operator. Hindi Odin, hindi ko alam kung bakit, pero talaga si Werner, mga kaibigan, with that Hunter's Fury, not gonna catch anyone right now, pero alti si Maxi nabawasan dito. Kaya pa na di ako nasa si Maxi, pero nga Lenny on, dito lang sa may backside with that Odin on hand. Alam nila na meron tao dyan! But Lenny! With a spray will catch one as well. 4v4 right now, Maxi, super low. Dalawa lang, napapatay si Darren, nakaisa pa. 3v4, medyo mahirap to na pwede gawin yung gift, mga kaibigan, pero alam po natin talaga isa pa talaga yung spike. Shock dart will connect, probably not. Pero winner, meron pa siya isang shock dart dito, pero nga 20 seconds onto na recall book, kailangan nila magpasok dito sabay-sabay. But that is the flash already, they need one more. That one will catch one with a dash, pero nga really with a swing and Rainy. We're gonna fall down 9-13 right now. 1-0 already, and the Bleed, ladies and gentlemen, will win game number 1.
Defenders win.
Grabe ang usage utilities dito ng Bleed Esports para mapagtagumpayan na nila itong game number 1. Ascent, nadagdagan na naman ang win rate dito ng Bleed Esports. Very unfortunate dito kay Griffin dahil nga nakakuha na sila ng comeback, nakakuha na sila ng momentum, but the problem is close to a match point na ulit dito ang Bleed Esports. They have the guns, they have the money, but the problem is hindi na dito naging sapat pa ang firepower dito ng Griffin Esports. Kaya naman ngayon, game number 1, 1-0 na kaagad in favor of Bleed.
Yeah, 1-0 already ang nakita natin dito sa mga game natin ngayon. Pero hopefully makabawi pa rin talaga ang Griffin kahit papano. It's not yet over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Pero dito naman talaga sa kabila, which is nga yung yung Bleed. I mean, it's already the momentum that they have. And syempre, itong Bleed na to, sobrang solid din na pinapakita. One of the biggest contender lang din, of course, itong ng Masters, itong team na to. So sana makabawi din sila kahit papano. And syempre, ang Griffin is really up to them on how can they keep up dito sa game number 2. Yes, it is a map that they picked. Pero ano ba ang pwedeng ipalabas o ipakita dito ng Bleed if ever? Are they gonna be really aggressive? Are they gonna be really that explosive? Ito oo, ang pumili ng mapa is ang Griffin. Pero ano ba ang side na pinili ng Bleed? Is it gonna be defender or attacker? It's really up to them kung ano yung magiging comfortable nila na pick ko. Pero for me, I'd rather pick sa Breeze, of course, defender. But yeah, we're gonna see that in a few days. And gentlemen, once again, you're watching VCT APAC Knockouts already. The playoffs is now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are casters, Vil and Maria Angelica Cortez. Babalik kami. Direct. Alam na.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far.
Griffins, as mythical creatures as they can be, bleed too. Bleed Esports taking map 1, 13-8 versus Griffin Esports. I might have had that score wrong, I'm sorry. But back over here at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. What a first map we've gotten over here. So much adjustment happening from both sides. And in the end though, Trix, Bleed was able to read the situation. Although they did have a bit of a struggle closing the game down, they still did so at the end.
Definitely at that end, you saw that Bleed kind of switched on to their agent lineup and knowing exactly what to do with it. They needed to play that aggression. They have the breach, you might as well. It's really... It gives you a lot of value in terms of opening up space, understanding where Griffin's going, pinching Griffin in sight, which we had seen happen more than once in this map. So I find that also on the defender side, at least for Griffin, I kind of wanted them to play a little more of that retake, you know, play a little more of that delay, but not really have to commit to the fights. We saw Fung get caught out quite a couple of times, right, Laika?
Yeah, so the thing is, I'm sure that you noticed this too, Trix, and I know that the casters were actually pointing this out. For a lot of these rounds, especially at the start, Griffin did not have the map control. They were just reacting on what Bleed was doing.
Definitely.
I feel like one of the strengths that we have to always focus on when it comes to the agent compositions, similar to the first series that kind of echoes here, is you have to play to the strengths of the agents and your plan of what you want to do. One team has that double initiator set up. They can afford to hang back, get some information, figure out what things are going to go, especially with that Astra as well, while we have a more hard committing team in the form of Bleed, and they really showed it on their first half. On their attacking half, it really showed how explosive they can be. The combination of just the overwhelming utility coming from the support of the Breach, as well as their Omen flash, and even to a certain degree Omen Omen kind of going in, because in a lot of ways Omen's just like a jet that's a bit slower, sorry. And
yeah, that's true.
It's one of the things that really helped them on the first half, and on the second half they did kind of lose that identity for a while, but like Trix mentioned, they kind of got back into form as they started playing more aggressive. Because even as a defending side, where normally you think, okay, we're going to respond to the attackers, with the composition that they're bringing with this Breach and Omen, it really gives them the ability to play with more space and aggressively take it. So once they started doing that towards the end, they started finding success that they needed to close out the game.
Yeah, the spacing, particularly on Bleed, was also very nice. You could see if they were alone, they were rarely in places where they could get picked off, or they could easily... They were mobile agents that could move away from their location. Then on the side of Griffin, you could find that sometimes, although they have a refrag, it seems like they have that refrag coming in, they don't really wait for that refrag player to space with them. They end up picking by themselves, and it just does not end up well for them.
Yeah, so we always talk about this, you know, you need that refrag, you need that buddy system come into play. Now, I want to point out that usually I'm not a fan of teams not calling an early timeout, especially when the momentum is not in their favor. And we did see the scoreline. It was leaning towards Bleed for the longest time, especially at the first half. And then we saw Griffin call a timeout at around round 10. Now, I do feel that that's a bit late. But I do think that that was around the time that they had that eureka moment of what was going wrong, because that was it. That was when they started showing signs of life over here, getting 2 rounds in, closing the half 8-4. Now, my question though, Trix, is what was that realization that came for Griffin that they were able to get those rounds in?
That most likely Bleed is going to be playing aggressive. You have a lot of agents in terms of initiators that give you that intel, abuse it on a site so that you can take the site. Like when they had the Silver Drone, they had the 0 point, they got all the information of who was in the site. They just needed to clear out some angles, they took it. And I feel that's essentially what Griffin switched on to. And because Bleed was also switching on to the fact that they had to be a little more aggressive.
Yeah, we always know that Griffin is the type of team that does kind of struggle in situations when they're forced to adapt. Although we have seen them do it in the past, it always kind of comes at a cost where it's a little bit slow. And as you mentioned on the attack boss around 10-ish, it might be a little late for Griffin, but at the end of the day, once they did kind of go for adjustment, they started winning rounds. But unfortunately for them, I think they just gave away too much too early for Bleed Esports, and it really helped them, or helped the side of Bleed to really just outpaced them. So even though they were starting to get rounds and it was kind of going back and forth for a while, stringing rounds together on both teams, it just wasn't enough for them to hit that magical number of 13 before the opposing team. And I feel like, they did play their comp to a certain degree, but it sounds kind of basic when you're looking at it in retrospect, where you're like, oh, this comp's probably aggro and this comp is stronger at this. But when you're in a game, it's not like chess. This game really evolves on the spot. It's kind of like other traditional sports, not necessarily like chess, where one kill that can take out someone very pivotal, maybe someone who has a recon or something coming up, really changes your entire game plan. So being able to not only focus on what you are trying to do, but stop what the opponent is doing while still keeping your pieces alive is always going to be a struggle, especially in a game that has such high pace and high trading potential, especially with a team like Bleed Esports, which kind of leads me into the next map, which I believe is Breeze. I think for Breeze, where Griffin kind of had a bit less of that buddy system now, I feel like that's actually a strength that they can bring into Breeze, because if they can win a lot of these 1v1s where Bleed won't be able to trade as hard just because of how open the map is, it's going to be very strong. It's probably why Griffin has a lot of success there and Bleed doesn't.
So I'm hoping that Griffin coming into this, I felt that on their ascent, just real quick before we move on to Breeze, on their ascent, it kind of felt like they weren't getting enough map control, not enough pressure. They were very default in terms of their spread. You had like the 2 on A side, 2 on B side, 1 on mid. But if they just kind of added more pressure towards that mid control, understanding that the opponents are very aggressive, it would have given them more value. And in Breeze, similar to Ascent, that pivot on mid is so important. And we've seen Griffin take control of that, but we've also seen Bleed do the exact same thing. So this one is really going to come down to the refrags. Bleed has shown that they have very good refrag control. They have discipline in their lineup. Griffin was lacking on it on Ascent, and I'm not sure if they're going to switch on in time for Breeze.
Yeah, so Breeze is a little bit tricky. We've talked about this during the map selection, right? That we feel like this is going to go on the side of Griffin Esports because Bleed has struggled here in the past. My question, though, is based off of like what Trix mentioned, where Griffin Esports is kind of lacking. You know, when it boils down to the fundamentals, there are certain conditions that are similar from Ascent going into Breeze. So Fluffy, do we think that this is gonna go in favor of Bleed Esports based off their performance in Ascent?
I mean, just from the performance in Ascent, I feel like they're going to be able to carry a bit of momentum. But looking at it as a whole and looking at their previous records, it's not the best track record, if I'm going to be honest, for the side of Bleed Esports. Whereas on the opposite end, Griffin does have an amazing track record on this map. I feel like aside from the strengths that they have in playing a lot of those 1v1s, Bleed Esports this time around, though, I think is kind of going for a bigger adaptation, even on the lineup. As we saw in the Agent Select, they're bringing out the Cypher, where normally they play that more default chamber, which is very popular in this map. Where on the other hand, we have the standard Griffin lineup, which does have that chamber instead. So the big difference between both teams, aside from that, is also going to be the Sky. They also run that, Bleed is running Sky instead of what they normally run, which is KO. And I feel like Sky does give you a bit more options in the sense that KO, you know, you have that one-time, big-time 0 point to figure out stuff, but you have the repetitive info gathering that you can get from Sky, as well as multiple flashes for the retake, which might prove to be very, very effective, because aside from that, you're also bringing another drone effect into play. And with Cypher, aside from Chamber, instead of Chamber, I mean, you don't have as much aggression to hold those angles with the Headhunter or the Tour de Force, but you do have a bit more sight control. So I think that this adjustment that Bleed is doing can possibly help them, as the comp that they have been running so far is one of the reasons I think that they haven't been doing so well on Breeze. So coming into this with this new, fresher looking lineup with the momentum coming from game one, although maybe, you know, the statistics do not necessarily agree with it, the team that goes into it today, I feel like, has a very strong chance for Bleed Esports.
This is gonna be a tough one. We might even see a map 3 coming along, and I don't know if Fluffy's too happy about that, but I'm sure he is, because he missed out on a lot of the action during the group stage. But hey, I know you guys are just as excited as Fluffy as we go into map number 2, so no more dawdling around. This is map 2 on Breeze between Griffin Esports and Bleed Esports.
Nandito na tayo sa ating pagbabalik into the next game for the series between Bleed and Griffin Esports. I'm Honey Gracie, the double kasama ko ngayon si Vil, and let us all welcome the possibility na magkaroon tayo ng 2-0 in favor of Bleed.
Kala ko may darating. Kala ko may darating, let us all welcome. may special guest pa tayo, Bes? Ha? Kasi ginagamit ko lang, kasi ako host ako eh. Ginagamit ko lang yan, let us all welcome. Pag may papasok sa stage. Bakit pero ba? Di ba ito, biglang yung screen natin magaganyan. Tapos may papasok si Ray. Hello!
Game number 3.
Ay nako. Direct, game mo na. Baka mag-game pa ng iba. Mahirap na, man. I mean, wala eh. Kung ikaw, ano ang prediction mo dito?
Maganda yung win rate ng Bleed dito against Griffin, pero pagdating dito rin kasi sa mapa na to, I think mas malaki ang lamang ng Bleed Esports against Swift at BB and this team eh.
Pero yeah.
Oh, nakasya.
Bigla siya natag-isa. Pero ito na si Lenny. At least nakakunan talaga siya ng isa dito. Kahit ano mangyari para dahil si Lenny will have to spike on Griffin. Retake is now on. All the players of Griffin is literally inside the site. Oh! Shoot at BB. We're gonna go down. Pero si Maxi, tahimik lang. Andun sa gilid eh. Lexi, kailangan mong mabuhay dyan kapatid para kay Maxi man lang.
Si Maxi!
Oh, 1v1 with a great one. Pong low on HP! Look at the head! Maxi! Tahimik lang.
Oo. Mainit-init ka rin kasi talaga ang Bleed Esports dito. Especially na kahit hinahayaan lang ni Maxi dito na makapagrambulan na for the retake na mangyayari nga sana dito in favor of Griffin. This was also the possibility naman for Maxi na ma-secure niya pa rin naman dito yung round na ito against the players of Griffin Esports who wasn't ready enough for him. This is the buy na ngayon ng Bleed. We have the Bulldogs, full on firepower dito ang Bleed Esports. Na hindi sila magdadalawang isip kung kaya naman ngayon. May malaking reason din si Pong 3 na mag-disengage ka agad dito sa mid. Kung hindi talagang pwede siya malagot ka agad, but he has the headhunter. Pwede naman siya makakuha ng agad. The problem is mauna siya. Madadali ka agad sa dito ni Maxi. One member down already, make it 2 para kay Lexi naman ngayon.
Mas mabilis ang bala kaysa sa daliri mo. Pero hindi nakita ni Darion si Selected if ever, pero yung alam, pet mga hindi makakita na rin. With a headshot right now. Si Lexi lang ang si Pit din. Si Pit tsaka si Lexi lang ang bibili dito ng armor. They need to save up everything, of course. Pero si Darion, at least meron naman siyang Marshall lang din talaga ang gamit niya dito. So, marami silang pera next round. Halos 6k ang pera ni Darion for sure.
Goodbyes na rin
joke lang yun, di ba? Siyempre, joke lang yun. Joke lang yun. Sorry, kala ko kasi 5k ang pera niya. Sorry. Namalik mata ako. Hindi. Bumili siya ng
utility pa kasi, men. Utility, armor. Kailangan rin kasi nila dito sa bayan ngayon ng Griffin pagdating sa kanilang buys. They're still holding onto their Bulldogs. Kaya may possibility na mabigla na naman nila muli dito ang Griffin. The Poison Orb or the Poison Cloud will be a reason kung bakit hindi ka agad makakapasok. Makakakuha ng info dito ang Bleed. Pero the moment na makita nila magre-rendezvous out na kaagad dito sa Bang 3, they immediately went inside the site, planted the spike. We have fully on committed to A. Wala man lang nagiging sagot dito sa winner against them dahil makakapag-play outside. The site na lang dito ang Bleed Esports. Iniwan nila sa loob dito si Matt.
No vibe.
Ako po.
That chick sa tabi. So Lexi. Malinig na si Lexi mga kaibigan. Nakatalikod ang kuya mo na J. Rizal. Shock dart will not get a connect. Fat BB pushing in. Darion getting that high ground already. Will get a catch one, but not one from two. But a winner. Catching one as well. Fat BB 1v1 with a great one right now. Lenny is in a top spot right now. Fat BB hindi niya alam kung nasan si Lenny mga kaibigan. Pero wala na siyang oras, kapatid. 3-0 na to. Dita Pak. Fat BB umiiyak. Ito legit. Alam niyo ba na maganda ang table ni Fat BB.
Ay, oo.
Oo, nakita ko yung table niya. Naka ano siya, guys? What do you call this? Naka Alex Jower siya. Sorry pero naka Alex Jower siya.
Baka yan ang buff ni Fat BB dun. Pero hindi lang naging pabor in this moment. Kasi Bleed Esports. 3-0 ka agad, man. Save ngayon ng Griffin.
Team, tama ka dyan.
Enemy tag.
May bagyo pala, no?
Nga eh. Kahapon pa, no?
Kahapon lang sobrang.
Hala.
Pero. Okay, Pip. Nangyari sa'yo. Na-sheriff ka lang, di ka man lang tumama. Diyos ko, sige. Lexi, bam! Oh my God, mag-thrifty ata. Pero pa isa,
ala.
Tumama! Uy, buti nakatama. Isa lang ito, Lenny.
Planted.
Pag sinabi ang pangalan, sabihin ng agent, Lenny Sova. Fat BB will get that kill, ladies and gentlemen.
No brainer, guys.
Thrifty.
They sacrificed for nothing.
Ay, 3-1 scoreline. Still in favor of Bleed. Pero will this be 30 point of time na ngayon ng Griffin? Dahil mga shells na meron sila kanina, pero still nakakuha sila ng advantage dito. Against the powers here of Bleed Esports. Hindi sila nakapwesto na maigi since scattered sila to get inside the site. And this time around, pero pa rin naman sila ditong eco to buy themselves a bulldog na mga guardian and even have their rifles. Pero the question is, makakapasok ba sila ng site ngayon? Lalo na't makakatapat nila dito sa winner.
Oh. Isipin mo? Games right now. Ito na ang pagpagpili ng B, ladies and gentlemen. Plus that dash pa ni Darion is getting so much damage from that smoke na they need to get out. Pero ang daming sumigaw mga kaibigan. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron. Sabay na nila ginamit ultimate nila. But they're gonna push in. They're gonna get the takedown too. Si Fong is now revealed already. 5v3 right now. And Griffin's in the top spot because Fat BB nakakuha siya. Pero pabalik talaga siya. Pero meron pa market ng bleed. Pero si Fong nakakuha na isa. Pero buhay na buhay pa rin talaga si Viper. Kailangan nila patay ngayon si Maxi. Pero ang Fat BB once again, he's super low. Let's go to pop flash right now. And we're gonna get that kill. Pero once again, Maxi is still alive. They need to take down that Viper para syempre manalo sila dito sa round na to. The clock is ticking. Marami pang oras ngayon. Meron pa sila siguro kalahati oras para syempre talaga makuha pa ng mga players na to. Rainy and Fong mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema na nasa labas yung spike. Pero ito si Fong. Bakit ako titigil pare? Pare hindi tumitigil pare! Pare hindi tumitigil pare! Oh my God! Fake gold pros mga kaibigan! Si pare hindi tumigil!
Nasa labas ng Viper Spit yung spike girl. Ano yun?
Oh my God! Si pare hindi tumigil!
I know exactly where.
Ano nangyari kay pare?
Ultimo yung snakebite, hindi umabot. Sinayawan na lang dito ni Rainy kung paano siya makakatakas ulit. But this time, save na ngayon ang mga players from Bleed Esports. Na-punish na ngayon sila dito ng Griffin. They have the operator now. More of the reason kung bakit madadelay at bakit mag-hesitate ngayon ng player from Leaf dahil nakakuha na ng isa, pangalawa naman dito for Supad BB. Hunter shooting to delay every entry na gagawin nila. Supad BB with another.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Won't be connecting as much. Rainy naman dito for the follow-up. Right click na lang dito ang kayang gawin dito. Ni Supad BB at the very least, they were able to equalize things up with a flawless round pa itong nakuha ng Griffin Esports.
Griffin Esports mo ba? Wala talaga dito. Grabe si pare. Nangyari doon, pare. Alam mo sa tolong, okay lang naman na nasa labas eh. Wala namang problema dyan. Pero ang problema, ba't pa talaga nag-Viper Spit kung nasa labas yung Spike, pre?
Actually.
Diba? Kaya ako nag-Viper Spit para sa loob lang yan, pre. Eh di sana, hindi na lang kayo nag-Viper Spit kung gano'n din naman pala, pre.
Di rin tuloy nila kita.
Pare talaga, oh.
Mainit.
Ano ka, pare?
Time out mo na. Bleed Esports.
Bleed Wally Bayola. Sup, kaibigan Wally, pare?
Wow.
Nasa Twitch, nasa Twitch. Ay, no.
Sayang yung round na yun. Ang daming in-exhaust pa naman ng Blade Esports doon. May naging Blade Storm na nasamahan mo pa dito ng Viper Spit. Utility sila, na-exhaust nila. Di pa naging enough kasi nasa labas ng Spike. Nasa labas ng Viper Spit yung Spike eh. Operator pa rin ang hawak ngayon so 5BB. Available din yung kanang Blade Storm in case worse things happen to them pagdating nga sa retake. Pero the moment na makita natin operator na rin kasi dito si Surfat BB, it all makes a lot of hesitations naman dito for Bleed Esports to commit dito sa mid. May na-blind pero wala naman silang magiging follow-up. Wala pa silang info na nakukuha against the defender team.
Poison's off.
5v5 right now, mga kaibigan. Ito yung po siya ginagawa ngayon ng Bleed. Aljo not gonna spot Rainy right now. Pero mo makikita. Nakita si Rainy, kailangan niyang gumalaw. They're slowly creeping out this area of the map right now. Mali mo, game trip pa.
Hindi nalalayo eh. Bakit?
Natawa. Pero brikod mo. Pero,
something natin. Maririkod daw lang.
Shock that.
Nabura tuloy ang comment ni Meralco. Muulit ka pa.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Right here.
TV5 onto this game at Darion. Is it a cheeky spot? Probably makakakuha siya ng isa. Tatlo lang tigil ngayon sa Griffin, mga kaibigan. Pero nga, Beth will catch 1-2. With a wall bang. Isipin mo? Winner pangalan mo? Pero, this is the map na pinili ng Bleed. Ay, ng Griffin rather. So, we are expecting na Griffin ang makakakuha nito. Pero 40 it is. Do they have enough money? Yes, they do. Meron pa silang pera dito, bes.
Oh,
Pwede silang mag-drop if ever. Shoutout nga pala kay Carlsborg1. Nagpapa-shoutout sa YouTube. Hello!
Hello! Four to 3 na. Still doable for the side of Griffin since meron silang dalawang operator na hawak ngayon. They need to make sure na magiging worth it ito kung sakali man na makita at malaman ka agad dito ng Bleed Esports. It will be a huge problem. Dahil pagdating sa retake na gagawin dito ng Griffin, it will be hard. Lalo na't ngayon na momentum may pumapabor for Bleed. They also have the operator once na meron silang advantage dito sa aggressive pushes na mangyayari ngayon for our defending team. But at the moment, wala pa rin namang nangyayari. They have already committed here the Viper Spit, even have here the Traps para makapag-sure na sila dito na walang magiging aggressive or walang makakapag-push away from the site. Mid-take pa rin naman dito ang Bleed Esports, but will it be enough? Dahil baka sakali, ma-sandwich lang din sila dito ng Griffin Esports.
Dahil pa lang pwede mangyari dito. Best pwede pa sila makabawi dito. Pwede maging ano to, 4-4 to. Dami ng pera. Bilhin nyo na. Bilhin nyo kaya ako.
Bilhin nyo kaya ako.
Dami ng pera, men. Diyos ko, kahit manalo-matalo ang Griffin dito, may are pa rin sila. Shit. Oh! Stu Fat BB catching one. Rainy. Oh no, may butas! May butas yung Cyber Cage, pero ito na. Moving inside.
30 seconds left.
That smoke. Pero, dalawa ang surprise here. Probably they're gonna go here in mid. Walang close. Okay, walang close. Pero di ka lang, feeling ko mali ata yung dito na yun. Pero yung alam nyo, nakita yung ulo ng isa. Stu-Fat BB catching 1-2. Dito right now mga kaibigan, Front Table gonna catch one as well. And now, 4-4 it is. Like what I said. Hindi pipiliin ng Griffin to kung hindi naman nila sure na mananalo sila dito. Yan ang tandaan nyo.
That's a good spot.
Noble Operator ay naging wagi na nga dito in favor of the side of Griffin. Dahil walang ka-idea dito muna ang Blade Esports kung sino na ba talaga yung may hawak na operator. Fong was able to surprise them. We also have Sulfat BB with the Blade Storm cleaning things up throughout our 8 rounds. 3 beses lang napipick off dito sa Sulfat BB. Just giving a lot of impact and giving a lot of pressure dito sa Blade Esports. Hindi naging madali yung pagpasok nila in the site dahil meron silang KO na laging nakakatapat. Ang meron lang sa kanila dito is the nice when KO winner falls down immediately dahil medyo napano siya kaagad dito, thinking na meron siya dito possibly makukuha, but now the safer is already ready. Pasok na rin sila sa loob ng side, but unfortunately dito, Xerxia is already ready for them. Sulfat BB as well with the push na ginamit niya dito away from elbow. Xerxia once again with a clean PK. The spike is already down. It's all up to Darion. Meron siyang operator dito, won't be connecting in that shot. Meron pa siyang 4 na makakatapat. Will still be doable. Lalo na nasa loob yung spike.
Sasan yun? There yun, mga kaibigan! 5-4, Griffin!
Out of range.
Lakas! Ito na nasabi ko.
A gift.
One down.
Rainy.
One enemy remaining.
Bawal ang politics dito, tingin niya yan
Meralco.
ano yung... tingin yan. Anong Rainy, Robredo, tsaka ano? Lenny. Tingin yan, man. Robricon.
Wait, rin kayo, no?
Kaya nakakatawa yung PH viewers. Walang ganito sa English, man. Hayaan na natin sila. Sila na di man nakakaintindi yun. Select! All gonna fall down, pero at least makakapag-trade from dito si Darion. 1 shock dart away kay Darion na kaibigan. Pag natama na shock dart to, typats to. Pero neural theft will gonna be activated. Pit and Darion slow. Really catches one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, ang layo sa papunta si Pit. Hindi ko rin alam kung saan, pre. Hindi ko alam. Kukuha ata ng baril, pare. Kukuha ata ng baril. Hindi ko alam kung ano. Saan papunta si Pit, pre. Mukhang iikot ata. Paano? Pa-cave. Oh! Lenny nakapat. Meron siyang Hunter's Fury.
Careful.
Pero meron pa siyang shock dart.
Last player
Fury pa. Patay. Half na.
Oh my god, panalo pa.
Oh no.
Ay! May buti na lang!
Yes.
Na-clutch pa ni Lenny! Kunti na lang!
70 HP!
Ay, nako!
Double yun. Kaso hindi tinadhana sa kanya makaligtas. Pero anong ginagawa mo doon? Ang layo. Wala pa naman namamatay dito sa mid. Wala namang barrel na nalaglag. But Lenny dito with that clutch, with the shock dart na nauna niyang nabawasan dito si Fat BB, immediately popping his Hunter's Fury para hindi siya makaligtas. Alam natin na kulang na yung damage dito ng dalawang shock darts to eliminate N1. Kaya naman, sinagutan niya kaagad ng Hunter's Fury, but now, buti na lang talaga nakapag-TP out dito si Fong. There's also the smoke, pero bulaga na lang din sa kanila dito. Dalawa players from Griffin Esports. Down na rin dito kaagad si winner after
Spike down A.
his ultimate.
One
Down to
enemy
2 members
remaining.
naman na dito natitira kaagad for Griffin Esports. Griffin on the other hand, with year select na naman with a multi-kill. Split na lang dito natitira. Yung require, but it won't be enough. Lalo na nakakabang sa kanya ang tatlo. 6-5. Lead Esports. Hindi
Last
nakabawi
round
against
in the
Griffin.
half.
Ay, nako. Mukhang ano, men. Wala. Hindi na ako magugulat.
Close game talaga.
Probably this is gonna be game number 3. There's a huge possibility that this would happen, to be honest.
Get out of my way!
Hindi na magugulat. Kasi after nito, guys, after nito, manunood ako. Vili, ano pa nanoorin mo? Doctor Strange. Share ko lang. Oo, man. Hindi ko kasi napanood sa sinehan.
Kaya pala.
busy. At saka takot pa kasi ako lumabas-labas, sa totoo lang. Takot pa ako mag-mall,
Ang hirap din
ganyan.
kasi talaga.
Manood sa sine. Takot pa ako, men. Nanonood lang ako sa sine pag block screening. Yun lang. Pag block screening, doon lang ako nanonood ng sine. Pero pag kunyari, hindi ko kilala yung mga kasama ko, pas.
Oo, hirap.
Nagba-block screening ako though, pero hanggang doon lang muna. Fong. At saka sa mga mall na walang tao.
Hindi masyadong binibisita.
I've got your trail. Search word. Konti na tao doon. Uno. Fong. Delikado ka dyan, kapatid. Hindi mo alam kung nasan ka. Hindi si Fong eh. Si Fong nabaliw. Hindi na alam kung nasan pa talaga ako. Pero sino ba ako? Pero dahil nakapatay ng isang posikat on DVD right now. Daniel catching one as well. Pwede na maging 6-6 if ever.
Spike planted.
Maxi, 2 more kills for that Viper step, mga kaibigan. They know na si winner. Pwede sila mag-swing out, pero hindi sila pwede talaga magpakita kayo. Pero nga, Daniel catching one! Select the 1 kill as well. Pero yung nga lang, Maxi, mga kaibigan. 6-6!
Switching sides.
Good rounds, good half. I think 6-6 din na kaninang naging round natin or naging 8-4. This really goes to show na alam ng Bid Esports kung ano yung mga uunahin nilang mga utilities. Nataranta dito si Fong kung ano yung gagawin niya. Hindi niya lang alam kung ano kaagad yung possibility na pwede niyang ma-pick off dito since nandun na nga yung Cloudburst. Nandito na rin kaagad yung Recon.
Robredart. Sa Robredart. Ay no. Tigil mo nga yan! Sino ba to? Robby! Tigil mo nga yan.
Kanina ka pa.
Kanina ka pa. Hindi kita baban eh. Hindi kita baban pare, huwag ka mag-alala. Got you.
Got you.
Pero tigil mo na, pero hindi kita baban. Got you pare.
Ay, nako. Bleed Esports. 1 game ahead na sila eh. Dito sa series na ito, unfortunately, talagang binibigyan nila ng struggle dito ang Bleed to clean things off with the series with a 2-0. But Bleed Esports dito, pag siguro may nakuha silang momentum kaagad in the defender side, they have what it takes para mabigla na naman nila dito ang Griffin. Since ang daming possibilities na naman dito ni Darion, I really remember now how he played through this and this map na kapag may OP na siyang hawak dito, it will be a huge problem para dito sa Griffin Esports kung paano siya i-shutdown.
Phil, pag nabasa mo to, bibilin ko na yung bagong Vandal. Zen N sa YouTube. Bilin mo na.
Bilin mo na.
Tapos bilin mo rin ako, pre.
Bakit ite?
Tapos bilan mo na rin ako. Need Valo points. Need Vil points. Need Vil points. Send it to Vil #Vil.
Here.
Parang hingi eh, no?
Sa YouTube?
Oo, sa YouTube. Need Vil points.
for new bundle. Ganda ng bundle eh. Ang ganda ng bundle ngayon eh.
Maganda, huwag kang papatalo.
Ganda ng ano, ganda ng...
Send it to Vil, #Vil. Guys, so gutom ako. Sino ko shoutout?
Enemy kill.
Pero, nagugutom ako. Guys, gusto nyo magpa-shoutout? You know what to do. Pero Darion is low ngayon. Everything is actually really close. Sa totoo lang, pero Lexi onto that corner again, winner. Pwede makita rin si winner, pero at least ito makakaplay ng isa. Pero Lexi gonna swing right now, catching one, catching two! That chick sa tabi!
Got him! Uy, so Sweat Baby naman dito for another 2. It's a 2v1, still doable, pero he is down to 70 HP. He needs to do something at makapag-reposition ka agad to get inside of the side. But the problem is merong nakaabang sa kanya dito sa double doors. Tapos pwede pa siyang gapangin ngayon ni Maxi. Hindi siya nakita ni Lexi, or rather ni Lenny. But with that wide swing against Maxi, it will be unfavorable of him dahil nakaabang na rin siya sa kanya. 7-6. Pwede pang pumunta ito to an 8-6 scoreline. Basta't makuha na naman ito ng bleed. They have the guns. Basta't mabigyan lang din nila dito ng counter kaagad ng pagpasok ng Griffin Esports.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Grabe yung pinapakita ngayon ng BLD. Pero sa totoo lang ito. Kuya Vil, if ever you're gonna pick a gun, Frenzy or Ghost? Para sa akin, Frenzy ako. Dati puro Ghost. All the time Ghost. Ang sarap kasi sa feeling pag nakaka-one tap sa ulo eh. Pero, pag may pag may armor yan, hindi mo ma-one tap sa ulo yan, kapatid. Frenzy na lang ako. Diba? Frenzy na lang. Yun na lang. At saka, mas gusto ko Frenzy. Ba't ba?
Hirap din ako mag-ghost. Oof. Headhunter. Lang ang gamit dito ni Fong, but unfortunately he was quickly traded off. Lenny naman dito all the way from double doors. There yon with a wide swing and a wide flash. Para makakuha na nga ng advantage. Tricky for this guy. Unfortunately kay Lenny, hindi na siya makakaligtas pa. Clean up crew ang ginawa ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Hindi man lang nakapasok ng site dito ng mga pyramids ang Griffin to plant and the spike. 2 more rounds or 2 rounds na kaagad ngayon ang naging lead ng from Bleed Esports.
Shoutouts kay Mike Angelo Fajardo. Good luck watching, Kuya Bill. Salamat. Nanood ako para. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, sobrang dikit ng laban nila. Parang si Tulfo yun eh. Parang si Tulfo yun. Ito na ang ating mga mainit na laban. Si Fat Baby is in a tough spot right now kasi nakapag-dash na rin siya, pero Darion waiting dito sa pagkonting swing na lang pwedeng gawin ni Select ngayon eh. No, Darion knows it. Alam niya na meron tao dyan for sure. Pero alam pa ni Lenny! Probably no. Wala, Marshall lang yung gamit niya, di ba? Marshall lang yan, pero Darion makakuha isang kill ngayon. Meron pang tao sa mid. Alam nila na nasa B yung operator. All they need to do is push out A instead. Siyempre, umalis ka, iwasan mo yung makakapag one shot sa'yo. Siyempre, operator. Darion yan, di ba? Isa yan sa pinaka-solid mag-off sa sa Asia Pacific. Pero Pit with a swing, but the winner with a kill. Chew Fat Baby inside already. Winner catching 2.
Timing.
Spectres lang ang gamit nila. Men, mahirap to. Darion catching 1 already. Lexi, 2v3 right now. Where is the swing na pwede lang gawin? Pero Darion gonna push it. They need to push. Ang mag-aangor dito, kailangan si Sky. Lexi, 1v3. Rainy says no. Wala nang operator, si kaibigan Darion. Wala siyang pera next round.
Second round pa lang yun ng half Mayroon na kaagad siya ditong operator na naipon for the first 2 rounds dito. But now, it's already 7-8. Hindi na yung mahabol ito kaagad ng Griffin. Basta't maambahan lang din nila ng tama dito kaagad ang Bleed Esports. The problem lang din kasi dito sa round na to, it was a bonus round for Bleed. They only had the Spectres at hand, they only have their utilities, and now, looking back into our minimap, mukhang magpo-push sila dito or magiging stuck ito. Here in B, wala sila makukuhang info though dahil scattered at the very moment ang players from Griffin Esports.
The Aries Zone. Yan, shoutout siya. Bibigyan daw niya ka Battle Pass pag shoutout niya ako. Shoutout siya pare. Battle Pass ko. Ibon Sky, pa-shoutout dad. Sendan kita blind. Passloads.
Passloads.
So, si Ashley Supan. Hello sa'yo. Siyempre, shoutout natin yung mga tropa natin nanonood, diba? Watch party ito eh. Pero dito naman ngayon, lamang pa rin ang Bleed if ever. They don't have enough hindi naman sila dito, hindi sila full buy, pero wala eh, forced buy ang ginawa nila dito. Maxi catching one. Pero Lexi, muntik naman matigil si Lexi, mga kaibigan, nakakita siya ng isa, pero meron tayo sa may likod. It's all up to Rainy right now. 3v1, ilalabas ba niya ang kanyang pechay dito? Probably not. Oh no, it's all up to Rainy, mga kaibigan. Shock na naman yung tayo ng isa. Yun na nga, pero there yun from up above with an up jab, with a kill. 9-7 already in favor of BLD.
BLD, nagpapatuloy na naman ang kanilang aggressiveness, ang kanilang dominating place here in the map. But unfortunately kasi dito for the side of Griffin, nahulog sila sa rabbit hole. This was a 4-man stack here in B side at nagkaroon pa sila ng problema kung paano sila makakapasok dahil nga sa mga holes dito ng kanilang chamber or ng kanilang pit. We had here the Cypher who was able to pin down the players here on Bleed, or the players here from Griffin Esports, even though na-scattered na sila at wala silang nakuhang info. They needed to get inside the site. But the only problem is hindi nila alam kung sino ba yung makakatapat nila. At eto na, yun nangyari. Punishment. 2 rounds ang naging lead na ngayon ng Bleed Esports. It's already given a factor na meron na silang maibibigay na pressure against Griffin.
Grabe yung pressure na pinapakita talaga ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Pero kahit sila yung nanalo, magka-timeout pa rin sila. They're really popping off. Look at the score, 18, 18-12. Tapos sumunod 10, tapos puro 8 na, di ba? Grabe si Darion, man. After nito, magpapahinga yan eh. Kasi sakit ng balikat yan sa pagbubuhat, parang.
Wala eh.
Wala eh. Wala talaga.
Eco run na lang tuloy dito ang Griffin. They only have the Sheriffs and Classics. Pero the problem is kapag naipanalo na naman ito na Bleed Esports, they have the 10 points. They have the double-digit scoreline. Nagbubukas-sara lang dito ang gate natin para hindi ka agad makapasok ng site dito. Holes is trying to be conquered already by Griffin. But the problem is meron kasi ditong trip war. So now, abangan sila ni Pit. Pit dito makakakuha ng isa. Unfortunately, hindi na makakakuha ng pangalawa dahil na headhunter siya ngayon ni Fong 3. 3 upgrade for their guns. Unfortunately, dito kay Maxi, hindi siya magiging ready. There's only one all the way from B side and it's all up to Lexi and his mga petchay dito para makakuha ng info, makakuha ng advantage. Madadali ng bagya dito sina Fong. Lexi, on the other hand, still is alive and kicking. Pero nandito na rin naman na yung kanyang mga utilities to make sure na may follow-up na mangyayari dito. From the side of Bleed, but Lexi, di niya na kailangan kagad yung mga tropa niya dito to cancel those rotations out. 3K for Lexi at this kind of round.
Grabe si Bitoy! Grabe si Toy Beats, mga kaibigan. Sobrang solid. Nagulat lang tayo. Tatlo pa lang makukuha niya. Pero yun nga na kasi ang problema niya is, isipin mo ha, si Viper may baril na siya pero didn't still manage na makuha yung kill. Naglakad siya kasi yung akala ni Silic is mag-out siya, magmamamba out si Toy Beats pero hindi. Nag-jiggle lang siya.
May blind din kasi, may utility pang nantira kay Lexi after niyang gamitin kaagad yung kanyang Seekers. So, ang unfortunate nung dito kay Griffin dahil akala nila, naisahan na nila dito yung Bleed Esports. Pero ang nangyari, parang naisahan pa sila ng Bleed. Speaking of bleed, nakayuko dito sa winner against Xerxia. Hindi siya nakapag-react on time. Down to a 4v4. Will this still be a doable round laban dito na Griffin Esports?
So shoutout kay Brilli Verador. Pa-shoutout naman here sa Bukidnon. Layo nun ah. Saan yun?
Layo.
Saan Bukidnon? Bukidnon Province. Mindanao.
Di ba North?
A fine death.
Daming bukid dyan eh.
Bukidnon.
This is the post coming here from Bleed right now. And meron ako sa may ilan!
Yun na talaga!
Ano ginagawa mo dyan, Step Bro? Pero winner, mag-isa na talaga dito. And Pet will gonna end your life already. Bleed. 2 more rounds for them to finish it off.
Oh man, dito pa naman sa Breeze, ang hirap makakuha ng comeback, lalo na ang lawak ng mapa nito, ang lawak ng mga pwede mong ikutan, ang lawak ng pwede mong i-secure, but the problem is kapag kasi meron ng momentum, yung isang team, they cannot gather themselves right back up. At yun ang nakikita natin ngayon for Griffin. Down to half an armors lang ang kaya nilang i-commit.
Ngunit wag na lang muna. Ito na ang pag-push ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Griffin. Sorry trip to trip ko kasi kumanta ngayon eh. Make the flowers bloom. They can actually push out B ngayon if ever they're gonna do it. It's just that Sky and Viper lang natitira ngayon dito sa B, mga kaibigan. Pero Trailblazer knows what's up. Kailangan nila mag-back away. Hindi dapat sila mag-contest dito. Kailangan nila mag-antay. Lenny, literal na half HP. Pwede siyang magpahil dito kay Lexi, pero medyo malayo siya. Medyo lumalapit ngayon si Lenny. Pare, pahil. Yan ang sabi niya. Pahil.
Wala ka lang.
Pahil. Tapos tumingin sa baba, ano? Pahil pala.
Pahil pala.
Hindi ko makakalimutan.
Ako din eh. Alam ko talaga hell eh. Kasi fracture yun, diba? Naku naman.
Nagtanong si Kwek King. Sino malakas sa TS? Ako. Pero, Lexi can push it! Pero muntik na makakita sila sa kanang shoot pad. KB sa top spot right now. Then we're gonna get that kill. Lenny nakaisa pa rin. 3v2, it's all to Rainy and Fong. Pero si Rainy at least makaka-trade off rin talaga dito kahit papano. The spike is dropped literally doon sa may entrance ng B. Pero may oras pa ba sila? Fong, all the way dito sa may mid, mga kaibigan. And there yun! We're gonna catch him off guard. Bleeds the match point already.
Nice one. Bleed Esports. Match point na already for them to secure in this second round or the second game of this series para makapag-advance pa sila forward to another round and this tournament. 12-7, mahaba-habang habulan ang kailangan gawin dito ng Griffin, but will they be able to, lalo na't ngayon basag na basag yung ekonomiya nila, hindi sila makapwersa ngayon ng mga rifles. Winner dito can only buy in a sheriff, but will it be still possible for them to get in a kill at least para makakuha sila ng free upgrades? Ngayon, makikita natin ang hesitation is Griffin PB to conquer in mid, pero at the very moment, Maxi is siya na rin dito ngayon ang nakakuha ng opportunity maisahan nila dito potentially ang Griffin Esports as one member goes down in the hands of Darion.
Fong 3. It's now down. Nagpapasapasahan lang sila dito ng mga bomba, mga kaibigan. Pero kailangan talaga na pumasok ngayon. Meron silang chance. Pero yun nga lang, oh my God! Sumisilip-silip ka na kapatid! Pero yun, nakatatlo na, oh my God! Pero yung nga lang walang tinabahan na sa kanila! Oh my God! Pero yun, popping up with an ace to end the game number 2!
Gustong tumiktok highlights ni Darion. Everyone, we have a winner. Bleed Esports 2-0 ang makukuha nila, mapaninindigan ang sistemang nakuha nilang momentum at yung mga possibility ma-dominate kaagad nila yung rounds. Advantage against the side of Griffin Esports. What a game indeed!
Oo, tama. Nakahiwalay si Maxi. Kasi nga 'di ba parang nagkaroon nga sila dito ng ng kasakit.
Kumakain kasi ako kanina.
'Di ba? Kailan pwede magtanggal ng tinga? On camera, ladies and gentlemen. Pero yeah, I mean, at least, diba, kailangan nila maghiwalay kasi nga, diba, parang nagkaroon sila ng sakit. You know what I mean. Pero yeah, 2-0 already, and like what I've said, naisulat na yan sa Vilblia, ladies and gentlemen, ngayong araw na to. Kung napanood nyo yung live stream ko, like yung page ko, napanood nyo yung live stream ko, and syempre naisulat na talaga yan. Kasi in terms of momentum, in terms of experience, it's just the players of Paper, Rex, and Bleed. They got it all. Lalo na si Maxi tsaka si Petya. Galing sila sa EU, sa mga EU teams, mga kaibigan. Pero dinala nila ngayon sa MOSG for them to wreak havoc, for them to slaughter everyone in their way. And yeah, honey guys, you have something to say?
Yeah, was really just overwhelmed sa mga naging series natin today. Lalo na nung series number 1, hindi natin akalain yun na maging game 3 pa sa mga kamay pabis mo ng kalaban ng Paper Rex kanina. So, dito naman in the Bleed and also Griffin Esports na match-up, talagang yun lang din eh. Experience-wise, nasa kamay lang din ng Bleed Esports. Kaya naman ngayon, 2-0 ang kanilang na-secure. But in the next series, it will be a different storyline. I'm Manigay si Dudobli. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil. See you in the next ones. Si Ray Ray and Taylor muna.
Paalam guys. Bye-bye. Mahal ko kayo.
Hello, my name is Xerxia. My nickname is Monyet. I'm from Team ONIC G, and then I'm from Indonesia region. I think our expectation is quite high in this APAC Challenger Stage 2, just because what we did last time on the Indonesia Challenger Stage 2. So I think we can make it to Masters 2 this time. I think our rival team right now in this competition, I think is Paper X, just because like what they achieved last time in Masters 1. I think from the rival team, I don't have anyone to look at because this is a team game. So I think I don't have anyone to look at right now from any other team. We'll do the same thing as usual that we did. So we'll do some pod review to enemy team that we are going to play against, and then we do some maybe small preparation before the game start. So for our fans, we will give our best at these APAC Challengers to qualify to Masters 2, so don't forget to watch us. Go ONIC!
Halo, nama gue Saibani Rahmat dari tim Boom Esports dari region Southeast Asia. Improve di Southeast Asia nanti. Tim yang menurut gue rival Boom Esports itu kayaknya Xerxia, karena kita udah sering ketemu sekitar 4 kali, terus Boom itu kalah 3 kali sama Xerxia sendiri. Yang nggak sabar pengen gue ketemuin sih sebenarnya si Scary sih, karena dia termasuk player yang jago banget, pinter, sama gue pengen buktiin aja kalau Boom itu bisa menang di stage ini. Strategi Boom yang pasti kita bakal benerin kesalahan-kesalahan kita yang di Indonesia kemarin, fix mistake. Kita coba buat grinding lebih banyak karena kita ngerasa kita kalah AIM kemarin. Terus kita coba main gak takut lagi. Sama buat ngalahin Xerxia mungkin kita bakal belajar dari kesalahan kita kemarin pas kita lawan di stage 1. Dan coba kayak nge-counter lah, jatuhnya jadi kayak ya belajar dari kesalahan dari stage kemarin. Halo buat semua sobat Boom Esports, tolong dukung Boom, sama jangan lupa nonton Boom di VCT Playoff di stage ini.
It's a battle of adjusting on the fly over here, and Bleed Esports making sure that the mythical creature was not able to fly. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Fluffy02, and Trix once again. And we just witnessed the Cinderella story of Bleed Esports come into a little bit more of a fruition. Trix, I know you have a lot to say about Darian and his flashy ways to end this series. So go ahead and get it started.
I mean, what an ending, right? He's just getting that ace on them. But honestly, the way Darian was repositioning, the way he would get information, get out from there, the way everyone on Bleed was supporting, just going to show how much Bleed have grown and why they're here. They're playing so much more coordinated, so much more disciplined too. We saw them on that mid take. We see them when they're trying to take the sites. They're clearing out their corners, getting all the information they need. Having Pit on that Cypher also with the ability to put pressure on other sides of the map.
You know what I was yelling as this game was progressing, Fluffy? Please take mid control. Do it, guys. We were talking about this on the panel, and we need you guys to do it right now. And I think that Bleed Esports was the one to pick up off this earlier in the game.
Yeah, I think Bleed Esports not only picked up on that, but also picked up on that habit which they should have had on the earlier map, where they basically have to be more proactive most of the time, and it really shows how much they can adaptively take space safely, as well as win a lot of their opening duels. We've mentioned it in our head-to-head, and it really comes into fruition here how Darion really is the opening big bang player of the team. But with support, as you mentioned, from Lexi as well as Pith, he really does shine even more in this game for Breeze, which is great for Bleed fans out there. As we mentioned previously, it's not statistically the best map for Bleed, but they've shown the improvement, they've shown the adaptation, the composition changes and everything, and it really does wonders for this game.
Griffin, honestly, trying to switch on. We saw them during that first half. You saw Shufat BB getting on that operator, trying to hold down the mid control. And, you know, he wasn't being too aggressive with it. He would pull back. That's what I wanted to see on both teams, actually. That mid control is so crucial. And if Griffin wanted to give it up, they did exactly what they needed to do. Just play on those choke points, angles they have to go through. But Bleed, on the other hand, having that Sky also gives them that mobility to flash to the corners, get more information, help each other trade out. And the Cypher always holding down their sights.
I mean, when you put it that way, you know, Bleed Esports, a team that's really good at gathering information. Trix, what do you think the other team should have done in order to deny that information from being released?
I think against a team that's getting a lot of information, having the Cypher, Sky, and the Sova, it's best for you to give false information. So bait it out. The fact that they're using the Sky Trailblazer, you know, let it see you, let it, and then break it so that they think that there are more players there. Because what I noticed is that Bleed also switched on to the fact that Griffin, when you see one player, usually you see the others. And that kind of went to the disadvantage of Griffin, but honestly, Bleed picking up on that was fantastic.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And there it is again, Fluffy, that magnificent ace that Darian was able to close the round with. Now, I do want to mention that, you know, we already talked about these notable players, but it's no secret that this guy just stood out above the rest, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, we've already said it also, I think, behind the scenes before we got onto the panel, that this guy really closes out games. It's not the first time also that he ended a series with an ace like that, but it comes to show that when the pressure is high, he is the cook in the kitchen that we really have to look for. He's the master chef that really does create the best meal for Bleed Esports, and it looks like they'll be eating great tonight as they do finally get that game on Breeze. And more than that, they continue their undefeated record here, just like their friends Paper Rex in the playoffs or knockouts for this VCT APAC.
You know what? If they're going to be celebrating tonight, I hope that they invite their mother, aka me, apparently. It has been accepted. I've been accepted. It has been confirmed. Now, anyway, Bleed Esports, what a dominating performance. Like I said earlier, I was really banking on them to kind of do that mid control, to kind of get control of halls as well, and they actually delivered. And it was just so good seeing that from this team, and hopefully moving forward on the side of Griffin Esports, they learn to adjust on that. Now, Trix, I think that this is something that we need to discuss, you know, pacing. I think that it's important to not only have specific pacing per round, but to also to be able to adjust the pacing when we go into mid round. So how do you think that Griffin Esports should have done that adjustment?
I think it all comes down to having a larger repertoire in terms of strategies and understanding the limitations of your teammates as well as their playstyle. I feel a lot of teams when they start off, they don't really acknowledge the fact that every single player has their own playstyle, like Darion. And we've seen his development as well as his teams, but in being able to coordinate with one another, being able to enable each other. And with Griffin, we could see that in the mid rounds, they started to struggle. Their go-to default was bunch together, go together, and that's essentially what was their downfall there.
It really was. So pacing is going to be an adjustment that the next series will have to face with. So first off for this one is a super fast lightning speed. This is the name of the game for this first team in the series. They never fail to bring out that gameplay that continues to wow all of us. Enemies better watch out because when they come across these guys, with a blink of an eye, they could get you right away. So with that in mind, the pacing is something important, especially with a team like ONIC G.
And there you have it. We have ONIC G. ONIC G, a team that has continued their streak of wins all the way back from VCT ID Stage 2 Challengers. They haven't lost a single game since then. And now that we're in APAC S2, it looks like at least the momentum that they have will carry on to the next series. Of course, we have a lot of their amazing players that you already see here on screen. But I'd like to mention also how flexible these players are. NC Slasher, Severin, and as well as Shiro have all played different roles in their own right, either Sentinel, Controller, or they even play that Initiator. Multiple Initiators, actually. They have access to the Fade, the KO on 2 to 3 players, and of course, Monyet always being an amazing duelist, going for that lightning fast gameplay, even bringing up that Neon against Gaming Gladiators the last time we saw them. So I think that this team has always shown their strengths and their ability to really explode on site, but having access just to have that competent players in your roster that can flex can also give your team a lot more options, that moving on to a grand tournament like this for APAC gives your team a lot more space to not only improve but to change up your strategy. Even though they're known maybe for one aspect of gameplay, it doesn't limit their options. It could allow them to play slow at times. It makes them very formidable in a lot of senses, and it's very hard to read. So hopefully in this series that shows the most, as this will be their opening game for the knockout stages.
So there are going to be rounds that we see them full speed ahead and sometimes a little bit slower depending on how they're planning to adjust against the opponent, which is explosive and captivating as well. They're another Cinderella story in the making, and this is team number 3 of one of the powerhouses of Indonesia as well. They've gone past the play-ins, braved through the group stage, and they're still here, and there's no stopping them, or so it seems. Let's see how the story of Boom Esports unfolds.
Boom Esports coming in from Indonesia, also playing their Indonesian counterpart. I find that the lineup that we have with Berserks, Blaze King, Flipshitter, Frostmite, and Tebatol has been formidable. We have that kind of entry potential, but also the anchor potential with Flipshitter, just the ability to also clutch out rounds from all of these players being able to step up. I think the best thing about Boom Esports, having watched them from the start, is really their execution on the sites. I have stated that their five-man execution tends to be extremely overwhelming for the opponents, and the crossfires that they hold afterwards. But when they're on the back foot, when they have like a player picked off, we did notice that sometimes they seemed a little bit lost, but they were able to kind of bounce back from that. So I'm looking forward to see what they're going to bring up today, because last we saw them, they seem to be on very good shape.
Yeah, so I've been talking a lot about pacing, especially with this series, because as you mentioned, BME likes to switch it up. Sometimes they'll do the five-man execution, and then they'll condition the other team to think that way, that, oh my god, these guys just keep pushing 5-man at a time. And then you're gonna adjust to that, and then all of a sudden, they do a split push, which you're not expecting. And that's how good this team is when it comes to conditioning their opponents. But needless to say, they're also explosive, so it's just finding the right balance or getting a good read of the opponent of what they're gonna do next. But, you know, between ONIC G and Boom Esports over here, that's gonna be very hard adjustments coming from both of these teams, right? Now, we are gonna be moving over to our head-to-head, and I'm very excited to talk about this, Fluffy, because you already touched it up. ONIC G is filled with a lot of flexible players, and Frostmind and Severine, no exception to being a flexible role on their teams.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are very flexible. Severine, in his own right, has played the initiator as well as the controller role in the past, and his counterpart, Frostmind, is one of the best players on his team, also playing that initiator role. He played the KO on Fracture once, and I feel like, generally speaking, they have a similar agent pool and play style. And funnily enough, I feel like their teams, in their own respect, also have a similar play style where they have that ability to just pause after a big explosion. So for me, the reason why I want to highlight these two players is how stable they are and how they can allow their team to move around them, how much space they can provide just by playing their own life, but also having those moments that they really shine in their own and really can explode in themselves, taking out a couple people along with them.
I think what I really love about both ONIC G and Boom Esports, whenever I think about, you know, head-to-heads or player highlights, granted, yes, we've seen Elmi Moore pop off, we've seen Flipshitter, Monyet, and Berserks especially, but I find that all of the players on both teams are so good. And I can't really pinpoint a particular player that I'm just like, I love to watch this player, because of all of them as a unit, Boom Esports or ONIC G, have just proven to be so solid.
Yeah, we've talked about this in the past, and that is the beauty of both of these teams, wherein a player doesn't necessarily have to stand out, because it's the way they play together that makes them stand out together as a team. But hey, we're gonna be moving over to the map. Vito's over here, and I'm really excited to find out what we're gonna be seeing, especially on the ban side. I feel like Boom Esports having a little bit of trouble on binds, so ONIC is actually taking that out of the equation already, Fluffy.
Yeah, very surprising that they're the ones who are going to take it out of the equation, considering what you previously mentioned about the statistics for Boom on that map. But maybe ONIC has something else in mind, as Boom is given a free map for them to ban. At least in APAC, they've had difficulty in Breeze as well on Ascent, and looks like Breeze is going to be their choice to remove from the map pool. It's a map that doesn't really favor, I think, their playstyle, and going into something like ONIC, hopefully they can go for something a bit more balanced. And speaking of which, a balanced map in itself is Ascent. Not the best track record for Boom Esports, if I might add, but just because, a little fun fact that I think Trix mentioned earlier, these two teams do come from that Indonesian scene, so they are very familiar with each other. They've played in the VCT Indonesia playoffs before. I think they played both Fracture and Breeze, and in both of those maps, at least historically, ONIC was the one who did take it so far. So if those two maps come out, it might be detrimental for BME, but it does, you know, times have changed. A lot of teams have adapted, and Boom Esports does have a very strong run coming into APAC, so we shall see.
Can I just say that I wanted to see Fracture. I love Monyet on Fracture. Tricks. I'm kind of heartbroken, but come on, Ascent and Split, those are something to look forward to, as well as Icebox.
I'm a little surprised on both teams, I suppose. I find that they thrive on execution maps, but maybe they're in on it. You know, they know each other. They're both teams from Indonesia. They feel that they don't exactly want to be overwhelmed on those sites with those with those heavy executions, whether it's Fracture or Haven, but of course we have Icebox at least, a larger map. We have seen Boom Esports struggle a little on Split, particularly against Orders. So I am wondering if they kind of revisited that. They're reorganizing themselves on how they're going to approach this map, because it did seem that with such tight angles, it's a little more difficult for a team like Boom to start to open up that space for themselves, especially if a team is just denying and controlling it.
Yeah, I think that Boom Esports, though, on the Icebox map has a very good track record. They've won 3 out of 3 games for them so far, and on that map. And I think that's one of the strengths that they have going into that. I'm more interested, actually, to looking at the Split game, as Split, we all know, is defender-sided. Boom basically picking this and giving that side to ONIC does show a bit more confidence and game plan that they have, thinking that, oh, we have a better attack plan. Because statistically speaking, when you look at BME's stats, they actually still gain more rounds or win more rounds on the defensive half. So it's going to be very interesting to see. And I think another thing I wanted to point out about their team is that on the side of ONIC, when we look at it, I'm very surprised about this entire map selection because it's not necessarily the maps that they are the strongest in. It's just the maps that they don't want the other team to play. So maybe that's a strat, because the one advantage that ONIC does have over Boom is they have more recent information, as Boom has played since the start. So they have a lot more games, a lot more VODs available rather than ONIC, where they can keep a bit more things to secret, you know?
I just want to say that I love seeing Split being pulled out. I know you guys hear me rave about Bind a lot, but recently my favorite map has been shifting towards Split. And the reason why is because these teams keep breaking the statistics over here. I mean, Boom Esports was kind of undefeated in Split throughout their run up until they went up against Order. And it's just so beautiful to see, like, wow, for a single map that they've always dominated in, and it just goes the other way around. It's just really refreshing to see. I'm not saying that I love seeing it. I just love seeing the creativity, though. I love it when they go above and beyond to surprise all of us. Now, anyway, with that being said, maybe there are surprises in Order. However, here on the panel, it's no surprise that predictions are a must, and it is as dreadful as it can be for us. But Trick, since you already had the reaction over there, why don't you go first?
Well, I think that Boom Esports can close it out, and I'm always hoping that they improve on themselves because they are coming in from the play-ins.
Okay, interesting. That's kind of how I felt about Bleed Esports over here. You have that certain attachment maybe on Boom. I see you, Trix. I see you. But if you are going to go for Boom, I'm not going to go for Boom this time. I do think that, you know, like I said earlier, I love seeing Monyet on that Neon. Maybe he'll pull it out in the other maps. So I'm going to side with ONIC over here. I do think that they're a very explosive team.
Yeah.
And I'm just so excited to see it. But what about you, Fluffy?
I'm always a fan of top teams that don't just look like it's their Cinderella story all the time. ONIC has that background where it really shows how consistent they are. So for me, consistency above anything else is always important. You see that in every top team, Paper Rex, etc.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that ONIC is going to win this. Just, I don't know, gut feeling, I guess. So that's going to be my prediction.
Wow, gut feeling. I wonder what it is in Fluffy's gut that tells him that ONIC G is going to win this. But we'll have to wait and see what's gonna go out. Like, at the end of the day, it's ONIC and Boom who's gonna prove either of the panelists over here wrong, and I'm excited to see who's gonna be the better predictor for the day. So far, what is our scoreline? Did we got the first game right? We all predicted.
I only have one.
Right. Okay, so far so good on my end. And hopefully, as we move into the third series of the day, I get more points out of it. But anyway, going back to the map selection over here, the first map is going to be Ascent. Fluffy, any expectations in terms of composition?
I feel like, at least for the side of ONIC, they generally do have a very consistent lineup for a lot of their agents. They always play the Jet, KO, Astra, as well as Chamber, so I'll be surprised if they do change that. The only thing that they have changed so far is their main initiator for info gathering. Sometimes they play the Fade, which I'm always a big fan of. I think it creates a lot of pressure, a lot of cool situations, but there's always the traditional and old reliable Sova, which you can always rely on.
I wonder what they're gonna bring out today. Both of these teams have had, I would say, like decent success on Ascent, and it's looking like a lot of similar picks over here. Is this
It's
a mirror matchup?
lineup.
Oh, I know you have notes on this, Trix. I know you want to talk about having mirror lineups.
I
in any of the
completely
maps.
forgot that I told you that earlier. But yes, mirror lineups I find to be the teams that really understand their agents and understand the utility that comes in from the agents and with the combinations and just what they can do and how they can bully the opponents, how to control the map. I feel it really shines. So as Fluffy pointed out earlier, consistency is very much key here, and ONIC has been quite consistent. Boom Esports coming in with that mirror lineup, I'm not sure if they're going to be as comfortable and as able to deny information and force ONIC to play a certain way or condition them, because both teams very unpredictable and very malleable in terms of strategy.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest determining factor for me in a mirror like this where you both have a KO is whose KO 0 point gets the most value. Because a lot of the suppress ability gives you that 8 seconds, and even if you have the ultimate for that null command, even more time to act without the opponent really being able to react to you. So on one hand, maybe it's the person who strikes first and throws their knife first that gets the momentum earlier if they get the right targets. But also, it could be the other hand where when someone's going for the exec, if you land a great KO knife, it can disrupt them a lot and destroy a lot of their plans. So out of all the agents, although you could say the same for most agents, it's really for me KO that will make the biggest impact for how different the KO diff will actually be.
So you're telling me that the pressure is on, especially for Blaze King and Severin over here. Well, they better bring out the good stuff over here and make sure that their daggers are on point and are locked on the target, because we are going to be going to our map number 1, Ascent, in a series between Boom Esports and ONIC G.
Hi guys, what's up? Kami ang magiging casters nyo in this match between the two representatives from Indonesia, ONIC G, together with the guys of Boom Esports. Ako nga pala si Ray, kasama ko ngayon si Tier. Kami ang Girl Power! Bago namin ikas mamaya yung main event between Xerxia and Team Secret. Pero una sa lahat, Tier, kumusta ka? At balita ko, napaka lamig ngayong araw dahil nga umuulan.
Ay, oo. Ilang araw nang malamig, di ba? Ilang days na rin maulan sa ating lahat dito sa Pilipinas. Kung nasa may QC area kayo, ayan, maulan-ulan dyan. But, without further ado, ito na nga yung pangatlong series natin para sa araw na ito. At gaya nga nasabi mo, no, ito na yung pahapyaw para sa main event mamaya dahil Team Secret, maglalaro na naman sila pagdating dito sa huling linggo natin na malalaman na natin kung sino ba ang magiging Masters representative para sa Asia Pacific. Pero dito muna tayo magfo-focus dahil dalawang Indonesian teams ang magtatapat ngayon. Na-mention na rin ni Ray ang Boom at ONIC G. Ngayon, Ray, nung last time na nag-cooldown episode tayo, na-mention mo din na meron kang prediction sa dalawang to. ONIC G ata yun kung di ako nagkakamali. Bakit?
Bias ako eh. Kasi NC Slash.
Yun yung dahilan eh, no?
Hindi na dahilan.
Bias kasi ako eh.
Bias ako. Actually, di ba, kanina, nung isang nating friend from Australia na isang caster, tinanong niya sino daw yung most improved player para sa niya. Ako particularly sabi ko si Monyet. Hindi dahil sa magaling na siya, kundi mas naging smarter na siya. Di ba?
Kala ko mas naging cute.
Here.
Hindi, tatrapahin lang yan. Para yan si... para yan si
Hindi na natin
Boy.
sasabihin.
Oo. Hindi
Pero
na-
ang bilis pumasok na itong mga players ng ONIC G. Si Monya nakapasok na nga with an entry. Pero naghahanap pa rin yung ibang mga members. Alam ng Boom Esports na may presence here on A site. Kaya naman umatras ng kaunti yung ibang mga members para lang makarotate ng sabay-sabay itong iba. At while waiting for that, mukhang dalawa ang magmumula sa A short at 3 naman sa Heaven. Tignan natin kung paano nga ba ang magiging sitwasyon dito. Wala pang napaplant na spike, Ray. Mukhang ipaplant pa lang ito. And NC Slasher is already way behind of the players of Boom. Dalawa ang makikita niya at dalawa rin ang mapapatay niya dito. Si Blaze King nakapatay din ng isa. This is still a 2v4 situation pero mukhang maganda ang post-plant.
Mahihirapan na talaga kayo ng mga taga-Boom Esports. Pero hindi na-defuse! Hoy, hindi na-defuse!
Tinuloy!
Mga best! Hindi-na-defuse!
Last player standing.
Kung ako kasi may buto, tinuloy-tuloy ko na. Na-defuse ko siguro to. Pero kaya he tries to cover it after Severin. Saves the day. ONIC takes the first match. Alam mo yung gusto ko magpahinga ng cast kasi mamaya Team Secret. Pero kasi to si Monya tangkulit. Biglang umaari pa ng fight tapos tingnan mo si NC Slasher. Galing, diba? Tawag dyan, nice one, baby. Pero all in all, ayun nga, going back lang sa ONIC, yung performance nga nila there, it's really the ONIC na mas madali yung form last time nung stage 1. Pero ngayon na umabot na sila sa playoffs sa wakas, 'di ba? Sa awa ng Diyos dito na ulit sila.
Ang tagal-tagal din eh, no? Pero itong Boom, full attendance, kumbaga, laging present. Hindi ko yung classmate mo na hindi uma-absent, pero merong shorty sa harap. Sa mukha ni Monyet, pero siya rin naman makakapatay. Crossfire on the corner itself. Mahuhuli at mahuhuli pa rin ni Monyet. Kaya naman masasarado ata ang door dito for B side. They would be able to take on the side completely, pero hindi nila sinilip yung likuran. Nakakuha at nakapitas si Tebotol ng isa, pero isa lang yun. Laban sa 4 pa na players na natitira. Lememore was able to finish and clean up the rest of the team.
At 2-0. Ang bilis talaga maglaro ng ONIC. Alam niyo kung ako yung Boom, map dito pa lang, binura ko na sana yung Ascent. Why do you give Ascent to ONIC? Yan lang yung tanong ko. Well, magaling na naman yung Boom Esports dito, diba? Pero, based lang sa stage na to itself, malakas talaga ang ONIC sa Ascent. Mas lumakas na sila. Pero alam mo, Taylor, kung gusto ko lang, i-share ko lang, alam mo, feel ko may kumagat ng mata ko, ng eye bags ko. Ang kati talaga eh. Hindi naman ako naninilip. Ang bait-bait ko kaya.
Ako po. Delicate yan. Ingat-ingat ka, Ray. Kakanood mo yan ng movie with Azuray. Kaya sinasabi ko sa'yo eh. Pero dito muna tayo mag-focus dahil mukhang yung mga players ng Boom Esports, ito na yung official buy round nila. This is the multiple times that the player here has been detected. Alam na alam nila yung posisyon. Pero ang hindi nila na-figure out dito, si Blaze King nag-aabang lang sa perfect opportunity tsaka angle.
Blaze King, one of the best initiators here in APAC. Walang mintis. Pinag-audition niya ang mga taga-ONIC. Blaze King and Tebotol got talent. O, tignan mo. Dalawa lang na 2v5. Kala mo, Battle Royale. Kala mo, yung isang
line-up eh.
Yung pangalan, no? Grabe, isa-isa lang. At ang ganda nung Ecoms. Saktong-sakto sa pag-entry na sana ng ONIC. Even if remember, this is a mirror matchup. So, may kita nyo kung anong mas magandang playstyle and kung saan talaga sila nagpo-focus. Pero so far, magpo-push talaga yung mga miyembro ng Boom Esports kagad. And in-expect si Frostmind. Pero na-trade lang ni Lemmy Moore.
Na-debate sila dun sa rendezvous, lumabas bigla at nag-peak. At isa pang ang peak, mamamatay na nga dito si Lememore. Apat pa rin naman ang buhay, pero once will go down in the hands of Berserks and Severin as well. 1-to-1 trade lang ang meron on B main, pero mukhang A ang gustong i-hit ng players ng ONIC G dito. But the 3 players that we have right here from Boom Esports, naka-split up yan. Ang kaso nga lang, dito yung pupuntahan ng ONIC G, dalawa rin yung nakatambay. Nakita na nga pumasok on A main. The information was given and the kill is there para kay Tebotol. 2-2 ang meron tayong score ngayon. Feeling ko close fight to, Ray eh.
Hindi ka na alam mo, okay lang sa akin kung close fight. Basta 2 maps lang.
Pwede, no? Para team secret na.
Oo, hinintay ko na yung bayan muna bago ang sarili casting. Siyempre,
kaya chill muna kami dito, guys.
Pagpahingayin nyo kami kasi sure kami 3 maps mamaya. Ito nga nun, di pa tayo sure eh.
Alam nyo naman, Ray Curse, di nawawala yan. Kaya easy lang kayo dyan. At dito na nga tayo sa round 5. Mukhang Bladestorm ang meron ngayon si Monyet up and online para sa kanya. And other than that, Severin also has the ultimate on the KO na pwede makapag-suppress dito. Pero gagamitin nga ba nila? Depende kung makakahanap ng mga pick-off dito ang ibang mga members ng ONIC G. Pero mukhang ang pick-off na hinahanap nila, the Bladestorm just shut down. Hindi man lang nabigay o kahit isang knife lang na na-release. Wala.
Ano ba naman yan, Monyet? Ito na yung, alam mo naman sa Boom Esports, alam naman nila yung one biggest weakness ng ONIC eh. Even if si Monyet nag-improve na siya sa duelist, hindi mo pa rin pwedeng ipagtanggi na if he doesn't get first frags or maybe 2 sa kanyang pag-entry sa isang site, the whole plan is gonna be useless. And ngayon na shutdown siya, sabihin natin, siguro disadvantage din sa barrel, pero yung Bladestorm niya, sabi mo nga, Taylor, hindi kumonek. Pero may nag-comment dito ngayon sa live stream. Sabi ni Dan Mitchell Lusterius, to paso na ang haba ng kanyang pangalan. Magkwentuhan na lang kayo. Sige, walang magka-complain ha. Pwede naman namin gawin ni Taylor.
30 seconds left.
Ano ba gusto niyong kwento, boy?
Pag nagkwentuhan kami, 8 years ang inaabot, guys. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, be careful what you wish for. Yan ang sasabi ko. Pero mukhang ito ata, perfect timing ata yung pagbabato dito ng nade ni Blaze King dahil mabubuwag ang mga membro ng ONIC G. Dito na nga nagsimula ang lahat. As ONIC, or rather, NC Slasher was able to take one, pero sasagutin din agad ng Boom Esports and 4 seconds remaining para i-plant ang spike. There is no chance at all para magawa pa ito. Blaze King secures the final kill. 3-2 ang meron. Boom Esports ang nanguhuna. Ang ganda nung hawak nila sa sites, no?
Kaya nga talagang pwede natin sabihin, Taylor, na ang Boom Esports siya tong ONIC, pareha silang magaling sa defending ng Ascent. Sadyang sa kasama ang palad, itong ONIC, sa attacking side sila nagsimula. Kaya ngayon, kailangan na natin kagad mag-reset. Hindi nag-work yung mga usual na ginagawa nila. Pop that smoke, papuntang B main mismo, or kaya natatrap sila ng Boom Esports. And yan yung mga may hirap na gawain kapag mirror matchup kayo and matagal na kayo naglalaro against each other. Dahil nga 3/3 yung attendance ng mga Indonesian team, may isa talagang babagsak papuntang lower bracket. And meron talagang isang bracket na dalawang Indo teams ang maglalaban. Pwede nga nilang kalaban pa si Alter Ego eh. So, andun nakadepende yung
Speaking of,
magiging
sila yung
posisyon nila.
nanalo against Paper Rex, no?
Sila ba?
Kahapon. Alam ko, sino ba yung nanalo? Kasi late na eh. Nasa labas ako, nanonood ako. Alam ko, Alter Ego yung nanalo dun
Ay,
eh.
hindi.
O baka
Sa
isang mapa. Sa isang mapa nakita ko.
Unang game, nanalo yung Alter Ego at sa second. Baka sa customer, talo yung yung nag-overtime pa, naglahat-lahat, nag-tech post na din, pero nanalo daw yung Paper X. Pero kudo sa Alter Ego, ang dikit ng laban ha.
Grabe yun. Isipin mo one map pagdating sa isa sa top Asia Pacific team actually, 'di ba? So, malaking bagay na rin. But anyway, Boom Esports, napakadaming experience na rin. Ganun din naman ang ONIC G. Mukhang ito na nga ata ang entry na hinahanap ng ONIC. Hindi na-connect yung shot ni Flips dito. And he was able to shut down the recon dart. Ang kaso nga lang, wala siyang masisilip dito at all. Maliban na lang kung mag-updraft dito yung Jet o ipupush nila yung Heaven. But I doubt they're gonna do that. Nakakapag-plant na ng Spike. And si Slasher already waiting on Hell right here. Nag-aabang lang, nagsaset-up lang ng stars.
Setup lang, kalmado lang tayo, sabi ng Boom Esports. Pero sa post plan, masasabutan na naman ba to ng mga miyembro ng ONIC? Dahil meron din kagad, talagang J-Omi na kagad ang sagot dito. Pero Lemmy Moore, suddenly shuts down ng Blaze King. Pero na NC Slasher gets the trade. At it's gonna be a 2v2 dahil gagasolinahan sa Blaze King. Pero si Frostmine, nakita na nga kagad si NC Slasher. Pero habang tumitindig ang oras, sino na lang mag-isa. 1v1 with the Great One. Ayun, binatatat, dali-dali lang gagawin. Mind games. At ayan na nga. Xerxia saves the day with a clutch 3-3. Although nakakuha siya, importante pa rin makuha ang round. At Taylor, ewan ko na lang sa dalawang team na to pahabol-habol na lang sila sa isa't isa.
Oo nga nag-aabulan. Pantay lang naman yung laban para sa dalawang to. Pero yung pagkakasetup, Ray ng Cosmic Divide, napakalaking factor para sa ONIC, no? Kasi aside from this Cosmic Divide being set up, meron din actually na smoke katabi ng Cosmic Divide na yon. Just in case the specifics o malaman yung positioning nila dito. Exactly nung pinatunong KO yung knife niya, nalaman niya na may dalawa sa hell. Eh nakatakas sila na mabilisan dahil nga rin sa tulong ng smoke na yon. But in any way, andito pa rin tayo. Tour de force in action for Lememore. He might spot one. He doesn't connect the shot. Pero merong malapit dyan. That is gonna be the Sobang. Kaso nga lang, may bising nagpapalipad. Nang lumilipad na CCTV. Kasama Limonyet na lumilipad din. He was able to spot him out. Another kill para sa kanya. And that is gonna be Frostmine. 4v2 situation right now. And na-open up yung buong mapa, Ray. Hindi lang yung site.
At hindi na naman makagalaw ang Esports once again, pero baka may magawa pa ngayon si Tebotol with his positioning, pero medyo nakalayo na eh. So ngayon si Lememore, knowing na concern siya ngayon, na-flick kagad si Tebotol at si Blaze King na lang kagad ang natitira, pero siya ay magsisave na ngayon din. Tinatanong ng mga tao, sino ba magkakas ng Team Secret versus Xerxia? Kami ni Taylor, Ray and Taylor. So kung ngayong linggo, i-advance ko na sa mga nanonood ngayon dahil magkikwentuhan lang naman kami, hindi joke lang. Kung sino na yung nakita niyong partner na caster, sila na yung magkakas ng dalawang series agad. So, nari, ako sa Taylor, magkakas kami na first series bukas. First and second series kami yung magkakas. Ayan, para naiintindihan ng lahat na nagwa-wonder. Girl power nga kami. Miss ko nga Taylor, parang di kami nagcast together for the past few weeks eh.
Parang kahit nung VCT PH, halos hindi rin Ray eh, no? So, ito na yung mga chance namin na mag-cast muli. At syempre, ang hope natin dito sa Philippines, ang Team Secret, sinusuportahan natin yan. Kaya naman dito sa watch party ng Tagalog broadcast, nagsasama-sama lahat ng ano. Ay, alam mo si Meralcos Pratlis, nakakwentuhan ko kanina. Nasa Discord. Nag-iisa lang, naghahanap siya ng kalambingan doon. Sabi ko sa kanya, "Hoy, anong ginagawa mo dyan?" Sabi niya, "Ay, napindot ko lang."
Baka mapagalitan niya ni Maynilad. Baka mahuli ka dyan.
Nagmi-meeting sila doon sa PPGL Discord. Pero ang gandang opening frag mula kay Berserks. Nag-connect yung shot pagdating sa kanyang operator. This Knives wouldn't spot anyone, pati na rin yung Recon. And ONIC, nabawasan agad sila ng isa. That is gonna be Lememore.
Talagang hinihintay ng Boom Esports na naman itong mga ONIC. Alam mo, may napansin lang ako about sa laban nila. Itong Boom Esports, on the long angles, they can shut down si ONIC eh. Pero pagdating sa close contact, natatalo sila. Kita mo, kanina yung mga rounds na nanalo yung Boom Esports on the entry itself ng ONIC sa malalayuan or sa mid battles. Pero pagdating sa tutukan, sa close talaga, close range, hindi maka-react at all ang Boom Esports. Kasi itong mga ONIC, ang liligalig din maglaro at the same time. But even if si Lememore ay na-shutdown na, we still have their players like Monyet and Severin that somehow can make a good impact. So while making a lot of noise, pwede silang mag-B. Ma-shutdown lang nila si Frostmine, magiging probable to sa kanila para manalo yung round na to. Or maybe just get a good advantage against Boom Esports. Pero ang tagal na, ng oras na. Huy, asa na kayo mga best? Pero nabibait nila ata yung mga taga-ONIC na nasa A-side sila.
Kapag kapag binigla nila yung pagpasok, makakapasok sila. Si Frostmine lang yung magiging problema nila dito. Kasaraduhan na nga ng pintuan sa harapan. 9 seconds remaining para i-plant ang spike. This is enough time for that Astra to do it. Pero merong Hunter's Fury na sasalo dyan. Nakapag-plant sila ng spike dito pero mamamatay si NC Slasher. Sinalo na nga rin ni Severin. That's a double kill on the Hunter's Fury. Dalawa na lang ang naiiwan dito for the post plant position ng ONIC G. That is gonna be Shiro na may hawak na Odin na nag-aabang lang sa Gedli. This can be very, very hurtful para sa ibang members ng Boom Esports. Flips lumabas, the swing connects, and Tabutol secures the final kill. ONIC, okay na, pero napitas isa-isa.
At flawless. Si Fliptiner goes for a defuse. Alam mo yung Hunter's Fury talaga ni Frostmine ang nag-save ng day. Once na nakakuha siya ng dalawa, tumuhog eh. Pagkatapos ng isa, may susunod pa pala. Akala ko hindi niya na makikita yun eh. So medyo punish talaga kagad si NC Slasher. Nawalan pa sila ng controller, nawalan pa sila ng flashes. Wala kay Severin, and that was really impossible. Kahit ba may Odin ka, Anong magagawa ng Odin sa 5 miyembro ng Boom Esports na nagagawa ng retake against it? Kasi hindi na rin makapag-highlights si Monyet, walang move challenge. Pero now, we're gonna go with tayo once again, Taylor. Para lang tayo nag-rally sa volleyball.
Oo, pantay pa rin ang laban dito. Yung operator nasa may backside ng B. Flips on the other hand, tamang baril lang din. Pero sumagot na ng Hunter's Fury. Ang kabilang team, si Shiro makakapatay. Frostmite to secure a trade. Kaya naman si NC Slasher sasagot din. 2-1 trade na meron tayo dito. ONIC, still 4-man remaining. Nakapasok na sila ng site pero meron pang naiiwan on B main. Masaspatan nga ni Flips. They know this is the third force in action. Mahirap lumabas dyan. There is a smoke coming in from the Astra. Tutulong dito si NC Slasher. Ang kaso nga lang may dumadami. Tama-tama lang din ang posisyon dito ni Severin. But the pop flash connects. Kaso nga lang the shot will connect as well. Lememore, the only man remaining to do the post-plant position. This is just gonna be continuous for the side of Boom Esports. Kung hindi nila nakikita, this one kill not going or not gonna go for the second. It is still Boom Esports round.
Boom Esports still makes the change. Tebotol.
reality.
Grabe talaga to si Tebotol. Never disappoints. Pero ang ganda nun. Ang galing ng disiplina mula sa Boom Esports at ONIC. Napapanish talaga sila. Yung beta naging very comfortable sila. Pero dito, ang daming denies mula kay Flipsider. Pero although Severin had that impact, pero yung timing din nakukuha ng Boom Esports. At dito, hindi man lang tumatama si Lemimore ngayong araw na po. Kawawa ka naman, Lemimore. Usually, nakikita natin. Pero yung impact plays, hindi natin nakikita usually sa kanya. Pero next, mukhang 6-4 to in favor of Boom Esports. Malamang sa malamang.
Very winnable sana yung moment kanina sa last round na yun, Ray. Kung na-connect lang yung shot. Kaso nga, hindi. So move on na ang mga players ng ONIC G. Moving on, wala silang pera pambili ng kanilang mga baril dito. Kaya magsistick lang sila muna sa mga sheriff na meron sila. Maybe try to get a pick-off if they can. Ang kaso nga lang, napakatahimik din ng buong mapa dahil Boom Esports, they're very much aware of the positioning and also aware din sila dito sa economy ng kabilang dulo, kabilang team. So, alam nila na, they're probably gonna be only on Sheriff. So, hindi natin kailangan pumush dito. Hindi natin kailangan bigyan ng baril tong mga to. Pero ito na nga yung mga smoke. Pero entry mula kay Monyet. Hindi pa rin siya nasaspatan. But Flips was able to see him finally. Severin and Lememore able to secure the kill. This can open up the side para sa the rest of the team. Frostmite on the other hand, sumalo rin. And this is NC Slasher getting a kill on Berserks. 2v2 pa rin to, Ray.
Uy, may pag-asa pa
30
pala si
seconds left.
Shiro tsaka si NC Slasher. Meron silang half armor. Tapos nakakuha na si NC Slasher ngayon ng kanyang operator. So malaki ang chances talaga na ma-350 nila, ma-ROI nila itong mga to. Sinamahan pa nila agad ng good cosmic divide. Pero after that fake, mahabol pa kaya nila ngayon itong B main control nila. Ang ganda ng position ni NC Slasher. Pwede niya ma-punish kaagad ang isa. Unless magiging aware si Tebotol. May nakaabang na. Will finally give it and silence. NC Slasher does his work. 1v1 with the great one. Meron pang stars ngayon na pandaling si Tebotol. Pops off that smoke. Pero NC Slasher, mali ng swing. Na-excite siya. Akala niya magtatap muna. And that's it. Boom Esports still wins this round. Nice try. And Tebotol na naman. Diyos ko po. Nakakailang
may crouch.
Non-trust ko.
Tactical crouch pa nga. Okay lang yan. Magkakapit bahay lang naman yung mga yan. For sure, nakapag-scrims na rin itong mga to. Pero ang matindi dito, actually natap yung spike Sinabay niya dun sa pag-pop nung smoke nung Astra. And doon na nga, kasi naka-operator din siya no? So just one swing is all it takes. Kumbaga, sabi nga ni Dua Lipa, kung itong swing niya hindi tumama, matik na yon, masasalo at masasalo ng Vandal na hawak ng kabilang team. That is gonna be Boom Esports round. Pero balik muna tayo dito dahil panibago na naman. Berserk's waiting in this spot as yun din ang inaantayan niya kanina pa. Pero si Monyet mukhang mapapasok na-chup-chup. Si Lememore ang makakakuha ng kill dito. Makakapasok at makakapasok pa rin ang ONIC G.
Giging posible na naman ba to? Pero I think that's huge. You take the off Blaze King, you take off that KO. Magandang paraan na naman to sa side ng ONIC. Pero Severin, kailangan niya tumama. Hindi na siya tumatama. Ba't di ka tumatama? Bes yung manok ko, ONIC! Hoy! 4v4? dapat maging reckless at last niya na nga ni NC Slasher si Tebotol. With an operator, Lemimor tinapatan pero Berserk binigyan si NC Slasher. 2 sa 3. Pwede pang maktouch to ni Frostbite together with Berserks pero habang ihabang ulit na nga lang sa lakag na pinakitaan ni Lemimor. Paano mag-operator si Berserks nang gigigil. Siyempre kami din, matatastic din kami and that's gonna be a 6-5. Babawian? Oy, sinayawan ni Lemimor ang mga taga-Boom Esports. At most likely, 6-all to Hindi ko na madedenay, pero parang gano'n na nga.
A very interesting matchup here. Talagang pantay na pantay. Pagdating sa score natin right now na nasa defense ang Boom Esports. I'm quite unsure lang kung paano sila magpe-perform when it comes to the attacker side. But knowing Boom Esports, may foundation sila eh. They have a good foundation when it comes to taking sites. And as well as their post-plant position. Ang magiging issue na lang dito pagdating sa mga aim duels because it seems like nahihirapan pa rin maghanap ng mga frags itong mga players ng ONIC, no? Nakakakuha sila ng mga trade-offs pero may kulang pa din. Meron pa rin napapasok sa kanila pagdating sa post-plant.
Pagdating sa post-plant, somehow buti na lang nakuha ni ONIC. Pero di na sila nag-A, Kita mo yung mga rounds na dapat nasa kanila. Natalo sila sa A site So yung B talaga, mas comfortable sila. And they've been doing the same strats naman. Pero so far, it really works against Boom Esports. At nakita naman natin here kung gaano kapalong-palo yung finals din ng ONIC and Alter Ego if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, kasi si Boom Esports nanggaling sa play-ins Pero dikit lang lahat ng matches na yun. Sila lang naman 3 parate. Nag-iiba-iba na lang kada stage sino yung panalo. Minsan ONIC, minsan Boom Esports, minsan Alter Ego. 3 lang sila. Para
Sasalit-salitan lang sila Magbe-best friend yan pagdating sa sarili nilang region. But nevertheless, mukhang mabagal na movements pa rin ang nakikita natin dito from the side of ONIC. And throwing in that knife will actually give the info kay Lemimor. He takes the shot and the shot connects. That is gonna be Blaze King going down. 4 pa rin naman ang players dito ng Boom at nakapasok na nga ng B-side ang iba. Pero mga nag-aabang on the backside himself but the Cosmic Divide will go up. Kunyat on the other hand will also go up. Ang kaso nga lang isang kill lang makukuha niya dito. This is the operator in action in the hands of Berserks. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike. Ang kaso hindi sila aware na may tao on the back end. Masisilip ata dito with Nebutol going in. Berserks was able to take on the kill. Even with the shorty, one last remaining player. That is gonna be Shiro 1v1 with this Blade Storm. Naghahanap siya dito. Nahanap niya na kung nasaan si Shiro. Pero Shiro was still able to take on the shot. It's still around for ONIC. 6-6.
Switching sides.
Half. Parehas lang.
Ang lakas ng Boom Esports at ONIC on the both sides. Ano to? All-star show match? Hindi na naman sa akin sinabi na dito na rin pala sila Daniel Padilla. Pero ngayon, kabunti ka na
takas ng lipad
Lumilipad talaga lahat. And tatandaan nyo almost the same age to si Berserks tsaka si Mon. If I'm not mistaken, magkaedad nga din sa sila. Parang isa lang na taon yung difference nila. At nagpa-pop off yung parehas na Jet. Pero may pagkakonting Jet diff. But overall, si Lemimor na naman buhat na buhat ang mga taga-ONIC, and he's been really popping off with the chamber when it's a scent map. And remember, the fact na 6-all to and Boom Esports was able to shut down ang ONIC sa first half, kung ako yung ONIC, manginginig ako, kaya mapaka-importante pa rin ng magiging rounds pa dahil hindi pa tapos ang dikit na laban sa map pick ng ONIC. And next pa yung map split. Diyos ko putiran, magaling din yung parehas sa teams na to sa split In short, bida-bida ang Boom Esports tsaka ONIC sa map veto so far.
Actually, sa times na nagkatapat itong dalawang teams, sa 7 total matches, 4 doon nakuha ng ONIC G. Doon sa respective regions nila, pati sa ibang mga tournaments as well. 3 beses din nanalo ang Boom Esports against ONIC G. So, ibig sabihin, ONIC G, sila yung merong dito. Kumbaga, sila yung may kalamangan na isang win, no? Redemption arc to ng Boom Esports pagdating sa series natin kung makakabalik ba sila against ONIC. But for this specific matchup, parehas na playstyle. They've been playing for so long already. So sobrang tagal na nilang nagkakatapat, nagkakasama, probably on scrims as well. Alam na nila kung paano yung playstyle on each other's team. So malaking factor din yon in actually achieving and making, creating something new pagdating sa strat-wise na kayang ipakita ng dalawang teams na meron tayo dito.
Sorry, Ter, natawa ko. Di ba nakaka-mention ko lang na may ako sa mata? may kumagat sa mata ko. May nag-Gmail sa akin tungkol sa isang eye product. Grabe talaga.
Sakto eh, no? Narinig ka?
Oo, narinig ako.
Promise, naririnig talaga tayo ng mga cellphone natin, guys.
Oo, kaya nga salamat po sa inyo. Pero ngayon, 6-all na. Anong gagawin naman ng Boom Esports on the other side? Parang sobrang familiar ako sa case na lang parehas natin dito. Parehas pero uy, na-chup-chup. Kamunti ka na ma-chup-chup si Berserks. Asa na si Berserks? Parang wala na mga tao na naglalaro dyan. Parang kuya natin naglalaro. Pero uy, nagpapakay lang sa Valorant. At yun ang sinabi ko sa inyo.
One
Kapag
enemy
ONIC ang
remaining.
pinag-uusapan, magaling talaga sila sa crossfire. As si Frostmind na lang natitira sa isang iga, parang nabura lang. Ano ba naman yun? Boom Esports.
Kailangan niya tumawid. Wala siyang choice dito. Yung spike nasa may malapit sa market. Ang kaso nga lang, bawat corner, bawat entry point na pwedeng galawan dito ni Frostmind, may nagbabantay. Imposible na to, Ray. Maliban na lang kung may miracle na may maganap dito. Kumbaga, ma-DC lahat. Ganon.
Uy, dalihan mo Frostmind. Kung pag na-clutch to na yung Frostmind, mamimigay ako ng Battle Pass. 24 HP and a Classic. Winnable. Winnable yan. Tingnan mo.
Walang imposible.
Oo, walang imposible. Crush mo nga, naging sa'yo eh. Ito pa kaya. Kaya, habang
30
pinaklush
seconds
si
left.
Frostmind to, napaka-seryoso, pero mas seryoso si NC Slasher. Okay, binigyan na siya. Ayaw mamigay ng Battle Pass dahil kaka-reset pa lang doon ng season. Gusto ko lang i-shoutout isa nga pala sa mga kaibigan ko na nag-grind na ngayon dahil simula na ng bagong episode. Itago na lang natin siya sa pangalang Gian with a J. So, red flag yan, letter J.
Oh, letter J.
Oo, letter J.
Kala mo eh, no? Hindi din J eh, no? Sige. Kaya pala si Jarwell.
Oo.
Yan si
Red
Jarwell.
flag yan si Jarwell.
Red flag pag si Jarwell. Pero pag Jarwell,
Pinag-uusapan
hindi.
nga natin siya kanina. Tinanong ni Taylor kung ano daw yung, kamusta daw yung movie night namin ni Darwell. Okay lang guys, it went well. Nag-usap lang kami na tungkol sa Jurassic Park.
Tungkol sa Valorant.
Oo.
Ganun naman eh. Kahit nasa labas kami, Valorant pa rin ang usapan. Pero speaking of Valorant, nandito tayo ngayon. Flips already getting 1 kill here. Pero pumangalawa pa nga. Pero dahil sa kanyang slow, siya ang tunay na masaslow dito. Severin was able to pick up on the kill. Ang kaso nga lang, maraming lalabas dyan. Sabay-sabay ang tatlong players dito ng Boom Esports na pumasok. Saktong-sakto lang din yung timing na yan. This is now a 2v3 situation. May baril ang mga players ng Boom Esports as well. Monyet was able to spot one, get a kill. Ang kaso nga lang, may nag-aantay sa corner. That's gonna be Tabotol clearing up the sides. Meron pang isa. That is gonna be on market. It's NC Slasher. Just the perfect timing as well. Winnable on him. And he takes it. He makes it. 6-8 ang magiging scoreline natin ngayon.
Right there. Mukha ni NC Slasher, no? Parang araw-araw na lang siya nagka-clutch. Normal lang daw ang araw for him to take this. Good shot for them. Sa Boom Esports. But then, ONIC still manages to win that round. Pagka-kill pa lang kagad eh. Marami pang bullets si NC Slasher. Alam mo na eh, pero
grabe si Flips eh, no?
Oo. Parang ako di ko
siya
kaya.
umentry.
Hunter.
Nauna siya kaysa sa Jet eh, no? Siya yung nangunguna dito. Naging bida kid siya. Pero yung pagkakabida niya naman doon, dalawa at least yung napitas niya bago siya mamatay. Kaso wala eh. Sa huli, ganun pa rin. Na-retake pa rin. Sa saktong angle lang talaga. Late lumabas pagdating sa stairs. Another round para sa ating lahat dito. Mabilis ang knife pero walang masaspatan for a main. Kaya naman play for picks for the side of Boom Esports. Kasi alam nila na sila yung may upgraded dito na baril. Ayaw nilang ibigay yan ng basta-basta.
At saka tier, kapag naging nice score to, Boom Esports, mahirap na naman kumambak sa momentum na meron yung ONIC. At tatandaan natin na parehas silang mas better sa defending. Kaya, medyo malaking problema to na kailangan i-face ng Boom Esports. Pero are they aware with NC Slasher with this sabi ko, dinali na niya kagad ang NP sana ng Boom Esports at hindi man na siya napitas. Although kahit na siya napitas at isang oras, dyan pa rin sa side nila Papa Bor. After making some, after putting off that flash, after that knife, itong mga Boom Esports, mag-rattle sana yung gusto nilang execution. At syempre, obvious na, sa side ng ONIC, saan manggagaling ang mga taga Boom Boom Pow. Habang naman si Lemmy Moore kagad ngayon. And now he's out of one. Pero ilagan niya. Pero nga lang, si Severin, pinakitaan ako anong tunay na plan. attack. Pero buto na lang si Frostmite. Kinuha na nga din siya kagad. Winnable pa rin ba ito? Ano ba naman yan, Shiro? Patamain mo naman, sayang. Yung sheriff mo. Monyet na lang. At NC Slasher ang natitira.
Winnable pa to. Kung mga makakapitas sila ng isa dahil low na rin naman si Frostmind as si Xerxia rin as well. May bawas na rin when it comes to the HP. Tsaka may mga baril naman to. Aside from Monyet na naka-stinger lang. Tamang pre-fire lang din. Nagpaparamdam na mga players ng ONIC G. This is gonna be their retake. May utilities pa ba sila na pwedeng gamitin? There's still 2 smokes here in the hands of Monyet. But there's no movement right now on the map. It feels like exit frags ang magugustuhin nila. Bonus naman to, Ray, for the side of ONIC G. Kaya ang importante para sa kanila, sirain ang ekonomiya na itong mga natitirang players. This is the first kill, the second one, and the third for the rest of the team. ONIC was successfully, or have successfully, just dismantled the economy on the side of Boom.
Magnanakaw pala ito.
Di mo alam kung sino nanalo dun no?
Parang yung napunta sa Boom
Lugi.
pero wala silang pera. Nakakuha pa sila ng phantom sa Vandal.
Bulag lahat kasama buong pamilya dun sa Biming. Tsaka, ewan ko ba. Parang sila yung nakakuha nung round pero pagdating sa lugi talaga Kung kukumpitin mo yung araw ay lugi talaga players ng Boom Esports doon. At for them naman, still around this around kahit pa paano. Kaso walang pera. Back to zero.
Walang pera. Ano walang pera? Okay lang daw. Diyos ko po. Sinayawan ng Ishiro to. Kailangan niya makakita. And he gets the second base king. Nirat and God lang siya. Ako yung napapakamot yung ulo ko sa dalawang team sa to. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sila namamatay with friendlies, kung paano sila nawa-wipe out ng ganyang economy. Pero mas malinaw ngayon sa malinaw na merong gun si Blitzking. Together with Kebotol, pero nga lang, Monyet, press W. Alam niya na meron.
Walang bala, Bes!
And now he gets that. Blitzking na lang kagad ang nila. Okay, tumash in. Tinutulog ang smoke, pero lilikuran nga lang ito ni Eddie Slasher, but Monyet gets the third. Pinadali lang naman ni Monyet. Sanay na sanay talaga siya sa mga frags. And ONIC leads by 2 against Boom Esports. Taylor, gusto ko magpahinga. Pero kung ganito ba naman ka-intense yung laban, parang walang pahinga hanggang laban ng Xerxia versus Team Secret
Sobrang na-debate nila Monyet yung mga players dito ng Boom Esports. Lahat sila, baril lang ng baril, pre-fire lang ng pre-fire. Ang iniisip ni Monyet dito, kung lahat ka na magpi-pre-fire ng ganyan, why not I just literally wait out until you finally finish your bullets and finally trying to reload na para sa'yo. Ganun din ang ginawa niya pati kay Blaze King. Yung tipong every bullet counts knowing he only had 6 bullets on his hand as well. So well executed mula kay Monyet. It's still around here for ONIC G. At naghahabol pa rin ng Boom Esports dito. 7-9 pero may baril na sila this time around, Ray.
Oh yeah. Full buys sa full buys, pero si Lemmy Moore, nakatutok na. Kaso, kahit na-reveal ako, nasa si Monyet, nakakatakot pasukan no? Kasi alam mo, mamamatay ka. Kahit pandaling hawak niyan Pero we've seen naman si Monyet, getting the frags, pero si Lemmy Moore na naman ang next sa problema. At si Severin, trinuda smoke lang si Blaze King na wala sa sarili.
Info lang no? Info lang, may tao malapit sa market, insta-kill agad para sa kanila. So good info game in the hands here of ONIC G. 3 players na lang ang hinahanap nila from the side of Boom Esports. At napipitas pa rin sila talaga ng tuloy-tuloy dito. Si Flips meron siyang naspatan in the corner. That is gonna be Monyet. A good kill for the team. Ang kaso nga lang, that gives out the information. Only for 1 player here though. That's gonna be Flips. It's gonna be a B hit for the players of Boom Esports. At isa lang nagbabantay dyan o 2 na nasa mid pa na nag-aabang kung meron bang magkocross. So makakapwesto ng maganda-ganda dito ang Boom Esports at least para makapag-plant ng spike, Ray.
At habang si Tebotol takes down si Shiro, may pag-asa pa rin talaga sila. Pero let's not forget, si NC Slasher at si Severin, meron silang ultimate ngayon. Kaso on the long ang si Flipsitter, excited talaga siya sa kanyang 2 de force. Pero ito naka-hustle for pa si Tebotol. Buti na lang, pinigilan niya, nag-smoke lang siya ngayon.
Here.
Pero waiting lang si Lemimore sa kanyang mga teammates. Pero pag narinig na agad ng Boom Esports, pipigilan lang nila with that cosmic divide. And it's very expensive for this round. You want to divide it! ONIC, they lose this, malaki ang probabilidad na tayo na naman ang scoreline. Pero si Lemimore, i-risk it all natin with a quick
Last play remaining.
She's out to one. Pinakita ni Gibson paano mag-Valorant!
Wala eh. Ang hirap tapatan ng Cosmic Divide doon, Ray. Wala silang choice kapag pumasok talaga sila. Wala silang makikita. At the same time, hindi rin naman pwedeng mag-punch through yung bullets doon. Ubus na rin pagdating sa utilities itong mga players ng kabila. Tsaka, wala eh. Sakto talaga yung Cosmic Divide. Unang lalabas dyan yung yung barrel. Yung dulo ng baril mo. Makikita ka kaagad, wala kang choice. Kaya yung ibang mga teams, yung ibang mga pro players talaga, nagsiswing sila sa Cosmic Divide pa ibang way, hindi pa dire-diretso lang. Humaharap muna sila sa right side tapos saka sila nagsiswing para hindi makita yung baril. Oh, what a shot from Flips. Already getting one. That is gonna be 11 more. May kasabay siyang drone dito. Baka mas patanden. Yun nasa A-shore pero patay na yan. Location has been revealed. They know that Flips is around the corner. Wrapping around is Monyet with the ultimate. Kaso nga lang, hindi man niya mapapahap o kaya mabibigay sa mga kalaban.
Huy, si Flips there. Mas malamang pa kaysa kay Berserk.
One enemy
Luwis na
remaining.
lang kaya itong duelist ulit. Pero yun naman talaga siya dati, duelist. Tapos chamber na lang siya. Asa na ipupunitin ni Flip Zidera? Pakita na lang mamaya ulit. Kasi yung sa order, pinunit niya eh. Pinapatunayan eh. Pero ngayon,
nagpunit ng sedula.
9-all talaga to. Kawawa naman tong ONIC, biglang nawala yung momentum eh. Si Flip Zider, ginawa silang bata eh. And now, si Slasher na magagawa niya, wala siyang magagawa. Okay, pa siya nakatingin. And Flip Zider takes down NC Slasher. Ang tunay talaga dito guys ay hindi na Boom Esports. Ito ay Flip Zider versus ONIC na lang.
Flip Zider versus Monyet. Ayan ang laban natin dito sa dalawang teams na to. But Flips is actually performing really well. At this is gonna be the first timeout that we're gonna be seeing dito sa matchup na to, sa series na to. No? I wonder actually kung sino yung magta-timeout sa dalawang teams. But it can be on the side of ONIC dahil, or Boom! Wow, Boom ang magta-timeout dito. Alam ko may mga baril naman sila eh. Maybe they wanna plan out, especially on the execution. At di ko nasilip kung sino yung mga ultimate dito. Alam ko lang, kakagamit lang ni Tebotol ng kanyang Cosmic Divide. So maybe there is a suppress na pwedeng gamitin ni Blaze King later on. Depends on the teams kung paano nila iti-take tong mga sites.
At siguro yung Boom Esports na to eh. For the future na yung kanilang kailangan isipin eh. Kung paano ba nila tatapos. Kasi after ito, wala na silang timeout. Next na lang kung sakaling overtime. Pero ngayon, Lemimore and Flip Zider, the Chambers. They're actually really doing great when it comes to their performance. 17-14, 16-14. Ang ganda talaga ng performance. Si Lemimore, alam naman natin, ever since napaka-consistent na niya. Pero si Flip Zider talaga yung nag-pop off ngayon. Nakakukita din ako ng isang caster na sinagot si Flip Zider ang sobrang nag-improve. But on the other side, ONIC, this is a very important round. They lose this. Mukhang 2 rounds ang advantage na ng Boom Esports against them. Napakarami na po pera ng Boom Esports. Pero nga na, Edisalo nakapinag-atim. Pero sinabayan na nga rin kagad ngayon ng Hunter's Fury. Meron bang mapipitas ngayon?
Ay, nahuli yung dalawa.
Bakit hindi sa kanila nakaspectate? Sayang naman yun. Dalawa na yung natuhog niya. Parang kikyaman lang. Parang kumuha lang ako sa dapitan ng tuhog. At si Blaze King Frostbite Flip Zider. Wala na ang armor si Flip Zider together with Blaze King. Anong mangyayari sa kanila? Frostbite din. Naipit bigla ang Boom Esports after that Hunter's Fury coming in from Shiro. Worth it. Parang silang nag-time out sa side ng ONIC.
Hanap na lang. Dalawa na lang natitira dito for Boom Esports. That is gonna be Blaze King, pati na rin si Frostmite na gumagapang na sa may mid. Ang kaso, posibleng masandwich sila dito, knowing na ganun din ang ginagawa nung KO, nag-aabang na rin siya sa may flank. So, tamang salisi mode lang muna dito for the last 2 remaining players, but I really doubt that they can go in aside from the time na baka mapitas nila. But knowing Shiro, he will just back down here, mag-aantay lang dito at giving giving out that info towards the team. Magkakaroon sila ng pwestuhan. Lemimore was already able to take on 1 kill. Pero pang isa, mukhang tatapatan pero meron din manggagaling sa may glass, sa may window. That is gonna be another teammate. ONIC G, sila pa rin ang lamang. Sa kill kasi nung Hunter's Fury, nahuli, nantuhog yung dalawa.
Here.
Sayang.
Pinakita. Hindi nila in-expect na matatamaan sila ng ganung kalaking damage talaga mula kay Shiro. Pero that was a good Hunter's Fury. Kung wala siya natamaan doon, wala kang mangyayari sa round na yan. I think it would have come sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero ngayon din, ONIC, kailangan pa rin nila manalo sa round na to. Kasi pwede pa rin bumili ang Boom Esports until the next round. But that was a good exhaustion ng kanilang Hunter's Fury later ay kanina. Pero ngayon, nawalang available na ultimate. Paano naman sila ngayon makakabangon? Dahil si Blaze King, pwede siyang umako ng site kagad just because of his ultimate. Monyet nakasilip. Sino mas may tutok? FlipZer versus Monyet. Ako po! Puti na lang may timing mula sa smoke. Pero makikita sila. Nagsarado ngayon. Pero anong nangyari? Sarado na pinikuha na bawasan pa rin ni FlipZer si Monyet.
Siya pa nga yung namatay sa aim duel na nangyari doon kanina on A. Pero mukhang fake lang yan. Pangpeke lang. Si Flips ang tagahawak ng rotation dito ng players ng ONIC G. He spots another one. That is gonna be Severin. Siya lang talaga ang tagapag-antay ng mga players dito ng Boom Esports. At mukhang nagro-rotate pa sila. All throughout, mukhang mid to A ang magiging gapang ng players ng Boom. Si NC Slasher mag-aabang siya on A main pero wala magiging tao dyan. Lahat susunod kay Blaze King. All the way to A short. Magugulat siya dito pero siya ang makakuha ng kill. Memore and NC Slasher was able to shut down 2 players. Here, tatlong remaining player para sa side ng Boom na pumapasok. Another one bites the dog. That is gonna be Blaze King. And another one for Lemimore. 4 na kill para sa kanya to save ONIC G's round.
What? What ni Lemimore din? What ni FlipZer? Pero Lemimore, gumawa na naman ng pang-highlights, pang-post sa VCT ID, sa VCT Indo. Ganun lang. Mag-effort na nga si FlipZer, pero minama lang naman pala ni Lemimore together with the NC Slasher. 1-2 count the bullets na ROI ang kanyang tigwa 100 metot. Pero mo, para sa round na yon, nandun at risk ang ginawa niya. And Boom Esports, akala natin makuha nila pero hindi pa rin at isa na lang. Match point na sa ONIC.
Parang tumutuloy-tuloy na yung mga rounds dito na nakukuha ng ONIC G. Boom Esports still trying to find that opportunity to actually go in on site. Ang problema nila, nakakapasok naman sila dito pagdating sa mga sites, no? Pero there is something with ONIC G kung saan yung rotations nila, lagi nilang naiipit. It seems like lagi nilang naiipit yung Boom Esports pagdating sa post-plant positioning nila. Lagi silang merong nag-aabang sa flank dito. And despite the disadvantages for Boom Esports side, at least FlipZer, siya talaga ang umuubos ng mga rotations.
Umuubos talaga. Cutting off everything. Pero strategy na. Mas better. Lemimore! Nagpapok na. Lumakas na rin natin. Dito para nag-2-wing up lang. Pumalo na kagad. And finally, dalawa na kagad yung nagbibigay ng malaking firepower pagdating sa B-side. Pero naubos na nga lang sa isang iglap with Frostbite and Tebotol who does their work. Pero pagdating sa spike, mahirapan sila. Ipit na ipit sila ngayon. They push na dito sa may side. Dito sila. Pero ang Slasher gets Tebotol. Napaka-intense naman ito. Frostbite na lang. Pero Monix swings him up. And Onyx still gets this against Boom Esports. Alam mo, nung time na nakapag 4 kills sa kanila si Lemimore, nawala na kagad yung power ng Boom Esports. And after that overtime itself, mukhang naging indecisive ang desisyon ng mga Boom Esports. Biglang naging mas makalat pagdating sa mga shutdowns ng binibigay ng ONIC against them.
Parang saan ba tayo lulugar? Saan ba tayo pupunta? Sometimes they are almost, kumbaga, pag tinignan mo yung minimap, open na yung B site. But because Flips is actually killing the players nun sa rotations, biglang umiikot yung mga remaining players dito ng Boom. So minsan yung mga decision making nila, instead na pumupunta sa pabor nila, it goes the other way around. Match point na nga, ONIC G. Isa na lang ang kailangan nila. The shot from Lemimore connects and the other one as well. Dalawang kill para sa kanya. Already taking out the 2 players, pero lahat na bulag kasama buong pamilya. Severin knows the info of each and every one of the players. The last one is gonna be Blaze King, who's gonna be going down. ONIC G will take game number 1.
ONIC, hello? Hello, paano nila napanalo yung mga rounds na dapat sa Boom Esports? But all I can say is even when you had that timeout, yung ONIC, they were just really calm. Alam na nila ngayon, player, kung paano magsara ng isang mapa. Dati kasi hindi. Pag mga times na gipit sila, when the time is really crucial for them, they are still actually nag-rattle pa sila. Especially sa first stage. Last time nakita natin yon. Pero ngayon, kakaiba. And ito, hindi madaling kalaban ang Boom Esports. Hindi madaling kalaban ang team na nasa same region kayo parehas. Dahil sobrang familiar na nga sila sa styles ng isa't isa. And yet, Lemimore, I think si Lemimore talaga ang nag-save ng araw sa side ng ONIC G. Dati si Bonyet eh. Pero hindi, mas maganda talaga umasa kay Lemimore din at the same time.
Dun sa unang half, actually, Lemimore was having a difficult time getting the frags, getting the kills. But along the way, nung nag-swap na yung sides, especially on a role like Chamber, kung saan ikaw yung magiging sentinel, all you have to do is wait. Kumbaga, yung kills na ang lumalapit sa'yo. Diba? So, that just gave the opportunity, the opening for Lemimore to actually step up and step on the gas pedal. At doon na nga natapos ang lahat for game number 1. Para naman sa game number 2 natin, in just a bit lang naman yan. Right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. Taylor nga pala at Ray casters nyo para sa ating series na ito. Don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
first game for this series, feeling like it could go on forever with both of these teams just on this solid, absolute tug of war. Here we are once again on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix still here on the panel. And I gotta say that every round, all I could hear was just with the Odins coming out, Fluffy. What is with these teams pulling out the Odins?
I mean, in a map like Haven, where almost everything is certified wall bangable, you know, everything can happen. A free kill is always a free kill, especially when you're on that Sova and you have the information to get an accurate wall bang. But as we look at the game in general, ending 13-9, we see ONIC going for that rubber band trade of rounds, starting off very strong, but Boom, with a quick adaptation, does take it back. Back again to ONIC, and back to Boom, and back to ONIC. Just a great back and forth between it for the first half. Although at the end of it, ONIC does find some momentum on the second half and dominates that, closing out the game.
I think ONIC really excelled in terms of that crossfire, especially on the other defender side. Boom Esports a bit lacking after they get that plant down. They get the spike down. Their post-plant situation is not as coordinated as ONIC. There are times where we see that they don't have the refrag set up, they don't have the trade system going. Granted, a lot of those rounds were when they were on an eco, but sometimes it's better safe than sorry.
You know, going into this game as we started, I saw that Boom Esports was actually not very aggressive. And we always talk about being proactive, especially on Ascent, right? But I think they were banking on the fact that ONIC is just incredibly aggressive. So they're very careful not to get picked too early. So they kind of went on the defensive side. They were very careful, I would say. And it worked in their favor, which is probably why, as you see here, rounds 3 to 5, we're just on their side over here. But there were certain rounds wherein ONIC was kind of pushing for more. They were overly aggressive, and it actually played in their favor because they would catch Boom Esports off guard from time to time. And I think that that's very cool. And I think that Trix, this is what we were talking about when we were talking about the pacing of the game.
Yes, that pacing is very important, but what about you, Fluffy? What do you think?
I think that Leica is right in saying that ONIC really pushed the boundaries, and sometimes maybe they didn't play as safe as they could be, but they were very much rewarded as they were able to get a lot of these timings, get a lot of the enemy Boom Esports off guard for the most part, especially Elmi Moore, as we see him as the match MVP, really doing work on that chamber. He got like the most kills on both attack and defense, and overall that's how he got the MVP. But he really shined as he landed the important shots, even getting that operator into double headhunter kills, stopping a lot of the plants and attempts coming from Boom Esports, which is a team that we normally know as that death ball team to make a lot of these plays, but it just seemed that it worked out in ONIC's favor because of their, I guess, willingness to risk sometimes, and hopefully for them, and thankfully it did pay off.
Both teams, honestly, just playing on both sides risky. Like the way that they were peeking the angles, the fights that they chose to take. I loved seeing that aggression on ONIC's side, especially when it came to their defender trying to get a little more space, a little more information. I remember that one round they also would like push inside B main, they would push in mid. And I think that aside from maybe them losing out their fights on A short against Flips Jitter, they were doing a solid job in terms of getting information and taking a little more risk so that they could push Boom into certain areas.
I really feel that this game could have gone either way, and that just goes to show how amazing both of these teams here. But oh my god, look at that clip, Fluffy. I was caught off guard with Elmi Moore over here. That was insane. As Dax said it earlier, he was like an action star in this game.
True, that's one of the things that I've mentioned earlier, where if you know, it's all risk management at the end of the day, and it's kind of ambitious at times. So when it works out, it really does pay off. Imagine a situation when that happened, when he goes to jump down from heaven, but he doesn't get that kill. It leaves his teammate alone and gonna have to clutch in from a very difficult spot. But just the amount of confidence that the team has shown has really pushed through, and it allows them to open a lot of these gaps in Boom Esports' plan that they can really exploit, which converts a lot of their rounds on the opening pick.
I think
sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
Trix.
I just wanted to add, you know, in terms of risk management, we mentioned before in this panel that sometimes you need to make a play happen, and you have to be understanding of what kind of play you can make and how to make it. And I feel like ONIC G really showing us that today. They showed us that yes, they can make plays happen no matter what their agents are. They know how to position, know how to manage it, know how to calculate in their heads when their teammates are coming in, what space they have.
I do think that this is something that we need to point out. The absolute confidence to be able to pull that off is just something else. Because if it failed, then it could have been like a facepalm moment for the rest of us. But because he was able to pull it off with absolute confidence, absolute style, nobody's gonna get mad. He was rewarded for the risk that he took, and it just really paid off. And overall, I think that this is one of the things that gave ONIC the upper hand as we stormed through this series. But hey, this is just map number 1. Again, this is Ascent. And we're going through all of the motions over here. Coming up next is gonna be Split. So Fluffy, Split, we're gonna be saying goodbye to this map in just a couple of days. But what do you think is gonna be the win condition for either of these teams as we move on to this map?
Well, I think if you're Boom Esports, you're very confident because one, it's your map pick. And although you're giving the defensive probably side to the opponents, you have a very strong track record on it. During their own VCT, they haven't lost a single time, but here on the APAC stage, it's a bit more of a 50-50 situation. But overall, relying on that comfort and knowing that you can take this map, especially a team that you've practiced and played against, just like ONIC in your own recent VCT, I feel like the winning condition for them is if they're able to execute the game plan that they have prepared on the map, and if they can really stop the stacking of rounds coming out from ONIC.
Interesting. So is it safe to assume that from time to time, Trix, we'll be witnessing a lot of these fights outside of the site, like especially if we see a little bit more of aggression on the side of the defenders over here?
I do think that the fights primarily won't be on site. I feel like it would be on those choke angles, especially on B main, on A main, but primarily we've seen throughout all of Boom's history on Split, they like to get that mid control. And I feel a team that understands that will be able to contest it and be able to push Boom back, because I find when Boom gets that mid control, that's exactly where they shine, because they can pivot any side that they want and they're able to force the duels to the opponents. And we see that they also have this tendency to overwhelm. But ONIC G being the smart team with really good crossfires is, I'm thinking that ONIC G can definitely handle that and definitely deal with it, because now since Boom has played it so often, there are so many ways to review and adjust and play accordingly, understanding where the flaws in their plays are.
Not to mention that during their last series with Order really showed absolute dominance, 13-1 in that game. And if you were on the side of ONIC, that's already a lot of information that you can learn on the side of Order, right? But for Boom Esports, there's a lot of adjustment that they need to do. But here we are. As I said earlier, we're gonna be off to Split, Fluffy. Off the bat, any compositions you're looking to see from these guys?
I hope that one, if not both of the teams bring out the Neon. It's something that they've comfortably played on Split, and alongside the Breach, it always has the potential to always explode. And as I say that, we can see that over here for Boom Esports, they are gonna be going with that Neon. I was kind of hoping to see it also for ONIC, but they are going for the more classic Raze. Obviously a very strong map for her. A lot of chokes here on Split can really be leveraged by having such explosive utility that can come out from a pick like that. But aside from that, the Omen versus Astro debate is always omnipresent. One has that global presence and the other one just has that fear factor when you can hit that big Omen flash, as well as create a lot of confusion when you use your ultimate. One thing I think that's a bit like underlooked, if that's a word, from the Omen ultimate is the fact that it blocks a lot of the mini-map. Although, communication is one thing with the players, it also stops them a bit, and, it can make you hesitate a bit because you're not sure immediately where they are.
I think ONIC G also running that lineup, I do worry a little that they might not get as much value from having that Raze, because there's not really anything for the Raze to pair with aside from maybe a concuss if it hits. So I'm just a little concerned about that, but I am interested to see how ONIC G pulls this off, because we do know and have seen that a Cypher, especially on Split, can be brutal.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about that, Trix. I know you have your opinions on the Cypher versus the Chamber in terms of holding down a site, and we've seen how effective Cypher is, especially on Split, right? So the question is, how should Boom Esports go against this Cypher, and how should they decide what to do once they discover that, hey, Cypher is holding down this side? Should they rotate? Should they take out the utilities? What's next?
I feel like one of the things that Cypher does bring specifically in this matchup is the fact that with Neon on the opposing side, it's one of the best counters for that agent because you can't just freely slide in and do all the shenanigans you want to do with that, as well as the relay bolt with the supportive breach. And there's not a lot of good ways to take out Cypher utility aside from that suppress, which still is kind of an RNG thing if it does land the 0 point. So Cypher, I think it's an overall good pick compared to having something like Chamber, which Neon can dash through, so maybe it's a good adaptation on their part.
It really will be a good adaptation, but that's something that's up to the players over here. This is it, guys. Game number 2 coming up on your screens in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. The game is just about to begin.
Kung namimiss nyo ang split, ito na ang chance nyo para makita muli ang split na yan. Dahil ito na nga ang ating second game para sa series na ito. Boom Esports versus ONIC G pa rin ang magkalaban. Taylor at Rere nga pala magiging casters nyo for this game. Ngayon, nakita natin may pumik ng Neon para sa mapa na to, Ray.
Sa wakas, makakita na rin muli ako ng Neon. Parang play-ins ko pa ata nakita or last week, pero sa split.
Ibang mapa.
Oo, sa ibang mapa pa natin. Pero dito sa split, alam naman natin na ito yung usual strat din. Kaso, di ba, nakikita natin na hindi siya usually successful when it comes to split map. At na-miss ko nga rin magkasa napakaliit, very yet complicated na mapa such as split. So guys, sulitin na natin dahil matagal-tagal nating hindi makikita tong split map right after syempre ng champions. And of course, sa hindi natin makikita and unrated. But going back already sa mga kakatunin pa lang, first map, nanalo pa rin ang ONIC G in their map pick against Boom Esports at akala nga natin na mare-reverse sweep ng Boom Esports pero unfortunately, hindi nga. But still, that was a long match at 39 na dikit-dikit, slow plays mula sa kanilang defending side. But split, pinili ng Boom Esports. Pero all I can say is malaki din ang posibilidad na mananalo ang Boom Esports. Hindi natin maipagtatanggi na tong dalawang teams nga na to ay syempre napakapamilyado na sa isa't isa. Kaya ang split pwede din tong pumunta sa Boom Esports, but let's not eradicate ang ONIC G ay may pag-asa pa rin clean 2-0 to.
And also like Fluffy said on the panel a while ago, na picking Neon here in a map like split, kailangan mo na matinding confidence, no? And if Boom Esports pick that Neon here, instead of a raise, then they have that comfortability. Pinractice nila to ng matagal-tagal. So, alam na alam nila kung anong gagawin nila dito. But, of course, you never know how ONIC G can handle the team of Boom Esports, knowing na, syempre, may momentum rin sila dito na hawak-hawak from the previous round itself or previous game itself. Pero mukhang makakakita na agad tayo dito ng unang execution dahil Severin will be able to spawn one. Si Flips ngayon na mawawala. And nag-aabang lang naman siya pagdating sa mga flank na meron, no? It's gonna be a B-hit still for the side of Boom Esports. With this knife, it probably will detect the raise and masusuppress si Monyet dito ng kaunti. Pero wala pa rin siyang idea, wala pang lumalabas.
Uy, meron na ba? Makikita na ba? Pero hindi nila alam na nasa Raptor side. Pero buti na lang si Monyet bumaba na. You're actually saved the day.
30 seconds left.
Flash on the other side. Medyo na inside touchdown, but Monyet takes the shot down. At Frostman na lang together with Tebo na lang ang titira. Medyo ipit sila. May maliit up pa sila sa A-side si Severin! Naku po! Pwede pa sila mapanish! Nagkasali si Hanggang!
Nagpasindak sila sa Omen Smoke, Riri. Dahil lang nag-smoke sa Heaven B, bigla silang nag-rotate kahit na nakapasok na sila doon sa Heaven. Kahit pa paano. Severin throwing in the guiding light. Makakaspot siya, knowing information. Wala na lang saan talaga exactly. Lemon was able to spot one. Tebotol is out. Pati na rin ang ibang miyembro dito na natitira for the side of Boom Esports. Malinis na 1-0. Isa lang ang naging casualty nila. It's NC Slasher.
Love explosions.
So, pa natin si Boom Esports. Akala natin makakuha na nalang B-side pero nag-ibig iip ng hangin. Once na na-infohan sila kagad ni Severin, expected parati yung play kasi ni Flipsider pagdating sa split eh. I mean, it's just a pistol but going back lang sa mga recent matches din na sa mapang to, they are always aware already how Flipsider does his thing. Pag nakabawa si Flipsider ng isa, binabol sa buong esports. Pag hindi, maipit sila ng ONIC.
Nahirapan sila. Lalo na si Flips nga yung taga-bantay dito when it comes to the flanks as well. And siya talaga yung may mga pinakamalalaking impact frags na nakita natin. Even from the previous game a while ago. Nagkakaambahan lang naman dito, ladies and gents, pagdating sa mid. Tamang paint shells lang, pero na-connect ata yung Okas. That is gonna be Flips going down. Monyet, on the other hand, mapapatras lang ng kaunti. He knows, he got the info. There are people on heaven na umaatras din agad-agad. Boom Esports, mukhang mabilis yung mga decision-making na nakikita natin from them. Kaso nga lang, naiipit lagi.
No, Boom Esports. At yun nga, may mga perks kapag naka-read. Pero may mga...
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Medyo mahaba-haba. Still ONIC does the work once again. Nakakagulat. After that trap na may trap pala dito. Wait lang, tanggalin ko lang.
Yun nga
Pero may nakasilip na kagad.
Hindi ko maintindihan, Ray. Alam nila na may Cypher for the side of ONIC G. So kung magro-rotate sila, each and every time they have to look out for, especially very typical yung Cypher trap sa vents. Kasi yan talaga yung isang entry points para hindi talaga maka-rotate eh. So, once napasukin mo yun, matik talaga mas mag-gun down at mag-gun down ka. Pero mukhang aggressive push ata ang gusto dito at nais ni Berserk. The paranoia connects to the players here of Boom Esports. Kaya naman walang immediate or sudden na pagpasok on site itself.
Ang hirap ma-pick off talagang Boom Esports. Kasi kahit masabihin mong may neon ka, meron kang walls, you have that concuss. Let's not eradicate how Raze actually has that good performance all over. Kasi kita mo naman yung utilities niya ng ONIC. They actually are excited to shut down si Berserks, pati si Blaze King and Frostmind. With that Cyber Cage, tapos yung flash pa kagad ni Sky, alam mo namang sobrang dali kontrolin ng kanyang flashes if magaling ka talagang mag-Sky. And Severin is one of those players that's very exceptional when it comes sa impact flashes niya. Kaya ngayon, mukhang makakarinig ata ang ONIC na gusto na nila mag-A-side kagad. Pero Berserk, sa'yo na nga siya magpapunish na sa kagad, pero wala pa siya mag-clear out. At pinakaabang na kagad. Dalawang neto, nakita ko sila.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
And now it's all up to Shiro against Blink again with Frostman on the flank. Hindi mag-work, pero good eco round pa rin naman. Sa side ng ONIC na nakabawa sila ng tatlo.
Oh, actually, a very good bonus round here for ONIC G. At yung casualties na yun, no, magre-reflect here on the oncoming rounds that we are about to see. Dahil, syempre, pagdating sa utilities, pagdating sa armor, mababawasan din yung mga players na yan. Pero what a shot from Berserk, knowing sumaslide lang naman siya doon, naka-ano lang naman siya. And tumama pa rin yung shot pagdating dun sa Vandal. And because of that, no, kahit wala nang recon bolt, or relay bolt rather na pang-concuss pag mula dito kay Berserk. Kasi ganang-gana pa rin yung mga entry na pinapakita. Nakita nito ng Cypher with the camera installed of course here on A. They will be able to spot some of the players na nagpaparamdam for the side of Boom.
Ginagawa na lang din ngayon ng Boom Esports. Dahan-dahan na hindi nila kaya mag-penetrate ng site kagad. Tignan mo naman ang aggressive ng utilities. Kay Monyet pa lang, meron kang satchel, meron kang paint shells, may uwu, bot ka pa. Tapos sila may cyber cage, diba? Ang daling i-punish ng Neon, ng Boom Esports. At tatandaan natin, ano ba yung lineup na to ng Boom Esports? Familiar kung parati kayo active sa VCT PH. Ito yung ginagawa ng Naos parati na hindi nag-work nung time na naglaro sila sa both stages. Especially sa second stage, hindi ito nag-work. Pero sa Boom Esports, so far it's working. Pero Monyet knows how this is gonna work at buti na lang nakapasok sa agad. And first, nakapag-push in. There's just a trade coming from SC Slasher. Kailangan na niya bawas-bawasan ng pag-ikot na Asim. Magiging dapat dahil niya may paggaling-galing
30 seconds
ng panig. Wala sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero it's not gonna work against Demi Moore.
One enemy remaining.
And he gets the third kill. At dahil lang doon, na-punish ang Boom Esports and ONIC wins this against them.
All because for the first hand, may camera nga ng Cypher na kitang-kita kung saan nga yung mga players ng Boom Esports. Aside from that, they were holding it off. Lalo na yung Raze na nagbato ng paint shells, nakatakas doon kahit papano si Monyet. And the skill from NC Slasher, no? One and done position kasi yung meron siya dito. Unfortunately, hindi siya nakapitas ng mas marami. But aside from that, the crispy aim that Lemimore can bring to the table, napakalaking impact for the side of ONIC G. And this is still happening simula game number 1 kanina pa.
Tuwang-tuwa ko sa tutok
Bilis
ni
oh!
Lemimore.
Dito na sa heaven eh, no?
Bilis din. Speedrun lang. Speed lang. Parang
Ang problema mo dyan, Ray, kapag naka-neon ka kasi, ganun ka kabilis, wala kang makakasamang mag-trade. So, kailangan sobrang importante na makakuha ka talaga ng kill sa mga pinagagagawa mo.
Cage careful now.
Spotted na nga.
Uy! Pinagagawa ni Lemimore!
Nakatakas pa siya!
What a lucky guy!
Kung lahat ng swerte ibubuhos mo, sinalo ni Lemimore lahat yan. Shiro was able to secure the kill and the crossfire work for the side of ONIC G. One man remaining, that is gonna be Blaze King. Only with the frenzy here. Naghahanap pa rin siya ng pwesto kung saan siya makakapasok dito. Ang layo ng spike sa kanya. And this is gonna be NC Slasher. Naspatan niya ang kaso hindi nakuha yung kill. 30 HP remaining para kay Blaze King. He can still pick up the gun. Kahit papaano, meron siyang baril dito na magagamit. Ang kaso nga lang syempre, yung spike nasa A side pa rin yan. At walang movements na tayong makikita from the side of ONIC at all. Because they're just gonna wait on the choke points.
Ay, nako po. Nakuha yung boom. Kahit, sabi mo nga, ang bilis, diba? Ang bilis sila kumuha ng mga places kung saan may probability na makakapag kuha sila ng site or maybe planted.
10 seconds left.
Pero hindi nila ma-plant. They're just being denied by Lemimore. Lemimore is getting traded. Pero he gets the most impact. 2, 3. At ito pa, Taylor, wala pa siyang walang kasamang camera. Meron nga yung cyber cage at the previous round. Pero all in all, hinahaluan ng ni Lemimore ng una, talino, pangalawa. How he's mechanically skilled, mechanically gifted. At ngayon, 9-3. Diyos ko po, nakakahiya naman.
Di sila makatakas sa sa Great Wall of Lemimore. Kanina pa, lagi silang nahuhuli ng mga traps dito. It's either that, mababasag nila yung trap, yes, makakapasok sila. Pero, in the end, hindi pa rin nila ma-clear out yung entirety ng mga site na meron tayo for Boom Esports side. And it just goes to show kung gaano kataas yung wall of defense dito ng ONIC, no? And aside from that as well, yung factor nga rin of the 2 flashes or rather the triple flash na kayang dalhin dito ng ONIC with the help of the guiding light from the sky, with the help of course of the flashpoint mula kay Shiro. Andyan din naman yung paranoia ni Omen, ni NC Slasher to be specific. So ang dami nilang utilities na pwedeng paglaruan talaga dito to actually make a play happen, lalo na sa retake.
Talagang mapapa-time out talaga ang Boom Esports player. Hindi nag-work eh. They've been trying with another thing. They've been trying with new strats, but it's not working. And hindi ko alam kung bakit kanina dapat na-pick off na nila si Lemimore. Hindi ba rin nag-work? Napanganga na lang sila. Ay, hala.
Nakatakas pa rin yun. Lalo na dun sa A-Heaven paulit-ulit na yan yung camera, laging nakaset up dun, pero huling-huli pa rin tong mga players na to ng Boom Esports with the wall setup mula kay Neon. Syempre yung Reaper papasok na rin, pop flashes coming right in the corner, left and right, lahat bulag, pero Berserks will still survive. Lemimore goes down, he goes as well for the kill, kaso nga lang hindi magko-connect. This is the opportunity that Boom Esports was looking for and they were able to make the site completely. Ano nangyari naman yun?
Pinagulat, no? Binigyan? Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo. Sabi na po, onting reset lang tayo coming in from that overtime. Ay, yun yung overtime na worth it. Kanina, hindi nangyari sa Ascent Map.
Kanina, hirap na hirap silang pumasok tapos biglang ginanon lang nila. Minama nila on site. Yun ata nangyayari kapag walang nag-heaven, ladies and gents. Kanina lagi silang nahuhuli sa heaven eh. Yung mid-control hindi nila makuha dito kapag nagro-rotate sila from vents. Doon talaga sila nalalagot pagdating sa side ng Boom Esports.
Nilalason sila ng ONIC parate. Expected na sila. Tignan mo, nag-rotate sila lahat papuntang screens. Iniwan nila kagad yung Heaven kasi iniisip nila baka hindi na nila gagawin kagad yun. Pero buti na lang, finally, Blitzer gets that good confidence. Pero pero buti na lang, hindi man lang tumama sila anymore sa round na to. NC Slasher na lang, ano mangyayari sa
One
Boga na
enemy
yan.
remaining.
Together with Shiro, but looks like it's all up to him to get that clutch. Pero napakalayo na niya. At mukhang may isa pa na may pag-asa pang ma-shutdown siya, and that's gonna be Flipsider himself. Pero pwede siya mag-isipan siya kagad. Pero on the backstab itself, Blaze King nandyan na nga din siya. At mukhang Boom Esports, natunugan na din kung gaano nila ita-trust yung kanilang gameplay. Kanina medyo nahihilo pa sila, kulang sa trades. Parang sa isang tao lang sila tumitingin, walang individual na kailangang connection. At mukhang ngayon, they're back on track.
May factor din kasi ata yung nagda-doubt sila dun sa mga swings na ginagawa nila, no? Parang may isang, kunwari, yung simulat sa pool, kanina sa runs na nakita natin, nag-smoke lang yung Omen, insta-rotate agad sila. Iniiwasan nila as much as possible yung mga utilities dito ng players ng ONIC G. Pero ngayon, na lumalaban na sila pagdating sa aim duels, nagwo-work out, and I think Boom Esports, they might play rather aggressively on this end. Ang kaso nga lang, alam niyang eco disadvantage ang mga players dito ng ONIC, pumapasok, sumusugod, pero maaatras lang at aatras din ang mga players ng Boom. Severin was able to get a kill instead. Dito lang yan sa may sewers, kaya naman mababawasan ng isang miyembro. Mukhang makukuha niya ata yung baril, pero hindi siya papayagan ni Frostmind. Was able to clear out the angle. Naghahanap pa rin dito ang ibang mga players dito. Natitira lang sa B site is actually NC Slasher, pero lahat ng players ng ONIC nagsaswarm na on A. One shot para kay Shiro. He gets the kill. Ang kaso nga lang, may trade-off din na kasama yan.
May pag-asa pa to ha. May showstopper si Monyet. At alam naman natin kapag ang pinag-uusapan natin ay mga taga-tropa natin sa Boom Esports, they can actually get it. But uy! Ano pa ba ang gagawin ngayon para manalo ang Boom Esports sa round na to? Dahil Monyet nga excited pa siya. One tap on the head, he can get the clutch. Pero hinihintay pa niya si NC Slasher na nakakuhaan na rin ng Vandal at the same time. Meron pa kagad utilities na napakarami. Si Monyet hindi pa niya ginagamit.
One enemy remaining.
Ayun lang.
Good shot. Ang kaso nga lang, nasalo niya din yung Pain Shells eh. Pain Shells, nakama tayo talaga. But the pop flash, it secures the kill for the rest of the teammates here. Boom Esports, bumabawi na sila. Pantay na muli ang laban natin. 4-4.
Gulat kayo, di ba? Uy. At tingin ko, ang pangit na ginagawa ng ONIC, kahit nasa defending kayo, kaya mo naman mag-wait ng angles. Kailangan ready kayo sa trade. Sige mo, tier pa, isa-isa na lang sila eh. And hindi na healthy yon. Mahirap na pag mahirap na pag overconfident ka pagdating sa compact maps. Kasi Boom Esports is just ready for the trade once again. Pero Berserk, papakitaan na kagad siya kung ano ang malamila ng kalawan.
Hoy, binuga!
Tumuhang siya kagad ang dalawang kills. Get together with Berserk. Ano yun? That was really crucial, but yet he was able to get it. Kanina pag gumagamit ng bomb,
Spike planted.
The fill. At yun, hindi nga lang tumama si NC Slasher, pero at least alam na nila saan ang dalawang miyembro ng Boom Esports na naghihintay. 5v2 to kapag natalo pang ONIC dito, ewan ko na lang.
Winnable pa rin yan. Nakikita natin, nababalik sa on Tepotol. Already in the correct angle. Ang kaso nga lang, di niya makukuha yung kill. May kasamang whip mula kay Flex. Kaya kailangan niya mag-reload dito. Pero ang dami utilities na binabato sa kanya. Painchels in for the raise. Pero tuloy-tuloy na po use on the other angle. 5 HP remaining. Kailangan niyang gawin ng mabilisan. There's no more chance at all. ONIC was able to secure another round against Boom Esports. May kasama pang thumbs down.
Greetings.
May kasama pang thumbs down.
Alam mo yung nakascore ka na, pero may kasamang foul. Parehas lang yun eh. Wait. Ganda ng pwesto. Kanina pa kasi ginagawa nung Neon yun, kaya nakakapasok tong Boom Esports, kaya natuto ang ONIC G.
ONIC G.
Paro-paro G. Every time sinasabi ko yun, paro-paro G lang naalala ko eh. May tumawid agad. Alam nila to. Dahil sa camera na meron ng Cypher. Pero Severin ready to pop the flash right here. He gets the info. Pero sa players ng Boom, I think they might wanna take this slow. Because the camera can detect them totally. And alam nila kung ilan yung nakakatawid dito, no? So, information game. Lamang na lamang ang ONIC G. Kung natuto na sila sa mga push na nilalabas dito ng Neo. Maybe this time, ang kaso nga lang, the wide swing. Kahit may trap, pinilit pa rin nilang silipin.
Na-destroy agad yung plano ni Hero. Pero sinila pa yung boga. Pero buti na lang natuto na yung Boom Esports.
Last player standing.
Magkamali pa. And then, naman ang ONIC, pag nakulangan sa trade, kapag nakulangan sa individual plays, nasa-shutdown sila ng ganyan ng Boom Esports, and it's not gonna work every time around. Pero let's be honest.
Spike planted.
Ang meron between these two teams is that alam na nga nila, pakalam na nila isa't isa, and almost the same nga yung performance nila pagdating sa both sides. Pero si Lemmy Moore, sabi niya magsisave na lang. Abant na lang kung merong pupunta sa akin at mukhang may paghanga sa kanya. Consider, and he still gets one. Kuha tayo ng kills, pero meron pa sa rap. Mapapanish siya neto. Alam niya!
Pasukin niyo!
Expected siege! Ginawa na namang aim labs ang mga taga-Boom Esports, pero yung round na to mapapanalo pa rin. Pero if he still gets this, ako po, pang mood challenge na lang niya kagad kahit talo sila sa round na to.
Last player remaining.
Oh!
Wala ko, pati sa huli. Importante naman for Boom Esports na ma-shutdown yung last player na yan para walang makapag-save. Tsaka marami silang arep dito. Halos sa puno ang kaban ng bayan para sa players ng Boom. Kaya ganun ka-importante. Nasirain yung ekonomiya. Ngayon, Guardian ang hawak kaysa sa Vandal. Mas okay na yun. Sulit na yun, sulit.
ROI na, no?
ROI na, pwede na. Pwede nang bumalik muna. Pwede nang mag-next round.
Sana bumalik na din ang momentum. ONIC.
Oo, kasi para team secret na. Yun lang talaga eh. Pero mukhang nag-dash na naman si Kuya mo Berserks. Alam ko, naspatan na naman to ng camera eh. Napicturean na naman tong mga players ng Boom Esports. Kaya ang ginagawa ata nila dito eh, oras muna para i-hunt kung saan ba nagtatago yung camera na yan. May isang mapipicturean pero hindi itatag yan ni Elmemore. Kinukuha niya lang yung info dahil hindi nga nakatingin at busy kayo. Ako na ang pipitas. That is a double kill ng ganun-ganun lang. All because of the info game.
Oh my goodness, alam na! Pupunta, maghihintay na lang si NC Slasher. Pwede na lang siya ngayon mang-answer sa loob ng Ecoms. Pero hindi mangyayari yan. Pero nasitahan na kasi na kagad. Blaze King takes down one. Pero malaki pa rin ang probability na
planted. One enemy remaining.
Uy! Munyet!
That's it! Isa na lang kagad, Blaze King. Naipit sa tatlong miyembro. Pero pwede pa niya makapagpapit na lang kagad mga tropa. And Lemmy Moore saves the day with a third kill. At ONIC G. Paro G. May trash talk talaga si Lemmy Moore. Clutch ko to. Ano na naman? Kuha ko na naman to. ROI talaga against Boom Esports Taylor.
Na sakit pain pighati sila ni Munyet doon. Na double tap lang ng Sheriff. Nahuli agad, napitas agad yung dalawa. Made the retake way easier than it could have been para sa side ng Boom. Tsaka ito rin, yung play pagdating dun sa Cypher na camera. Camera lang, napaglaruan sila ng ganun-ganun lang. Basta-basta, Ray. Pati na rin dito, walang nagbabantay ng B-main, no? So, Boom Esports, na-open up nila yung site, nakakapunta sila, nakakapasok sila. Kasi, binibigyan sila ng space ng ONIC G. Ang kaso, yung space na yun, pang-ipit pala.
You want to
lang, no?
Hindi ko tama!
Aray ko po. Assist, wala ba nang maambay? Berserk, pero okay lang, nakakill naman siya ngayon against Lemmy Moore.
One enemy remaining.
At Terror, sige na, tagapin na natin. Talaga sa first.
Hindi pa tapos. Hindi pa tapos.
Si Slasher to, idol ko na talaga siya.
Low pa yan, oh. Tignan mo, papatay pa yan. Kaso nga lang, may kalampag ng papag. Mahuhuli ata siya dito ng players ng Boom. Papakatras lang, pang-delay lang. Ang kaso, time is ticking already. Time is of the essence when it comes to defusing the spike. Setting up the smoke right now is NC Slasher. Sumilip the double peak. Gagawin na sana ng triple peak. And gaya ng sabi mo, pangitain na ngayon para sa 6-6 na score. Parang game number 1 lang. Ganun ka parehas.
Kaya lang kaya parehas pumasok ng next ng upper bracket.
Oo. Naglaban pa kayo. Parehas naman kayo magaling. Sige na lang.
Ito pala din si Edward Aguilo sa comment section. 13-5 niya na ONIC. Galit na siya. Patapusin niyo na kasi ONIC. Hello, pero shoutout din pala Mix Baudin. Hello sa mga nanonood sa amin ngayon. In fairness kahit dalawang Indo teams yung naglalaban, maraming nanonood, mag-go
Kasi
1K
nag-aabang
na.
na yan eh. Kaya maraming nanonood na eh. Kasi nag-aabang na yan sa match ng Team Secret. So, alam nyo na, tamang abang-abang na, luto na ng merienda o kaya nagluluto na ng dinner para paghandaan itong susunod na series na makikita natin. But here we have Boom Esports and ONIC na parehas galing Indonesia. And si Boom no, they have the neon to go aggressive when it comes to pushing. But with the utilities na ginagamit dito ng ONIC G, pati na rin yung mga traps placement na meron si Elmemore, punished agad yung mga push na ganun. Kasi isipin mo, magsaslide to si Berserks on A main. Kung may trap doon, matik, huli ka kagad. Pero paano yung magiging trade-off? Kasi ganun kabilis si Berserks, ganun din kabagal yung teammates niya dahil nga hindi naman sila wala naman silang energy na ganun tumakbo, magmarathon.
Wala silang Red Bull clutch.
Wala eh.
Sabi daw dito, mamaya pa daw yung Team Secret. Pauwi pa lang daw ang karamihan galing sa trabaho. Pala desisyon yung mga viewers natin, no?
Sige, hindi sila maglalaro, aantayin ka nila, Mix. Huwag ka
Huwag
mag-alala. Ganun ka ka-importante, ganun ka ka-special para sa Team Secret. Aantayin ka nilang makauwi bago mo mapanood ang susunod na match natin dito. Pero grabing performance rin talaga from Elmemore. Hindi lang pagdating doon sa pagde-delay sa players ng Boom, but also pagdating doon sa tutok na kaya niyang dalhin sa match na meron tayo. Double kill upon double kills, even triples kung kakayanin. And this guy has been impactful for the rest of the team.
Ano pa kaya ang papakita ng dalawang teams ito? Dahil lang ONIC G, nasa attacking na sila. And are they really comfortable about this lineup, diba? With that slower pacing? Because of that, yung race kasi sa actually depende pa kung paano gusto laruin ni Monyet eh. Pero all I can say is that they can actually deny that Astra and that Neon, Monyet, Tagsachel, na nga kagad pala desisyon nga talaga ang gustong gawin. Wala sa sinasabi ng mga casters, pero please King Gear, nakuha ng trademark na picture na slow. Pero, umupo lang, nag-aabang. Pero tatlo pa ang natitira sa ONIC. Pero Esports may pag-asa nga silang manalo sa pistol round na to. At Shiro na lang. Lemimore ang natitira.
Lemimore receiving some damage. 11 HP na lang natitira para sa kanya. 4 na players pa dito ng Boom. Ang buhay na buhay. At ngayon nag-aabang na lang sila kung kailan sila magpa-plan. Magpaparamdam ba ang players ng ONIC? Once the spike has been tapped, lumabas na rin ang lahat. And it is Boom Esports taking the pistol.
At, kakabahan na ako ngayong ONIC. Malaking paggiging lamang to. 6-8 is still 2 rounds difference. But on the full buy, baka may pag-asa pa rin naman ang ONIC na may 2-0 nga to. At, dito so far sa performance nila, at least, nakikita pa rin natin ang Boom Esports, they're still back on track. And the fact na 6-all sa first half na defending ang ONIC, that's pretty bad eh. Kasi dapat na 8-4 nila eh against Boom Esports dahil alam nila magiging problema nga ang defending because both these teams nga po, sabihin, malakas sa defending. Pero timing, habang kumukuha ka ng orb, kala mo sabi niya, makuha ako ng top sa ulo eh.
Sabi niya, yung isang orb mo, gawin nating dalawa, pre. Naging dalawa yung orb eh. Pagkapatay niya, nakuha niya yung isa, pero itong grenade, sinalo ni Kuya Momonyet. But on the other hand, kahit papano, makukuha pa rin at mababawi pa rin nila ang kill na meron dyan. All the other way. And right behind them is Frostmind as well, na bumubuelo na on the retake itself. Habang nag-aantay pa ng rotations all the way from B, from that Neon, mag-aabang lang dito. Itong dalawang to. o ipupush nila? Yan yung katanungan. Mukhang push ata ang balak.
Tapos na-counter Eco. Na-counter Eco na maglapa. Hinig down ni Shiro. Pero tayo putalizap.
Ganda ng bongkos.
One enemy remaining.
No, hindi pa. Severin versus Tebotol. May kita ni Severin. Oh, alam niya nagtatap. Na-350 ng ONIC ang mga taga-boom. Sa isang iglap. ROI agad. 7-all.
Bawi na naman. Counter eco ang mga players dito ng Boom Esports. Ang ganda na sana nung pinush talaga. Ang ganda nung conquest na to from the other side. Ang kaso nga lang, nahuli at huli pa rin talaga. Severin was able to secure the kill as well, knowing na isa na lang naman din yung player na yan. At saka corner na corner yung pagkakaplant ng spike dito. Wala nang pwedeng laruan pa. Now, heading to round 15 here. Siyempre, buy round na to ng ONIC. Nabaliktad nga ang kwento. TP out lang.
Dahan-dahan lang.
There.
Okay lang daw. At nawalan pa yung Boom Esports. Yung nasa yun pinakawalan mo pa. Ganun yung nangyari. Nabigla ako sa ONIC dun Pero buti na lang si Shiro, naka-2 kills siya dun. Kung hindi, GG. Good team well played. Sayang, naman muli. Pero Monyet, he knows one. Pero
bilis siya mag-swap ng utility no? Kanina, Patience yung hawak. Biglang naging satchel out ang problema dito ni Monyet. So, mabilis ang play lang for them. But they still haven't decided kung ano ba ang entry point nila. Is it gonna be A or is it gonna be B? Because it seems like Boom Esports is getting aggressive on B. Ibig sabihin yan, this is giving out the entire information that there would be no one on B side. Unfortunately, wala nagbabantay ng mid, no? So, it can still be a mid control. But the slow movements here from the players of Boom Esports, syempre, mananagot din dyan si Shiro. Kasi mabagal yung mga ONIC. 20 seconds na lang, bes!
ONIC, galaw-galaw. Saan na kayo, mga bes? Okay pa ba kayo? Pero, Remy Moore, saan na pa tayo maglalakbay? Nakapunta na sila sa B-side, pero kala nahuli na nila kagad sila 3v3. May pag-asa pa rin ma-counter eco din ng Boom Esports. Dapat hindi lang sila mag-be-effective. Okay, buti na lang, walang barrel si Risking at the same time. Pero nakabot langit, just the trade-off 2v2. Nakakadikit lang si Monyet at si Severin. Wala na sila ngayong utilities. Tutok na lang
enemy remaining.
Pero crossfire is natin. And it's up to Monyet. Trap na siya ngayon. Pero pwede pa siya mag-buy time. Mag-buy time siya ngayon. Pero alam na nga niya kagad yung one. Meron pa siya ngayong patience na kapag-give. At ano
This
na
is
mangyayari
more
kay
than
Patience?
enough time.
Tatanggapin na lang na kagad. And that's it. Kahit napatay siya, pareho silang walang pera. Good fight. Katapusan. Good clutch. Pero good eco pa rin sa side of Boom Esports. Dikit pa rin ang laban.
Wala na spray and pray na lang pagdating sa dulo just to buy enough time for the spike to detonate, and it successfully detonated. Nasa side na naman ng ONIC yung kalamangan dito, no? One round advantage lang naman ang meron sila, Riri, kahit papano. So, this is still anyone's game at this point. Yung mga rotations na nakikita natin dito, yung mga flanks na binabantayan din naman at very well aware ang ONIC G. Pero minsan talaga naiipit na lang din talaga sila to a point na nauubos na. Ang maganda lang dito is alam nila kung ano yung battles to take. This is just a shotgun, just firing towards Berserk. Bakit naman tinatanang Patience pero tinakbuhan? Sana binatuhan na lang ng Patience pero hindi na mababago yan. 2-1 trade na nangyari as Beam, or rather BME, was able to take up and pick up on those 2 kills. Walang pera ang ONIC dito,
Ay, hindi sila gano'ng gumastos. Mga half buys lang ginawa nila. They kinda expected it in a way. Mahirap pag kulang-kulang So, medyo expensive din kasi yung nangyari kanina. But, Lucky 7, sayang!
I'm out of here.
Mas ako ng slight. Pero ganun talaga, advantage pa rin ng Boom Esports dahil hindi nga sila maayusan ng swing doon dahil naka-phantom. Okay lang to. Pero Shiro and Lemmy Moore, meron silang pang post plant or meron silang pang take sa side. Pero is it worth it to actually spend it? Especially with just a Spectre sa side ni Shiro and si Lemmy Moore with 2 cyber cages. Pero as they try to go with the rotations, if they cut off ang dalawang member na naghihintay sa may A site, Okay
30
lang to.
seconds left.
Para pakita ng boom ng ONIC how it gets this clutches, how they can get this teamwork working.
One
We'd expect
enemy
na sila
remaining.
ni Flipsider, and that's just
Spike
it. Lemmy
down
Moore na
A.
lang kagad. And, sige, kaya
have
pa yan.
them.
Kaya pa yung Lemmy Moore, kaya pa. Laban lang. Pero
Mas
8-8
slow.
talaga.
Gumapang,
That's their
pinilit,
best.
hindi na kinaya. Yan ang sabi dito ng ONIC. And it's still an 8-8. Parehas lamang ang dalawang teams na to. At hindi mo talaga malalaman kung sino man nanalo, no? Pero basing just on the executions itself, they quite aware, lalo na matagal na nga silang nagkakatapat. Parehas naman Indonesia ang region na pinanggalingan rin nila as well. So, they are very much aware kung paano ba movements dito ng isa't isa. And it just goes to show, no? Dahil nga dun, ganun kalapit yung mga scores na napapanood natin dito. They are both mechanically skilled. They hold strats na kayang pumalag. Pero hindi pa rin talaga magkaalaman. Nagkakasalit-salitan lang ng mga rounds na nakikita natin. Flips, nasa magandang spot on waiting out. And kapag naspatan niya si Lemmy Moore dito, delikado siya. But that is actually a good flash to actually punish him and move out. Makapag-rendezvous man lang at least.
Takbo. Takbo, Nick, takbo. Gusto na namin mag-team secret. Ayaw namin umabot hanggang 12 midnight.
Bagal pa nila maglaro eh.
Oh my. Ayun na, oras. Nakikinig na sa atin. Oh, mag-content.
Hindi ko
Nice one. At tatlo na lang natitira kagad sa side ng Boom Esports. And meron silang pang post plan, meron silang pang yanig ng banig mula sa Ilog, Pasig, Monyet. Nakaabang na lang din kagad sa may rafter side, pero nagdesisyon na lang ba ang mga Boom Esports to actually save? Oo, magsisave na lang sila. Si Severin, nag-around the world, oh. Narinig ni Frostbite? Ay, hindi. Hindi na. Sabi niya, hindi ko
Nakawalk pa
na-risk
rin eh.
to.
All throughout eh. So, I think this would be a round for ONIC G's side already. Kaya naman, alam nyo naman ang meta ngayon, 3-man, 4-man save na ang ganapan pagdating sa pro plays, no? And this would be a save for Boom side. Para lang meron silang barrel, may utility sila for the next round as well. Lalo na kasi, ang hirap kasi ng economy, pantayan ng economy kapag ano ni, latter part na nung matches, late game na kumbaga. Kasi pag gumalaw yan, isipin mo pag double digits ka na, tapos pag napako ka dun sa salit-salita na rounds, lalo na ganito pa yung positioning ng dalawang teams natin, parehas lang sila magagaling. Mahirapan yung lulugi. Mahirapan yung malulugi sa economy dito. Feeling ko yung fight na to, based on economy na lang din.
Pagalingan na lang ng kung anong pwedeng mag-work na defaults, no? Kasi kanina pa ay iba pa ulit-ulit, diba? Memorize, but it's up to them talaga. How will they actually end it? And, Monyet, it's just waiting na naman. Successful lang ni Monyet mag-raise. Happy na ako sa pag-raise. Dati hindi talaga. Naiinis ako pag nag-raise siya. Huwag nyo na ipag-raise yan. Dati sinasabi ko, pero ngayon, much more better than the usual raise that he's been giving us. Pero yung Jet, magaling na siya doon eh. Pero sa Reese ba, magaling siya, mukhang hindi. Mas okay pa siya mag-neon. Kaso, please, plays it out.
Harap-harapan.
First dog, baligin mo. Court side na naman. Kaso, Berserks.
Off your feet!
Push na ng push. Pero may pagkaling hawakan.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Pivotal got talent. At it's up to Lemmy Moore. At expected na siya ni Berserks once again.
Susubukan lang kung meron masaspatan sa kabilang angle. Pero si Berserks nga magiging first contact sa buwan dahil may magsiswing. But he's very much aware kung ano yung mga double peaks na yan. Ang kaso, hindi na talaga matatapatan. This is still anyone's game. 9-9. And may pera pa rin ang players ng ONIC dito. Pero parang medyo tumatagilid na ang vapor. Half-buy ata ang gugustuhin nila. Or maybe one of the players will just use their ulti as well.
Wala. Kung sila meron din silang ganyan na pagdinig at kung meron din kagad na expectancies mula sa side ng ONIC kung saan sila manggagaling, Boom Esports is actually pretty wise. And once again, darating na naman tayo sa round 9 in there na tayo yung score nila. And crucial to sa ONIC G.
Bato-bato pick na lang kayo, guys. Mas ano pa yung chances doon. Ganun din naman, di nyo malalaman kung sino mananalo eh. But like what I was saying a while ago, labanan nga ng when it comes to economy. Kaya this time, ONIC wouldn't have enough money to actually buy a Vandal or a Phantom. So, magsastick lang sila sa Force kahit anong mabili nila dito, basta enough para sa buy round for the next. So, hopefully, makuha nila.
At Boom Esports na naman yung nag-time out. Memories bring back
Mag-meeting lang kayo.
Ayun na naman, tititigan na magiging successful nga ba ulit ang Boom Esports. Pero unlike last time, kanina sa Ascent, nagbumili ng malaki ang ONIC eh. Pero ngayon hindi nila na-risk it all. Kaso pag ito na 350 pa, hindi ko na lang alam Boom Esports. Bakit ganon? Malas kayo sa round 19. Sila yung more pinagdalawan si Flip Tutor. Pero di pa niya ina-expect na parating ganyan. Iko-concast siya bago siya makarating ng ramps, diba?
Na-expect niya na yun. Sinusubukan niya lang makapitas dito kasi siya lang naman yung naiiwan dyan eh. Para gumawa ng presence para at least hindi agad-agad mag-rotate itong dalawang players. And kung sakali mang meron siyang mapitas kasi play safe, ultra play safe mode ang ginagawa dito ng Cypher. Good for the team. But Research, once he swings out, makikita siya ni Severin dito na timingan na din with the utility usage. Pero ito na nga, yung ultimate! Natanggal lang with the ultimate as well from the KO. Tamang canceling lang dito for the players here. And ONIC is all the way going down in B-main. Tatlo players laban sa dalawa. This is an eco disadvantage for ONIC G. Pero napakagandang play mula kay Blaze King in canceling out the ultimate from the Raze.
Nasaming nasayang. Ay,
30 seconds left.
Nasayang naman yun. Shiro, Lemimore ay ang nayo na. Okay, nakapupunta sila ng A-side. Shiro goes for a plant. May magagawa pa si Shiro sa Classic na kay Lemimore ang sagot kasi yung dig na yan yung, of course, Sheriff Radon. May magagawa yan eh, pero sabi niya, takpo first. At
player standing.
It's not gonna work. It's up to Shiro. He just counters it with a flash. Pero won't work most probably with this Classic unless i-jumping lasso na yan. So close contact ang pwedeng pag-asa ni Shiro against them. Pero while time is ticking, he can delay so much. And now while he's getting that, he gets the fort. At Boom Esports sa wakas, lumapang na din sila ng isa against ONIC.
Gumana yung group meeting dito, Rere. Nakapagplano sila na maayos when it comes to the executions. Napalagan din nila ang ONIC dito. And at the same time, successfully trying to shut down. Ang ganda sana nung, ano tawag dito? Ng trade-offs. Pati yung ultimate kung hindi lang naka-react ng ganong kabilis si Blaze King. Si Monyet, pati si Monyet nagulat na wala eh. Yung baril niya, yung Spectre niya, parang 2 times niyang nilabas kasi hinahanap niya ata yung ult niya na nawala. Medyo naligaw siya doon ng landas. Pag nawala yung ult, naligaw siya eh. Sabi niya, ha? Hindi na ako malakas bigla?
Antok ka. Uy, tapusin niyo na. Gusto namin mag-team secret, ONIC. Let's go, ONIC! Let's go, Monyet! Pero, TBH guys, mahal ko naman yung Boom Esports in a way. Pero gusto ko lang talaga mag-progress yung storyline ng ONIC. Kasi sobrang proud na ako sa ginagawa na lang. Flawless talaga ng gameplays nila so far against a lot of teams. And they've really improved. Diba? Oh, at nalang isang Ascent map nila. Nakalimutan ko sino kalaban nila. Order ata yun. So, basta na-forgot ko na sino kalaban nila. Pero ang ganda ng performance na ONIC doon. Kaso ngayon, nakabawas na si Monyet. And si Berserk ang nabawasan nila. Wala na kagad yung kayang mag-dash right through, tumakbo-takbo kung nasan sila. But Severin tries to cut off someone. He sees one. Gets that good information. Pero alam na rin kagad ng Boom Esports na kailangan nilang tumakbo pupuntang A-site.
5 pa naman sila dito, makakabuelo pumasok. Pero itong Pongkas, magko-connect niya. Pero si Flips pa rin ang makakapag-connect ng mga shots na yan. Cosmic Divide coming up here. Monyet trying to peek. Nahanap niya pa rin yung ibang mga players dito. Magbabato ata siya ng paint chills on the site itself. Pero kailangan pa rin nilang ma-plant ang spike. The spike is all the way on A. Ang kaso nga lang, it's just being swarmed around by the players of Boom Esports. Kailangan nilang tapatan to. Or else, walang mangyayari for this round. It's only 12 seconds remaining and I feel like this will be a save instead.
Sayang naman yung impact kills. Ayaw pa nila mag-main event. Sino ba nagsabi na pahintay kami? Tuloy! Naghihintay din yung ONIC tsaka Boom Esports. At
Kumakambak pa.
no, comeback is
Wala
real.
palang comeback kasi parehas lang naman sila ng score kanina.
Mas better na lang eh pagdating sa, sabi mo nga, sino lang mas better sa pag-maximize ng kanilang utilities this time around. Kasi lahat sila may sense na alam, ina-expect na nila saan manggagaling ng ONIC, pero just because of this, a
Grabe.
very kalat play mula sa ONIC. Bakit ganon?
Actually, hindi naman siya
natin.
ganun kakalat eh. The reason why they all got concussed was because of Frostmind. So si Frostmind actually ang bumuo ng play na yon. Nasakto yung concussed dun sa entry. Tamang-tama lang yung timing for the players of ONIC to be concussed. And of course, ano ba gagawin ng isang team member na natitira sa site kundi silipin? At kaya naman dahil lang doon, kaya sila nabitawan, or rather nabitawan nila yung round na yan. Pero ito na nga ata ang satchel in play. Tamang rendezvous rin for Flips right here. But enough damage for Monyet. 5 HP remaining para sa kanya. They all know and quite aware na nasa kanan or nasa right corner lang dito si Flips. Ang kaso nga lang, Monyet, tamang agaw buhay mode lang.
At Blaze King, meron pa siya, no, pwede niya maabot hanggang langit. Kalimat ka lang ng pagpunta sa langit ng Berserk. Sino nga lang ng timing mo, Berserk? Ganon.
Effective.
And it top to one yet.
One enemy remaining.
Hero going up against them. And hindi na nag-work at all. It's gonna be a match point. 39? 39 din? Map
Ay,
peak
ewan
advantage.
ko lang. Ewan ko lang. Ayaw pang paglaruin ang Team Secret. So ewan ko na lang ha. Kasi ano na eh.
Match point.
Match point na nga natin to, ladies and gents. So Boom Esports only needs one more round to actually secure game number 2. At ibig sabihin yan, lilipad tayo papuntang game 3. Ganda na pasok ni Berserks dito. Sakto lang din yung timing habang nagkakamera yung isang member ng ONIC. Sayang din. Kasi they were able to take on the site actually. And even Monyet na 5 HP na lang, nakapitas pa rin siya sa screens. Hindi lang talaga nila nahawakan or hindi nila na-deal out yung mga nasa A-main kanina.
Ano ba naman to?
Post pa. Talagang re-rakers. Hello!
Ay! Pero, alam mo, parang kanina na, nung nakita ko na yung schedule ko ng mga ikakas, hindi na ako magugulat na may map 3 to. Ina-expect ko na rin yung for the worst. Pero may tech post na may timeout pa. Ray talaga.
Ray talaga. Ayun na, nagsimula na mag-send ng meme sa group chat. Oo, alam nyo na. Let's go. Talaga ang mga mangyayari dito. At si Elmemore, kung gaano siya ka-effective kanina nung nasa defense sila, hindi na ganun ka grabe, no? Here on the offense itself. Knowing na, syempre, on a Cypher, more on using the camera itself, masya-shutdown din naman agad. Maliban na lang pagdating sa mga post plants. Ang kaso, hindi na nakaka-survive pag umaabot na ng post plant positions eh. Tsaka napapansin natin si NC Slasher, nahihirapan rin siyang kumuha ng frag dito. Medyo hindi tumatama.
Ang hirap na hirap si NC Slash kanina, palong-palo eh. Pero with that Omen, di talaga eh. I think kung nag-asta siguro siya okay din, 'di ba? Ang daming crowd control nun. Kaso di talaga siya maka-pick up eh. At sa ang daming kaninang plays na ang agree niya na hindi naman talaga dapat. Isa lang yung highlight niya, yung Baki lang, and I rather yung judge lang. The rest wasn't really credible from his performance. Pero ngayon, ang Boom Esports, they're really familiar with this split map eh. You just gotta admit din na you're strong here. Pero, takes down 70. Ay, naku po.
Biglang lumakas yung BME, guys. Ganun. Biglang lumakas biglang yung BME nang bigla-biglaan lang. Hindi gumana. Pati yung mga last-minute timeout dito ng ONIC to make a play on the final round itself. It is still in the hands of Boom Esports para sa ating game number 2. At isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Pupunta nga tayo sa game 3 kung saan ang magiging mapa natin ay Icebox.
Tikit na laban na naman to. But all in all, ang ganda ng split match between them, Taylor. Nakita mo kung ano ba, paano nga ba yung Neon sa defending, di ba? Kasi nalaking tanong yan minsan sa mga teams. Paano nga ba tayo makakita ng Neon sa defending? And Berserks was really quite impressive. But I think we gotta give it talaga kay Flipziller all throughout the game. He's really that man na nagpa-pop off kanina sa Ascent and up until now in Split. Pero medyo malamig siya ng first half. Pero parang katulad lang din kagad ni Lemmy Moore. Sa second half, mas lalong mag-pop off. Pero maraming kakulangan sa ONIC, especially nung round 18. Nung natalo sila doon, sabi ko, I think it's just gonna go down for real already. Hindi nila kayang ma-shutdown yung defending side ng mga taga Boom Esports. And now we're gonna fly into Icebox. Hindi pa pala match ng main event between Xerxia and Team Secret. So medyo kumain na kayo ngayon para mamaya hindi na kayo kakain kundi makikicheer kayo kasama namin ni Taylor sa watch party mismo.
Gusto pa daw umisa ng Boom Esports. Kaya bibigyan natin. Pagbibigyan natin yan. And syempre later on for game number 3, I'm quite excited to see kung ano yung mangyayari sa match na yon, knowing na parehas nga halos itong dalawa, no? So, para sa ating huling pahapyaw dito sa stage bago mag-Team Secret match later on, we're just gonna go in a very short break sa pagbabalik natin. It's gonna be the panel and game number 3 between Boom Esports versus ONIC G. Taylor and Rere nga pala ang casters ninyo. Don't go away, VCT Asia Pacific. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder.
Wow, the Battle of Supremacy from the Indonesia battle is a battle that rewarded the entire APAC region. What a game to behold. from these two teams. It's just super fortunate for us to be able to witness this as the panel. You know, we get to dissect that game, and we are just so lucky. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix, by the way, here on the panel, and I was right. Split is just filled with so much surprises. My newfound appreciation for this map is just satisfied by that match. Now, Trix, Boom Esports, just once again, ticking all the boxes that you look for in a team. Am I right?
Definitely. I feel that Boom Esports learned from their mistakes in the last match that they played on Split. However, it did seem that they were a little bit slower than I would have liked for them to kind of switch on. We saw that ONIC was giving a lot of space mid, and all of us watching Boom Esports play know that they like to get that aggression early on, and eventually Boom started to realize we're not getting enough value from this mid push. Like, we're using Astra Stars, we're using the utility here, but nothing's going on. So they finally started pressuring that A main. They started pressuring mid without using too much utility there, and able to pinch ONIC on the defender side while they were taking the sites.
Yeah, I remember that, specifically that one round when wherein Boom Esports was on, and you could just see Berserks over here just pushing with no fear. He was going straight into heaven, and then he stops. And I don't know what happened, what the thought process was behind that round, but they moved back and they kind of reevaluated and went to A instead. But I think Fluffy has a deeper understanding of what's been going on Boom Esports.
Yeah, I was gonna add actually for the side of ONIC to add on to what Trix was mentioning about that mid control thing. They did find their groove towards the end of the first half, and obviously it continued to a good end for Boom Esports for the second. But on the hands of ONIC, I feel like one reason why they were so confident in stopping that mid push was just the fact that the presence of Cypher can allow them to have that autonomous site, and it really, unless he is disrupted, it really gives them a lot more map control than I think Boom was expecting. So it's a good adaptation from ONIC, but unfortunately, as a whole, it wasn't enough for them to secure this map.
I mean, we're already on the topic of Cypher over here. Tell me more, just something else. But again, Blaze King on the other hand, my god. Trix, I actually touched this up on you earlier. What was that fantastic round wherein the timing was just perfect from Blaze King? He had just absolutely shut down that showstopper. What happened?
For me, I personally think that he actually popped that ultimate not just to possibly stop that showstopper, but if by chance he was down, like he went down, a teammate could get the trade and res him up. But rather than that, it just ended up being that perfect timing, taking that showstopper. Both agents needed to pull out their guns, so there was that delay, and then essentially Blaze King just having the upper hand there. But what I love about watching these teams, right, even if they're low health, whether it's 5 or 10, it's on that red number, they still play as if they're at full health and armor.
There we go. This
It's
is
amazing.
the exact moment. Look at that. That was perfect. My goodness. And we're already on the topic of utility over here as we saw that clip over there, right? I did notice that during the first half of the game, there were a lot of times wherein BME threw out their utility, but they weren't rewarded. But towards the second half, I feel like they were becoming more wiser, or when it comes to their utility. I don't know if it's because they kind of favor more where they're on the defender over here, but what do you think, Fluffy?
I think that you're right in the fact that they are the defenders. They have a bit more leeway to react instead of just trying to be too proactive and wasting utility, they can just react to things, and that gives them a lot more advantage if they can do it correctly. But on the other hand, I feel like this being their map pick, they also must have had a lot of practice, because they looked pretty confident into giving the defensive side on the first half to their opponents, where normally, you know, this is one of those maps where the defense usually is able to stack a lot of rounds, but they were able to do just enough on the first half to stop them, ending it at a clean 6-6. And then when they got to their own defensive half, they were able to show the mastery of their map pick and really push ONIC out of this map.
And adding on to that, you know, we mentioned on this panel a lot that we like to see these teams that are adjusting and adapting to the way the opponents play, and we could definitely see that with ONIC and Boom, whether it's the first map or this map that we just watched. And it's a matter of, there were things that the opponents are punishing, whether ONIC or Boom side, and the next map, the next round after that, you would see them adjust to it. They would play around it, and that's how they were starting to force each other into these situations. But ultimately, the upper hand going to Boom, I feel, was also because their defender setup was just fantastic. They had that Chamber put up on different places, being able to reposition with a KO nearby to help him.
Oh yeah, definitely. And comparing it to the first map, you know, I mentioned earlier that all I could hear was brrr with the Odins, right? But this time it was a shotgun. I could hear shotguns from time to time being pulled out. And I don't know what it is about these teams, but that is the type of adjustment they've been pulling out. And from time to time, it actually worked. And I guess that's like one of the most annoying things that you have to face off, especially on Split. Being faced yet again with another judge. And I am so lucky that I don't have to be the one that goes through that. But hey, I know that you love these tricks, but let's talk about Monyet and his movement god capabilities over here. Every single time, this guy just takes my breath away.
I loved the way Monyet played. There was one particular round I saw on the attacker side where he actually blast packed but faced backwards. And this was brilliant because they had that sky flash early on. They were going for that early pick. And in order for him to not get blinded by his teammates' flash, he went in backwards and turned around and shot Berserks with his shotgun, but ultimately Berserks being able to get out of it because Neon's movement speed is just incredible.
And these players just so well coordinated. And even though, you know, we talk about like flashing for your duelists and whatnot, the duelists also adjust to how you're gonna put on the flash in the site, which is in his case moving backwards. So that was very creative, and I wish to see more from these guys. Now, Fluffy, we are gonna be moving over to Icebox. We have talked a lot about this map over time, and going into this map with just this intense pressure and intense tension between these two. What do we expect from these guys, especially in terms of composition?
At least composition-wise, we've seen Boom Esports play a lot of different ones. They've tried that double controller back in their Indonesia challengers, but now that we're in APAC, they found a lot of success. In fact, they haven't actually lost playing the double sentinel, even triple sentinel variation of this, running both the chamber, the killjoy, as well as the sage, not with a duelist mindset instead of having an actual space creator. And I see that that's what we're going to be seeing on the board, where on the other hand, we see ONIC go for the more standard of the two lineups. They're choosing not to have an anti-flank, which is very interesting. So it's going to be a more committed push from them, a more take side approach. But they do have a lot of good post plant in the form of 3 utilities that do indirect damage from 3 different agents, as well as that stage slow to contest and control a bit of the map that they would have otherwise with an anti-flank.
Actually, not sure if I've seen ONIC G pull this lineup out yet, or at least recently. So I feel there's a lot of potential here, as Fluffy has already called. But on the side of Boom Esports, this is a lineup we've seen. We were skeptical first time we saw it because, you know, running without that duelist is a little difficult in terms of making space. But we've seen that regardless of who goes down on Boom Esports, they're able to adjust, and I love to see that. I'm excited to see the value that we're going to get out of ONIC G's KO, though.
Oh, I have to agree. I mean, facing against a triple sentinel, and then you have a KO on the other side, that's bound to be interesting. But you have to agree that Boom Esports' defense layout potential over here is pretty high. And we always talk about how aggression is really rewarded on Icebox. But what happens when you're faced off with a team that is as solid on the defense as this one? You've got the Killjoy with the setups, the Sage with the walls and the slows, the Chambers with his own slows, and as well as his repositioning. A lot can go on. You know, we talk about Viper, very staple when it comes to this map, but the rest of the lineup, rest of composition, always creative. But I like seeing this. You know, a lot of teams have been kind of pulling out these compositions wherein they don't necessarily pull out the duelists anymore. And I do think that it's refreshing, but I have to say that it's very interesting that it's always pulled out on Icebox. So that is something that we will have to wait and see as game number 3 commences for these two teams. This is the battle of supremacy between these Indonesian teams, so make sure that you guys stay tuned. It's gonna be ONIC G versus Boom Esports.
Hindi pa rin tapos ang laban between ONIC G together with Boom Esports as we're gonna fly into the third map, which is going to be an Icebox. Ako si Rene, kasama ko pa rin ngayon si Teo at kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng action dahil ayaw pa nila magpa-main event, which is ang Team Secret. Pero mukhang marami nang dumarating ngayon sa live stream para lang abangan ang laban. Pero all in all, dikit nga ang laban. Parating 39. Ano kaya ang kahinatnan ngayon ng Icebox map, Taylor?
Parati pa silang 6-6 pag natatapos yung half natin. Pantay na pantay when it comes to the numbers or the score line na meron tayo from game 1 and game number 2. But here on game 3, kung saan magbabago na naman ang lahat, obviously, we're gonna be in another map, which is gonna be Icebox. So, pagdating sa utility usage, both teams are very much capable of. Na-mention na rin naman ng panel kanina yung mga plays specifically kung saan yung mga utility usage dito in even helping out pagdating sa mga trades, yung mga kakampi, napakalaking factor nun when it comes overall sa professional setting sa Valorant, especially here in the VCT stage. So it all boils down kung sino at saang execution ba gagana against each other because I think Game 3, magiging pantay muli yung laban.
And nakita naman natin na yung ONIC nag-rattle na talagang mental na lang kanina. Pag hindi nga sila nagpa-pop up, pag hindi nila nakukuha yung gusto nilang gawin, hindi nagiging successful, biglang mag-shutdown na sila. And kita mo naman yung last round, yung match point ng Esports. Ano yun? Diba? Hindi na naging parang napaka-anticlimactic, to be honest. Pero ngayon, na mag-start tayo with ONIC G on the defending, magiging 6-all nga ba muli ito or mawawalan talaga sila ng advantage against Boom Esports. At dito na sila eh. So, make the most out of it na. Kaso kahit sino naman mananalo dito, okay lang eh. Alam niyo kung bakit, guys? Kasi wala naman tayong pakialam.
Ang sunod natin na titignan, Team Secret eh. Sila yung laban. At least dito, wala nang game number 4. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Mapapanood nyo rin ang Team Secret. At sulit din ang panonood nyo sa watch party kasi mananalo sila mamaya. Pero mukhang pistolan muna ang labanan dito. Mukhang ginapang na rin ang Kitchen. Berserk's taking up the first kill. Clearing out the angles is Monyet. Naghahanap pa siya ng pwedeng mahanap at pwedeng mapatay pero nasa corner na nagtatago si Blaze King. Pasok sila on side. They went from mid Kitchen to B side. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi nila mapanish si Monyet at all.
Gun here. With a 3! 1, 2, 3! Alam niyo ba guys, may GC kasi kami mga casters, diba? Si Vil nag-send ng picture. Eh, hindi naman ako yun. Kapit
Bida-bida eh.
Pinicturean ko.
1, 2, 3, 3 games. Yung pala ang bilang. Hindi pala 3 kills. 1, 2, 3, 3 games, guys.
Sanay na si Taylor, guys eh, sa akin. Alam niyo ba,
wala nang
nagkas nga
bago.
kami ng stage 1 nun, di ba Taylor? For 10 hours, 2 series lang. Di ba? Saya-saya pa natin, 2 series lang sa araw na yon. 10 hours naman pala. Nakakapagod, bes.
Walang pagod-pagod. Passion lang, puunan, laban lang, let's go. But for the side of ONIC, this can be deadly. Si Monyet, syempre, meron siyang Marshall dito. Isang pitik lang yan, kumbaga. Pero pasok na sila on A side. Pero si Severin, parang isa lang yung nakita niya ata dito. He needs to be careful. There is someone up above. Alam niya yan, ang kaso nga lang nag-swing out na rin dito mga remaining players. Buti na lang at maswerte siyang hindi siya tinignan sa corner na yon. Unfortunately, for the side of Boom Esports, Berserk's is the only man remaining with a headhunter. Tignan natin kung kakayanin niya pa. He gets the first shot in. Hindi nag-connect yung shot na yan. And MMR was able to secure it instead with a triple kill on this round. 2-0. Malinis na malinis.
Bawas naman kahit tao lang. Boom Esports sa second half. Ay, sa second round. So, di sila tumingin, no? Napanid siya. Aray, ipit eh. Sakto. Kaso, ang ganda nga, diba, ng defending ng pareha sa team. So, I think yung goal talaga ng ONIC dito is to win a lot of rounds. Kapag ito 6-all, mananalo ang Boom Esports. Yun talagang malaking pwedeng mangyari. But as it starts once again, Boom Esports, maglalaro sila sa may bilin habang may tatlong nakatingin. Pero naka-slow orb pa. Sabi ka naman, no duelist scope na naman ang Boom Esports ha. Walang ONIC on the other side, it's much more aggressive. One Sage, wala silang hard sentinel such as Flipside right now with that Killjoy. Pero at least may kita natin yung KO talaga nilang malaking shutdown and that's gonna be top Severin splashes to counter ang Boom Esports utility and Berserk gets the first stop. At
Spike down B.
Malaking kills to! At nagdadali na naman sila on the other side, pero Lemmy mo, nag-asim nga lang siya. Shiro na lang and Severin ang natitira.
May dalawa naman siyang napitas doon sa corner na yon kahit papaano before he goes down. He made it a 2v3 situation, and as we know, kahit papaano for ONIC side, ang gusto nilang gawin dito is punish the economy of Boom Esports. Make them harder or make them get the guns harder for the next following rounds. Hindi pa naman nila nakukuha yung site, pero mukhang the rotations from Severin is on its way already. He might have heard the recon already popped here on A. Kaya naman rotations na din na pwedeng magmula kay Shiro. So naghapang niya na rin. This is the first kill of the Severin. He was able to make it even. 2v2 ang meron ngayon. Pero sa barrel, lamang ang Boom Esports. Nakapag-plan na rin sila ng spike. They're preparing for that post-plan position. But the players here of ONIC, low on HP na nga. Si Severin, naghahanap pa rin kung saan ba makakabuelo, saan ba tayo makakapwesto. Snake bite lang with the lineups itself. Pero was able to take one zip lining away and flips siya ang bahala. He wasn't able to take on the kill. Madedefuse ba ang spike? Aabot to. There is more than enough time to actually defuse the spike right here.
Dangerous to, Boom Esports ha. Sa full buy nila, ONIC. O na bonus na ano lang sila, na Spector sa mukha ng mga taga-ONIC.
Parehas talaga silang Ray, malakas pagdating sa depensa.
Ang dami nagtatanong sino caster. Kami na ni Taylor. Mamaya, si Phil kasi maglalaro, si coach. Pasensya na kayo. Tapos sayang hindi sila nag-check eh. And buti inagri na ni Shiro. Ayoko nang paglaruan pa ako ni Flip Zither. And mapapaikaw ang Boom Esports. Sa tingin ko pag 6-0 tsaka lang magka-timeout or mamaya next round. Kasi ngayon wala talaga silang choice. Mahirap masyadong early na timeout mula sa side nila. But Severin will be able to get that orb kasi naabangan na lang nila ang pagpasok na naman ng mga taga-Boom Esports. And ginagawa to ng ONIC usually. They give out the site first. Hindi sila mag-a-asem. Much better than the earlier map which was in split. And mas disiplinado ka. Pero may lineup si Severin to deny. May kasama pa kagad na snake bite. At mararattle na naman ang Boom Esports.
Medyo masakit yung damage when it comes to the utilities here. Kita mo naman si Crossman, 60 HP yung natitira. More, already securing the first kill here. Isa na lang ang natitira agad-agad to clear out the angle. Blaze King is the only man remaining right here, but only with the Sheriff. What much can he do or what else can he do around this round dahil tuloy-tuloy na pagde-defuse na yan for the side of ONIC G. Expected na ang 4-0 dito. Pero makakabili naman sila sa next round. Tatama din yan, Bes. Sa next round. Bawi na lang sa next life. Yan ang tunay na next life. Itong round na to.
Sabi ni Team Secret Bill, ang split parang kaduo. Iniwan ka. Ay, totoo. Ay, hindi naman ako iniiwan. Minsan ako rin yun ang iiwan eh.
Oh!
Honest lang, facts only. Facts only.
Forward!
Pag red flag, iniiwan mo talaga, di ba? Di naman ako yumaya. Di ako colorblind.
Kasi yung iba kasi mahilig sa red eh. Favorite color nila yan eh. Kaya ayaw magpapigil kahit madami ng red flags. Pero itong mga players natin, naghahanapan din to ng red flags. Saan ba nagtatago yung kalaban? Kasi gaya ng sabi mo rin, for ONIC, hindi masyadong naghanap sa B-site o sa site mismo yung mga players. More on waiting on rotations. And speaking of rotations, it's all throughout scattered for ONIC already. Ginamit na rin nila dito yung Viper Spit. And feeling ko, ipupush pa rin to ng Boom Esports.
Uy! Boom! Risk it all pa rin. Pero pag nabawasan sila ng isa, dangerous yan Kasi wala pa rin
Revealing area.
ginagawa ang ONIC. Disiplinado na sila ngayon. Wala na, Bes. Kanina sa split, nag-iba sira ang mental. Kaso, ingat pa rin kayo. Kahit maraming, kahit i-duelist sila, kahit agad na lang pa.
Ano nakatingin?
Market one! Let's the stage coming from Flip Zither. Kailangan sa tulinahan ngayon si Severin. Tatlo na lang ang natitira post-plan. Pero walang magkakasnap, guys. Walang magkakalaw dyan. Kundi na si Slasher was able to Severin. First team pa rin. Sa side ng ONIC to their advantage. Right now, Boom Esports can just control it. Pero may pandanay pa, may knife pa. destroyed. Pero on the corner, Blaze King takes down 2. And ONIC, ano nangyari na punish? Just because sa isang cancer ng lipunan, si Blaze King 4-1 goes into the Boom Esports hands. Finally.
Best tatlo yung lumabas doon pero ni isa sa kanila walang sumilip at all. And this gave the opportunity for Blaze King to... minama niya na lang lahat eh. Ang ganda ng hawak na angle dito ni Blaze. Wala talagang tumingin. Late na masyado yung silip ni Severin. It was already too late for the rest of the team dahil ubos na rin sila. Boom Esports, that was their first round. And here, going here in round 6, tatlong ultimates ang kaya nilang dalhin dito. Tour de Force, they also have a Hunter's Fury, and they also have a Viper's Pit. Ang problema nga lang, this time around, matitake ba nila yung site finally?
Buti na lang, no? Nakakapag-aggressive plays na rin ang Boom Esports. Although very slow nga, dahil wala silang duelist eh. To make the dash, to make the extravagant plays. But at least they know how to maximize just to put off yung guard ng ONIC against them. Pero syempre, the second time around, will it work once again? Kasi natututo din naman ang ONIC. Mabilis naman sila mag-adjust against Boom Esports. Kaso ngayon, BSP releases sa Counter Fury. Babawas lang ng armor pero wala pa rin na mapipick off mula sa side ng ONIC. Si Flipsider naman ay nakapag-rattle in na papunta sa B side at pwede siya magtawag ng teammates. Groupies, dito tayo guys. Nakapasok na ako kagad sa behind the yellow and magiging successful tayo na to dahil meron pa tayong ready na lockdown. 30
seconds left.
Ready na Hyper's ultimate mula kay Tebotol. But as long as watches out to one! Hero whips!
Spike planted.
Sana ng mid na yun against them. Pero alam na din ni Lemimore on the other side. Uunti-unti ito. Dalawa sila nakatingin sa kanya. And now Lemimore gets him. 4v4 is up for grabs. At ngayon, maraming distractions na binabato ng Esports and Monet is gonna go down. But also, that also is there. To press them. Pero, dalawa sa apat. Oh, face is talaga vision. Severin tries to get it. Pero hindi pa rin mag-work. And Boom Esports, slowly but surely, magsisimula na naman silang mag-heat up. And that's the biggest problem that ONIC has to face.
Overheat ang meron. Tsaka nilabanan talaga nila underneath the Viper's Pit. Ganda naman sana yung plano ng ONIC dito for the retake itself eh. Nilinis talaga nila yung mga angles. Lalo na they took mid-control yet again. But here on the site itself, it was just the hold of the remaining players when it comes to the Viper's Pit. Hindi pa rin nila ma-shutdown dito si Elmemore. Just gave them the opportunity to move around, or rather Tebotol, to move around the Viper's Pit instead. Masakit na damage ang natanggap dito. Blaze King, pero si FE Slasher ang mas masakit dahil the kill on towards Flips will be there already. Meron din mga ult na pwedeng gamitin dito mga players ng ONIC as well. Ito na nga ang Hunter's Fury na kumakabit sa isang mga player dito. Flips already down, dalawa ang natag. This is a big opportunity for ONIC to make something happen, especially tagging up some of the players here. Ang kaso may naspot ang isa, nakatakas pa rin at nakaatras. Shock dart lang, but it's not connecting to anyone. Tebotol is waiting for the perfect opportunity to see someone, to peek someone, pero he's gonna go down again. Hindi pa rin napaplant ang spike dito, Ray. Kailangan pa rin nila matake, hindi pa rin nila truly na-detake ang site.
At aware ng ONIC. May oras pa naman sila. Kaso,
ipit na sila dito. Pilit na. Sige, i-plant nyo. Kulit kayo ha. Nakapatay pa si Frostmine. Sige, reset muna, reset. 3v1 ang sitwasyon natin ngayon dito. ONIC, maganda ang plano nila, Ray. Naikot at na-sandwich talaga nila dito. Yung mga players ng Boom Esports, that is a thrifty round for them even. Utility lang. Slow. Snake bite, smoke, nade. Hindi na nakapasok.
At yan ang problema. Pag too late ka, masyado. And wala pa silang...
Binuhay si Flips para mamatay ulit. Alam mo yun?
Kawawa naman to. Ito, si Tebotol, pinilit pa kailangan talaga nila i-force yung gano'n na plant dahil nga undermanned na sila. And kailangan nga nilang i-wait na lang na na actual open ng mga taga-ONIC so that they can have the advantage when it comes sa mga baril nila. Pero kahit na thrifty ng ONIC yun, sila pa rin na magko-call ng timeout. Para lang mag-set ng pace, try to distract a few more sa side ng ONIC against Boom Esports. And Boom Esports masyadong slow. Pero kung mabilis naman sila masyado, pangit din. Wala nga na lang. Timplahan lang talaga ng...
So, saan sila lulugar?
Diba? So, dapat lang, lukewarm lang, lukewarm. Mahirap pag sobra. At mahirap pag masyadong kulang. Wow! Naging podcast bigla.
Parang kape lang yan, guys. Sarap yung mainit, pero pag sobrang init, mas masakit. Mapapaso ka. Ayos ba yun? Araw-araw kong problema yun eh. May isang beses nga, pumunta ako na college pa ako, diba? Eh, syempre, bumili ako parang hydro flask, parang aqua flask. Bagong-bago. Syempre, alam mo na, excited kang gamitin sa school. Lagay akong kape. Alas 7 pasok ko. Alas 4 na lang hapon, di ko pa rin mainom, guys. Mainit pa din. Tapos na yung exam ko, wala pa rin. Hindi pa rin ako gising eh. Ang init eh. Hindi lumalabig eh. Kasi nga, nakalagay siya sa magandang flask. Goodbye. Doon ko nasabing binigyan ko ng 5-star review yon, guys. Flips, nakapitas na nga ng isa. Pero 45 HP on him. Makakasalubong niya dito si Severin pero siya pa rin na makakakuha ng kill. 5 HP remains para sa kanya pero buhay na buhay pa rin dito. Si Kuya mo Flips, 5v3 situation. May rest naman si NC Slasher. Pero nasan nga ba siya para gamitin yan? All the way on mid still. It's up to Elmemore to control the site itself. 2 kills para sa kanya pero masaspotan din siya. As Flips was able to take on Munyet as well. This is all up to NC Slasher. May rest, gagamitin ngayon, and this will give the info na nasa mid sila. Flips was already getting a kill on here. Going for the ace right now. 5 HP and a dream to have an ace. Yan ang meron si Flips. Yan naman with the knife coming out. Severin spots the turret, pero syempre, si Blaze ang sasalo dyan.
May mood challenge na sana sa Flips eh.
Ace na yun eh.
Oo nga, nangago ng highlights to. Kaya nagalit na ako, pre. Pagping naman yung last guy, pre. Pero kasi clutchable pala 1 HP at ONIC. Sila na nag-timeout, sila pa natalo. Sila lang na nawawala kasi kaya pinag-tipan
Si Flips eh. Uminit si Flips eh.
Oo.
Pagkainit ni Flips na ubos lahat ng kalaban. 4 na kills. Isipin mo, pangalawang kill niya palang ata doon. Yun na yung 5 HP siya. Pero nakahanap pa rin siya ng pipitasin dito.
Idol ko talaga yan si Flips eh. Kasi kapag anak yan ni Flippy ng SBE, magaling si Flippy, di ba? Magaling si Flips
Unang hinahanap sa comment section si Vil. Pangalawang hinahanap si Meralco Spratleys. Bakit daw siya absent? Kanina nakausap ko pa lang si Meralco sa mismong Discord. First time ever, Ray. Nakausap mo na ba si Meralco? Narinig mo na ba boses niya?
Parang malalim yung boses.
What a shot from Munyet! That one tap to the head! Wow! Kung ganun lang ako, sana naging ascendant na ako, ladies and gents, pero hindi. Di ko kaya yun. Sabay dash no? Takot din pala ang konti
Ano ba naman to? Pero po kayo bumawi na si Berserks. At ngayon, mayroon pang wall of Boom Esports to cover up that plant. Pero, nasasagot ko ng ONIC. Wala sa Xerxia gano'n. Na kay Munyet save na din. Pero sort of naman sila ngayon. Close na nga. And ang tamaan ng loob.
One enemy remaining.
Maaga! Mag-10 slasher! 1v1! Crossline! Stage deep! Hello? Pupuntahan niya talaga sa sweep! Push natin! I know! Sayang ang sweep! Southside pa rin! Ayun na nandyan! Kapatid ni Brain Freeze! 5-4! Isa na lang before Boom Esports can actually make this work!
Diyos ko, comeback is real pa nga. All the way from a while ago. And grabe rin tong shot talaga ni Munyet eh. Isipin nyo, close counters and aside from that, talagang wide peak lang yun. Wala eh, hindi kinaya pa rin talaga guys. At nasa eco disadvantage naman ata sila nung panahon na yun. No? So at least getting casualties was more than important for the side of ONIC. Pero 5-4 na ang score natin ngayon. At mukhang nag-Viper split agad on B side.
Talagang pumapalo ng Boom Esports. Final na, pag-adjust na sila sa no duelist comp kanina. Wala. Nanginginig ata sila eh. Malamig, parang sa icebox lang. Pero, buti, nandito na ulit. Uy, ano yung nakasabit dun sa upuan sa likod ni Flipsy? Parang chains ata.
Nilabhan eh. Naglaba kasi sila kanina, guys. Yung sinampay lang yon guys. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Pero si Shiro, may info na siya dito na meron ng mga pumapasok, no? Right here on Orange. Once he hops out, ayan na nga ang security guard ng ONIC G. Elmore was able to secure 2 kills, but Berserks is still alive here. And 80 remaining. This nade, he will catch it definitely, pero isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Blaze King. 2v1 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. Nasa harapan niya lang ang Spike. This is still winnable for his side. Ang kaso nga lang, kailangan niya pa umikot dito. Kailangan niya makabuelo. Severin spots him away and there goes the kill. 6-4.
Kung 8-4 to, tapos lamang nga ang ONIC, syempre. Good half pa rin yung sa Boom Esports eh. Kasi, tapos nanalo pa sila ng pistol. Naniniwala ako nasa icebox ang tunay na comeback. Pero dito sila, bog!
Binoga eh.
Binoga sa mukha, nag-Happy New Year eh. May kasama pang kill eh. And now, Boom Esports still, magpo-force pa rin sila. Force na natin to mga best.
You want to play? Let's play.
Tayo, round 11 na. Pero gusto nga ito makipaglaro na nga din sa kanila ni Berserks. Pero walang sisilip dahil long angle yun at talong ONIC pagdating sa ganun.
Flips eh. Talagang ano lang. Tamang farm lang ng mga orb. Dahil syempre, yung ultimate niya, ready to take on the action for this specific round. Ito na nga, nilapag na ang lockdown. At syempre, hindi covered yung snowman dyan, no? At least they can clear out kitchen and second floor of kitchen. And aside from that, they can also clear out the angles on orange as well. So, ang problema ngayon dito ng BME, syempre, yung mga players na nasa snowman. Pero ito, Hunter's Fury, ginagamit na nga ni Shiro. He was able to take one. That is gonna be Frostmine na nagpa-plant lang naman ng spike. Nadamay pa sa laban. Gusto ko lang naman mag-plant.
Gusto namang mapayapang buhay eh. Pero, inarangan. Smart move mula kay Monyet. Pero post-plant, pinagagastosan na nga ngayon ng Boom Esports. Pero habang walang nagtatago, hindi nila alam na kumakakot na nga sa patalin ngayon si Demi Moore na time. Wala mahihirapan
Last player standing.
Post-plant. Pero si Blaze King, maubos. Okay, isa pa. Wala.
Hindi tumama.
And that's just it. Shiro for the defuse. Inaabangan na lang. Walang mangyayari. Meron pa shocker. Wala. And that's just it. Pinaglaruan ng patintero. And 7-4.
Medyo,
last
medyo
round
20-20 plays pa yun, guys. Yung Hunter's Fury para sa post-plant. Alam na ng tao paano iwasan yan. Unfortunately, siya na lang talaga yung natira dito, no? Siya na lang yung naiwan talaga to actually make the post-plant happen. If merong kasama kahit isa doon, yung Sova na yon, mapupush at pwede pa silang manalo. Pero syempre, nasa ONIC side na to. 7-4. Pagdating sa depensa, talagang itong dalawang teams, malakas.
Bida-bida. Bida-bida ang parehas na teams. Kaso, mas bida-bida ngayon na yung ONIC na sila may pera. Ang Bonita scores na nga lang, kaya medyo kulang-kulang nga sa utilities, especially kay Flipsider. Flipsider pala, Frigider.
Frigider eh, no? From Flipsider, Flipsider, naging Frigider na lang.
Ayun talaga ang tawag sa refrigerator, guys. Frigider. Pero pang horror story mo tungkol doon. Pero Berserks! Sneaky Peaky! Lemmy Moore, bumagsak kagad sa kanya. Ginagawa mo, Lemmy Moore, antok ka na ba? Na ADS. Headshot na naman sa ulat si Flip0 nakapaglakbay na galing to Intramuros na karating hanggang Pasay. At ngayon, Shiro, take down Tebotol, nasa niya Spike. Wala, kahit malayo ang nilalakbay ngayon ni Flipsider, nakuha na nga din siya kagad, pero yung wall, buti na lang din ay. Kasi alam nila mag-move. Buti na lang kasi kung nag-stock A lang, nasasayangan ako sa wall kagad ni NC Slasher.
30 seconds left.
Dapat pa naman laban sa tatlo meron dito. May rest din si Frostmine na pwedeng gamitin. Wall up na nga para sa Sage na yan. Makakapag-plant din sila ng Spike. ONIC G G. Ito na yung rotations na nagmumula all the way from City. Meron pa rin isa na nagbabantay on mid. That is gonna be Severin though. Mapipitas naman siya ni Blaze King. Hawak na rin dito ng Boom Esports ang mid control. Pero mukhang rotations all the way to B-Long ang gustong gawin ng Sova na yan. Shiro already getting a kill here. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nilang patayin and they can clear out the entirety and they can defuse the fight. Pero pagkatapos yan, syempre, mapipilitan at i-force sumilip ng ibang mga remaining players. It's still around for ONIC para sa first half natin. 8-4 ang magiging score.
Good half onto the side of both teams.
Switching
Pero,
sides.
pag ang Boom Esports nanalo ng pistol, kung ako sa ONIC, titibayan ko na yung loob ko. Mahirap pag nagka-momentum tong Boom Esports and especially defending side nila. Ilang ano yan? 3 sentinel. And kahit isa na yung Marty Berserk, you all know how good of a player he is. Tutok pa lang makakabawas sa sure na sure 100% fur. And,
for real,
yeah,
for real.
For real. At si Frostmind, meron pa siyang slow orb. So talagang malaking problema ng ONIC. It's up talaga sa mga saktong flashes mula kay Severin and kay Monyet sa mga dash-in niya. Dahil wala namang KO to actually shut down his utilities pagdating sa pag-control ng site.
Feeling ko, ito si Monyet magsha-shine. Especially after ng swap natin So mas makikita natin si Monyet dito and actually fragging out compared on the defense itself, knowing na syempre hindi naman siya pwedeng maging aggressive na lalayo siya with the other teammates as well. And speaking of, wala tayong nakitang certain aggressions from the side of ONIC when it comes to flanking, no? Talagang ang antayan nila dito is, sige, mag-plant kayo ng spike and we will just all go through the main or wherever our spawn is. So, wala talaga yung mga tipong ultimate rotation na may flank na hindi ka talaga mabibisto, kumbaga. So, magandang pangitain for ONIC side. Tignan natin paano magiging depensa dito ng Boom Esports. Syempre, nahihirapan din silang makakuha ng mga kills Nasasalisihan sila kanina pa.
Talagang iba yung pacing ng ONIC and Boom Esports. Pero ang talino nila parehas May nag-message na nga sa akin, sabi, ang tagal naman ng laban ng ONIC at Boom Esports. Wala parehas matalino Higdan pag Team Secret tsaka SB naglaban, ganito din.
Oh.
Diba? Talagang parehas na parehas. Hindi mo na ma-expect na talino Lahat Ayan, sabi nga nila dito, kami na naman ni Asore ang inaasal. Bawal bang manood ng movie as friends?
Oo
Kaya
nga.
talaga.
Kailangan ba pag nagsine, magjowa lang?
Tama. Pwede bang boy best friend muna? Siyempre, mas lamang yun kaya sa boyfriend, diba? Tapos ngayon, nag-dash in pero walang ma-pick off. Okay lang yun. Pupunta na ba sila kagad sa A ng mabilisan? Hitik! And this dash, ay, ako siya pa natamaan. Sayang na sayang. Kanina ka pa inaantok, baby boy.
Oo nga medyo tulog pa. Tulog-tulog pa ang ibang mga players dito. At syempre nakakapagplanta nga ang ONIC pero pinigilan muna nila yan. Ito na yung mga matitinding flank na hinahanap natin kanina. Mula sa Boom Esports naman manggagaling yan. They get one, that is Monyet. And then si Slasher out of the equation na pala on the side of ONIC. Kaya hindi pa rin sila nakakapagplant dito. Pero completely taken na ang site for them. They're still waiting for the perfect opportunity here and actually taking up information. Pero si Tefo nakaka-rotate na This could be very dangerous for the side of ONIC. It's taking in so much time to actually push and try to punish the players of Boom Esports. Kahit kanina pa sila sa loob ng site, hindi pa rin nila nagawa. Grabe. 8-5 na ang score natin. ONIC, they lost this pistol, but nevertheless, meron pa rin silang kalamangan when it comes to the rounds itself, no? Itong mga rotations ng Boom Esports, gaya ng sabi ko kanina, yung hinahanap natin for ONIC on the defense itself is the flanks that we are looking at right now na ginagawa naman ng Boom Esports. So magandang pangitain to for the rest of the teams. And this time around, they are gonna be able to buy the Marshall and the Spectres as well. Habang sa Blaze King is stick to the Ghost lang muna. Marshall shot will connect. Ang kaso nga lang hindi enough para mapatay talaga. Actually, hindi ata nag-connect sa isang player.
A gift.
Not sure. Si Berserk sa ata yun. Hindi niya na-connect kay Severin. Siya pa yung nabawasan.
Siya pa yung na-ouch. Siya pa yung medyo may konting kirot.
Shock dart.
Kaso, Blazing. Oh! May shock dart pero siyempre kasi may kailangan mag-ingat dito ng Esports ha. Mahirap na counter dito na naman ngayon ng ONIC pero may natatamaan din sila kahit paano. Mas bawal pa nga, sabi na pero hindi nila alam na sa top na si Severin habang nagkakaskas pa ng yellow. Diyos po. Pero, advantage na nga ngayon sa baril pa rin naman. Pwede lasan mag-spray through the smoke pero uubusin ba nila mga bala na yan? At ano ang gagawin ngayon ng ng ONIC? Pag-reheat pa rin ba sila? Or they will gonna be committing here sa A site? Dahil wala naman na shock dart si Blaze King. So hindi na sila technically malaline upan pagdating sa plant. Pero waiting lang sila for that perfect opportunity once again. Pero yung oras na naman ang bagal, ONIC, napakabagal na naman sa attacking side.
Yun na nga rin yung nalagot sila kanina eh. Nasa loob na mismo sila nung site. As in, nasa second floor na sila nung site. Pero hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-plant. 13 seconds to actually plant the spike. The pressure is on for the side of ONIC. Pinasang wall pero syempre, shotdown lang din to. Ni Flip. Ang kaso nga lang, sumilip si Shiro. Hindi nakuha yung shot na yan pero the damage is there. 74 HP for him. Tebato will spot 1. Yung mga umiikot papunta sa mga flank. And nandito na rin. Low on HP yung tatlong remaining members. This is a big chance and a big opportunity for Flips. Ang kaso, kailangan niyang hanapin tong lahat. Kapag nag-triple peak yan, problema, no? So right now, he doesn't have any utils at all to play around with. Sumilip na nga siya dito with, of course, the other teammates of Boom Esports ready to take on and pick on the action as well. 9-5, Boom was able to take it.
Oh my God! ONIC is doing it counter! Aray ko! Kasi, alam mo yung the fact na hindi na napansin si Severin, yun na yung alam mong alam mong downfall ng Boom Esports kagad. Kaya I don't trust the sheriff bias talaga. Pag doesn't mean na panalo kayo kagad after that round ng pistol. Ano na nangyari ngayon sa pera ng Boom Esports? Ayun, na-ghost. Happy time na-ghost.
Wala, allows a rep, men. ONIC pala yung nanalo sa namin yun. Boom ata ang nasabi ko, pero mukhang masakit yun, sir. Berserks, mapapaatras na lang talaga. Buti na lang, may heal na magbumula from crossmine, pero mukhang nabawasan yung dalawang members on mid. Natamaan ata sila nung shock darts dito from the Sova itself. And they are on an equal disadvantage as of this moment, pero Monyet receiving some damage from the snake bite. Abang umaatras naman sila, tamang farm lang din ng form. Bagal talaga ang movements ng ONIC na pipigilan ng mga players ng Boom.
Oh, Severin! Hello! Still got that? Even if Jackson, pwede lang siya mabilis pumunta ng B-side. Tapos meron pa kagad nag-alert si Lemmy Moore. So bubutasan na niya kagad itong B-side para lang makakuha siya ng control. At syempre, matik na yan sa kaalaman ngayon ng Boom Esports. Pero si Lemmy Moore, he can actually cut them off. The fact that he's in kitchen, he will be caught on off guard rather. At deletes Blaze King at
one enemy remaining.
Low on HP pa sila. Lemmy Moore, may kita na naman ang isa at Blaze King na lang. Wala na atang magagawa si Blaze King sa kanyang sheriff ngayon.
Wala eh. Ito na lang hawak niya. And syempre, knowing the 4 remaining players here of ONIC, naka-ready na sila for the post-plant. Hindi na siya papasok dito. He might go for those exit frags, but that's as far as he could take it. Wala nang extra o kumbaga, there's no opportunity on this round to make it happen any longer for Boom Esports side. Kita natin yung performance dito ng ONIC. Here. Pagdating sa game number 3, kaya naman pala nilang lamangan. Minsan lang talaga ang ONIC na to-drop nila yung ball sa middle ng game, no? Parang once na nag-swap and may konting pagkakamali lang, na nababalik agad ng Boom Esports yung mga rounds na yun.
Hindi na talaga mabigyan niya ng answer si ONIC pagdating sa place na gusto nila. Parang nag-expect ako ng so much more sa Boom Esports, to be honest, sa defending nila. Kahit wala silang duelist. Kasi kita mo yun, yung map control the anchor, kaya ni Flip Sitter. Pero the fact na hindi ko din nakita yung impact plays mula kay Tebotol and kay Berserks, medyo mahihirapan talaga ang Boom Esports sa side na to. And especially this round, they lose this. Nako po, mukhang may isang Indo team na nababagsak sa lower bracket. At kung sino matatalo dito, yun yung makakalaban ng either Team Secret or Xerxia sa lower bracket. And syempre, kakalabanin na ng Xerxia yun dahil mananalo ang Team Secret mamaya.
Matik eh, no? Nalista na yun, guys eh. Pero mainit ang laban mamaya. Mahirap kalaban ng Xerxia. Alam naman natin. Yan ang isa talaga sa pumapunish sa lahat ng mga Filipino teams, no? Pati na rin sa ibang regions as well. So, isa talaga sila sa powerful teams na meron tayo dito. Powerhouse of a team, kumbaga. But, that aside, dito muna tayo mag-focus sa match natin. Because lumilipad na nga yung Aldro na yan. It will stop one player here. Mapapa-atras na lang with the usage of the ultimate from the KO. Siyempre, masusuppress yung ibang mga members. Pero mukhang makakapasok ang ONIC pagdating sa site itself. Hindi pa rin nila nahahanap yung mga frags na gusto nilang hanapin dito mismo sa site. Dahil lahat ng players ng Boom nag-aabang lang sa labas.
30 seconds left.
Abangers! Abangers nga pa yun. Pero Monyet, tuligat na pinili mo pala. Uy, 50 pa ka naman mag-audition. Yes!
Spike down A.
Lang to get flip sitter pero nakita na nga ni flip sitter.
Last player remaining.
Madadanay nga ba?
Last player standing.
Burster still gets it. Pero continue pala ni Lemimor. Oh my goodness. Spectre versus sa isang ban. Alam na nakakanin. Max pinipingan. Lemimor. Ang hirap niyan sa pangmalayuan. And Berserks will be able to save the day for the side of Boom Esports. Sabi ko nga, pop off ka naman.
Did you
Buti
see
na lang,
our
nakuha na
faces?
niya yung clutch.
Sorry, I should not laugh.
Kung meron kasing factor to consider talaga sa match na to, no? With how slow ONIC actually pushes and takes the side, na nakakapasok na sila completely pero hindi nila pinaplan. There's pros and cons to that. Pros obviously is, or rather cons, obviously, dinidrain mo yung time. So malaki yung pressure kapag biglang nag-aim duel na malapit na yung time frame na ipaplant mo yung spike. Aside from that, the pros though is actually clearing up the entirety of the site before you actually plant. So masasecure mo talaga completely. Hindi mo kailangan mag-isip na merong kalaban sa harap, sa likod, or kahit ano man. Kasi ONIC really secures the site itself first before they actually plant itself or plant the spike itself. So, ngayon, ito yung Boom Esports. Sila naman ngayon yung nag-aantay lang sa labas for the retake.
Abangan lang, hintayan lang. Pero, it's up for ONIC not to lose this round. Kasi wala na silang pera. And mahirap naman kung mag-force lang si NC Slasher together with more. Pero sabi ko, kailangan na siya mag-ingat. Nahirap, marasa na naman sila. Sa mentalidad na push na lang may ulit pero umikot lang si Lemimor. Ini-stop siya! Hindi pa rin sila mamatay!
Best iniiwan siya eh.
At yun na nga nakakuha na. That is happening! Nag-sneaky lang siya! Naging taga! Ng Viper Spin! Pero bakit ito sinasayang? Shiro! Lahat ng ginawa ni Lemimor si Slasher na lang together with Severin. Pero Severin!
One enemy remaining.
And now Slasher saves the day! Kailangan nila yun! Kailangan mangyari yun! 11-6! At ngayon ko lang na-realize. Kasi Lemimor pala ang naging si Viper. Pero siya top fragger. Okay lang. Usually di ba si Lemimor yung nag-sage or initiator?
Baliktad pala ngayon, no? Tsaka ito si Elmemor, maganda rin yung kanyang performance from the game a while ago eh. So hindi na rin ako magugulat na maganda rin yung performance niya here on Game 3. Aside from that, Icebox is a type of map kung saan nag-shine talaga yung mga Viper main. But this shot or the aim duels that one of the player had for the side of ONIC, which is NC Slasher, kung kanina hirap na hirap siya mag-frag. Ngayon, yung mga clutch potential na nadadala niya for the rest of the team, napakalaki. 11-6, nasa double-digit mark na sila dito, Ray. And there can be no more mistakes for the side of Boom Esports. Ang kaso, wala na naman silang pera.
Ay! Malaki ang match point advantage yun ng ONIC against Boom Esports. Parang napagod na ata yung Boom. Dahil po nalaban sa asset at split yung patalinuan. Kamo. Ang cancer nung ginawa ni Lemimor doon. Yun yung mga Vipers ult na hindi mo ini-expect. At nakakainis siya at the same time. Pero, sabi na, wall upan mo ko lang kayo. Abangan ko. Pero makikita tayo po tol. It's gonna go down. Pero, nakaka-work. Pero all in all, pagkasang baka Ibo na lang nakuha na kanila kagad kasama pang rest against the side of ONIC. Berserks, makaklatch siya ba ito? Pag ito
30 seconds left.
idol ko na siya. Tatlo. Laban
planted.
sa isa. Meron
Hindi
pang
na
tatlong
sisilip
bullets
yan, guys.
para maubos. Takot na
That
to,
works.
this.
Hindi na sisilip yan. Alam nila na may tour de force dito, yung si Berserks eh. So, they are quite aware. Especially, they have slow orbs here na kaya nilang paglaruan yung mga remaining members ng Boom Esports. And for this retake, it's gonna be really extremely difficult. Suppress ka pa, wala ka ng tour de force. And with a rendezvous, Severin was able to spot him out. 12-6, match point na Ray. Isa na lang, Team Secret na ang maglalaro.
Ay, sa wakas, ONIC, bilisan niya. Agal eh. Gagalit na ako eh. May timeout pa sa Boom Esports side. Timeout.
Timeout pa. Ang ganda rin ng antay ng flank dito ni Elmemor. Talagang aware na aware. Hyper awareness from the players. They know how to read the map. They know how to read how the other team is gonna play. Alam nila exactly kung paano na maglaro ang Boom pagdating sa mapa na to, knowing na matagal na rin silang nagkakatapat. So, with that, mukhang Boom Esports, they are in a timeout, but I saw an operator. So, mag-i-invest pa rin sila sa op. Sa bagay, ito na yung finale. Kumbaga, do or die para sa Boom Esports side.
Is time. Is time. Pero may tanong ako, may interview part ba? Di ba wala? Wala pang interview
This time
sa mga...
around? Wala pa,
Oh.
wala. Wala pa.
Kaya?
Sana sa Grand
Sana
Finals. Oo.
Bukas meron na.
Mga Grand Finals, yung kung sino yung mga nananalo. Pero last week na eh. Kanina wala ako napansin ng mga interview. So, di ko sure. Actually, busy ako kanina kumain, guys eh. Pasensya na kayo, hindi ako nagtatrabaho sa hindi ko trabaho, ha?
Tinanong ko lang. Alam ko parang hindi rin eh.
Oo, wala
Sana
pa ata.
narinig ko
Wala
na
pa
kanina
ata. Pero sana magkaroon ng interview. Siyempre, gusto rin natin malaman kung ano ba mga sinasabi. At siyempre, ano mga nararamdaman ng mga players. Pero speaking of players, si Berserks, tatlo ata ang gustong pumush sa mid dito. May plano ang Boom Esports. Basang-basa ng ONIC. What a read coming in from Enmemor right here. 2-1 trade happening here on mid. Berserks was spotted out. Severin was able to secure the kill. Last two remaining players for the side of Boom Esports. Itong play na to didn't work out at all. Nabasa completely ng ONIC.
Get out of my way!
Grabe, Lemimor. Grabe ka. Kahit anong hawakan ni Lemimor na agent, he's able to be smart when it comes to using that agent. This Viper, game changer na to. Pero that
Attackers win.
The momentum is nice. Kahit agent na bigyan. Kahit medyo nagkaroon ng konting fallout. At least dito sa Icebox, pinakitaan nila sa atin na
May
ganito
vlogger
pa rin.
Vloggerist.
Parang kamukha ni Boss Doggy.
Oh, vloggerist pala tong mga to. Para sa side ng ONIC, congratulations for winning this series. At syempre, going up against Boom Esports kung saan ka-region mo rin sila, isa lang talaga ang pwedeng manalo at isa lang talaga ang pwedeng pumorward o pumush forward pagdating sa brackets natin. And that is gonna be ONIC G. Pero may isa pang tsansa ang Boom Esports dito in the lower brackets itself. Nag-aantay na lang yan kung sino ba ang mga susunod na matatalo, no? And just to talk about what happened on that specific map, ang ganda lang talaga magbasa ng ONIC dito, especially on the latter part of the map, on the last rounds that we see. Elmemor knows how to control the entirety of the map, and he definitely did that, especially on that final round itself, kung saan nag-iba ng play ang Boom, hindi pa rin gumana.
Talagang ang wonderful ng performance ng ONIC, and I love this series nga na dalawang Indo teams talagang bakbakan literal. Pero guys, next series is going to be ang last representative ng PH, which is going to be ang Team Secret versus of course ang last representative ng Thailand, which is going to be the guys of Xerxia. Matindi-tinding bakbakan to dahil hindi basta-basta ang dalawang teams na to. Pero syempre dito, makikita nyo na, disclaimer lang, ito ay magiging watch party unbiased casting. Ayaw ko na may makakita ng post na may nagko-complain bakit daw siya na-ban sa Twitch. So guys, ngayon din, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be, of course, the main event. Once again, we are Shoutcasters. Ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko si Taylor, guys, at kita-kita tayo sa laban ng Team Secret.
สวัสดีครับ สแกรี่จากทีมเซอร์เซียครับ ความคาดหวังก็หวังว่าเราจะได้เข้ารอบไปแข่งที่ประเทศเดนมาร์กครับ ก็มีทีมเปเปอร์เล็กครับ เพราะว่าคะแนนเขานำเราอยู่ครับ เราต้องทำคะแนนตามเขาไม่มีจับตามองใครเป็นพิเศษครับ จับตามองทั้งทีมเลยครับก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับ ลงไปเล่นให้เต็มที่ เล่นให้สนุกครับฝากถึงแฟนๆฝากแฟนๆเชียร์เซอร์เซียในรอบนี้ด้วยนะครับ รอบ APAC Challenger ละก็พวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ ปีที่แล้วพวกผมพลาดสเตจ 2 ไป ปีนี้ก็หวังว่าพวกเราจะทำได้ครับ
Hi, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. My expectations towards the APAC VCT is we want to take this thing and we want to win the whole thing because this is our one and only chance in qualifying for the VCT champions this year. I guess our rival competition would be Paper Rex and Xerxia because they are also the top APAC teams from the last tournament so far. I think the player to look out for is Forsaken from Team Paper Rex. He is one of the explosive players in the APAC region, and I believe he's one of the people I enjoy playing against with, and I hope I can play him like in the playoffs, maybe in the finals or in the semifinals. He's one of the few players that makes me enjoy competing in this region. To overcome all the challenges, we will do our best and we will keep the pace and do what we excel the most. We train hard, we train harder. Even if we win, we train even harder. So we won't be backing down on any of these challenges on the upcoming APAC stage. Quick shout outs to all of the fans, the supporters that have been supporting us since day one, and I hope you guys can support us also on the upcoming VCT APAC playoffs stage 2, and see you guys there. Again, this is Dubstep from Team Secret representing the Philippines. Watch us on VCT APAC Challengers Playoff Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys there.
Test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner, the stars at the core.
highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend,
ONIC G with a GG versus Boom Esports. They continue the fight over at the upper bracket while Boom Esports continues to live off of their Cinderella story as they move over to the lower bracket. Now here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, the competition is just so brutal, but we love it. And by we, I mean Likeable, Fluffy, and Tricks on your panel. Now, Fluffy, we talked about how impactful compositions truly are. And for this match, I feel like the win condition for Boom Esports was to kill the KO, they win the game. That was basically it.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very good idea, right? They won't play the duelist. They'll double down on their defense. They'll rely on a lot of this utility-based ways to delay and push people off the very narrow sides here on Icebox. But with the existence of KO on the other side, on ONIC, it really was the wrench that really opened up a lot of their defenses. The suppress itself already gives them enough space and enough time to make the moves they have to do to go into post plant, to go either for those lineups or for crossfires. But aside from that, you know, another solution that ONIC really had was a good fundamental understanding of what their win condition was, which is to avoid this utility. A lot of the times you'll see them attack the site, but not fully commit. They'll stop and pause and think, okay, we'll just wait the util out, and then commit after when the defense is a bit weaker. Or sometimes they even just go for trading people, as obviously you can't use your utility if you're taken out of the round. So very good fundamental understanding from a great team like ONIC, and it seems like that has been pushing through their undefeated dream up until this point.
Yeah, we definitely saw ONIC there on that, just on that map. They were able to slow down their own pace. As Fluffy was just saying, we'd see them that they're going to push to a site. They try to bait out the utility from Boom Esports, because some people out there probably wondering, Boom Esports had the triple sentinel, that it should have been a little easier for them on the defender side, except ONIC getting that value that Fluffy likes to talk about on that KO, being able to get that 0 point in, flush them out. They're baiting the utilities without overcommitting to pushing to the site, aware of the angles, aware that they don't actually have somebody marking the flank. So that actually helped ONIC a lot, where they were able to reposition, and this awareness as a team on what angles they're open to was just fantastic.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Now, take a look, talking about the flank potential over here, we did kind of touch up on this, or at least the casters did, and they were talking about how there was such high potential for the side of BME to do some lurking over here, but I don't think that it was properly utilized, or at least when it came to the retake as well, it felt like Boom Esports had a lot of these like 1v1 situations that were being forced. I mean, Trix, we talked about this. We prefer the whole crossfire setup.
Yes.
We prefer these guys swinging off of each other, right?
I feel that it's possible that Boom Esports was forced outside of their comfort zone, especially because ONIC was able to get all of this value from the agents that they selected. So Boom, for example, not having the utilities that they wanted to have on those retakes, or being able to clear the corners that they wanted, or the timing of clearing those corners even, kind of pushed Boom players to separate a little more. And what ended up happening is that they would get into these 1v1s and into these fights that you're speaking of, where they don't exactly have a crossfire or a refrag alongside them. And then on the defender side, similar setup where they're pushed away from each other, and then their crossfire kind of falls apart.
It really does. Now, Fluffy, we're gonna be seeing the series MVP in just a little bit, and I don't think that this comes as a surprise to you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Moore has done so much this entire series, back even on Split and Ascent, but more on here in Icebox. The ability for him to read his opponents and get a lot of these opening picks really, I think, is a reason why, regardless of what agent he's playing, he always is on the top of the leaderboard. Here on Viper especially, I remember one round where they were waiting out, I think he was waiting outside the attacker spawn down the left side of the ramp, holding a kind of ratty angle, that way getting the unexpected picks from a couple of members of Boom. So doing something like that, playing a bit more unexpected and playing around the timings of your opponents is just something that it seems like he has the greatest potential to, and then so consistent of how he does it as well over the entire series. So it's super deserved, I think, that he gets the MVP.
Oh yeah, super deserved. And I remember also this one round where this guy just pops up with a judge. I don't even know what to think about this team. Honestly, I do think that the use of utility, especially on the side of ONIC, was very colorful. I mean, I remember the casters just talking about how many lineups with the fragments they were able to see just by watching them on the attacker side over there, and I loved it. But what about you, Fluffy?
I think that it still all boils down to just, even before the match starts, the recognition and ability of ONIC to really realize how they need to play to win the game with the agents that they have, the tools that they have, is what really changed the look of ONIC in this game compared to the rest of the games for the other series, where they're a bit more unsure, and sometimes they look like they adapted a little close. But this one, it's like before they even got into the server, they already had a plan that they stuck to, which worked out for them. On the other side, though, Boom Esports, it doesn't mean that just because they have a KO means that it's like a GG for you at that point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways that they could have played around it. They could have gone for more flanks because they didn't have that anti-flank like you guys mentioned. But unfortunately for them, they just have that habit of adapting kind of slow, and it was a little too late for this specific series, and ONIC did take it overall just because they had that head start.
Yeah, I actually wanted to touch up on this. You know, you ever look at a round, an eco round specifically, wherein the defenders push so far ahead and you think to yourself, this should have been the aggression that they showed during their buy round. And that was very unfortunate on the side of Boom Esports that they kind of figured that out really late into the game. But hey, that's just how it is. Sometimes you learn a little bit later and it kind of punishes you in the end. But enough about ONIC and Boom Esports over here. We're going to be moving over to the final series of the day. So allow me to introduce the first team that's stepping up in this last series. They are Thailand's Last Hope. Nothing to worry about for their fans though, because given their track record of making it to Masters 1, most of all, their recent performances proving that they are a formidable foe over here, I don't think that's a cause for worry. They may be their last hope, but hey, they have a lot to bring to the table. So let's get to know them once again. Here they are, Xerxia Esports. Xerxia Esports, where do we even begin? Every time these guys go into a game, it's just so fantastic to watch tricks. And above everything, I feel like you're one of the people who enjoys watching them the most.
I do. I know I'm always excited when I watch Xerxia, but when, comparing them to somebody like Paper Rex, which is very much chaotic, kind of like a storm, Xerxia is like that eye of the storm. It's very calm, it's very collected, but chaos is right around them. And, we've got Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. I find that all of these players, just the way that they play off of each other, the way that they have their crossfires, the way that they do executions, changing the pace of the map, I just feel like watching them play Valorant, it's kind of like they show me everything that's great about the game. It's what I enjoy playing. I like to play with the utilities. They really pull that out in their gameplay. They are optimizing their utilities usually for each other in order to get that information, get that space, and it's one of the reasons why I'm always so excited to watch them play.
It just goes to show how well experienced this team really is and how prepared they always go into every series that they face off with. But speaking of, they're going up against the Philippines' Last Hope this time. So it's Thailand's Last Hope versus Philippines' Last Hope over here, despite, the last series being Indonesia versus Indonesia. Now, they have had quite of a rocky past. They made it to Champions 2021, so all eyes were them afterwards. But they failed to qualify during APAC 1, and when that happened, a lot of holes were opened for this team. This time around, though, it seems like all of that is already patched up, and they're here to show that show the world that they really are back. So here they are, Team Secret. Fluffy, it's PH's last hope. I know I'm not alone on this one when I say that I'm really rooting for this team.
Yeah, same here. Team Secret, PH's last hope, led by the Tondo King himself. Borkum Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, Wits, and Jeremy have really proven the change of pace that they've had throughout the entire year. As you mentioned earlier, this team kind of struggled during Stage 1 and Stage 1 of APAC, but coming into Stage 2, I remember Jesse Vash mentioning during the PH Challenger Series that they were not going in thinking they were champions, but coming in as challengers. But they did come out of it at the end of it as the champions for the PH, and moving on, it looks like they're in that same champion form that they had in 2021 that got them all the way to Iceland. So Team Secret right now, they don't have a perfect record. They have lost one game to Bleed, but so far so good for them, because after that, I think it gave them the motivation they need to really take out FW Esports as well as Fancy United. This team has always had the discipline from all the FBS experience they've had put together. Probably the most experienced team we have here in the PH, as well as that firepower and young blood coming in from additions like Wits as well as Jeremy. So this team has a very flexible roster. They've always had the spirit of the Filipino people with them as well, and hopefully they do make it. Personally, as a PH broadcast talent myself, it's hard to not root for them. So I hope that Team Secret really pulls out all the secrets for this one.
Oh yeah, I absolutely feel you on that one, Fluffy. Honestly, as much as I love Team Secret, I also understand where Trix is coming from over here, because I've seen Xerxia Esports play it out, and I've seen all of the individual players from both of these teams battle it out on the stage, and there are a few people here that we'd like to give a special mention for. So let's go ahead over to our head-to-head to find out who they are. I don't think it comes as a surprise when we talk about the controllers being the stars of the show today. Borkum versus Scary Tricks. These guys are just amazing players. I mean, Scary, truly scary, and Borkum, he just knows what time it is.
Yes, Borkum does know what time it is. And Scary, on the other hand, being a player that some other players have also mentioned, it's one of the ones they're looking out for, because Scary's ability to play around his utility, to play with his teammates, but also get those picks with that amazing aim is one of the reasons why Xerxia is able to create that chaos.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add as well is for both of these players, I noticed that out of all the controllers we have who, there are some that are a bit more passive, there are some that really focus on their utility, but these two specifically have a lot of aim that they have and a lot of ways that they play around the utility, like Trix mentioned, to get a lot of timing picks. Borkum, of course, known for his Borkum time, always getting in those pesky angles and being able to really disrupt the enemy. But Scary, on the other hand, can do the same thing. It reflects even in their stats. They have a higher KDA than you'd see with most controllers. They really are the clutch factor when push comes to shove, and hopefully they will really shine this series.
Oh, I hope so too. These guys are what Tash would say, smooth smoke criminals, rather, right? That's what she calls them, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And it makes total sense. I've seen Borkum just push through a smoke carrying a Spectre and taking out two opponents very, very easily. It's effortless for him, and that is why he was known for the for the Borkum time title, rather. But overall, these two teams, just something else. It makes me really curious as to what maps are going to be shown, which we'll head on over in just a bit. But before we do so, Fluffy, I think that you have something to say about these two.
Yeah, I also noticed that there are 4 teams out of the 8 that we have right now that are undefeated. And I wonder if this is the series that one of them will actually go out of that running of being undefeated, as Xerxia has always had that strong record. But compared to the other series, Team Secret, I think, has a chance for them to kind of break that mold that we have today where everyone just keeps going undefeated. So we'll see at the end of it, but hopefully after the map vetoes, we'll find out on what battlefield they'll be fighting on.
Well, with that, Fluffy, I think we're just about ready to get into our map vetoes. We're panning out. We're panning out over here. All right, then. From what we know from both of these teams, you guys, what maps are we supposed to see? Let's start with you, Trix.
Well, I know that we're not supposed to see Fracture because both teams generally do not like to play that map. I will be surprised if it goes through. I am hoping to see Xerxia on Ascent again. I felt like I really enjoyed watching that. And Team Secret does have 100 so far. They have a really good run on Ascent. It seems that it's one of those maps that they just seem to thrive on, possibly in terms of just getting that information, being able to play with one another. On side of Xerxia though, I feel that I'm not surprised Team Secret banned Icebox because that is one of the maps that Xerxia does quite well on. And Breeze, however, maybe Xerxia might pick, but I'm not actually too sure.
Very interesting. Well, so far, Fracture is open, Tricks. What if by some miracle we actually see that? But hey, Fluffy, we get Haven instead. And this is actually a map that I've seen Xerxia pull the fade on. So maybe they will pick it today. Maybe it's the Sova. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variety that can come out of this map. Haven also, for Team Secret, not surprised that they're picking that one. It's one of their stronger maps in general that they've played throughout not just this stage, but also every VCT so far, that they've always been kind of known for here in the local scene. And Breeze coming out for Xerxia as well is another map that for their opponents is actually pretty decent, but for Xerxia I know is also very strong. So I wonder how this is going to play into it, as that does leave, again, Fracture still open for the next series of bans, or maybe even a decider.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Never mind.
It's finally settled down. Now, for Breeze over here, I know that Xerxia has won against RRQ on this map, and absolute dominance once again. But for Team Secret, they haven't pulled this out here on APAC too. So I'm wondering if they have something as like a surprise to pull out of their sleeves as they enter into Breeze. But anyway, in this map, we always talk about that controlling that mid area. And I really hope that both of these teams just go out and utilize that mid. You know, that's what we love to see, Tricks. That's what we always hope to see when we go into Breeze.
We do love seeing that control and Breeze, that pivotal area on mid. But I also just want to point out, Team Secret does pick Haven. And I'll always like to say this. Xerxia picks attack to start, actually, which means throughout all of these maps, up to Decider, Team Secret will start on the defense. And I find that's telling of how confident Xerxia is on their ability to take those sites and take control of the pace of the map.
We've actually touched up on this topic in the past, you know. It's very important for either of the teams to really bank on whatever side they start off of and just get as many rounds as possible, because by the second half, you still need that extra room for adjustment, right? There's room for error when you switch the sides, because you kind of need to get a good read of how the opponent is either going to attack or defend once the side swap, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, another good advantage a team can always have is that they're always guaranteed to play 12 rounds in whatever half they start in. So if you have the ability to choose which map, you're guaranteed to comfortably play around that. And the rest on the swap, you know, that one's up to you. But at least you have that little, I guess, breath of fresh air or freedom to execute your plans, especially if it's a map that you practice that half on. So it's always a good advantage. I would argue it's actually a better advantage to get the side rather than the actual map.
Yeah, I get that. And for the side of Xerxia Esports picking attack, I think that that's actually very wise. I mean, going back to that logic wherein if you get the most points in, you know, you just have that advantage overall, even when you switch sides, right? That definitely does not mean that, you know, it's over, because as you would always say, Tricks, it's not over till it's over. However, for Haven, I do feel like the attackers have the advantage here. I mean, usually the setups here on Haven, the defense is kind of spread thin, if I would say so myself. But with that said, you know, that's going to be a tricky situation for either of these teams, because at the end of the day, they still get to attack either way. But with that, I think that it's fitting for us to actually go and start the predictions already. As much as we hate it, because it just has to be done. You have to get it over with. So why don't you start? I don't want to start this one. This is hard. Well, actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna start. Never mind, because I already know who I'm predicting for, and that's Team Secret. No surprise there.
No surprise
I have yet to predict against the Filipino team, and I'm not about to start now that we have our last hope in the running. So, Fluffy, I feel like you're on board with me, but I'm not too sure.
I feel like Xerxia is still such a strong team that they really have all the tools and all the repertoire to really take out Team Secret. But I'm gonna have to go with my heart here and vote for the Philippines as well, as it is their last hope and it is mine for my region. So Team Secret for me would be my unbiased choice.
And Trix?
I would say that I love watching Xerxia play. And
I know.
I do enjoy watching Team Secret. I do feel like they have grown. But I think Xerxia just has what it takes, and they have such a polished way of playing Valorant. And I feel that Xerxia can pull through.
No, I totally get where you're going with this, because we've seen the consistency on the side of Xerxia Esports, which is something that we hope to see on the side of Team Secret. I mean, I can't blame you, because when they did set foot on the APAC stage, when we first saw them, I think against Bleed Esports, if I'm not mistaken, it was kind of rocky for them, but we're glad to see that the adjustments came into play. At the end of the day, Fluffy, I mean, I think that you'd agree with me on this one. It's always about, you know, regardless of where they start off, whether it's a rocky start or not so rocky start, it always boils down to the adjustments or the adaptability that these teams are just willing to make, right?
Right. It's about how adaptable you are. It's about how you stick the landing more than how you start. And it's about which team can really soar the highest. And for us, I think it's pretty confirmed that Leica with the Team Secret, me with Team Secret, and Trix going with Xerxia is going to be very interesting, because I think this is going to be one of the most exciting and explosive matches that we're going to have today.
They've all been pretty explosive. I mean, a lot of these maps have reached map number 3. And I think that it's just a Fluffy thing, because last time you were here, Fluffy, it was always a 2-1. And you're back again. What do you mean you're bad? We're happy to see all the maps come to life over here. I mean, if we go over to Haven, Breeze, and to Ascent, I'm not gonna be mad. No.
True, but maybe the fans of the other teams, you know, who are like, oh, we got the first map, it's over. And then like, oops, I guess not.
Oh my god. Going up against Xerxia Esports, though. Team Secret, they're in for a challenge over here. I say that about every single team, but you know, because this is a homegrown team. This is from our home court. So I'm really cheering for them, but I do think that Xerxia Esports is such a high mountain to climb. And you know, Trix, if they're anything like how they were during the group stage, then I'm gonna be worried. I really am.
I find that Xerxia has been quite consistent with the way that they're performing, and that's one of the reasons why I love watching them. I think that, yeah, they're going to be one of those difficult teams that Team Secret starting off on the knockout stage against Xerxia. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I also want to mention that, you know, this might sound very basic, but I feel like the biggest win condition for either team, just because of how disciplined and how strong they are as a whole, will be whoever can really land their shots today. Whoever can get that opening pick really opens up a lot of options for their team, especially with something as practiced as both of these teams. You know, they're also flexible in their own right, but at the end of the day, it's just, you know, the agents, the rifles, and their ability to land those important shots that really do matter. And I think that's going to be the most impactful factor over anything.
I'm sorry that I was laughing, Fluffy, but as you mentioned that they had to land their shots, I couldn't help but remember how the second series went today, especially on Breeze, where I feel like a lot of the players actually had too much coffee, because at certain times, I don't wanna mention anything bad about it, but it was just funny sometimes, you know, how relatable it is when they kind of miss their shots too, because like, that's me too. That happens to the best of us. If that can happen to them, it can also happen to us. So somewhat relatable, but hopefully for this series, especially on a map that is so heavily reliant on aim as we go later into Breeze, that is not going to be the case for them. But yes, as I say that, we're going to be heading over later on onto the Agent Select. But before we do so, Fluffy, any expectations on the compositions that we get to see on Haven?
For Haven specifically, we've seen Team Secret run a couple in the local VCT here in the PH, but on Challengers, APAC, they've only played the one, which is the Astra Breach Jet KJ and Sova, I believe, and I think it's a composition that's always stable. There's nothing wrong with it. You always have that global presence and the security of your flanks, having that killjoy turret, especially with a lot of these long angles. The turret has just so much information, and one of the things Team Secret was really known for, even back in 2021, was setting up a really good play in Garage, playing off the contact of their turret with the Astra Star. So it's something that they're also comfortable with, that they have been playing for a long time. So I think, especially if they're running their main 5 for this composition, it's going to be a very solid Haven game for them as long as they stick to their plan.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree there. But Tricks, last time we saw Dispenser bring out the KO rather, and I think that we were very pleased. I mean, it's an adjustment on his part, but it was a great adjustment. It really paid off for Team Secret in that game.
I think I love the kind of space and the kind of support that Dispenser brings. And Dubstep also being on that KO, sometimes you can see that they're a little more flexible with their roles. They're willing to adjust. I find that's also very important. It's one of those things, however, in Team Secret, when they run the Haven, usually it's Dubstep on the KO. It feels a little off timing here and there, so I'm hoping that coming into it, as I hope every time, that they're going to start hitting that timing, especially to enable Wits on that Jet to get more space for the team. Xerxia, on the other hand, running the Breach with the Breach and the Astra and the Sova. I love watching Xerxia with this kind of lineup. I feel that it can be explosive with that global control to really allow Surf to open up the sights and take it.
So I'm looking at this composition, and the main difference that we see here, Fluffy, is the KO versus the Breach. So what does this say as we go into this matchup?
I mean, with the Breach, you can make a lot more confident plays, as you know, if you do land the stun, regardless if you land the stun, if you land it, you know that you have the advantage on the fight, a very big advantage, if I might add. And if you miss, then the angle is clear. So you always have that confident peak that you can always have with the Breach. Where KO, on the other hand, it's less a guarantee when you do come off the swing, but it does provide your team a bit more information, as well as the super invaluable form for the KO knife. Although I have to mention that one big advantage that Breach does bring was it kind of shifts the balance of the Sentinel players, as both Killjoys will have their lockdown available, but you know, regardless of both teams having the Sova, the addition of having that Aftershock can really ruin a lot of these retake plans or attacking plans if they plan to use the lockdown in these situations.
God, these compositions, when they come into play, it's always so amazing. You know, when we look at them on paper, it's like, okay, they locked in this initiator, they locked in that. But when you actually see the gameplay, the impact that is brought about by these agents, and the way these players actually utilize them and play off of each other, it's just amazing to witness everything come into full play. And that is how the cookie crumbles over here on APAC. And I just can't get enough. Now, I do want to remind our audience that this isn't exactly a do or die match, but remember, whoever wins in the series that we've witnessed throughout the day are the people that aren't put at the face of elimination. They aren't put at that risk, and they continue to live on in the upper bracket. So it's better to stay on top, I always say. It's not the best idea of, you know, just putting yourself at risk. You are, especially for both of these teams, you are your country's last hope. You're the last representatives from where you come from. Everybody's looking up to you. Everybody's cheering you on. I'm sure that there is a lot of pressure behind that, but at the same time, we just expect the best of the best from you guys. So make sure you guys stay up on top over here. I hear Terror whispering on my ear over here, saying that I should not pressure these guys, but it's there. It's always high pressure here on APAC. It always is, right, Trix?
I mean, always going to be high pressure whenever you're in a situation, whenever you're in a tournament where it's about representing, especially the APAC region, there's going to be that kind of pressure there. And I feel like in this matchup, in this Haven map, that win condition is really going to be, first of all, who doesn't crumble under the pressure, and second of all, who's going to be able to make that space. I know that I like the KO and Sova in terms of getting that information. I feel the retake potential there is great, especially because they're starting on the defender side. But I also wonder how they've evolved to come and be able to get more space for their duelist on the side of Team Secret. While Xerxia, on the other hand, playing a lineup that we know we've been comfortable with. and we know that they're able to force that kind of space in and that kind of chaos on the site and just get the frags that they need in order to win those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, I think that one thing that can alleviate the pressure for them, regardless if it's do or die or not, is just the fact that out of all the teams, I feel like these are the two most experienced teams, or at least top 4 experienced teams that we have here in APAC. It's Team Secret, especially for here, you know, for the locals here, we know that they've always been in the FPS scene, and they made it all the way to the highest tier of Valorant back in Iceland, where Xerxia has done similar things as well, and they're a team that I feel like they've been in this situation before, and they can always rely on the fact that their teammates have been in this situation before, that they have that fallback and experience that really is, I think, calming, especially in these high-pressure times.
This game, kind of making me feel some type of way, you know? Kind of nervous, even though I'm not the one that's representing the country. Again, Sarah's probably laughing at me, saying, Laika, enough with the pressure over here. But I can't help it. I look up to these guys, both of them. And again, it's not a do or die match. I mean, whatever the outcome is for this series, we still get to see a bit of them. But I don't like the idea that either of these guys are going to be put at risk at the end of the day, because I have to agree with Trix. Xerxia Esports just so good, and I love seeing them. And I just don't want to... This is so hard. This is just so hard to watch.
It's difficult because we're at that point where we're watching teams that are doing so well. You can see that they practice, you can see that they have that drive, the passion, the innovation, the creativity. So it's always hard to also decide and watch teams that you really root for and support possibly not make it through, because everyone is so good. We're at the APAC Knockout stage. It has to be good, and everyone is really stepping up to the plate, proving why they need to be here.
Yeah, and for those who are watching right now, I know that you guys feel like Trix has such a heartfelt message over here, and that's because both Trix and Fluffy have had competitive backgrounds over here. Yeah, it's been a wild journey for them, so that is also why there's such big brain players or big brain analysts here on the panel, right? Their expertise have gotten them this far, and I always love hearing their input. Every single day I get to learn from these guys. And Fluffy, you know, I know you just got back, my guy, but I'm always happy to have you here on the panel.
Thank you
I really
so much.
am. I hope that during your break, you were able to have some really good bread, Fluffy, because I know you love bread.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Laika. I did get a lot of rest, though, that's for sure. And one of the things that I got rested up for and caught up and watched, partied a lot of the Valorant is just because there's so much that I'm excited for this week. You know, the best of the best is something we always say and we always talk about, but it gets smaller and smaller. The groups of teams that can be, you know, the top tier that will represent eventually our region against other regions in the world. You know, you really have to be at the very tippy top, and these few deciding days will really make the mark for the future of a lot of FPS here on Valorant, specifically for Southeast Asia.
It really will. And with that, guys, our panelists over here have shared their insights. They've shared their heartfelt emotions for both of these teams. And with that, I think we're just about ready to get started with the game. Guys, I hope you guys are ready. We're not going to be too heartbroken just yet because, again, this is not a do or die match, but we're here to enjoy this absolute spectacular show over here between Xerxia Esports and Team Secret.
match ng Team Secret.
Ito na nga tayo sa pinaka-inaabangan ng lahat. Pagtapos ng napakaraming commercial matches, nandito na tayo sa final event natin. Team Secret versus Xerxia nga naman ang maglalaban. And na-mention na ng panel, no? Parehas malakas, parehas may experience when it comes to international stage, parehas may experience when it comes to Masters and even Valorant champions. So, etong dalawang teams na to, kumbaga, ito yung mga teams na nakikita natin sa international stage, nakakatapat natin at nandito na naman tayo sa Asia Pacific stage para ipakita sa mata ng lahat ng nanonood na malakas ang mga Pinoy. Ito na yung chance, Ari.
Oo, malakas talaga ang mga Pinoy. Daliri pa lang malakas na. Diba? Talagang mabilis yan bumarel. Ganon kabilis sa mga Pinoy. Pero syempre, bago ang lahat guys, bibigyan na namin kayo ng disclaimer. Ito ay Watch Party X Unbiased Casting. Kaya sa mga gusto ng bias casting, lipat lang kayo sa English. Meron yan, may magkakasi Kongke at si Komodo. Sa mga nanonood guys, make sure na supportahan natin ang Team Secret. Kanina nga nakita ko si Joshua, nagagalit na.
Nagagalit na si Joshua.
Ayan na. Huwag kayo mag-alala, magsa-start na kami.
Wala na, caster start the game na naman. Ito, at syempre, ito sa match natin, sa huling series natin para sa araw na ito, lalabas na naman ang mga Valorant coaches natin. Andito na naman yung mga sumusuporta sa Team Secret. Syempre, kailangan natin yan. Lahat ng enerhiya natin, kumbaga, ibigay natin sa Team Secret para sa matchup na to dahil kailanganin nila yan. And as we look in and dive in actually, dun sa naging itsura o sa picks na meron tayo pagdating sa mapa, we are looking at Team Secret picking Haven, Xerxia picking Breeze, na napakalakas naman talaga nila pagdating sa Breeze ever since. And then we have Ascent as the decider map. Ano sa tingin mo dito? Pagdating dito, Rere, ng isang mabilisan sa map pool natin. Haven, Breeze, Ascent.
Alam mo, kanya-kanya na lang strengths to eh. Kaya all I can say is baka mag-map 3 tayo realistically speaking. Pero we can't deny na malakas din talaga ang Xerxia pagdating sa Haven. Kaya nasa Team Secret talaga. Alam nyo, ito yun eh. Ito yung factor. If Team Secret wins this match, may kita nyo talaga sila sa Copenhagen. Kasi this is a do or die in a way against Xerxia. Pero ngayon, mabilis nga lang kagad. Team Secret's gonna start on the defending side. At titignan natin sino ka bang maunguna pa lang. Nagpakuli ng buhok si Sushi Boys.
And syempre, para sa mga players ngayon na Xerxia, sila muna ang nasa attackers. Maganda ang pagpili nila dito ng mga sides nila. Kumbaga, pagdating nga dun sa panel natin kanina, no? Even on the other maps itself. But very difficult position from him. Nag-aantay lang sa corner. Nakapitas siya ng isa before he goes down. And Surf, naghahanap na rin dito. Bunga pa rin lang. Tamang pre-fire lang din when it comes to CT. Makakapag-plant ang Xerxia habang umiikot na ang ibang mga players ng Team Secret. Tatlo sa kanila. And Witz was able to spawn one. That is gonna be Sushi Force. Dito pero tagasalo si Witz. Ang kaso nga lang, dalawa ang namatay doon on the side of Team Secret. And to finish things off, Dubstep as well. Unang pahapyaw pa lang yan para sa Team Secret. And pistol round natin, alam niyo naman, notorious ang Team Secret pagdating sa pistol round na hindi nila nakukuha yan. And kapag hindi nila nakukuha yung pistol round, usually nananalo sila sa series.
Oh!
Ginawa ng dahilan eh, no?
Guys, hindi naman talaga pumapalo ang Team Secret sa pistol round. Sobrang sobrang rare yon. Eh, syempre, paano pa lang to eh? Painit pa lang sila eh. Alam mo naman ang mga diesel ngayon na mahal, di ba? Mainit na, kailangan mo naman painit bago talaga umariba. Pero ngayon, Team Secret, nag-aabangan ng Secret. Pero nagsalon day ba ang mga taga-Xerxia at ganito ang kulay ng kanilang mga buhok? Pero Team Secret, kahit
magpakulay yan buhok eh. Last time nung pumunta ata sila sa Masters o sa Champions, pink lahat yung buhok nila, parang ganun. Kung naalala ko, sila ata yun eh. Yung lahat sila pare-parehas, may kulay yung buhok. Pero nakakalakas ba yun? Yun yung katanungan. Kasi papakulay na rin ako. Nakasali eh, no?
Mas maganda pa rin yung pangkulay ng mga Pinoy. Tingnan mo naman sa Team Secret, all black. Kaya ang popogi eh. Pero to si Totropahe na si Sushi Boys, naghihintay na lang din agad. Pero uy, Blessy Bash, pinakitaan ng edad. That was just, hindi ko pinula sa kanya. Pero predicted na nga ni Scary na merong manggagaling si Rosie ng Thailand. Pero nga lang, Team Secret, inaabangan na sila. Most probably, mag-i-A-side sila. Nakabang na rin kagad si Tito Mowitz kasama ang kanyang boga.
Tamang shotgun lang talaga. Kaso masaspatan ata siya dito. Nakongkas na nga. This shorty, will it work out for wins right now? Because he sees one. The shots connect pero hindi nga lang niya mapapatay. Si Sushi Boys, nakakuha na rin at
one enemy
kill,
remaining.
24 HP remaining para sa kanya. Cross was able to spa one more down. And dubstep, the only man remaining here. Unti na lang din ang buhay. Mabilisang 2-0 mula sa Xerxia. Dito na magsisimula ang lahat sa buy round ng Team Secret, Ray. Mabilis ata ang laban ngayon itong dalawa. Nagmamadali sila, guys. May date. 30 seconds.
May kipag-date pa ata sila sa isa't isa. May kasama pang samgyup. Kaya, wait lang daw. Nung isang araw, ay nung last time nakita ko sila, nasa Yoshimitsu sila eh. Pero masarap dun by the way. Share ko lang.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored by the way. Baka
Kung
wala
gusto
kayo
nyo,
sponsor.
baka naman.
Gcash lang.
Matanggap kami ng pagkain, guys. Pero dito muna tayo sa laro, no? Dahil ito na nga yung buy round ng Team Secret right now. Kumbaga, ininom na natin lahat ng maintenance para sa side ng Team Secret para sa match na to. Gaya ng sabi ng panel, hindi to do or die. May lower bracket pa pagtapos na ito. Pero syempre, nandun pa pakiramdam na nasa taas. Dispenser, spotting one. That is Surf. He's gonna go down. Pero si Sushi Boys ang nakakuha ng trade-off dyan. Makakapag-setup siya dito ng utilities pati ng Nano Swarm. Pero bulag na bulag siya. Kahit bulag na bulag. And dito naman din yung ibang mga kakampi niya. They were all shot down there on the back side and the back end. Nang bigla-biglaan lang. Ang linis mag-entry ng Xerxia dito, Ray.
Ang bilis linis Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, mapagbigay na naman ng Team Secret. Talagang
partida
ang mga
yan,
Pinoy,
partida
pa lang to guys, partida lang. Baka kasi may map pickers Kaya di natin alam anong pwedeng mangyari. Pero pinapartidahan lang to. Pero sa composition ng parehas na teams, i-compare lang natin. Isa lang naman ang major nag-iba sa kanila. And that is going to be the KO versus ng Breach. Pero to si Witch ko, hindi naman ang sobrang lakas ni Witch. Takot na takot kaya kailangan 4 pa daw ang sumusugod sa kanya. 3-0 in favor of Team Secret.
Just to make sure that they are able to get the kill. Siyempre, mabilis ang push na rin. But so far, you can see the comfortability of Xerxia actually pushing in. And they are in complete control on how they move on sites. Kahit na official buy round na ng Team Secret, na palagan pa rin nila, especially on the entries itself. Ang bilis nila makapag-clear dito ng mga sites. Kung kanina sa Boom and ONIC na pinapanood natin napakabagal, this time around, hindi pa talaga nagsisimula. Mainit-init na. Nagkakapitasan na nga. That is gonna be Jessie Vash. Mauuna sa hukay pero sumama rin si Portom. Na-miss niya ang kanyang best friend kaya sasama na rin si Wits. Dalawa ang natitira right now for Team Secret, Dubstep at si Dispenser. Only with the Sheriff and only with the Frenzy as well.
Deploying drone.
At na-disadvantage na Team Secret yung baril. Kaya ganito, Foxy, natamaan ng sobra. Bayan muna bago ang natin. Sorry, pero
player standing.
Pero nga na wallbang ni Sushi Boys. Si Dispenser na nagbabubble gum pa ata siya. May kinakain pa siya naman ata. Hindi ko alam anong kinakain ni Dispenser. Pero medyo seryoso na nga siya ngayon going up against time. Pero si Surf nakapag agresibo na nga din agad sa may heaven side and 4-0. Parang medyo kulang ata sa Bebe Buff itong Team Secret. Nasaan ba yung mga girlfriend ng Team Secret? Mag-comment na kayo.
Mga girlfriend, dami
Si Yam pa lang nandito yung mga girlfriend. Siyempre, may 5 sila. So, may 5 silang girlfriend.
Sana all. No?
Sana all.
4-0 ang meron tayo dito. Xerxia taking over pagdating sa mga unang rounds na nakikita natin. And I think Team Secret, they have to figure out a way here, especially on the defense itself. Dahil mabilis ang atang inaano dito ng Xerxia. Pinapaldo sila ng mga tao dito for the side of Team Secret. Foxy, makakahanap siya ng isa. That is Jessie Vash again on the back end. Hinahabol ng bala pero hindi aabot. On the other hand, si Dubstep, napitas na nga. That smoke coming in from the Astra helped them out as well. And completely taken over na naman ang A-site dito, Ray.
Bibigay na lang A-site. Kaso nga lang, 3 na lang sila natitira. Nasaan yung Buko Juice ni Borcom? Hinahanap namin, hindi namin nakita. Meron pa nga siya ngayong mga between. Pero si Foxes meron na kagad pa lineup dito para ma-pick off si Borko, pero di niya alam na doon sa corner. Ano ba naman yan, Foxes? Ayusin mo naman yung lineup mo. Wala naman tumatama kay Borko kahit bawas ang sa armor. Pero ngayon nakita na nga siya kung nasan siya. Pero magsisave na lang sila kagad ngayon. Tumakbo na siya papalayo. Hindi na siya nabawasan. And maybe exit frags na lang ang balak nilang gawin. Kung ako sa Team Secret, mas maganda kung magta-timeout na sila dahil yung Xerxia bibilis maglaro. Akala mo naman. Makakuha sila.
Pa 5-0 na agad-agad. Ang bilis lang. Kakasimula pa. Kumbaga, ito pa lang yung second round ng ng Boom tsaka ONIC. Ganun sila kabagal maglaro kanina, guys. Para sa mga hindi nanood, kaya matagal yung Team Secret match natin ngayon. Ganon sila kabagal maglaro. Ubus oras eh. Kumbaga, ikaw na lang yung mapapapigil na kailangan mong magpabariya. Kasi time ka na.
Ito na, 0-5. Paano nasabihin ng mga coach natin?
Ayan na yung sisimula na yan. Yung mga coach, ready na yan mag-type sa... Nagsistretching na yan simula kanina nung 2-0 pa lang eh. Sinistretching na nila yung mga daliri nila para makapag-comment.
Kasi sisihin na naman nila yung comp. Sabihin pa nila, meta yan ha. Sasabihin na naman pabago-bago ng comp yung Team Secret. Adi... Siyempre, sasabihin na naman si Coach, kasalanan naman daw ni Coach Fade. Napakabait ni Coach Fade eh. Nakatikim na ba ng mang inasal si Coach Fade? Yun lang gusto kong tanungin. Miss Yam Yam sa nagko-comment. Jollibee na try na din ba niya? Ano kaya, dapat pinapa-taste challenge yan eh. Si Coach Fade eh. Para magkaalaman. Which is better? Pinoy food? Or yung food na doon sa sarili niyang bansa?
Siyempre, walang kabayas-bayas. Pinoy food.
Oo.
Walang kabayas-bayas eh. No? Pagmahal sa Pinoy. Pero gaya ng sabi mo, like you called, mapapa-timeout nga dito ang Team Secret. Very much needed.
Let's fly.
Especially, it's quite obvious na nahihirapan sila when it comes to the defense itself. And I think there's certain aggression na makikita natin ng A-Long as the players here from Team Secret side. Madedetect na nga si Wits. They have the operator on his hands as well. Kaya naman delikado yan. Mapapaatras muna ng sandali ang mga miyembro dito ng Team Secret. They wanna make sure that they can capitalize the operator. They get 1 kill on that. They now know na operator ang hawak dito ni Wits. Si Dubstep naman, tamang hawak lang din sa angle when it comes to sewers. But there's no extra movements mula naman sa Xerxia. Isa lang. After mamatay ng isa, they back away.
Uy! Natakot sila bigla kay Wits. Si Cross, nagbago na nga ng kulay ng buhok. Tignan mo, nangangati na yung ulo niya. Saktahan mo ng pagkati ng ulo para matamaan ni Jesse Bash. Nalihan nyo. Pero nga lang, wala, inihintay nila mag-asim yung Team Secret. Pero syempre, disiplinado mga Pinoy. Mambabalik nga niyan eh. At alam na nga nila may isa pang natitira sa may long side, so hindi na nila siswingan kagad. Instead, si Wits nakabang na rin sa kanyang operator. Pero tong mga taga-Xerxia may hinihintay sa sobrang natatakot sila sa Team Secret. Hindi na sila gumalaw. Mag-save na lang din kaya kayo. Diba? Pwede naman.
4-man save. Pwede naman. Para makakuha naman kami dito. Pero mukhang kinalampag ang papag. Ito ang inaantay ng Xerxia. Si Wits makakapatay ng isa. That is gonna be served. Nilapag na rin yung lockdown from the Killjoys. Scary was able to spot one as well as Crows. Makakapag-set up sila ng spike dito right now. May pa-plant yan. And syempre, when it comes to post-plant position, aantayin pa rin nila itong ultimate ng Killjoy. Na-detain pa nga si Wits. Kaya mababawasan yung capability nila to actually make a retake immediately happen. It's up to Borkum. Trying to peek in heaven. Kung meron siyang mahahanap at makikita, makakapag-set up pa siya ng stars dito. That is the first kill. This is still very much doable. Kailangan lang nila hanapin yung isang nasa short. Ang kaso nga lang napitas na rin. This operator, they need to save it yet again, Ray.
Hirapan kung ni-risk pa ni Wits, kaya tatakbo na siya papalayo para mag-save ng kanyang operator habang hinahabol siya. Pero mukhang hindi na rin talaga to tatabla pa habang hinahabol siya ng mga miyembro ng Xerxia. But all in all, siya at ang Team Secret medyo malamig kasi ngayon sa Pilipinas.
Maulan
maulan eh. Medyo malamig. Kulang pa sa init. Bigyan nyo ng buko juice buff ng mga taga-Team Secret. Tignan nyo. Magigising yan ng wala sa oras. At magugulat bigla mga Xerxia. 6-6! Let's go Team Secret. Siyempre, mayroon mga analyst, nakikita ko na nagko-comment. Babati sa caster, masisi na rin ha. Kanina. Sabihin
pag si Riri pa naman nagkakas.
Oo, may game 3 yan.
Laging may game 3. So ikaw na naman ang sisisihin ng viewers mamaya. Pero kung yung Game 3 pabor sa atin, walang sisihan, no? Gagaling talaga ng mga Pinoy. Anyway, heading here sa ating match, 6-0 nga ang score. Mabilisan, parang kakasimula pa lang natin. Pero itong first half natin, halfway there already. Makakapag-set up dito yung mga players natin like the Astras on both sides. Pero si Wits, talagang pag-ipit sa patalim mo nakakapit. He has a dash here to play around with. Pero hindi tumama yung dalawang knives na yan. Papapaatras ng kaunti. Pero there goes the smoke from the Astra. Sinilip nila. Pero hindi nila ma-punish. Dalawa na sila dito on short, on the sewers. Pero there's no punishment for the side of Xerxia still.
Punishment tapos nag-half-buy na nga rin ngayon ng Team Secret. Kailangan talaga nila makuha na nga ng isang round. Pero nga lang, makuha nga ba si Surf? Hindi! At apat na lang kada natitira sa Team Secret. Ang bibilis naman! Hindi pa ako tapos magsalita, nakakil na kagad si Surf. Ganito ba nagpapagaya mga
Spike down, C.
At ngayon, Quiz pinakitaan ng operator. Dalawa sa tatlo, winnable pa to sa side ng Team Secret. Although nga lang scary, on the other side, tinalikuran na nga kagad si Quiz at napunish si Beast na galit. Ayun yung subject. Highlight, wala na wallbang, minolbang 7-0. Xerxia. Ano ba namang kinain ng mga to? Palong-palo ah. Nagpakulay lang si Roar, naging ganito.
Medyo nagpapainit pa eh. Ganun talaga guys, ang mga bida sa una nagpapabugbog. Kaya ang Team Secret nagpapabugbog muna dahil syempre, bumobelo na tayo sa comeback natin. But honestly speaking, the takes that we are seeing here from Xerxia's side, alam nila kung ano yung mga battles na dapat nilang tapatan. They have seen the operator on sewers. They also have seen the Blade Storm. And what they did, kahit na sila may kalamangan pagdating sa barrel, sa rifle, matras pa rin sila. They are playing it really safely and just playing and sticking to the strat book right here. Pumasok na sila on B with the help of the Cosmic Divide. Makakapag-set up sila dito, especially para sa nagpa-plant ng spike. Pero masasalo din niya yung nade na magmumula kay Dubstep. He gets the kill. It's still a 4v4 situation and this is still a plan for the retake. Saktong-sakto lang din ang timing dito ni Surf para tamaan si Jesse Vash habang nagdo-drone. And this is the Spencer taking one pero may kasamang trade din. 3v2 ang meron ngayon. The Spencer trying to defuse the spike right now. Sinilip nga ni Sushi Boys. Perfect opportunity, perfect timing lang. And it's all up to Wits.
Nasa flank na si Wits. Saan na siya nanggaling-galing siyang tondo nagpakita. Pero nga lang going up against two. He needs make it fast. Pero nga lang yung oras mo medyo imposible na nalaguan na si Sushi Boys ngayon. Pero buti na lang nakuha pa siya na isang pick-off. And it's going to be 8-0 in favor of Team Secret. Nice one!
In favor of Team Secret no? Ganon kami ka, hindi ka bias.
Oo. At
Kita
ayun
nyo
na
naman.
Yung mga nanonood sa live stream ngayon, nagagalit na sa Team Secret. Dapat supportahan nyo lang. Wait lang kayo, manalalamig lang yan. Abot na hanggang mapli hanggang OT. Ako nagkakast eh.
Isipin nyo lang, mahirap talagang kalabanin tong Xerxia. Ano ba kayo? Ito yung isa sa mga teams sa mga hindi pa nakakaalam mo, baka hindi kayo updated. Xerxia is the old X10. So yung mga players nila doon is the same as these players as well. So, it is very much so na kayang-kaya talaga nilang tapatan yung mga teams na meron tayo dito. Last remaining team ng Thailand and they're still making waves here as Surf has the Blade Storm. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng makasama at pwedeng matamaan pero makakapag-plant sila ng spike dito kasi completely open yung C-site.
Nawawala na si Narado kaya doon ganito nangyayari pero pinakitaan. Ngayon, ang pagyanik pero nga na-discuss ko siya tapos pinapunta sa side ng Team Secret. Pero nga na ako, the other player ng Team Sushi Boy sa kasi sa kanila pero nga nagsasamahin ko naman kahit konti lang. Si Sushi Boy, si Totro paikot-ikot lang. And now it's gonna be 1v1 for the time. He gets it and finally gising na ang mga taga-Team Secret at may oras finally nakakuha na sila after 9 rounds. 1-8. Woo! 8-4. Good half. Para good half.
Kita nyo naman, 8-1 lamang ang Team Secret para sa map na to. But naghahabol nga sila ng puntos natin when it comes to the defense right now. At isa na nga dyan sa simula na yan, the first step towards that is actually maintaining and securing that first round that they finally got. namuntikan pa nga si Borkum. Pero binorkum time niya, mga kapatid. Kaya walang problema. At pagdating dito sa susunod na round natin, obviously, madaming arep ang mga tropa natin sa Xerxia. Kaya naman makakabili pa rin sila. May sumilip na isa. Tamang jump pick lang din. Borkum, he has to move away. Nakakapag-set up na rin dito. Mukhang it's gonna be a fast hit on C. The Hunter's Fury being used right now mula naman kay Foxy. Pero walang tatamaan dahil yung mga players ng Team Secret medyo nasa back end. Habang si Cross ay nagpa-plant nga ng spike. Push si Surf. Nakapag-swing pa nga siya. The spray transfer towards Jessivash was perfect. And he was executed altogether. Andito na rin si Scary trying to get the kill. And Wiz going down 5v3 ngayon. Ang sitwasyon, hindi ata nakita ng drone na merong nasa corner na yan. Pero ang importante for Xerxia is this post-plant position that they're playing it in.
Medyo talagang nasa-shutdown na sila ganito. Kabilis maglaro ang Xerxia. At parang naka-turbo ngayon, naka-boost. Hindi ko alam kung booster ba yung ininom nila ngayon na parang nasa isang bang-bang na Battle Royale. Kaso magsisave na lang nga din si Dubstep at saka si Dispenser. Proud ako, Dubstep Dispenser supporter ako eh. Kaso nga lang, hindi na nila mariritik to, napakalayo and wala na ring oras. And Xerxia, palong-palo talaga sila. One time, inisika talagang malamig na malamig. Parang ice cubes ang meron ngayon with them. Pero nga lang, ano pa kaya ang paggising na kailangan gawin ng Team Secret? 9 triggers? Possible? Pero dito press double yung mga taga-Xerxia, tas na-cut off pa si Witz.
Wala, hindi makabuelo, hindi pa makapwesto yung mga tropa natin, yung mga kaibigan natin from Team Secret side. At kung makikita mo talaga when it comes to the offense here on Xerxia, napipitas at nahanap pa rin talaga nila yung mga players dito ng Team Secret. Punishable talaga in every single way. With only getting one and immediately shutdown agad mula sa players ng Xerxia. Ganun din naman with Sushi Boys. And andito na naman sa posisyon ng Team Secret kung saan pumupush sila ngayon one by one and they are quite aware na nag-aantay yung Xerxia pagdating sa play for picks. Kaya naman nakakapagtaka din na talagang pinupush pa rin talaga. Yung aggression ng Team Secret nandun pa rin talaga.
Yung agre nandun naman, kaya naman nila sumabay sa Jang. Xerxia, sobrang confident nila eh. Yun yung nakikita ko sa kanila, nababasa nila yung Team Secret sa isang iglap. At kahit naman natin na magaling ang Team Secret sa magaling din sila. Pero yun, may trades. Buti na lang natin ni Boss Jessivash. 2v2, winnable ba to? Jessivash X-Borg ko, mga clutcheries yan. Versus ang dalawang miyembro. Pero to, magkakarinigan sila. Sushi Boys together with Borkum. Kailangan nila ma-pick off kung saan magagaling ang isang miyembro nila. At dapat hindi sila magmamadali. May mga stars na sinet up kagad si Scary. Pero nga lang, habang nagpaparinig, Jessivash, tatapakan na nga niya kagad. Pero nakuha pa rin ni Scary si Jessivash. At it's up to Borkum. It's Borkum time. Kailangan na lang niya i-delete at mananalo sila most probably. Pero expected niya na ata na meron kagad sa naharap na dati. Pero nga nasa likod ni Sushi Boys. And Xerxia, double digit na kagad. Sayang yun.
Last round in the half.
Nakatutok pa sana yung crosser.
Yun nga nakatutok na sana yung crosser. Kaso walang no choice kumbaga. No choice na si Kuya Borkum na nasa heaven. Smoke off din naman siya and at the same time, he has to try to punish the one who's planting the spike. Playing around the time itself. 10-1, Team Secret, nahihirapan talaga sila in finding points here, in finding rounds here that are quite essential for the rest of the team. At syempre, double digit na agad yung score dito, Ray. Lalo silang mahihirapan kahit mag-swap tayo dyan ng side. In the end, hindi pa rin pwedeng magkamali ang Team Secret sa mga galaw na meron sila. Pati pistol ng second half, kailangan makuha nila dito.
Kailangan palong-palo sila sa attacking. Pero ngayon, so far, biglang nag-iba talaga yung ihip na ngayon. Pero dubstep, 2 tankers. Hopium. Pero Dispenser, kailangan niya ma-cut down to para maging winnable sa side ng Team Secret. Hindi dapat siya magpapapitas. Pero biglang iniba naman ng Xerxia muli ang kanilang tempo. Tempo yan. Kaso ngayon, alam na nila pag nakuita ng surprise dispenser, nilusaw si Sushi Boys. Killjoy. Diff sa round na ito. Si Surf nasa loob na ng A site mismo, pero aware na sila after that alarm bot. At may kita na nga ng Secret saan sila magagaling. Pero Surf still nakuha si Dubstep, 3 pa sa 3. Low on HP si Surf, so winnable pa rin to sa Team Secret, and look at them taking their time. Pero walang
30
magkamadali
seconds left.
ngayon dahil Volcom takes down Foxes. And napaka-importante nito, Jesse Vash with the kill. He cuts down the security. Winnable talaga sa kanila, pero nakita ata kung nasaan siya expected. 2v2 ngayon. 18 seconds up ahead. Saan napupunta to mga taga-Xerxia? Parang nawawala sila para silang nasa Trinoma. Kasi sa Trinoma maraming nawawala.
10 seconds
Now
left.
here it goes. Spike planted. 2v2. Borkum time, yes. Pwede niya gamitin ang kanyang ultimate tier.
Yun na nga eh, pwede niyang gamitin dito yung, syempre, yung kanyang Cosmic Divide. Makakatulong na matindi yan. Si Dispenser naman eh, nakakapasok na rin on A-side himself. No? Meron nasa heaven ang kaso na likuran. Si Burkum na J. Rizal lang. At syempre, makakapag-setup naman ng turret. Wala pang tap ng spike. So still, they are quite playing around the corners here for Dispenser's side. Kailangan niyang hanapin at least isa. He finds one, pero hindi enough to actually take on the kill. Hyper-awareness is on the side of Xerxia here. At nakikita natin na talagang sila ang lumalamang when it comes to those execution. Napakalinis nilang mag-execute, Ray. Pati yung pag-bait out nila ng utilities para sa side ng Secret. Mabilis yung mga rounds natin pero hindi siya ganun kabilis as much as you expect it to be. Actually, I think Team Secret is thinking of this as a fast game na nakikita natin. Maybe because the score is already 10-1. But I think Team Secret is reacting quite faster than they should. May maramdaman lang sila sa Imin. Yung reaction nila is to actually bait out the utilities, flash out. Eh pag lumabas sila, mas prepared yung Xerxia kasi aware sila eh.
And yung mga expectancies, mga defaults ng Team Secret, memorize ng Xerxia how they need to execute itong mga bagay-bagay na stats nila. And somehow, you've seen naman the trades coming from Team Secret. But when it comes sa mga 4v2s, sa mga 3v2s, ni Xerxia, pumapalo pa rin eh. Lahat ng utilities connected. And yung mga utilities na to, shut down. Ang mga katulad ni Dispenser, ni Dubstep particularly, yung KO so far ni Dubstep, kailangan pa talaga niya mag-pop off. But as it goes in, naniniwala ba kayo sa comeback? Ako, oo. Pero, dalawa na lang bago manalo ang Xerxia and Team Secret. They need to win the simultaneous rounds. Kasi kapag hindi, mapupunta tayo kagad sa second map which is going to be in Breeze. And sa Breeze, kailangan talagang 100% ang Team Secret. Pero, for a fact guys sa mga nandyan, realistically speaking, ang Xerxia ay magaling din sa Haven. Kaya,
Hindi naman sila sa lahat ng map eh. Pearl na lang kaya.
Fracture lang ata talaga yung medyo 50-50
Instaban eh. Kaya instaban yung fracture na yan. Kasi parehas din eh. Team Secret, di rin sila masyado nagpa-fracture dito. At syempre, isa to sa mga comfort pick nila. Pero, obviously speaking, nagkatapat ng Team Secret tsaka Xerxia dati. Extend pa lang sila, nagkakatapat na yan eh. Alam nila paano maglaro ng Haven to. Sa dami ba naman ng VODs ng Team Secret kung paano laruin yung Haven. Ewan ko na lang kung walang makabasa at walang makatindi, no? Pero, ang matindi dito is that when it comes to aim duels rin talaga, natatalo o laging isa lang ang napipick off ng Team Secret.
Talagang malamig ang gabing ito. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ang laban hanggat hindi pa 13 ang score ng Xerxia. Pistol round, sabi ko nga, importante sa Team Secret side. So they really need to pop off and take away those rounds para lang maging tie. At naniniwala ako doon, Team Secret to ba? May laban na silang ganito eh. Kinambak nila, pero hindi sa Haven. Sa Icebox nila, kinambak ang nakalaban nila sa isang impact team. Pero ngayon, nasta na nga kagad expected na sila. Sinisig niya, tamaan buti na lang. Galingan mo naman, Sushi Boys. Pero ito na. Hits na katapat, he gets the one. Malaking. Pagkakamali ni Sushi Boys doon ay tinapat na ang sarili niya kay Vincerino. Apat na lang natitira sa Xerxia. Post-plant na for Team Secret. It is nawala na ng utilities ngayon ng mga taga-Xerxia. So kailangan talagang alagaan ito ng Team Secret so that they can get enough momentum and shut Xerxia down.
Para sa post-plan position ng Team Secret, syempre, apat pa rin sila dito. At sumisilip na nga ibang mga miyembro. Ang kaso na sila ang nasilip. There are still people on long. But on the other hand, kailangan i-defuse yung spike. Saktong-sakto lang din yung grenade from the KO. Saktong-sakto lang din yung knife mula kay Dubstep. At ito na nga ang pagtapon ng spike. Kailangan sumilip with a double peek. At syempre, habang tuloy-tuloy na pagde-defuse mula sa Sova na yan, mapapunish pa rin sila dito ng Team Secret. Ito ang pinaka-importanteng round na nakita natin. Syempre, ibig sabihin yan, makakabili ang Team Secret. Buhay pa rin sila dito at hindi pa rin match point.
Ay! Buti naman! Kinabahan na ako, pero nawawala na yung nanlalamig eh. After pagka-focus, buti na lang. Pero a lot of distractions ay ginawa ng Team Secret sa round na yun. They were able to get that fragment, tapos meron pang alarm, meron pang kagad turret. Very smart for them for that post-plant, although risky. Pero ngayon, agresibo na nga sila in finally. Kind of down. Na pinititake, pero uy! Mag-cross sa Valorant pa mga taga-Xerxia. Pero buti lang si Borcom nakapasok na galing Seawers. At cross na lang together with Chef at nakuha na ng information, kaya tatakbo na kagad si Witz papuntang seaside. At makakuha nga lang ng barel itong mga taga-Xerxia, but all in all, Team Secret is gonna be careful as we already know where they're coming from. Witz finishes out Cross. Hindi pa tapos guys ang laban na to. Surf, wala na yan.
Surf, panglaban na lang yan eh. 12 HP remaining para kay Surf. Actually, mabango yung dilaw niyan eh. Yung yellow, Surf yellow, tsaka Surf pink. At avid fan kasi ako ng paglalaban, guys. Yan ang favorite kong gawin, bumili ng sabong panglaba. Borcom secures the final kill here on this buy round that they have. At syempre, 11-3 ang magiging score natin. At dito na, ito na yung point na nakakatakot. Dahil syempre, Xerxia, this is gonna be their buy round. But it seems like when it comes to the change of pacing here for Team Secret side, lalo na sila yung nasa attackers, umiinit na eh. Nag-init na rin sila. Borcom, he's taking the duels quite well at nakakakuha na sila dito ng mga importanteng pickups which is essentially what they need, lalo na nasa may attacker side pa sila right now.
Ito pa. Nanlamig lang talaga sila noong first half. Kaya minsan partida. So much time. Partida lang yan. Kaya ngayon, Team Secret, sinabayan na nga din nila ng kay agad ang mga taga-Xerxia, pero nga lang si Witz na shutdown bigla. So kailangan nila ngayon mag-restart. Maybe going to AF dahil sobrang stuck ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia sa may mid-take sana na gustong gawin ng Team Secret. Pero si Dubstep talaga pinasan ba yung una natin mapapanis ngayon pero dalawa yan. Pero nga lang pag-audition na yan, Dubstep got talent.
Alam nila may tao sa heaven. Si Cross nagre-reposition na rin. And I think for Cross, he needs one more kill to actually utilize his ultimate na pwedeng gamitin, yung Rolling Thunder. Merong dalawang nasa heaven right now. Dubstep winning on the flank. Si Sushi Boy sa makakatapat na dito if he hops out. But Jessica was able to secure one kill. Hindi tumitingin sa kanan. Kaya naman masasalo din ni Borcom, or rather masasalo din ni Dubstep yung kill na yan. This is still a 2v2. Very much doable for the side of Team Secret. Lalo na 2v1 ang meron ngayon. And Scary was able to secure one kill but not enough to take on the second. That is Borcom yet again. Siya na naman ang nabuhay dito para iligtas ang Team Secret sa match point.
Borcom! Juice, buff. Bilangin nyo guys, 7 rounds na lang makakahabol ang Team Secret. At ngayon, itong round na to, Xerxia full buy. So take note natin ha, note na lang sa mga nanonood na ito ay full buy ng Xerxia and they can actually shut down Xerxia for the next rounds that we can have here. Pero kailangan lang nila maging careful at the same time. Kaso alam pa nga nila predicted pero hindi dapat sila magpa-dalos-dalos pa dahil pwede pa rin sila mabawasan ng Xerxia kahit 350 yan ngayon.
Siyempre, di pa rin di mo mababasa, di mo talaga malalaman unless mang happen. And the thing is, Cruz, meron siyang dito. May ultimate siya. Rolling Thunder is up and online for the side of Cruz. This is very much possible still for Xerxia kahit na nasa eco disadvantage tong mga player na to right now. At kung mapapansin natin, Team Secret, they're moving quite slow para sa round natin na to. They are also aware na eco disadvantage nga ang Xerxia ngayon. Tamang jump pick lang din para kay Foxy. Pero mukhang ang ready lumaban dyan is actually the Breach. Nagbabato ng utilities pagdating sa may sewers para lang may konting delay. Pero si Wits, maganda ang posisyon niya dito pag may lumabas. Ang kaso, I don't think this Sova will actually hop out of his positioning, and once this smoke dissipates, at least narinig niya yung mga ibang members na bumalik. And this is the perfect cue for Wins to actually jump in on the kill. Habang yung ibang mga players dito na Xerxia nakikipaglaban na nga sa duel and dubstep dispenser, the duo, sila makakakuha ng mga kills dito. Makakapag-plant na si Jessie Vash habang yung dalawang players na natitira for Xerxia's side, kailangan na matitinding rotate.
Xerxia, shut down! Kasabihin ko na, guys!
One enemy remaining.
Wait! Takes down Surf! Ano na? Alam mo yung di pa ako alam mo na, have fun sa cast. Kasi medyo malayo-layo pa rin.
Oo, malayo-layo pa eh.
Pag nag-12-11 sa babawi, mahirap na ma-jinx. Pero as of now, scary may magagawa ka babawi. Wala na! Pero, it's Team Secret
Uy, na-chup-chup!
Chup-chup pa yan! Wala ka ba?
Okay lang yan.
Team Secret, last 6 rounds. 5-11, and looks like the form na hinahanap natin ng first half nandito na. Gising na. Nalit lang ng konti kasi Filipino time.
Oo, Filipino time eh. Na-late lang ng kaunti. Nagpainit lang guys. At nakainom na ata ng kape dito ang Team Secret. Nagigising na sila pa konti-konti here in this first game that we have right now. From 10-1, I think, yung naging score natin kanina. Habang papalipat na ng papalipat, hanggang nandito na tayo, syempre nag-swap na ng side because Team Secret was also actually able to take on the bonus round as well. At least nakakapag-ipon sila dito ng mga puntos, nakakapag-ipon sila dito ng mga rounds. And I think this is gonna be an aggressive peak for the players here for Xerxia's side on A-main. Kaya kailangan nila mag-ingat-ingat dito. Hunter's Fury being used right now for Team Secret side, pero hindi nagko-connect to anyone as of the moment. Aside from Sushi Boys, na 2 HP na lang pala ngayon.
Revealing area.
Kaya pa yung konting pitik pa yan kay Sushi Boys, guys. Wala na yan. Sushi Boys. Pero ngayon, na Team Secret nga ay na-predict na rin kagad ang mga pwestuhan ng Xerxia. Konting pitas lang. They take down Sushi Boys. It's gonna be over already. Dahil yung mga traps sa nasa gitna eh. So medyo may hirap mag-mid take sa side ng Team Secret. Pero ngayon, iko-contest ni Wits tsaka ng tatlong miyembro ng Team Secret ang mismong garage. At nakakapatid na pero si Surf. Nalakas na isa sila bumagsak. Oh my goodness! Si Jessie Bush na lang kagad. Match point na kagad ang mga taga-Xerxia.
Ganda ng placement ng utilities ng Xerxia doon. Even the utility from the Astra itself, nahuli talaga in each and every angle itong mga players ng Team Secret. Ngayon, na nasa match point na tayo, bawal na, literal, magkamali yung Team Secret ngayon dito. Isang round na lang, isang puntos na lang, literal, ang kailanganin ng Xerxia to take game number 1. Si Surf, isa na lang din orb, makakapag-ultimate na siya aside from the operator na kailangan din ma-shutdown ng Team Secret. So this is a very painful round right now to actually consider off, and aside from that, they must do everything in their power. Meron silang Blade Storm, meron din silang ultimate for the side of Team Secret, pati na rin ang Cosmic Divide, kaya kaya nila makapag-take ng side dito, Ray.
It's now or never. 7 rounds is what they needed. Kaso nga lang, kaninang round, importante na din sana. Nag-work na, pero hindi lang nila na-pick off yung 2 HP ni Sushi Boys. Nakakainis wipe eh. Pero ngayon, meron silang Cosmic Divide na pwede nilang gamitin para magka-advantage sila into penetrating a site. Hindi na sila nag-contest pa ng long. Naka-position na nga din kagad si Surf. Pero waiting sila. Nakakaiwits ang sagot. Sinabayan na nga din kagad ng lockdown. They tried to fake it at least in a way na mababit nila kagad ang Xerxia, pero hindi. Kasi alam nila na meron mga nano swarm na nakapwesto si Sushi Boys. But then as they try to go into the site itself, meron nga ba kagad mga smokes? Wala. Pero ito, may kita na nga nila kagad pinakitaan ng pagyanig. And scary! Inisa na nga kagad. Coming the wit. At yung mga sinabayan na nga din kagad nila sinundan. 6 rounds! Dalawa na lang kagad natin sila si Surf at si
One
process.
enemy remaining.
Pero syempre, mahihirapan na sila niyan. It's all up to Surf. Alam na nilang hindi na dapat nila ipipick to si Surf.
Yun na nga eh. Kumbaga, naguluhan ang Xerxia kung saan ba nanggaling ang mga players ng Team Secret dito. Nag-ultimate sila, nag-lockdown sila close to B site. And it's actually the site that's quite covered. Kaya nabigla rin sila na biglang lumabas yung mga players ng Team Secret out of random position, which is actually from garage as well and all the way from the other side. Ang kaso nga lang, siyempre, wala namang gagawin si Surf dito. Magsisave at magsisave lang naman din yan. Knowing na match point ang Xerxia, there's just so many rounds to lose. And so much space Xerxia can actually move around. Literally no space para sa side ng Team Secret. Pero they're still finding a way how to make it work. 6-12. At kahit pa paano nakaka-comeback dito ang Team Secret.
Bilang lang, slowly but surely kaya naman nila eh. Kailangan lang talaga nila maging confident. And somehow, instead of that confidence din sana, mas disiplinado. Kasi kanina, yung round na yun, okay na sana yung kanilang take papunta sa mismong garage. Pero hindi nag-work at all dahil lang na-shutdown ni Surf ang isang member. And kita mo naman statistically wise, Surf and Witch, sobrang on par lang. Pero talagang si Crows, ang ganda ng mga calls niya. Yung mga stunts, yung mga flashes. Kaya na-shutdown yung Team Secret sa unang half. Pero ngayon, sabi ng Xerxia, parang hindi na to tama. Yung Team Secret, iba na yung form nila nung nag-switch tayo ng sides.
Oo, and biglang lumakas, guys.
Oo, nag-buff eh.
Biglang nakaka-comeback na. So, mapapaisip talaga dito ang Xerxia. At this is the way they can probably secure the round itself. Pero syempre, para sa mga boys natin dyan sa Team Secret, hindi naman yan basta-bastang magbibigay o basta-bastang ibibigay. Fortunately, Jessivash cannot take those frags as much as we are expecting to. But as of this moment, syempre, para sa first game natin, hindi naman araw-araw Pasko, guys. Hindi naman araw-araw lahat ng kills na kukuha mo.
Parang ano lang yan, parang kompe lang yan. Hindi parating panalo. Kaya, ganun talaga. Kaso, Memphis ka nag-shutdown. Gonna get shutdown ngayon. Si Surf. At 4 na lang titira mula sa side ng Team Secret. Pero ngayon, sumunod na naman si Dubstep pa. Si Surf nag-smurf. Kaya ayoko ng Surf. Mas gusto ko talaga tied eh. Kaso ngayon, si Foxes nagpalipad. Pero buti na lang ginasolinahan ngayon ni Jessica si Dubstep. Pero nga lang, nahuli naman si Borcom on the other side. And low on HP si Dubstep tsaka si Wits.
Wala silang pang smoke dito. Kailangan nilang laruin yung mga lahat ng utilities na meron sila. Aside from nawala na nga si Borcom, they can still smoke off using Wits, no? Unfortunately, mamamatay na rin siya dito. Nahuli siya ni Surf. And nag-aantay na lang din yung ibang mga players. And this spike has been dropped down. Mata, or rather, kamay pa lang ang nakikita. Insta-kill na agad. And Crows to secure the kill to finish things off. 1-0 ang score natin para sa series na ito. And Xerxia was able to take it away. Chamba lang.
Chamba lang. At sa tingin ko, yung first half lang, malamig lang yung Team Secret eh. Kailangan lang nila ng konting confidence. Medyo nagkulat sila sa pacing ng Xerxia. But after that second half, nakita na natin kagad that, you know, Team Secret, they're back already. At nakita naman natin na napapunish nila ang Xerxia pagdating sa mga duels. So maybe after that first map, babawi sila pagdating sa Breeze dahil hindi pa naman tapos. At malay nyo, map pickers na ang makikita natin ngayon din. And it took so much time. But at least there's still hope sa side ng Team Secret.
Especially on that first side or first few rounds na nakita natin sa first half na napanood natin for Team Secret. Talagang nabibait out yung utils nila. Masyado silang mabilis mag-react sa mga players ng Xerxia. Habang yung Xerxia, chill na chill lang. Literal, inaantay nila yung mga pop flash kasi alam nila na after that flashes, lalabas at lalabas tong mga players ng Team Secret. And nabasa talaga nila kung paano maglaro ang Team Secret dito, no? Especially on the defense itself. Yung mga aggression nila on A-long, na very typical Team Secret style. And also aggressions on A-short, which is sewers. Nandun nandun talaga yung tatak ng Team Secret. And the thing is, punish talaga. Nahihirapan makakuha ng kills, but in the end, dun sa latter half, nakakabawi na sila. Baka nagpainit lang talaga ang Team Secret dito, Ray.
Nag-warm up lang. At saka guys, unang mapa pa lang yan. Meron pa tayong dalawang up eh.
Never don't give up.
Oh, never don't give up. Tama ka dyan, Tier. At syempre, Breeze, kaya din naman makipag-retaliate ng Team Secret against Xerxia in that map. And if that happens, makikita tayo ng ascent. So talagang marami pang pwedeng mangyari when it comes to these teams. Pero guys, mag-short break muna tayo here in a VCT Knockout Stage. Ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko si Tier. Right after the panel, nakikita muli kami na magkakast. So, see you.
From inside out, outside in, we control the frequency. The heart of the world beats to me, it beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed, gifting our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is glad. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she.
Xerxia Esports getting that opening map over there, leaving Team Secret to really reevaluate their approach, especially on the defense on Haven. Now, I'm getting too ahead of myself over here, so allow me to welcome you guys back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's still with Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Now, Trix, you talk highly about Xerxia over here, and for very good reason. Their attack over there, my god, it just felt flawless at certain rounds, if I say so myself, Trix.
Yes, I believe one of the casters actually called it clinical, and I love that. I love calling. I think I'm gonna take that from them. Thank you. Xerxia just being able to open up on their attacker side. As I mentioned, one round in particular that really stuck out to me. They lost the spike on A main, but we saw that one of the players entered B, and they were able to break the utility of the Killjoy, they walked into B site and there were actually two players. It was a Jet and a Sova. They picked off the Sova, but the Jet was still lurking in a link. And although everyone else went down, the Astra picked up the spike. I think got one of the players in A long and then was waiting for Jet to move. I like the fact that they wait for each other even on separate sides of the map. They know how they want to end up pinching the opponents, know what kind of information they have, what advantage they may be able to play with, and I feel like that really showed their team play, their teamwork, and helped assist the fact that they shine.
Yeah, so that's the thing. That's the thing that I noticed in terms of like contrast between these two teams. You never really see the players from Xerxia Esports alone. But on the other end, Fluffy, I think that this is the heartbreaking part when it comes to Team Secret. You often see these players come alone, especially Wits at certain times. And I think that this is something that they should really reevaluate as they go into a map, especially like Haven, or any map for that matter, where refrags are just so important to the game.
I feel like it's always safer to always have that buddy system, to always have that insurance that if you do go down, you get the trade. But I also kind of understand that how Team Secret was trying to go in for it, because as they were down so much, especially after the first half, I think they really had to start playing a bit more how do you say this? A bit more unpredictable, but unfortunately that risk management didn't go their way. They were trying to do a little more hero plays every now and then instead of showing the more disciplined Team Secret that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Xerxia, on the other hand, showed the opposite, where, as Trix mentioned, they had that discipline to really bunker down whenever things started getting rough, and they had the knowledge to know where they wanted to end. They had a very clear game plan between all of them of how they wanted that picturesque ending of every single round, and how they wanted to even enter the site on the attacking half, which was so dominant for them for this Haven map. It really showed that not only were they prepared, but I think Team Secret was a bit surprised to see how quickly the aggression can turn on and off for Xerxia and how well they do it together as a team. I think it's one of the major differences that we've seen.
Yes, definitely. I also find, adding to what Fluffy mentioned, there are some tells. A lot of players and a lot of teams have things that we call tells that you can kind of understand and know where they're going to hit, where they're going to end up at. And it just seemed that, especially with dubstep on the KO and some of the utilities that a lot of them were using, like even the alarm bot on B site, it seemed that Xerxia also knew if their alarm bot was on B site, nobody was watching it. If that's they're gonna peek right after it. So you had that one round where everyone was hiding from the flash. The moment the flash popped, 3 players from Xerxia peeked.
Yeah, it just goes to show how well-researched Xerxia Esports was, because the way Dispenser does his layouts as a Killjoy, that's something that we've kind of observed even in the previous games that they've had. And I also want to point out that Xerxia's attack is just so good. It's just so calculated, so confident at the same time. I honestly did not see anything that was too flashy. But again, as we mentioned in the past, Fluffy, it's the refrag potential that these guys always bring to the table.
Yeah, it's nothing super flashy, but always is rock solid when it comes to Xerxia. Beautiful Valorant in its own right. Xerxia always has that ability to really, I guess, be that kind of team that not only knows its goals, but also is the type of team that has, I think, a really good coaching staff behind it, or at least good support, because it seems like they have a lot of inbuilt protocols that they must have had on time. For example, that example that was brought up a while ago, when the flash pops, what do we do? Instead of having to think, it seems like they have had that practice maneuver already in the books that says, okay, when this certain thing happens, this is our reaction. And I think that's something that a lot of pro teams try to build in and drill into their teams. And Xerxia really shows how consistent they can be with the amount of practice they can have. And it shows an almost flawless first half and that dominating second half as well. Really, there was a lot of flashes of brilliance and life from Team Secret, but it was a little too late for them at the end of it. And Xerxia, with that just such a big lead, really just took over the game at that point.
Yeah, so this was actually the point that I was making earlier. The more points you get into the first half will really matter as we move on to the swap, right? And Xerxia Esports just getting that 11-1 in the first half was just something. Like, they were able to have this room for error, this room for adjustment as we went on to the second half. So despite Team Secret finally getting their footing, especially on the attackers, it was just not enough time for them to fully get that momentum building and get the points that they needed in order to shut Xerxia Esports down. But again, as I say this though, Team Secret did have a lot of things that they actually did right, especially on the attacker, right? I mean, we have to mention that they were able to take site, they were able to have their own crossfires going, and they were able to win some of the rounds and kind of build off of that momentum. But like I said, you guys, Fluffy, it just didn't work out in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little too late for Team Secret. But one thing that I did want to mention is how Team Secret, I guess what their takeaway, the biggest takeaway that they can get from this game is the fact that I think Trix mentioned it a bit way earlier before the game even started, that they'll be playing this exact same sides for the rest of the series. So knowing how Xerxia has their attack patterns going down, knowing the habits that they've done that help them succeed, I feel like bringing that knowledge into the next game, especially, you know, now that the pressure is on, but with such a reliable team that Team Secret has with all the experience between them, they can really use that to more fuel themselves to really try to make the best of the next coming maps, because they're going to have to go for the reverse sweep here in order to remain as PH's last hope.
And I think on the flip side with Xerxia, just playing beautiful Valorant, guys. I love it. I love to see it. It's exactly what I look for when I'm looking at them. And I just find that on their defender side, you know, coming into the next map, Breeze, I hope they do show that same discipline that they show on their attacker to kind of pull back and be able to just say, okay, let's slow down the pace because they're going to expect us to overwhelm them. We saw that Xerxia is so good at overwhelming Team Secret, but hopefully they're not going to keep doing the same strategy. And we do know, and they have shown us that they have a large arsenal in terms of what they can do on a map.
Oh yeah, but I have to point this out that the first map that we actually witnessed, which was Haven, was a Team Secret pick. So moving over here to Breeze, things aren't looking too bright on the side of Team Secret. And Fluffy, with the lineup that we just saw over here, I'm a little bit worried, but what do you think?
I think that Team Secret is already making adjustments. For the players alone, they're already bringing in Jeremy in replacement for Dispenser for this one, bringing him on that chamber, maybe providing a bit more reliability in aim as well as how used to he is on playing on this map. I think it's the more practiced version of Team Secret, but it is a very open map, and as Trix pointed out to us earlier backstage, an open map does provide a lot of opportunities for a team like Xerxia to really surgically go through a team, whereas if it was maybe a smaller map, the enemy, or in this case Team Secret, could have set up a bit closer crossfires and set up a lot of those more trades that we like to see here on the panel to play safe. But that being said though, coming to the agent select, we do have the agents locked in. One side bringing in that KO, always very important. The suppress will always have that intrinsic value. But on the other hand, instead of KO, we're going to bring in this Sky as well. Sova giving a lot more information for the side of Team Secret, as well as that constant pinging of information using either the Trailblazer or the Guiding Lights.
And I think Xerxia pulling up that triple initiator, I love it. I know that they're not running a duelist, but hey, they've got Chamber, which is kind of a duelist in its own rights. But that triple initiator with so much information, that's at KO, the Sky, and the Sova, just being able to clear out the sites, flash deep or close, and just getting every single corner that they need cleared. So I'm hoping to see a clinical approach as well, again, for this map.
Clinical approach, I love that you're using that now. Well, our Australian casters over here are saying you're welcome, Trix. So feel free to just keep using that word. But hey, with the agent selection out of the way, it is time to go into map number 2. A little bit rocky on the start of Team Secret over here. But again, this is a match between the Philippines' last hope versus Thailand's last hope. Folks, once again, we welcome here to the stage Team Secret versus Xerxia Esports.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific at nandito na nga tayo para sa ating pangalawang laro. At dahil nga una, natalo ang Team Secret, syempre binigyan natin ng magandang partida ang Xerxia. Pero dito sa game number 2, kung saan Breeze ang magiging mapa, magkakaalaman na kung sino nga ba ang mananalo. Is it gonna be Xerxia or is it gonna be going to game 3 para pumalag pa ng isang beses ang Team Secret?
Nakita ko yung mga tweets eh. Sabi ni Coach Mark dito ng coach ng Defy tsaka ng Oasis dati. Magwa-warm up pa lang daw kasi yung Team Secret. Kaya daw,
Papainit pa yan.
partida lang daw. Oo, ano lang yan. Alam niyo yung papunta pa lang sa exciting part. At syempre trailer pa lang. Kaya kanina naman nakita natin sa second half, okay na sila eh. So talagang malamig lang. Siguro na intimidate lang sila how fast pace Xerxia is. Pero magkakaalaman talaga tayo sa Breeze map. So may kita natin talagang pagmamanifest ng Rayrakers sa third map kung sakasakali. Pero let's not deny na ang mga Thai teams magaling sa Breeze. Realistically speaking lang, based on the stats. But
Oo.
then, nandito na si Jeremy eh. Jeremy's back.
Oo nga. So, dispenser out para sa Team Secret, Jeremy
That's a
in
good spot.
para sa kanila. And this can change up the things or the team for the side of Team Secret. Siyempre naman, nag-iiba rin naman ng placement o rather ng laruan dito. Lalo na, nag-iba pa ng player, no? So, tingnan natin synergy-wise kung pasok ba si Jeremy this time around. Because Breeze is actually one of the best maps of Xerxia. Na-mention mo na rin naman, Ray kanina, na mga Thai teams talaga, itong Breeze map, isa sa mga malalakas na mga members or rather, isang malalakas na mapa nila to. So, with this pistol round, very slow pa rin ang ginagawa nila. Wets was able to get a kill here. Si Scary ang napatay, pero susunod din naman agad dito with a wide swing si Crows. Kaya naman makakuha pa rin siya ng pitas. Still a 4v4. Naghahanap pa rin when it comes to the play for picks. Pero si Crows atang makikita. What a shot from Jeremy. Mukhang online na online si Jeremy. Kakapasok pa lang.
Gising na.
Gising na agad. Nakapagkape.
Oo.
Tito, nalagay ko na. Tito, napatay ko na. Yan ang sabi ni Jeremy.
Tay. Di na tito, no? Sabi na
Tatay na eh.
30 seconds
Uy,
left.
nakasova nga pala si Sushi Boys yung totropahin. So si Foxes.
One enemy remaining.
Tignan mo. Boom! Soba diff. At
Feeling
Soba kahit hindi soba yung napatay eh. Sige na lang. Oo.
Yan! Team Secret! Panalo sila sa pistol terror.
Kinakabahan ako sa mga panalo-panalo sa pistol na yan eh.
Ay talaga?
Diyan ako kinakabahan eh. Ako, mas okay yung pakiramdam ko pag hindi na nanalo sa pistol yung Team Secret eh. Parang mas pumapabor yung lagay ko dun eh. Pero ang gandang shot na ito mula kay Jeremy, mabilisang rendezvous, pati na rin kina Burkum. Maganda yung pag-defend dito ng Team Secret, especially when it comes to the pistol. Alam nila yung mga spot na kailangan nilang taguan at syempre, sila naman yung may advantage pagdating dun sa info. Sila yung unang makakaalam.
At ang Team Secret, it's back already. Pero looking at it, ngayon ko lang na-realize na may pagka-konting mirror matchup nga pala pagdating sa dalawang teams na to. Pinagkaiba lang talaga is that triple initiator nga ang Xerxia at hindi sila nagduduel dito. Hindi sila nagduduelist. Nakita natin ito ever since ng kanilang first matchup here in Breeze against a lot of teams sa kanilang sariling group. Pero on the other side, Team Secret si Dubstep na nga ngayon. And Jeremy gets si Foxes off guard. Sige, mag-auditionan nyo lang. Sinamahan pa na shock.
Sige! Labanan nyo! Kaso si Burko bang napatay doon. At least nabawasan niya yung mga miyembro dito ng Xerxia. There goes the kill for Jet Sebastian. Another one for Scary. Wala nang wala nang silip-silip. Wala nang ADS. Pero si Dubstep, kung this goes, is gonna kill the last remaining player of Xerxia. 2-0 ang meron tayo dito para sa side ng Team Secret. Magandang pangitain. Parang yung movements din nila dito sa mapa na to, Ray, mas confident kesa sa Haven eh, no?
At saka, naniniwala ko na napaka-importante nga sa bigger maps na meron kang duelist. Sa Icebox lang talaga ako, I'm very interested when it comes to no duelist setup. Kasi that's the usual slow plays naman bagay pagdating sa mapang yun. Pero dito sa Breeze, nakita natin na yung RRQ, 13-10 sila against Xerxia right on this map itself. Eh mga Pinoy, sanay yan sa mainit, sanay yan sa Boracay Jet.
Sanay din sila eh. Tahilan yan, Bes eh. Mas sanay tayo, hindi, mas mainit dito. Yan na lang ang paglalabanan natin natin dito pero mukhang na-cancel out yung ibang mga members. Dubstep was able to
Spike
secure
down
1 kill
A.
with the operator pero si Sushi Boy sumagot din naman. And this is Borkum going down. Mawawala din yung kanyang mga smoke dito. Dubstep being detected. Mapapatras na lang. Pero si Jeremy talagang trabaho lang. Kung trabaho, Tito, ako nang bahala. Tabi mo, ako na. Scary, the only man remaining. The spike is now planted but Dubstep was able to secure the kill instead. 3-0 na bonus round. Ito na nga.
ROI!
Dilat na sila.
Parang si Manager Ritz at si Manager si Bash. At naatanda ko pa yung mga yun, ang gagaling yan nagtuturo yan eh. Paano kumit. Pero dito, pre-nap na trademark lang. Sensable. Tingnan mo, na-shock net pa sa mukha, ginuhog pa ni Jeremy. Ano yun? Babas naman. Kahit armor lang, kay Dubstep, mga taga-Xerxia.
Oo, ngayon lang nasabi. Kanina, hindi masabi eh, no? Hindi kami makatrash to kanina, guys. Tugi tayo eh. Mamaya, pag lamang na. Pero, welcome nga pala sa watch party ng Filipino broadcast. At kung kakarating nyo lang dito, Team Secret nga, naglalaban. Second series na. Second map pala ang meron tayo dito para sa best of 3 series. Ngayon, wala pa rin pambili. Walang rep ang Xerxia for this specific round dahil nga na-bonus sila dito ng Team Secret. Kaya naman, importante for Team Secret side. Alam nilang may lamang sila when it comes to the economy. Kailangan makuha pa rin nila tong round na to at hindi sila maiko.
At ito pa, Terror. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa iyo, 9 PM na. So, pwede akong ma-report sa barangay. Kaya, okay lang. Basta magkaroon tayo ng map threat, panalo yung Team Secret. Ako na bahala sa tanod. Kayo na lang bahala sa comment section.
Wala pa yan. Malapit na yung Masters, guys. 11 PM ang simula. Oo, sinasabi ko sa inyo. Magdamagan talaga tayo magkakasama sa Tagalog broadcast niyan. Kaya sana may Pinoy team, no? Para sulit. Sulit ang puyat.
Kahit ano lang, kahit 4 AM yung maraming manonood, basta Team Secret, syempre, maglalaro. Kaso ngayon, what is up?
Wow! Down A. One enemy remaining.
Sinubi-type na kayo, pumorpa agad si Jeremy pang highlight. Sinamahan na! Sige lang!
Pinaril! Grabe si Jeremy, yung itsura niya dun sa camera. Akala ko nga, nakastack na yung camera niya, stack up na eh. Tignan nyo, walang pikit. Hindi pumipikit. Walang halong takot. Walang halong isip para siyang robot. Guys, tignan nyo. Hindi ko alam kung sira yung camera niya o hindi talaga siya gumagalaw. Para siyang robot eh. Alam niyo yun, parang binuo siya para pumatay. Sa Valorant.
Sa sobrang intense, nag-freeze yung camera. Gumalaw kasi yung port.
What a 4K from Jeremy right there. At mukhang magandang pangitain. Maganda ata ang gising ni Kuya Jeremy ngayon ah. Masarap ata ang adobo. Naluto ni Madam Yam Yam.
Siyempre. Siyempre yung si Madam Yam Yam, ano yan, kanina pa nagko-comment yan. Pati ba yung mga basyo siya na din umaaway?
Oo. Trabaho lang, ano?
Oo.
Tamang trabaho lang. 4-0.
Manager.
4 itlog ang score natin ngayon. Yan, kambakan nyo, sige. Dahil kanina, sobrang pinahirapan tayo nung nasa Haven, no? Parang may mga pickers tayong nakikita dito. But overall, when it comes to Xerxia, this time around, Ray, makakabili na sila. So, tignan natin kung anong gagawin nila dito. Lalo na may ultimate pa na pwedeng gamitin yung KO.
gising na nakapag ano na to, nakapag bear brand na to si Jeremy, tsaka nakapag Milo buff para bida-bida talaga siya. Bibigyan ng walang energy gap, wala kay Team. Pero dito lang naman tayo ngayon. Sino 2v5 na naman ang mga taga-Team Secret, ang mga taga-Xerxia. Pero kaya pero ba sila makapalik? Nakapatap
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Tignan mo yung mukha ni Dubstep, araw-araw na lang doon kasi may highlights, kaya ganyan. Wala na naman sa i-Steven ngayon. Pero looking at it, Borkum tatapusin si Kraus. 5-0, Xerxia, bawas naman kay Dubstep kahit armor lang.
Tipin nyo, hindi pa nakakapag-rotate si Wits nun ha. Dalawa lang sila sa site. 3 kanina pero may nahuli. Ang ganda rin ng positioning dito ni Jeremy tsaka ni Dubstep. maka-cut or maka-catch off guard mo yung nasa cave dahil nga nasa taas, nasa pinakaitaas si Dubstep dito. Aside from that, kapag na-bother ka na sa positioning ni Dubstep, sisilipin ka naman ni Jeremy. So yung debate dito ng mga players ng Team Secret, gumagana lalo na sa pag-e-entry ng Xerxia. And this time around, meron pa rin naman silang pambili, especially nakakakuha na sila ng bonus. Kaso nga lang, meron pa rin nahuli. Dubstep secures the kill. Tumama yung operator shot na yan. Pero this Hunter's Fury will also connect to some of the players of Xerxia. Kaya naman mababawasan dito, especially Sushi Boys and Crows right now. Sushi Boys, to be specific, 45 HP na lang meron siya. Gumagamit ng Aldrone, trying to spot the players here. At least magamit niya yung utilities niya kahit pa paano. Pero sa players ng Xerxia, hindi pa rin sila nakakabuelo kung saan ba talaga sila papasok. Naghahanap pa rin ng pick-off story.
Ay, talagang Xerxia. Ay, map pickers talaga to. Kita-kits na sa asin sa mapa ng Pinoy. Pag ito na reverse sweep, sabi sa inyo magkakajowa na ako eh. Kaya gusto kasi, sabi sa inyo sana magkajowa ka na Riri. So ito na nga, baka mag-wish come true kaya pinapanalo din talaga ng Team Secret. Pero on the other side, Dubstep, wala kita yung barrel! And, ay, meron ako.
Wow, one player standing.
Pero din sa trade coming in from his anak, si Jeremy. Dito, ako na bahala sa inyo. 6-0, itlog pa rin. Naging kikiam ang mga taga-Xerxia ngayon.
Parang nagising na pati si Dubstep. Dilat na din. Parang nainom na nila yung kape nila kanina during paddle. Pagdating sa broadcast natin, dahil tignan mo naman to. Siko pa lang kita. Alam mo yon? Patay na. Kahit may smoke pa. Timing na timing talaga. Even that final kill, pwede pang mapunta kay Dubstep yon, pero naunahan na lang talaga siya. But heading here, mukhang nabaliktad ang storya. Kung kanina, tayo ang sais itlog. This time around, baliktad na, Ray.
Paiikutin ng Team Secret ang mundo ng Xerxia. Sabi sa inyo, bayan muna bago sarili eh. Tignan mo. Boom! Saka tumingin, Foxes! Sa akin ka tumingin, baby boy! Sabi ni Dubstep, 4 na lang natitira sa side ng Xerxia. Surf! Kaya ayoko na surf, di naman mabango, mas mabango pa yung Tide, mas nalilinisan pa yung mga damit namin pag Tide yung ginagamit namin. Not sponsored by the way. Pero Jeremy inabangan, pero minabawasan lang si Surf, pero okay lang yun. Dahil nga mapagbigay ang katulad ni Jessie Bash.
Oo, alam mo naman, tamang charity work lang ang mga miyembro natin dito sa Team Secret side. This is an Aldrone coming up. Might be spotting some of the players here. Pero hindi pa ata nahanap si Borkum na nasa likod ng smoke. Pero si Borkum, he will take the first shot and alam niya yung spike na drop na, pangalawa pa. And this is the Viper. He's trying to swarm in on the site using the Viper's Pit. Kinuha na nga yung spike, hindi pa alam ni Borkum. Pero nandito lang siya sa loob. Pagkatap niyan, syempre, bubuelo na. Jeremy getting and seeing the last person here on the Viper's Pit. It will boil down and Borkum secures the final kill to the team. 7-0 ang meron tayo dito and Team Secret is doing it, ladies and gents.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kaya sabi daw kanina, nakita ko sa comment section, shout out kay Alvin Magkuyaw. Sabi na dito, Terror, ang mga taga nanalo lang daw sa eco round ang Team Secret. Hype na daw tayo. 7-0 na eh! Kahit may delay, 7-0 na una na kami dito. 7-0 na pre.
Tama na. Relax ka lang. Pakalag naman tayo eh. Isihan nyo lang. At least, para dito, mataas-taas ang scoreline na meron tayo at syempre malayo-layo pa ang pinanabuli ng Xerxia. Habang si Dubstep nag-iinit na naman. He takes 1 kill again. That is gonna be Crows. Meron pang gumagapang hero mid, si Fox, na may alam para sa mga members dito at sa location ng ibang players ng Team Secret. Pero tamang rendezvous lang din. Si Surf naman, on the other hand, ay nag-aabang na rin dito on elbow. Sinusubukan niligtas ng ibang mga respective teammates nila. Pero dalawa na napitas sa kanila. That is the double initiator that we have right there. And aside from that, may 3 pang natitira. At dito sa pwestuhan ng mga to, wala silang pang trade talaga na matindi maliban na lang kung sa harap manggagaling lahat ng kills. But other than that, the players need to rotate right now, especially for Xerxia's side. And napapalibutan na siya dito. Si Surf ng Team Secret. Kung mapapansin mo, si Jessie Vash nasa likuran lang niya.
At tignan mo naman, di na gumagaling Xerxia. Takot na Ano ba naman yung aso ko? Sorry na.
Sorry.
Sorry, si Mika kasi nasa ilalim ko. Akala ko ipis. Diyos ko po. Pati ba naman siya na-intensa na sa laban
Last player remaining. 30 seconds left. Spike down A.
Nakinood lang yung aso ni Riri. Isa na nga lang natitira. That is gonna be Surf. Rinig na rinig ni Jessie Vash. And Team Secret had complete utter control in this specific map.
Nagulat talaga ako. Akala ko ipis yung palit pa ni Mika.
Ang laki naman ng ipis nyo.
Oo, kaya ako natakot. Yung nagkakast ka. Itong aso ko, Diyos ko po. Ay, sabi niya, ba't kaya sumisigaw tong nga ng to? Amo ko, ingay nito Ang oras na. Sorry, Mika, intense Magmamap trip pa tayo dito hanggang OT pa yan.
Kaya nga, hindi pa ito tapos, guys. At alam nyo naman, mainit si Dubstep ngayon. Tuloy-tuloy na ata to for the side of Team Secret. Pero wag muna natin i-jinx yan dahil Seeker South Aldrone din. Walang pakialam si Dubstep sa nararamdaman nyo. Ang importante para sa kanya is to take on the kill. Pero mapapakatras na lang siya. Jessie Bash was able to secure 1 kill. Pero ito rin man, si Wits para sumalo ng iba. Crows was able to get 1. Pero makakapasok sila inside dito. Habang yung ibang players ng Team Secret naghahanap kung nasan din yung ibang mga miyembro ng Xerxia. May blind pa silang pwedeng laruin. Ginamit dito ni Dubstep yung kanyang kill. And syempre yung operator shots niya magkoconnect lang din. Isa na lang natitira. That's gonna be Fox Z. May heal siya dito pero di naman niya magagamit sa sarili niya. Ang kaso nga lang lumipat na sa taas. That's gonna be Dubstep. Napatay pa. 22 HP and it's not gonna happen any longer as Team Secret secures this round. 9 itlog. Yan ang sasabihin ko. Yan lang. Against Xerxia.
Don't even start that shit,
Ano? Munti ka nang hindi ma-display ni Wits. Si Foxy. At tignan mo naman. Ambag naman Foxy kahit nasa bottom si Wits. Ano naman yan? Walang pinatbat. At ngayon, honestly ang Team Secret 12-0 nyo na. Nahiya pa kayo. Huwag na kayo magbigay madamot ngayon ng mga Pinoy.
Madamot kanina, dinamutan din kasi itong mga players ng Team Secret. Ayaw magpa-score ng Xerxia. Ngayon na bumabaliktad at nagiging pabor na sa atin. Siyempre, wag muna tayong pakampante. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat dito sa stage natin pagdating sa Asia Pacific. Anything can still happen, lalo na hindi pa nagsaswap ng sides. At this moment, bulag na bulag si Dubstep. Mapapatras siya dito. And this is Borkum getting a kill behind that smoke. Habang yung isa nagpa-plant na ng spike. At least wala na silang problemahing dito. Wala nang chamber. Bumaba yung wall. Pero si Foxy, makikita ata si Jessie Bash. Naunahan na siya ni Crows with the kill. Dubstep secures another with the operator. Habang si Borkum, nasa likuran lang niya pala. And still, 2 remaining players here for the side of Team Secret. Wits was able to get a kill. At syempre, low on HP na pala si Sushi Boys. 11 HP para sa kanya. He's still staying on site habang yung Viper ay nagre-ready for the lineup. Hahabulin ba ng mga players dito ng Team Secret itong dalawang remaining players ng Xerxia dahil lalinapan lang sila na matindi dito pero kakalahatiin to ni Jeremy. Malaki ang chance ng Team Secret, Ray!
Meron pa, may connect sa kalahati pa pero nga lang aabot pa sila.
Aabot yan, Jeremy!
Sayang! Ay, nahap!
Sinubukan ko. Sinigaw ko naman pero kulang pa din.
Ginawa naman namin lahat
Oo, wala kulang. Nahap niya naman kaso may lineup talaga mga besiwap. So mahirap talaga yun. Lalo na ganun pa yung posisyon nila. Masyado nang ma-late.
Sabi dito, wag nyo na gamitin yung strat na no duelist sa Team Secret dahil hindi kayo mananalo. Tama yan, mapagbigay lang ang Team Secret. Nag-line up lang Kung walang line up yun, kung na-punish ka agad, kahit tag-Hunter's Fury silang manalo Team Secret, paano ko mapagbigay pero napakamagbigay talaga ng Team Secret. Grabe kayo kasi binigyan daw sila kanina ng Xerxia pero nga lang ngayon, Jeremy nyo, naka-operator na, kasama pa ni Dubstep sa sobrang dami nilang pera, okay lang daw mag-double OP.
Siyempre, naka-defense din naman sila dito. Saka si Dubstep, nag-iinit talaga on the off shot. Surf, though, siya nakakakuha ng kill dito. That's gonna be Jessie Vash going out. Pero meron pa namang 4 na players na buhay pa on the side of Team Secret. Si Dubstep, meron din naman siyang ulti na pwedeng laruin. Kaya kaya niyang mag-swap sa Blade Storm anytime if he must. And for the players of Xerxia, still trying to find an opening. Paano ba tayo papasok? Saan ba tayo papasok? Lalo na, nilapag na ng Viper yung smoke niya. This can be a dead giveaway for the rest of the team. Hindi nga lang nag-connect yung shot from Jeremy. Pero ang importante, alam niya yung info na papasok na on B side. All of them swarming in on B. 3 remaining players for the side of Team Secret. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike dito pero si Whips may kasamang whiff lang na kaunti. Kaya naman si Fox ang makakakuha ng kill. I think this round is very much going on the side of Xerxia right now.
Pagbigay na naman si Dubstep. Hay nako, sabi ko sa inyo, magiging matama kayo. Mag-self-love muna kayo. At ngayon, sino pa? Sino pa mag-audition sa harapan ng Dubstep? Audition na. Isa pa. Sino pa? Huwag ka lang. Kasuhin pa sa likod niya. Ay, akala ko di matatawanin. 9-2, 10 yan, 10 yan. 2-10 yan, 2-10 yan. Nakita ko na to eh.
Last round before the switch.
Replay na lang to, kaya alam nyo na yan. Tsaka matagal na tayo hindi nakakita ng 2-10 na score, kaya alam nyo na. Ito na yung pahapyaw ng Team Secret, nagpaparamdam na sila. Ito yung signal nila, kumbaga. Tsaka, grabe rin yung laro ni Dubstep dito sa Breeze. Ang ganda nung laruan dito, pati ni Jeremy. Lalo na sila yung pinaka-importanting roles talaga dito. Having that sentinel, having that chambers to be specific, kailangan ng kills yan eh. Made for kills yung ano na yan, yung enemy or rather, yung agent na yan. Kaya naman papatay lang dito si Jeremy. That's gonna be Foxy. 5v4 na ngayon, agad-agad, Ray. At pumapasok na sila all throughout tunnel. And then, nandito rin naman si Jessie Fash sa may likuran. Nakakita siya ng dalawang, kaso nga lang meron pang nasa kabilang dulo. Jeremy and Dubstep connection lang, mga titos. At nandito na naman sila. 4v2 situation. Si Cross, kailangan mong buhayin, kailangan mong gasolinahan. Pero si Dubstep, tuloy-tuloy na kills lang ang ginagawa. So, the man remaining right here, he was able to get a kill on Dubstep. Ang kaso nga lang, kailangan niya rin mag-plant ng spike. Hindi niyo kailangan silipin, pero dito na rin naman si Wix to secure the kill.
Switching sides.
2-10!
2-10! Tatlo na lang! Pinakita ng mga otis ang tunay na edad ang mga taga-Xerxia. Foxy yun na yun? Hindi na naman. Parang di ko naman na-feel.
Kang umamba ng ganyan. Pag yan, bumawi. Kaya takot-takot tumrastok eh. Xerxia to eh.
Yun nga eh.
Hindi ko masabi eh.
Bumawi. O sige, okay na. Pag nanalo sila ng pistol, makakampante ulit ako. yung Team Secret.
Wala, hindi nila matapatan yung aim duel ngayon kasi uminit bigla yung mga players ng Team Secret. Na dumilat yung mga mata nila at tuluyan na nilang binuksan yung monitor. Partida kasi yung game number 1, guys. Nilaro nila yun, nakapatay yung monitor nila. So, dito sa game 2, kaya biglang gumaling lahat. Binuksan na nila eh. Tsaka, syempre, si Jeremy pumasok na din. Alam nyo naman, pag atabs pa, si Dispenser hanggang 9 PM na, sleeping time na eh. Si Jeremy muna, kayang magpuyat.
Sana all kayang makatulog ng mahaba.
Sana
Pero,
all.
parang kahit ipagsama-sama natin yung mga digit ng score ng Xerxia, parang walang binatbat sa meron si Dubstep tsaka si Jeremy. Mas madami pa nga eh. Pero, all in all, ang mga taga-Team Secret, they started real good sa defending side. But, tatlo lang ang kailangan nila sa attacking side at nakita naman natin na may pagka-mirror to. Pero ang ganda na flashes ni Mitsa. I've seen his flashes. I've seen how he did so much. Kahit ganito yung performance niya. Kasi sobrang grabe yung pop of ni Dubstep and ni Jeremy. Yung amount ng pag-anchor ni Jeremy. Tapos si Dubstep, nakakuha na siya ng mga frags kaagad kapag late game na. Napapanish talagang Xerxia all along. So, akala ko, tong Xerxia magaling dito, di naman. Parang di ko na-feel. Pero ngayong pistol, ano kaya ang papakita sa atin ng Team Secret para mag-match point na, para mag-ascent na tayo sa wakas.
Tsaka, alam niyo naman guys, ito na ang road to Masters natin. Knowing that also Team Secret wasn't able to qualify for the last stage ng Asia Pacific. Tagahabol din sila ng points dito, Ray. Lalo na itong mga kasabayan nila. Laging nakakasama. Perfect attendance. Sila ang hindi nakapasok from last time. So, ito yung redemption arc nila, kumbaga. Pero pumasok na nga si Dubstep dito with the help of the smoke, but there is no one to spot on the site actually because nakastack lahat ng players ng Xerxia all throughout A. Kaya naman bubueluhan nila dito on B site. 5 at complete man retake ang gagawin nila dito.
Retake it is. Kasi Dubstep.
One enemy remaining.
It's up to Jeremy with the clutch. Pag na-clutch si Jeremy to, maka-clutch siya talaga to. Low and speed pa si Scary.
One enemy remaining.
Pag-positionan mo! Sige, Scary! Tampo pa yan! Walang mangyayari dahil si Jeremy yan! At ngayon, he tries to defuse pero slow lang mo lang. He finds you within!
Did you see their faces?
Umupo! Tito, ako to!
Tinurbo mo! Tinurbo mo to tama!
Tito, ito na yung tinuro mo! Tito, ito na yung tinuro mo. Ginagawa ko na. Nandito na ako sa live, ma. Tapos yun yung tinuro. Nag-tactical crouch. Magaling, magaling, magaling. But what a shot from Jeremy. What a clutch even. The headhunter was truly a strong force to be reckoned with para sa side ng Xerxia rito. And at the same time, in the last moments, mabuti na lang din na low on HP na yung last remaining player. Kahit pa paano, it's still in the hands of Team Secret right now. 11-2 ang meron tayo. May pambili na sila ng kanilang mga barrel as well. Lumabas na o umalis yung nasa corner na yan. Pero itong KO, nasa harapan lang mismo ni Dubstep. Pag bumaba yung wall na yan, nasa kabilang dulo lang, pinagtagpo at inalhana. That is gonna be Dubstep securing 1 kill. So she poised to get a kill on the shock dart as well. But Surf, only with a headhunter, sinusubukan nila dito hanapin yung ibang players ng Team Secret. Si Jeremy nag-aabang lang when it comes to the pyramids. Pero itong tatlong players ng Xerxia, kailangan nilang pumasok, kailangan nilang gawin yung retake na yan. Fluids, what a kill, what a shot! Kahit na merong wall na nagmumula from the Viper, isa na lang natitira, and that's gonna be Scary going down. It is gonna be match point on the side of Team Secret.
Match point.
Nakitaas ng edad ang mga taga-Xerxia. 27! Gising ang Team Secret. Gutom na daw kasi si Boss Yam Yam. Kaya medyo nagmamadali talaga sila. Boom! Kaboom! Ang kabol-kabol! Pinaldagan!
Galing talaga ng Team Secret. Biglang nawala yung ano eh. Biglang nawala yung mga coach sa comment section. No?
Tinanggal eh.
Oo. Pag natatalo, mabilis lumabas. Pag nananalo, okay lang. Tahimik lang. Oh, guys, syempre yung mga players na yan, nakausap na namin yan. Nakikita nila yung mga comments nyo. Pero si Foxy, makikita niya din si Dubstep dito. Kaya naman, yan na yung kill mula kay Dubstep. 1 man down na naman ang Xerxia. Tamang rotate, tamang ikot-ikot lang para sa kanila. Pero sila atang papaikutin dito ng Team Secret. With the Trailblazer, baka papasok na dito ang player natin, which is gonna be Dubstep kung sakasakali man. But the Trailblazer spotting that Viper on the corner. They're quite well na nandito siya nag-aabang. Si Sushi Boys ganun din naman kasi nagbato na siya ng kanyang shock dart. Mapapa-atras ata ng kaunti ang mga players ng Team Secret, but right behind them, flanking already, is one player. Si Rose na nag-aabang din sa mid. Jeremy still got the shot in. Grabe naman yung crispy aim ni Jeremy dito. Merong nasa taas. And that is gonna be a surf kill. Pero meron dalawa. Tamang talon lang. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, sir?
Ay! Opo! Ginagawa niya pyramid. Pero may panghil pa, may panghiling galing pa si Tito mo, Wits. So talagang mga taga-Xerxia, kung ako sa inyo, nag-surrender na ako. At pupunta tayo sa mapa ng mga Pinoy. Pero syempre, our si Borcom na merong haharap kagad sa kanya. At kailangan nang nilabatayan kagad yung flank ni Scary. Oy, wag kayong pabaya, Team Secret. Nasa likod yung isa.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
With the great one.
Uy, alam niyo na.
Totropahin. Alam niya na pa rin pang-manipulate ito. And now he still risks that plant. Spike na siya agad.
Sayang, sayang, sayang. Walang nakapagbantay sana nung flank. Nandun na pala sa B main. Umiikot yung isang miyembro dito ng Xerxia, no? Unfortunately, na-caught off guard yung dalawang members ng Team Secret. At syempre, nakasalalay na lang kay Borcom. He was able to take the trade. Unfortunately, kailangan niyang mag-plant and may recon pa nga. Detected at kitang-kita. Pero ang maganda dito, Ray, maraming space to actually win out the final round that Team Secret needs. Huwag lang magpapa-comeback. Grabe si Jeremy.
Alam mo kung si Jeremy, dinaanan sa agad eh. Win ang B3. Yung Xerxia na yan, wala yan. Ako si Jeremy, letter J ako na hindi red flag.
You want to play? Let's...
Isa na lang. Bago mapanalo ng Team Secret, nag-full buy na nga sila ngayon pero sasamahan na nga kagad ni Jeremy ng paglalaro. You want to play? Sumilip lang kayo. O, silip. Walang gustong sumilip sa kanya. Tingnan mo si Foxy. Tingnan mo, nahihilo na yan.
Jeremy with a shot! Wow! It still comes in! It still goes in! Ito pa ang guiding light pero kitang-kita ni Jeremy. May iwasan at may iwasan lang din. This Viper's Pit is a pain para sa mga players ng Team Secret right now. Borkum being shot down. 4-4 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. Anyone's game as Witz was able to take one and punish the one away. Si Sushi Boys naman ay kitang-kita. Nasakmal pa nga pero yung shock dart na salo ni Kuya Witz. Ang problema ngayon ng mga players for Xerxia's side. Hindi sila makakapag-rotate dito dahil nga si Jeremy nag-aabang. Ang kaso, naunahan si Jeremy with Foxy right around the corner wrapping in. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike dito, Ray. At the same time, si Witz, meron pang heal na pwedeng gamitin sa mga kakampi niya. But that's it. No guiding light. Antay-antay lang.
Wag na kayong sisilip, Team Secret.
Siya kukuha ng info, best.
Ayun, nakuha na ng info si Jessie Bash. Dubstep, na lang. Foxy goes for a flash.
Nakikita yung katawan!
Init! Nakita! Wits! Ipanalo mo, Tito Wits! Nasa'yo talaga! Nasa galit na crit ang meron ngayon.
Hindi
pero si Seth
kita.
nag-defuse, nakaabang siya
Yun
ngayon.
lang.
At ngayon, nakita, wala siyang magawa. Wala magawa si Tita mo, Wits, okay lang. Papagbigay na naman ng Team Secret, pinapahaba pa nila dahil gusto nila magpakaba sa mga viewers natin ngayon.
Hindi niya na rin kasi makikita yung nagde-defuse ng spike. Tsaka dun sa umpisa pa lang, na damage na talaga ng tuluyan si Witz, no? Very low HP already, that's why he stayed on the back ends. Unfortunately, nakapasok na nga sila dito ng tuluyan rin as well. Tsaka yung pagkakahuli dito kay Jeremy, maganda sana ang opportunity to catch the rotations. Ang kaso, siya ata ang narotatean. Nahuli siya sa mid and it's still at 12-4. Just one more round, Team Secret. One more round is what it takes.
One more round, Team Secret! Kaldagan nyo na! Ang dami ng control na ginawa ni Jeremy. Turo ni Jessica. Pero ngayon na Jessica, kailangan na nga ng long na to. Kailangan takes down, step down. At biglang, kailangan lang ngayon ng Team Secret. Relax lang kayo. Ay! Mga kuha ng information sa ano nakikira mga membro ng mga taga-Xerxia. And Cruci Boys on the other side, meron nga na siya nakuha pero alam na rin yung information. It's up to Jessica's woman with how will they be able to manipulate this post that Asper that tries to go for a retake. So nakakuha na nga sila may magagaling sa mid. Pero si Borkum,
Nice!
agad si Scary. Mapakitaan mo ang na nakakapagpapag.
May ult! May ult! Nice!
Dalawa na lang bago makuha ng Team Secret to. Sushi Boys, wala na yan kasi totropahin na lang talaga natin yan para makuha natin ang mga panalo. Pero time is ticking. Pwede lang igala ito. At ngayon, si Borkum inaabangan na lang.
Ganda pwesto! Ganda pwesto!
Kaping! At ngayon na nga, Sushi Boys! All my impress! And Borkum and
Attackers
Jessica.
win.
Next is, we're gonna go to the map of the Pinoy.
Last player standing.
Team Secret wins game number 2. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Lilipad tayo papuntang game number 3. What a round! What a play coming in from Team Secret right here. Ito na yung Buko Juice buff na hinahanap natin at si Jeremy. Tamang alt-tab Facebook lang. Alam mo yun? Parang lang siyang nag-rank game tapos sabi niya, Tito, yun na yun? At totoong laban na pala yun, Tito? Akala ko, scream lang.
Tito, akala ko normal na araw lang sa akin para maglaro. Akala ko nag-unrated lang tayo. Yung pala kalaban natin, Xerxia. Parang hindi naman. Parang yung first match, mas dikit pa nga yung score kesa sa Breeze. At saka map pick pa to ng Xerxia, diba? Sabi ng mga casters, magaling daw yung Xerxia. Parang di naman po. Minama ko lang naman po at nag-control times 300 lang naman po kanina. May kasama pang kaldag.
Galit na galit si Ate mo Ray Ray, no? Pero itong game number 2 nga, Team Secret is still alive in this series. It's still alive in this game. And for game number 3 later on, syempre mag-iiba na naman yung mapa natin. But it's just nice to see all the way from game number 1. Kasi nung game number 1, medyo naaano na tayo na parang, uy, hindi ata sila online. Parang naliligaw pa yung itsura ng Team Secret. But here, on game number 2, kung saan Xerxia ang pumili, they were able to dominate it. Even one-sided match for Team Secret. Anyway, that is it para sa game number 2 natin. Pero hindi pa nagtatapos ang lahat dyan dahil pupunta pa tayo sa game number 3. Buhay pa rin ang pag-asa natin for the upper bracket finals right here. Kaya naman, don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are the bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already.
Is it opposite day? How is it that the map picks go in the favor of their opponent and not even just in the favor? It's kind of like a landslide for both of these teams. Something fishy is going on over here on this series. But again, that was Team Secret getting a 13 to... What was the score? Was it
13-4.
13-4. There we go. Over at Breeze. And the current scoreline for this series is 1-1. So, you know, we're gonna take this as a reset as they go to game number 3. Kind of like a best of 1 game over here. And Fluffy, you were right. This was an open map. And it opened doors for Team Secret.
I was actually kind of expecting them to have a hard time because similar to Haven, it's the amount of trades that you can have, you know, is not the best for Team Secret, but it didn't matter because Dubstep and Jeremy really stepped up to the plate and really took command of this game. They won majority of their duels, and put simply, I feel like that's the defining factor that really pushed a lot of their strategy and disrupted the plans of Xerxia, who's you know, very practiced and all that. But if you start taking out members left and right and getting a lot of these opening picks, even with the operator on Dubstep, it really creates so much space and opportunity for Team Secret to get that commanding first half.
Yeah, it's
I
just
also
something
think
else. Yeah,
that Xerxia, especially on that attacker side, I felt that they weren't really putting enough pressure or also pairing their utilities. You always see like the drone come out on its own, or you see that there's a Sky Flash on their own. You see a KO out in their lonesome and A main sometimes, or a chamber, and I felt that that was also one of the things that kind of shot them in the foot there.
I kind of like the idea behind Xerxia's lineup, though. Running that triple initiator composition allows you to really creep up the Viper wall, because when you have that Viper wall up, for example, on the A side, you don't necessarily need a duelist like Jet to take space, just because the wall has so much pressure on its own. So running multiple initiators can be to their benefit, but it seemed like that ability to not quickly grasp space if it's not a set play, or when they get interrupted by a dry peek or something from Dubstep, Jeremy, and the like Borkum, I feel like it just really set them back, because without that ability to quickly take space in that specific scenario, it really put them on the back foot with planning what to do, because the moment they run out of utilities, the moment they slow down a bit and they don't have that ready trade available, they can't really explode as hard as you can if you had a Jet with knives, for example. So I think that's one of the defining differences between the compositions, at least at that level.
I was definitely hoping to see a lot more of those executions coming in from Xerxia, but I think honestly Jeremy just doing such a fantastic job alongside Dubstep being able to hit almost all of their shots. The fact that they were able to control that map and they're able to get those picks early on, removing a lot of the initiators from the side of Xerxia, giving them that space that they need in order to take those rounds.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my notes right now, and it basically says Jeremy, aim, crispy. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. My God, it was really that at the end of the day. Like Fluffy, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, we talked about the retake potential. We talked about taking space as much as possible, but I think that at the end of the day, what was really outstanding was that, again, Jeremy and Dubsteps taking position, taking these picks, taking these opening picks, and just giving that man advantage every single round for their team to be able to fully retake a site, to be able to do those post-plant scenarios, or rather post-plant retakes rather.
Right. I feel like another difference too, just by not having that duelist in their pocket, is the fact that unlike in the previous map Haven, alongside the breach really had so much oppression that they were able to explode on sites, which they kind of can't do as efficiently without kind of getting a chance that someone's gonna make a hero play and get some picks off them. So that slowed down composition, I feel like, kind of hurt them in the long run, although there are ways that they could have played around it.
Yeah, you know what? One thing that I realized, we talked about this during the previous panel, right? Wherein we would have loved to see Team Secret try to fish for more information as they were pushing through the site, which is something that Xerxia should have done this time around, especially, again, on a map as open as Breeze.
Yes.
There are so many angles, there are so many things that could potentially happen, but was that the term, right, Trix? Dry peeking that was involved over here, and it wasn't working onto their favor, especially, again, having players like Jeremy and Dubstep with just this phenomenal aim being brought out. And again, I just have to point out, Jeremy is so awake. I'm so glad that they did that adjustment and put him in the site, because it was such a treat to see him hit all of his shots on the chamber, all of those headhunters, and even running out of bullets with the headhunters. His classic just comes into play, and he makes sure that every single bullet is worth it. It's just so good.
Jeremy really was so clean. But as you pointed out earlier, you know, Xerxia really did very well in terms of Haven and on getting that space. And I feel that they were a little stingy with their utility coming into Breeze. I felt they had this idea of what they wanted to do. They had an idea of where they were going to throw their utilities, but at the end of the day, when they don't flash the corners just to peek, give themselves a little bit of an edge in exchange for giving their position, they end up losing those duels because they're just peeking on their own and somebody else is just marking the angle.
We're gonna be moving on to Ascent. And surprisingly, I don't know what's going on with this series. I mentioned it earlier, like this feels like an opposite day. It also feels like a complete contrast day, because, you know, the mistakes that we saw from the first map were kind of done again over at the second map, which is something that we don't like seeing. We talk about the best of the best over here. I'm sorry if people will hate at me for being a little bit too critical, but yeah, I expect more from these teams. These are the last hope of their country, so I really want them to bring their A game on. So as we move over here to Ascent, I want them to have this whole mental reset and reevaluate just what's going on. What are we doing wrong? Because Ascent, Fluffy, we've said this time and time again, this is a map that really is banking off of the fundamentals that we love to know here on Valorant.
Yeah, fundamentals is one thing, but adaptation at its finest at this level is also another. And Team Secret is not afraid to do that. They had a very interesting Icebox comp last week, and they are, although they haven't brought it out in APAC, they do have that Yoru in their pocket. But it looks like they're going for something more stable here, running back Dispenser into the composition, bringing him on that KO. Dubstep now on the chamber as Witz is now the Jet. Dubstep, as we saw previously, did so phenomenally on that Jet, but with Witz stepping in as that main entry, Dubstep's job now is to be that holding operator that really does a lot of things. I noticed that when he does play this, especially on the attack, Dubstep normally has a pre-trap already, not trap, but the rendezvous already set up. That way it doesn't make noise, and what he does is lurk very well and try to get a pick. So I feel like it's going to be a combination of how much information they can get and how much picks this chamber as well as Jet can really accomplish before Team Secret starts to roll in this map.
I'm hoping that Xerxia on the double or on the triple initiator rather again in Ascent. They have performed well on it before, and I hope they continue on that performance, enabling themselves to get the site, really getting the information, being able to peek off of the utility and get those refrags. We have seen Team Secret's lineup before. It has gone very well, and I think that having Dispenser, especially on that KO, is just really good to see. We can see all the team play coming in, and the utility is using to enable Wits to get those picks early on.
You know, this might just be a me thing, but if we're talking about triple initiators, I find that when you run KO, Fade, as well as Sova together, you have so much information to deal with, but in combat, you're only having that one flash and the prowlers to work with to get that angle advantage. Maybe, yeah, it's great if you can use a lot of the scans, but I think personally I would have preferred a different set of initiators, maybe fit in a Sky or Breach in there instead of either the Fade or Sova, since you already have that full reveal in the form of the Haunt or the Recon Bolt. But other than that, if they can really leverage the information they're getting, I think their comp could work really, really great, because it's a lot of low risk for them. But you know, on the other hand, if they get shut down, if like in the previous game they aren't able to use their utility correctly, I feel like the comp overall will be very detrimental for Xerxia if they play like how they use their util, as Trix mentioned back on Breeze.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that in the back of Trix's mind, they should have picked the Sky over here.
She knows.
Yeah, I know. And I absolutely see why Trix is a huge fan of the Sky. I also saw Witz's performance over there on Breeze rather, and I really enjoyed the utility usage that he had over here. And hopefully, on the side of Xerxia Esports, they become a little bit wiser in terms of their utility, and we really get to see Game 3 come to life. And with that said, guys, we're moving on to Ascent over here. Once again, for the final series of the day, game number 3 between Team Secret and Xerxia Esports.
Map 3 it is! Dahil hindi pa rin magpapatalo syempre ang Team Secret in this series between them and of course ang mga taga-Xerxia. My name is Ray Ray, kasama ko pa rin si Tero at kami ang unbiased girl power na ihatid sa inyo ang aksyon ng Team Secret ngayon sa formality match nila. Pero pupunta na tayo sa mapa ng Pinoy sa Ascent Terror at akala ko close match yung kanina. Parang di naman natin naramdaman ang kalakasan ng Xerxia sa Breeze.
Yun nga, no? Sila yung pumili ng map na yun, but it turned out the other way as they were expecting to do so. May nagtanong nga sa Twitch Sabi dito, ano daw yung map 3 na prediction ng mga tao sa comment section? Syempre, nag-reply ako. Team Secret, walang kabayas-bayas. Guys, walang kabayas-bayas. At syempre, para sa mga viewers natin na nag-enjoy at nanonood dito sa VCT, meron din tayong English broadcast, by the way. It is also in Twitch sa Valorant Esports 3. At ganun din naman pagdating sa Facebook, Valorant Esports Philippines. Ganun din sa YouTube, sa PPGL page. So hanapin nyo lang din yan. Pati yung Filipino broadcast, meron din tayo sa Twitch, sa PPGL. Pati na rin sa YouTube ng PPGL. But, heading back to here, dahil ito na ang unang round natin for this third map or the final map for the final series.
Para tayong bumalik ng best of 1, pinakitaan ng Shock to Dart 2. Wala nga lang kung matatanasan si Jeremy. Okay lang yan guys, total team secret ay 6 naman talaga sila. Pero wala tumatama. Si Pangses nyo, pagod na mag-sky, na-deep kaya ganyan, bumalik sa dati Pero ngayon, Cross goes for a plat. Pero mapakitaan na nga lang sila. Pero nilang 2 lang nawala. At ngayon, tumabay na din kagad si Dispenser, Burkum na lang at Dubstep.
One enemy remaining.
Knife out, buti na lang. Kaso nga lang, hindi pa rin tumama. Si Burkum na lang kagad ang natitira going up against the 4 members of Xerxia dito sa Ascent. Pero nga lang, tatandaan natin, ang mga taga-Team Secret, Miraglo na lang pag nananalo sila ng pistol. Especially on their defending side. Pero si Burkum, natutulog na daw yan dito sa Ascent. Nag-overnight na yan dito.
Wala nga siyang pake kahit ma-detect na siya nung knife ng KO Basta mag-aantay na lang siya dito. Maybe for those exit frags, magkapera. Money is still money. Kumbaga, lumabas na nga dito si Scary. He gets the ROI para sa ghost na meron siya dito. At syempre, yung ibang mga players hindi pa rin kumapit pagdating doon sa shock dart. Kaya mamamatay si Burkum on that spike detonation. Pero 1-0 ang magiging score natin on Xerxia's side. Kung mapapansin natin, Ray, wala na naman silang duelist sa comp na meron sila rito. At para sa mga players din naman for Team Secret side, Jeremy out, Dispenser in pala.
Diba, usually nakita natin si Jeremy dito sa Ascent pero VCT PH pa yun. Wala pang revelation ngayon kay Jeremy. Kahit palong-palo nga din siya kanina. Pero it's okay guys. Kasabi ko nga sa inyo, they do a 6-man rotation. So minsan si Dispenser, bahala na lang kung sino. Pero ngayon, ang mga taga-Team Secret nga ay hindi nanalo sa first pistol round. Pero mukhang hinaharangan naman na. Pero wala sila dyan. Nakaboga! Nakaboga ngayon. Si Tito mo, Jessie, pa sino mo dadaan ka ng boga na dito. Mga to! This person goes for a backstab. Winnable pa to sa side ng Team Secret. Pero nga lang alam ni Sir na meron magagaling sa isang nasa mid. Pero mukhang pagkaipit lang ng OP ngayon. Pero ang mga katulad ni Vince ay makakuha na rin kagad ng Marelen right now. Sayang lang yung kay Borcom hindi tumama. Pero si Dubstep pinakitaan ng chamber. At ngayon si Witch, sabi niya iipitin natin ang mga miyembro ng Xerxia.
Nice!
At na right click na
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Nice!
Sige, lahat right tapos.
Nadikay! Sige! Ilaban mo! Lower HP na ngayon si Sushi Boys. 19 HP para sa kanya. Kailangan pa rin mag-plant ng spike ng Xerxia rito. Hindi lang maikutan si Dubstep. There is a big chance that he will get this. He knows where the positioning of the last remaining player is. At alam niya na rin kung saan siya sisilip dito. Sa perfect angle na to. And the opportunity is there. Anti-eco just worked out perfectly on the side of Team Secret. Nabawi agad nila yung magiging buy round sana ng Xerxia.
Na ROI. ng Team Secret agad. And alam mo, ang confident, ang ganda ng trade-off nila ngayon ni Dispenser sa mid. That was really important. Nakakuha pa ng barrel si Witz coming in from mid. Tapos pinabayaan kasi siya ni Kraus. Tapos ito pa may right. Ang ganda ng impact ng Team Secret. And that's a good way to start the tempo. Oo.
Tsaka yung spike, na-drop din talaga sa loob mismo nung site, no, nung Sova. And wala nang ibang players na natitira doon. Obviously, for Xerxia, kailangan nilang pumasok on site. And unang problema muna nila is yung mga tao na nasa likuran at naglo-lurk all throughout market and CT side. But Witz, he has a big opportunity right here on mid. Kung meron siya makikita, he spots one, he gets the kill already.